Chapter 1. A Face Full of Surprise. At the entrance of Xiao family village, located in the southern region, a large black dog slowly lifted its right leg. Suddenly, a warm stream gushed forth from its body, spraying directly onto the face of a nearby young man. The dog fixed its large, expressive eyes upon the youth, who was now undergoing this unexpected baptism, seemingly reveling in the moment. Drizzle, drizzle, drizzle. Xiao Xuan felt a warmth enveloping his face, akin to being doused with hot water from a spray nozzle. Instinctively, he licked his lips, and a sweet and sour taste flooded his senses, invigorating him to the point of abruptly opening his eyes wide. In that instant, he beheld a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. A torrent of yellow liquid cascaded toward his face, accompanied by an indescribable foul odor. Beside him, the large black dog was blissfully releasing its youthful exuberance. Damn it, where did this dog come from? Xiao Xuan hastily sprang to his feet, startling the dog, which shivered at the sudden movement and promptly shook off its weapon before scampering away. Woof, woof, woof. Before departing, it barked twice, as if to proudly flaunt its glorious achievement. Xiao Xuan, neglecting to pursue the fleeing canine, hastily wiped his face with his tattered t-shirt. As he inhaled the nauseating stench, even Xiao Xuan's composure faltered, prompting him to curse under his breath. What on earth is happening? After wiping his face, Xiao Xuan surveyed his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Before his eyes lay an array of earthen houses, haphazardly positioned in various directions, with narrow paths made of mud winding through the center. Behind him, patches of waterlogged fields were divided from one another, where a few modestly dressed villagers were diligently planting rice. Occasionally, someone would glance up, their eyes meeting his, only to shake their heads in dismay before returning to their tasks. Everything around him exuded an uncanny sense of familiarity. What is going on? Xiao Xuan pondered in confusion. Just moments ago, he had been lying in a hospital bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. How could he have closed his eyes only to awaken in this scene? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and fragments of memories surged forth. Xiao Xuan, can't you stop gambling? The family's finances are nearly depleted because of you. Shen Qingwan, let me tell you how much money is left at home. You better hand it over honestly, or this matter will not end today. Xiao Xuan, I beg you, I'm pregnant now. Even if you don't care about us, you should at least save some money for our child, right? Son, I beseech you, please don't gamble anymore, okay? Wu, big brother, Xiao implores you, please don't hit my sister-in-law anymore, all right? Xiao Xuan, if you still recognize me as your brother, then quit your gambling addiction otherwise. I won't let this go. Memories buried deep within his heart surged forth, causing Xiao Xuan's heart to feel as if it were being ruthlessly gripped by some unseen force, a piercing pain coursing through him. Reflecting upon his life, he pondered the grave misdeeds he had committed. Shortly after his marriage, he became acquainted with a dubious circle of friends and succumbed to various vices. Smoking, drinking, and gambling became his daily routine, waking up in a foul temper each morning and returning home inebriated each night. His home became a den of chaos, and even when he ventured outside, he frequently found himself embroiled in conflicts, necessitating assistance from his family to rectify the aftermath. His wife, Shen Qingwan, was meant to be a devoted mother of 4, however. Due to his negligence, she lacked sufficient nutrition during her pregnancy and endured the harmful effects of his smoking at home, jeopardizing both her health and that of their unborn children. Tragically, on the day of childbirth, she perished from complications, leaving no survivors among the 4 precious lives she carried. 5 lives were thus extinguished at his hands. Upon receiving the news, he seemed to grasp the enormity of his despicable actions. Yet it was too late. His in-laws were devastated, mourning their beloved daughter, who had been ruined by a wretch. What parent could endure such anguish? That day, the elderly couple summoned relatives and friends, and together they descended upon the Xiao family. The house was demolished, his brother Xiao Yan was gravely injured, and their mother bore numerous bruises. It was on that fateful day that his mother, tears streaming down her face, severed their mother-son relationship, declaring she never wished to see him again. On that day, he felt as though his soul had been lost, leaving his hometown in disgrace, a place filled with countless regrets. Years later, Having worked tirelessly to acquire a home and a car, he naively hoped to bring his family back together for a life of comfort, only to be abruptly confronted with the harsh reality that they were all gone. His mother, already suffering from severe spinal ailments, had succumbed to her deteriorating health, exacerbated by the trauma of that incident. The combination of physical and psychological afflictions led this resilient woman to her demise within a few years. His younger brother, having been disabled from the beating he received, spent his days consumed by worry for their mother, and soon followed her in death. As for his younger sister, Xiao, the tender-hearted girl who had always been wise beyond her years, married someone she did not love to fund their mother's treatment, yet found no happiness in her life. Shen Qingwan's parents, Shen Xiangyong and Wu Guifang, overwhelmed by their longing for their daughter, also passed away in succession. Two families, once whole, lay shattered and broken due to his iniquities. From that point onward, he seemed to transform into a mere machine, working tirelessly, striving to accumulate wealth, yet his existence remained far from prosperous. He donated the money he earned, seeking solace for his tormented soul, yet the deceased remained lost to him, and all of this was merely self-deception. The errors he committed could never be atoned for in his lifetime. Not long ago, as he lay in a hospital ward, he found himself contemplating that his aimless existence was finally drawing to a close, as the thought of finally attaining liberation crossed my mind. An unexpected sense of relief washed over me. However, upon opening my eyes, I was astonished to behold the scene before me. The sight gradually intertwined with my memories, and at this moment, an utterly absurd notion sparked within Xiao Xuan's heart. Could it be that I've been reborn? Chapter 2. How flamboyant this person is. A wave of excitement gradually emerged on Xiao Xuan's face as he gazed at the familiar surroundings. His heart increasingly convinced of his suspicions. He quickened his pace, heading towards the house etched in his memories. Along the way, he encountered several children, and his face was alight with exhilaration. Little Qing, you are Aunt Zhang's youngest daughter, Little Qing. Taizhu, you are Aunt Wang's son, Taizhu. And you, Taizi. Ha ha ha, it truly is you. Xiao Xuan, brimming with excitement, grasped the hands of the children, murmuring in a daze, which left them frozen in place, too startled to move. Only after he had run far away did the children dare to stir, huddling together to whisper among themselves. Brother Xian, is there something wrong with him? Wang Taizhu, with his naturally cross-eyed gaze, displayed a glimmer of intelligence in his shrewd little eyes. He raised a hand to his forehead, looking at his companions with an expression of doubt. Yes, it seems so. I think I heard my mother mention that Brother Xian might actually have some issues, and she often warns me not to get too close to him, or I might become foolish too. Lu Qingqing pointed in the direction Xiao Xuan had departed, speaking with a hint of trepidation. That is obvious. Are you all fools? Who would have some problems in their head to have such a strong odor of urine on them? Ugh. It's exactly like the smell of my big yellow dog's urine. Simply dreadful. Indeed, it is quite pungent. Xiao Xuan sprinted along, greeting many familiar faces along the way. Yet, inexplicably, every time he passed by someone, their brows seemed to furrow. Finally, after an electrifying dash, he arrived at the doorstep of one of the last houses in the village. Woof, woof, woof. Before he even arrived, the scent had already announced his presence. Vei, who had been napping on the ground, suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar aroma and sprang to his feet, shaking his furry head and barking wildly at the door. Shen Qingwan, who was still washing clothes, was startled by the sudden outburst, turning to glare at Hei Yi before standing up, her slightly rounded belly prominent. Yi, who has arrived? Hei Yi was the exclusive name given to this large black dog. When Shen Qingwan married into the family, she had spotted Hei Yi as a small black puppy during her journey. Moved by its pitiful state, she decided to bring it home. Ever since, Hei Yi had been a resident of the Xiao household. Shen Qingwan possessed a tranquil demeanor, preferring not to engage in the village's gossip, but instead tended to household chores or agricultural work. Wherever she went, little Hei Yi was always found trailing behind her. Shen Qingwan had once given it several names, yet the dog seemed indifferent to them all. Only when others called it Hei Yi did it exhibit uncontainable excitement. This, indeed, is how the name Hei Yi came to be. Curiously, Shen Qingwan stepped outside, smiling as she peeked out. However, upon recognizing the visitor's face, her smile gradually faded. Xiao Xian. Her feelings towards this man were a tumultuous blend of love and resentment. Years ago, under the auspices of a matchmaker, she became acquainted with Xiao Xuan. At that time, Xiao Xuan was in his early 20s, possessing striking features and a radiant smile. Particularly, the brilliance in his gaze when he looked at Shen Qingwan stirred her heart profoundly. After spending some time together, Xiao Xian's behavior did not disappoint her. He showered her with endless affection and care. They initially believed they would live a sweet and happy life together forever. However, unexpectedly, he succumbed to the vices of gambling and drinking, a habit that spiraled out of control, initially overlooked by his family. Each day, he returned home inebriated, and his demeanor towards her gradually soured, leaving Shen Qingwan deeply disheartened. Nevertheless, due to the child she carried, she held on a hope that Xiao Xuan might redeem himself. She did not wish for their child to be born without a father. This hope was the primary reason she endured her suffering and chose to stay. Qingwan. Xiao Xuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, striving to confirm he was not hallucinating. After a thorough reassessment, he realized it was indeed true. A glimmer of tears formed at the corner of his eye. Shen Qingwan, my wife, has finally reappeared before me. At that moment, a torrent of words surged within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to express them. Suddenly, he knelt down. He recognized the immense debt he owed Qingwan, far beyond the capacity of a mere kneel to remedy. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he vowed to exert every effort to amend the regrets of his past existence. In this life, I, Xiao Xuan, shall not fail Shen Qingwan. Ah, Xiao Xuan, why are you kneeling? Shen Qingwan was taken aback and rushed to his side, eager to help him up. However, upon her delicate hand lightly brushing against him, she instinctively withdrew as if struck by an electric shock. This past year, Xiao Xuan had subjected her to violence, leaving her with profound psychological scars. Hence, her immediate reaction was understandable. Xiao Xuan, please stand up. What will others think if they see you like this? Shen Qingwan's heart raced with anxiety as she implored him. Yet, Xiao Xuan appeared oblivious to her distress. Suddenly, in a moment of desperation, Xiao Xuan struck himself across the face, leaving Shen Qingwan dumbfounded. Xiao Xuan, she stammered, struggling to articulate her shock. Qingwan, this slap is for the you of my past life. Before she could utter another word, a series of resounding slaps followed. These slaps are for the child we lost in our previous life. This slap is for you in this life. Enough, enough. Please, Xiao Xuan, I beg you. Stop hurting yourself. At that moment, Xiao Xian's face bore the marks of his self-inflicted punishment, some areas swollen and disfigured, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Shen Qingwan could no longer bear to witness it, and, grasping his hand, succumbed to tears. Although she struggled to comprehend Xiao Xian's words, she could not bear to witness his self-inflicted torment. Xiao Xuan looked up, guilt etched across his face as he gazed at the woman before him. Shen Qingwan, why are you so foolish? Despite the torment I previously inflicted upon you, why do you still protect me? At that moment, He Yi suddenly rushed forward, biting onto Shen Qingwan's pant leg and tugging her forcefully aside. Shen Qingwan realized that her hand was gripping Xiao Xian's wrist and quickly withdrew it. Turning away, she wiped her tears and urged, Xiao Xian, you should hurry inside. If the villagers see you, they'll only gossip. With that, Shen Qingwan led He Yi into the small courtyard. Wiping away his tears, Xiao Xian shakily stood up. As he entered the courtyard, his eyes fell upon Shen Qingwan, who was washing clothes. He hurried over, eager to assist her. However, He Yi immediately blocked his path, his tall frame positioned defiantly before Xiao Xian, baring his teeth in a fearsome manner. Xiao Xian, taken aback by He Yi's hostility, felt no fear in his heart. In truth, He Yi could be considered a benefactor, or rather a faithful canine companion. In the tumultuous years he had endured, there had been numerous occasions where he had contemplated inflicting harm upon Shen Qingwan. Yet he had been thwarted, primarily due to He Yi's vigilant presence. At this point in time, Xiao Xian had not yet descended into the depths of gambling addiction. and thus the damage inflicted upon Shen Qingwan was not profound. Reflecting on his past life, he knew that in the subsequent 6 months, his violence towards her would escalate. During that period, He would become fiercely protective, nearly biting him at every encounter, as if to defend Shen Qingwan at all costs. For this, Xiao Xuan felt nothing but gratitude. What do you want? Shen Qingwan instinctively took a few steps back, her voice laced with caution. Some wounds are etched deep within, not easily soothed by mere slaps. Qingwan, you need not worry. I will not harm you. I acknowledge my past wrongs, and I promise to treat you well from now on. Allow me to assist you with the laundry. Xiao Xuan understood that earning Shen Qingwan's forgiveness would require patience and gradual effort. What? You wish to help me wash clothes? Shen Qingwan's face was a portrait of disbelief. After witnessing Xiao Xuan's prior aggression, she sensed something amiss. Now, he was offering to help her with laundry, which felt utterly bizarre. Are you after money again? She asked, her brows furrowed in suspicion, recalling how Xiao Xuan had previously acted when seeking financial assistance. No, Qingwan, I truly do not want money. Xiao Xuan hastily waved his hands, attempting to step forward and explain, but was firmly blocked by He Yi. He Yi barked aggressively at him, as if to assert his dominion. Xiao Xuan retreated a couple of steps, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his gaze towards Shen Qingwan remained earnest. Vei. Shen Qingwan pondered briefly before signaling for He Yi to step back, taking a step toward the entrance herself. If Xiao Xuan were to deceive her, she would undoubtedly rush into the house without hesitation. Wang He called out. Xiao Xuan raised his hands, confronting He Yi as he slowly made his way towards the washboard. Although washing machines had emerged in this era, most rural households had not yet adopted them, and their garments were typically hand-washed. Sitting on a small stool, Xiao Xuan swiftly began scrubbing the clothes. In his previous life, after learning of his family's situation, he had lived frugally as a form of self-punishment. It was during that time that he learned to perform various household chores, and he finally understood how arduous life had been for Shen Qingwan. He Yi widened his eyes, staring unblinkingly at Xiao Xuan, his face filled with vigilance. As for Shen Qingwan at the door, she watched in astonishment as Xiao Xuan skillfully handled the task at hand. She distinctly remembered that since her marriage, Xiao Xuan had only washed clothes a few times in the initial months and had never engaged in any household duties thereafter. How could his movements be so adept? Suppressing her curiosity, she decided to wait and see. What if this man was merely pretending? Soon, Xiao Xuan had thoroughly washed a bucket of clothes. Grabbing a nearby clothes hanger, he hung each piece on the drying line. Completing this task filled him with a sense of joy. He realized that taking care of Shen Qingwan was indeed a delightful endeavor. Qingwan, may I go in to fetch a set of clothes? Xiao Xuan cautiously asked, glancing at the vigilant He Yi and the still-dazed Shen Qingwan. Oh, yes, of course. Shen Qingwan quickly responded, stepping aside, but He Yi dashed in front of her, protectively shielding her. With his hands raised, Xiao Xuan gingerly entered the main room. The main room was relatively spacious, featuring a square wooden table in the center, surrounded by long benches on each side. Above the table were sturdy beams, as rural folk often liked to bundle straw and place it there. The floor was made of compacted mud, which could become slippery when rainwater splashed in. On either side were large rooms. The left side was for living, while the right side was used for storing miscellaneous items. Xiao Xuan vaguely recalled that this house had been gifted to them by his mother on the occasion of their marriage, while she, along with his younger brother and sister, resided in a dilapidated earthen house. Reflecting on this brought a pang to his heart. He clenched his fists, vowing silently that he would not allow his family to be disappointed again in this life. Shaking off his thoughts, Xiao Xuan entered the room to retrieve a set of clothes. Though he referred to it as a set, it was merely a pair of large shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, with faded patterns that seemed to have been gifted by some relative. Exiting the main room, Xiao Xuan glanced at Shen Qingwan, smiled gently, and said, Qingwan, I'm going to take a shower now. Oh, okay, sure. Shen Qingwan nodded numbly. Watching Xiao Xuan's tall figure, she found herself momentarily entranced. Did he just smile at me? Chapter 4. The mysterious space bracelet in that fleeting moment. Shen Qingwan felt as though the old Xiao Xuan had truly returned. However, she soon shook her head. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. During this time, she had envisioned countless scenarios of Xiao Xian's improvement, yet ultimately, they were nothing more than fleeting dreams. She believed it prudent to prepare for the worst. In the countryside, men were not particularly fastidious about bathing, especially in the summer. In this era, river water was relatively unpolluted, and many young lads enjoyed taking a bar of soap to the riverbank for a quick rinse. Although Xiao Xian had just returned from rebirth, he was naturally aware of such matters. Holding a small iron basin in his hands, he stepped outside. As he reached the riverbank, he noticed a number of people already bathing. Among them were both children and adults. "Hey, look over there, isn't that Xiao Xian? Oh my, it indeed seems to be him. This lad has returned quite early today. Yes, I have seen him stumble back in the dark several times, reeking of alcohol, looking like a piece of mud. Alas, this boy has truly fallen." Upon seeing Xiao Xian approach, the crowd couldn't help but murmur quietly among themselves. Naturally, most of the comments regarding Xiao Xian were unfavorable, as he was notorious for his poor reputation in the village. Unbothered by the scornful remarks, Xiao Xian greeted everyone with a smile. "Uncle Zhongfa, Uncle Dazhuang, Uncle Ernie, you are all here bathing. What a coincidence." Huh. The individuals before him were all elders from the village. Although they held some grievances against Xiao Xian, it was not a matter of deep enmity, and he was too indifferent to dwell on it. The men paused for a moment at his words. Zhang Zhongfa even found himself unable to resist rubbing his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Among them, he harbored the most significant disapproval of Xiao Xian, believing that Xiao Xian had led his only son, Zhang Ergu, astray, as the boy often sought him out to gamble. "Oh right, Xiao Xian, why are you home so early today? The sun hasn't even set." Li Dazhuang jested with a laugh. "Oh, I grew weary of playing outside and decided to return," Xiao Xian replied with a smile. Having been reborn, his heart had broadened significantly, and he no longer took trivial matters to heart. Just witnessing everyone happily gathered together for a bath filled him with contentment. "Well, that's good, Xiao Xian, not to admonish you, but you should try to gamble less in the future. Your wife is quite pregnant. Look at yourself." Wang Erniu, known for his sincerity, could not refrain from offering this piece of advice, though as he spoke, he felt a gentle nudge from Li Dazhuang, clearly a reminder to keep his comments in check. In truth, the villagers had once held a favorable view of Xiao Xian. Not only was he handsome, but he was also quite earnest. Many of the older villagers had previously counseled him when he began to go astray, yet he had paid them no heed, and at times even uttered unkind words. Over time, the villagers grew distant from him. Wang Erniu understood the implication, sighed softly, and chose not to say more. A sense of quiet regret lingered in my heart. How could such a fine child transform into this? Indeed, as Uncle Erniu said, I shall no longer gamble. Xiao Xian smiled faintly, removing his short sleeves, and, as he waded into the river, he replied with laughter. What? The crowd paused in astonishment. Did they just hear Xiao Xian declare he would no longer gamble? Had the sun risen from the west? Their faces reflected disbelief, akin to having witnessed a ghost. Xiao Xian was well aware of their thoughts, but chose to remain silent. Empty words without action are mere pretenses. He would eventually reveal his transformation to them. Suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds erupted nearby, jolting them from their stupor. Oh no, Ermao has fallen into the pit, a child exclaimed in alarm. Many of the village children enjoyed bathing by the river, typically accompanied by adults, so accidents were not a common concern. The so-called pit refer to areas in the riverbed that have been trampled by large animals like water buffalo, resulting in significant depressions where children lacking swimming skills could find themselves submerged. With a splash, Xiao Xian reacted swiftly, diving into the water while the adults were still momentarily stunned. Bubbling sound continued. This was Ermao's second visit to the river for a bath. His swimming skills were not comparable to others, and the sudden turn of events left him bewildered. He flailed his arms and legs, desperately trying to keep afloat. But despite his efforts, he did not surface. Just then, he felt a warmth beneath him, as if someone had lifted him up. Gasping for air, Ermao experienced a profound sense of relief. Ermao, are you all right? Xiao Xian emerged from the water, his face etched with concern. Xian coughed, Brother Xian. Upon recognizing his rescuer, Ermao momentarily froze. Are you okay? Xiao Xian inquired again. I'm fine. Thank you, Brother Xian. Ermao quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. Although the village children could be mischievous, they were not lacking in manners. Despite some families harboring disdain for Xiao Xian, the children affectionately addressed him as Brother Xian. It's all good. Xiao Xian affectionately ruffled Ermao's hair and smiled. Just then, Li Dazhuang approached. Xiao Xian, thank you so much, Li Dazhuang said, slightly embarrassed. He had momentarily lost focus and had not anticipated his son falling into the water. No need to mention it, Uncle Dazhuang. Xiao Xian chuckled, guiding Ermao back to Li Dazhuang. After brushing himself off, Xiao Xian picked up a water basin, preparing to leave. Uncles, I'm heading home now. Oh, all right. Take care on your way. The group, initially stunned, quickly responded after regaining their wits. All right, see you. As they watched Xiao Xian's retreating figure, exchanged glances revealed their astonishment. Why does Xiao Xian seem a bit different today? Wang Ernie couldn't help but remark. This is not merely a slight difference. He is an entirely different person. Li Dazhuang held Ermao, speaking with fervor. Ever since Xiao Xian fell into those detrimental habits, his demeanor towards the villagers had plummeted. He once greeted his uncles and aunts with warmth, but now he regarded them as mere shadows. It was utterly inconceivable for him to greet them with such enthusiasm as he did today. Upon returning home, Xiao Xian changed out of his damp clothing. Suddenly, he felt something resting against his wrist. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a finely crafted bracelet quietly adorning his arm. When did I put on a bracelet? Xiao Xian mused, filled with uncertainty, and reached to remove it. To his astonishment, the moment his palm brushed the bracelet, he felt an irresistible force pulling him into another realm. After a moment of swaying, Xiao Xian finally steadied himself. As he lifted his gaze, he was utterly transfixed by the enchanting scenery surrounding him. The air was thick with ethereal mist, swirling in a manner reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Xiao Xian's mouth fell agape as he took a few steps forward. Looking down, he was astonished to find himself standing upon a patch of land. However, unlike ordinary soil, this ground was an exquisite shade of emerald green. It felt as though he were immersed in a verdant lake, leaving him utterly awestruck. He bent down to grasp a handful of the green soil, and a silky sensation surged through his fingertips, filling him with unparalleled delight. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he raised his hand to inhale the enchanting aroma of the soil. A peculiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily moan in delight. The scent bore a resemblance to the refreshing essence of fruits, evoking a sense of ease throughout his being. What on earth is this place? Xiao Xian pondered, standing upright and surveying his surroundings. To his astonishment, beside the verdant expanse lay a mystical spring. He hurried over to inspect whether the water possessed any extraordinary qualities. Indeed, as he approached the spring, waves of potent spiritual energy enveloped him, invigorating his senses and making each breath feel remarkably clearer. Could this truly be a divine spring? In his previous life, Xiao Xian had encountered tales of miraculous herbs capable of reviving the dead, and this spring seemed to embody such extraordinary attributes. Should he dare to taste it? The thought flitted through his mind, only to be promptly extinguished. Having been granted a second chance at life, he couldn't risk it. What if the water was toxic? It would mean his demise once more. Resolving to contemplate other options, he departed from the spring and continued onward. The mist cloaked the area, leaving him uncertain of its expanse and how long he might wander before discovering its limits. Suddenly, as if reflecting his innermost thoughts, the mist dissipated, revealing the true visage of this extraordinary space before him. Upon discerning the situation, Xiao Xian could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Before his eyes lay a mountain, a lake, a field, and a spring. The towering rocks were insurmountable, adorned with various majestic trees whose straight trunks exuded an aesthetic beauty. Wisps of ethereal mist lingered over the lake, reminiscent of a celestial paradise, presumably the source of the fog. The fields were a vibrant green, seemingly capable of nurturing all forms of life, The lively spring ebbed and flowed, occasionally bubbling forth with an enchanting vitality. Could this truly be a realm of immortals? At this moment, Xiao Xuan was utterly astounded by the scene before him. What a divine place was this! If only he could bring his family to reside here. Would they never have to worry about making a living again? The thought ignited an overwhelming excitement within him. However, soon another question arose. Where on earth was the exit? Just then, that formidable force re-emerged, and Xiao Xian's figure flickered, reappearing in the room. Observing his surroundings, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this truly the exit? He had expected to find some sort of passageway. Wait a moment, a thought struck him, and the expression on his face gradually morphed into one of exhilaration. With a mere thought, he found himself once again in the mysterious space. This time, he was mentally prepared, and, as he materialized in that instant, his form steadied immediately. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Xiao Xuan as he began to leap back and forth between the mysterious space and the room. After a few minutes, feeling somewhat fatigued, he finally exited the space. The excitement remained evident on his face. The prospect of being able to traverse this space thrilled him. What a splendid environment. If he could develop his enterprise within, he could hardly contain his drool at the mere thought. Yet, he pondered whether he could bring others into this space. That would require further experimentation on his part. At that moment, Xiao Xuan faintly heard the sounds of cooking emanating from outside. It must be Qingwan preparing dinner. I should hurry to assist her. Stepping outside, he made his way directly to the kitchen at the back. In rural households, traditional earth stoves are typically used for cooking, and due to the need for constant firewood replenishment, it is rather inconvenient for one person to manage the cooking alone. As Xiao Xuan approached the kitchen door, intending to enter directly, he halted at the sight of Black Ye's unfriendly gaze. He raised his hand, preparing to knock. Just then, he noticed that the bracelet that had just appeared on his wrist had vanished. Xiao Xuan furrowed his brow and retreated back to the main room, only to discover that the bracelet had reappeared. Could it be that the bracelet cannot be visible in front of others? After several back-and-forth experiments, Xiao Xuan could only temporarily conclude this. Shaking his head, he resolved to help Shen Qingwan with the cooking first. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Qingwan, momentarily pausing her actions with the vegetables, looked curiously towards the door. Qingwan, let me help you. Xiao Xuan smiled gently and addressed Shen Qingwan. Ah, you can cook? Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired. Yes, a little. Xiao Xuan nodded with a smile. In his previous life, he had devoted some time to mastering the culinary arts, so he had some skills. Oh, well then. Feeling the sincerity in Xiao Xuan's gaze, Shen Qingwan could not help but agree. However, she instinctively moved closer to He Ye's side. He Ye also slowly stood up, baring his teeth, ready for a potential confrontation. Observing the dynamic between the man and the dog, Xiao Xuan felt a tinge of helplessness. Just how much a rogue must he be to evoke such disdain from a mere dog? Chapter 5. Younger Sister. Xiao Xuan approached the stove and stoked the flames, waiting for the oil to heat up before skillfully adding the vegetables. A sizzling sound erupted as the once overflowing basket of greens diminished to a mere plate after a few deft tosses. Watching Xiao Xuan's fluid movements, Shen Qingwan was once again astonished. Could it be that Xiao Xuan truly knew how to cook? In just a few short hours, he had surprised her twice. She found herself increasingly perplexed by this man before her. What was he truly up to? Soon enough, amidst Shen Qingwan's astonished gaze, Xiao Xuan finished stir-frying the vegetables. Should I bring the cucumber slices as well? He inquired with a smile, glancing at the already prepared cucumber on the cutting board. Ah, yes, yes, Shen Qingwan stammered, quickly nodding in affirmation. With that, Xiao Xuan carried 2 plates of vegetables into the living room through the back door. Given the family's already meager circumstances, coupled with Xiao Xuan's previous indulgent lifestyle and lack of income, they could only rely on the vegetables they grew at home. Shen Qingwan entered carrying 2 bowls of rice. Noticing the small portions, Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. Each of their bowls contained but a small amount of rice, with Shen Qingwan's portion even slightly smaller than his. Sensing the shift in Xiao Xuan's expression, Shen Qingwan's heart tightened, and she hastily explained, "We're nearly out of rice. I will go to the market tomorrow to buy some." In southern rural areas, families usually cultivated rice, so it was rare for them to face hunger. However, due to inconvenient transportation, carrying a large sack of rice to the market was rather troublesome, and such tasks were typically undertaken by the men, as women generally lacked the strength for it. "No need, you can stay home tomorrow. I will go," Xiao Xuan quickly replied, realizing the situation. In his previous life, Shen Qingwan had made this trip several times. Though help was often at hand, it was undeniably an arduous task for her as a pregnant woman. Now that he had returned, how could he allow her to endure such hardships for him? "Oh, what did you say?" Shen Qingwan froze momentarily, seemingly realizing something was amiss, and stuttered her question. "You will stay home tomorrow. I will go." Xiao Xuan set down his chopsticks, gazing earnestly at Shen Qingwan, articulating each word with sincerity. Upon finishing, he did not await her response, but directly took the bowl before her and placed it in front of himself. Shen Qingwan momentarily froze, her eyes quickly dimming. Indeed, had she been overly optimistic? However, Xiao Xuan's subsequent action astonished her once more. He abruptly poured a generous mound of rice from his bowl into Shen Qingwan's, followed by an ample serving of vegetables and cucumber slices, finally pushing it toward her. "Eat," he instructed, his head still bowed as he lifted a cucumber slice to his own mouth. "Xiao Xuan, you aren't eating?" Shen Qingwan stared blankly at the scene before her, her expression shifting in disbelief. Was this truly the Xiao Xuan she had known? In the years since their marriage, apart from a few instances early on when he had served her, such generosity had been absent, let alone an act as grand as transferring all the rice from his bowl to hers. "Am I not eating? To be honest, Qingwan, your cucumber slices are truly delightful," Xiao Xuan remarked, a look of sheer enjoyment gracing his features as he praised her. Shen Qingwan found herself momentarily flustered by this unexpected compliment. Observing Xiao Xuan, she felt her eyes inexplicably dampening. How many times had she fantasized about such a harmonious scene? To her astonishment, she was actually experiencing it today. Even if this were merely a dream, she felt it was worth it. She could only wish that this dream would linger a little longer, ideally never waking from it. She desperately wished to avoid the sensation of plummeting from paradise to despair. It would drive her to madness. Just as Shen Qingwan was overwhelmed with emotion, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted her reverie. Instinctively, she began to rise, preparing to answer, but Xiao Xuan quickly raised his hand to halt her movement. "You stay seated. I shall go." "Okay, all right." Shen Qingwan slowly settled back down, watching the silhouette of the man before her, unable to restrain her joyful tears. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Xuan could remain like this forever. Creak! The door swung open, revealing the figure of a little girl in Xiao Xuan's line of sight. The girl was strikingly vibrant, her small ponytail dancing in the breeze, exuding an exceptional liveliness. A hint of a smile graced her lips, bestowing a refreshing aura upon those who beheld her. With delicate features and a well-proportioned figure, her simple attire could hardly conceal her charm. Her name was Xiao, the third child of the Xiao family and Xiao Xuan's younger sister. "Big brother." Upon seeing Xiao Xuan opening the door, Xiao's smile immediately faded, her expression turning somewhat anxious as she greeted him. "Hey, Xiao, be good." The instant he laid eyes on the little girl, Xiao Xuan felt a pang in his heart, memories of his pitiful sister's past flooding his mind. He recalled that Xiao had excelled academically. Had she continued her studies, she likely would have achieved great success. However, due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding his own past, she had been compelled to leave school, shouldering the burden of their frail family with her delicate frame. Later, in order to repay her debts, she married a man she did not love. In Xiao Xuan's heart, it was only guilt for her elder brother. Noticing Xiao Xuan unexpectedly placing his hand on his head, Xiao hurriedly took 2 steps back. In the dim light, 2 crystalline tears slowly streamed down Xiao Xuan's face, ultimately falling heavily to the ground. "Elder brother, why are you?" Xiao looked at Xiao Xuan in astonishment, bewildered by his tearful expression upon seeing her. Why was he crying in front of her for no apparent reason? Her mind was filled with confusion. Today, her elder brother seemed somewhat different. Oh no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Xiao Xuan realized he had lost his composure and quickly wiped away the traces of tears on his face. Then he flashed a bright smile at his sister. Xiao, did you come here for something? After marrying Qingwan, their mother had moved out with the younger sister and second brother. The younger brother often worked away from home, leaving only their mother and sister at home, although they lived not too far away. Xiao rarely dared to visit because of him. Huh? Oh, right. Mom asked me to call you. She said she has something to say to you. Xiao paused for a moment before hurriedly speaking. Chapter 6. Child, why are you being so polite with your sister-in-law? Oh, then I'll go over now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan lifted his foot, preparing to leave. However, when he noticed that Xiao had not followed him, he paused slightly. Xiao, aren't you coming back? No, I'll stay here for a while with sister-in-law. Xiao shifted slightly to the side, as if trying to conceal something. Xiao Xuan naturally noticed his sister's small movement, but did not pay it much mind. Oh, all right, I'll head over first, he said before walking out of the courtyard. After a little over a minute, Xiao quietly ran to the courtyard entrance, glancing outside to confirm that her elder brother had left before finally breathing a sigh of relief. She cautiously approached the nearby bushes and carefully lifted a porcelain bowl tightly wrapped in black burlap, grinning as she entered the main room. Sister-in-law, Xiao is here. Although Xiao did not particularly like the current Xiao Xuan, she held great affection for her sister-in-law. When Shen Qingwan had just married in, she had treated her to many delicious foods. Hey Xiao, come in quickly and sit down, Shen Qingwan exclaimed with a smile, eagerly rising to greet her. Sister-in-law, guess what good thing I brought you? Upon meeting, Xiao displayed a radiant smile, her large eyes squinting into crescent shapes, utterly adorable. Looking at the little girl before her, Shen Qingwan felt both love and heartache. She truly regarded Xiao as her own sister. However, she was also aware of the family's circumstances. The few acres of land tended by their mother yielded little profit after deducting expenses for pesticides and fertilizers. The sole source of income for the family was the younger brother, Xiao, who worked away from home. The tuition for Xiao's next semester remained unsettled, a matter that troubled her greatly. Suppressing the melancholy within her heart, Shen Qingwan smiled and inquired, "Oh, what is it?" Elder sister-in-law, look." Xiao giggled as she gently unveiled the cloth, revealing the golden, glistening steamed egg in the bowl. Wow, it's actually steamed egg? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shen Qingwan's eyes. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last savored meat. Although people in the countryside typically raised chickens and ducks, the fowl from her home had long been given away by Xiao, leaving her without any eggs to eat. Furthermore, purchasing free-range eggs from others would cost at least 50 cents each, a luxury she could hardly afford. Yes, elder sister-in-law, hurry and eat. When elder brother returns, there will be none left, Xiao exclaimed, unable to suppress her salivation. This was the only 2 eggs they had at home. Their mother had informed her that her elder sister-in-law was pregnant and needed to replenish her nutrition. Thus, she had given both eggs to her sister-in-law. However, no matter how understanding she was, she remained just a 3rd-grade child, unable to resist the temptation of such delectable food. Wait a moment. I will fetch you a spoon. With that, she promptly turned and dashed to the kitchen. Hey, elder sister-in-law, I don't need it. Xiao attempted to stop her sister-in-law, but it was too late. Soon, Shen Qingwan returned with 2 spoons in hand. Here, let us eat together, Shen Qingwan said with a gentle smile. No, you are pregnant and need to nourish yourself. I think I should step outside. Saying this, Xiao prepared to leave. Oh, you silly child. When your sister-in-law invites you to eat, you should eat. Why are you running outside? Shen Qingwan quickly grasped her little hand, speaking with a feigned sternness. Come on. Shen Qingwan scooped a spoonful of the golden steamed egg and offered it to Xiao, signaling her to open her mouth. Sigh, elder sister-in-law, Shen Qingwan furrowed her delicate brows and pretended to glare at her. Oh, fine. Xiao reluctantly opened her mouth, and with a slurp, she consumed the incredibly tender steamed egg. Wow, it's so delicious. The fragrant egg custard flowed down her throat into her belly. A delightful sensation prompting Xiao 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 to exclaim, "Puffed! All right, you can choose to eat on your own now. Don't be polite with your sister-in-law." Seeing the little girl's expression, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle. Handing the spoon to her, she too began to enjoy the steamed egg. Hee, thank you. Elder sister-in-law. Having tasted the exquisite flavor of the steamed egg, the little girl could no longer resist the allure of the delicious food, eagerly taking the spoon and savoring it in small bites. Silly girl. Before long, 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the two had nearly finished their meal. Suddenly, they heard a series of rapid footsteps approaching from outside. Oh no, elder brother is back. Elder sister-in-law, I must go. Xiao 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 hurriedly stood up, wrapping the large bowl in the cloth and cradling it in her arms as she made her way out. Be careful on the way. Shen Qingwan shook her head helplessly, offering a reminder. Creaking open the door, Xiao 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 was slightly taken aback to find that Xiao Xian was not in the yard. Huh, where is elder brother? The young girl leaned her head out, glancing around to confirm that Xiao Xian was indeed absent, before bending her body and hurriedly darting outside. Unbeknownst to her, once she had completely exited the courtyard, a figure emerged from beneath the large locust tree within. This individual was none other than Xiao Xian himself. Upon his return home, he had noticed the absence of his mother. After inquiring with Aunt Zhang next door, he learned that his mother had gone to the vegetable garden. At that moment, he found it puzzling. Had she not called him over to speak? Why had she left? However, he quickly pieced everything together. It seemed that the clever girl, Xiao Xiao, had devised a plan to deliberately distract him. He had sensed something peculiar about her before, and now it appeared she had delivered something to Qingwan, wishing to keep him in the dark. Thus, when he had made a bit of noise outside, he had hidden behind the large locust tree, intending to ease the little girl's anxiety. Observing Xiao Zhao's departing figure, Xiao Xian could not help but smile wryly. He realized he had been quite the scoundrel in the past and needed to allow everyone to witness his transformation step by step. As he entered the main room, Xiao Xian immediately spotted Shen Qingwan tidying up the dishes. Let me help. Just then, Hei Yi, who had been curled up beneath the table, suddenly opened his eyes brightly. Woof, woof, woof. Hei Yi, Shen Qingwan gently patted the large dog's head, signaling him to refrain from barking. She took a few steps back, then nodded in agreement. She was uncertain how long Xiao Xian could maintain this state, but she wished to savor every moment of this blissful time. Xiao Xian stepped forward, tidied the dishes, and proceeded into the kitchen. In rural areas, people's routines are generally quite regular, as they do not often work overtime. Therefore, by the time Xiao Xian finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, Shen Qingwan had already entered her room. In the modest main room, the dim yellow light cast a soft glow on Xiao Xian's slightly yellowed skin. Hei Yi lay at the doorway, glaring at Xiao Xian with a hostile expression. This eerie atmosphere sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Xian took a few steps closer, attempting to approach Hei Yi, but the dog's demeanor became increasingly menacing. Never mind, Xiao Xian decided to retreat. It seemed Hei Yi would not forgive him anytime soon. Just then, Xiao Xian suddenly noticed that the mysterious bracelet had reappeared. This made him ponder. Did the bracelet only manifest when no one was watching? Considering his previous experiments along with the current situation, he believed this possibility was quite substantial. Chapter 7. Good boy, you're a dog. Since the bracelet could appear before Hei Yi, could he possibly bring Hei Yi into that mysterious space? With this thought, Xiao Xian's heart began to race. He cautiously edged closer to Hei Yi, whose expression grew increasingly fierce. From initially lying on the ground with a muffled grunt as a warning, the dog now stood, baring its teeth, ready to strike at any moment, which only heightened Xiao Xian's anxiety. As the distance between the two was less than a meter, Hei Yi suddenly shouted and lunged toward Xiao Xian. Startled, Xiao Xian's mind raced, and in the next moment, both he and the dog vanished without a trace. When Hei Yi and Xiao Xian reappeared, they found themselves in a mysterious realm. With the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain, Hei Yi pounced into a void of air. Turning around, it prepared to launch another attack on Xiao Xian. However, upon inhaling the abundant, ethereal air of this place, The dog's eyes widened in astonishment. After glancing at Xiao Xuan and then at the nearby Chui Tian, He hesitated for a brief moment before dashing towards Chui Tian. Upon leaping into the lush field, He appeared to discover a treasure, joyfully bouncing around with enthusiasm. Its large black paws vigorously dug into the ground. Such splendid earth should not go unturned by He. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that He was quite fond of this location. He approached the spiritual spring, contemplated for a moment, and called out, He. Suddenly, He halted. Its ears perked up in curiosity as it turned to look at Xiao Xuan. With a gesture, Xiao Xuan scooped up a handful of clear spring water and pointed towards He, eager to let the dog sample the wondrous liquid. Upon seeing this, He's eyes widened in excitement, and it sprinted over. With a long, eager tongue, He tasted the magical spring water. Just after a sip, it abruptly raised its head, gazing at Xiao Xuan with an expression of disbelief. Perhaps it was merely Xiao Xuan's imagination, but in that fleeting moment, he felt as though He's eyes were no longer vacant, but instead shimmered with human-like wisdom. He's tongue moved like a perpetual motion machine, continuously repeating the act of tasting. Is it delicious? Xiao Xuan found himself asking a question that felt absurd even to him. How could He comprehend his words? Yet, the next moment, He's reaction left him utterly astonished. To his disbelief, the dog looked at him and actually nodded its head before letting out a bark. This scene truly took Xiao Xuan by surprise. Could it be that He had acquired sentience? People often say that dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. In his previous life, Xiao Xuan had encountered many obedient canines, such as police dogs, which could assist officers with complex situations. However, such behavior was the result of extensive training. The idea of a dog suddenly understanding human speech was nothing short of fantastical. He, observing Xiao Xuan's bewildered expression, shook its head in exasperation. What on earth? Xiao Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at He's earlier actions. He, you can't really understand what I'm saying, can you? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he trembled, speaking hesitantly. He nodded, tilting its head in confusion as it gazed at Xiao Xuan. Was it truly so simple for such an intelligent dog to comprehend human language? My goodness! Xiao Xuan was utterly astonished. Black Lord had truly transcended into a being of wisdom. Observing Xiao Xuan's bewildered expression, Black Lord couldn't help but shake his canine head once more. His tongue lapped eagerly at the spring water, his eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. After a prolonged moment of shock, Xiao Xuan gradually rose to his feet. Be Black Lord, he tentatively called out. Woof! Black Lord turned his head, casting a displeased glance at him. Xiao Xuan, unable to suppress an intake of breath, realized that it was no mere illusion. Black Lord genuinely comprehended his words. Do you like it here? Xiao Xuan swallowed hard and continued to inquire. Woof! Black Lord nodded in affirmation, seemingly bemused. After all, who could resist such delightful water? And do you like me? Xiao Xuan pressed on. At this, Black Lord's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression turning fierce. He opened his mouth wide and barked furiously at him. All right, Black Lord, let us change the subject. Xiao Xuan exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Black Lord's intelligence was evidently on par with that of an average child. So, Black Lord, is it because you drank this water that you can understand my words? Xiao Xuan asked earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Black Lord. Woof! After a moment's contemplation, Black Lord gave a reluctant nod. Xiao Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the enchanted spring, filled with incredulity. Could this spring indeed awaken intelligence in animals? How utterly extraordinary! A sudden thought struck him, reminiscent of a blockbuster he had watched in his past life, where a tale unfolded of gorillas gaining intelligence and ultimately threatening the planet. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. No, he must not allow such a thing to occur. Clearly, he could not let other animals drink from this spring carelessly. Yet he pondered, what would happen if humans were to partake? Xiao Xuan's gaze grew increasingly fervent. If a dog could comprehend human speech, perhaps humans might also experience some wondrous effect. Glancing at the lively Black Lord, he decided to observe for another day. If all remained well after a day, he would consider sampling the spring water himself. With these thoughts settled, Xiao Xuan felt a surge of positivity. He leaned closer to Black Lord. I know I have wronged Qingwan in the past, and you must have borne witness to it. You must despise me for it. Woof. Black Lord nodded gravely in response. Clearing his throat, Xiao Xuan continued. I have come to recognize my errors and wish to make amends. In the days to come, I intend to treat Qingwan with utmost care. Black Lord, could you assist me? Woof. Black Lord shook his head without hesitation. Why does Black Lord always have his own opinions? Xiao Xuan mused. After a moment's reflection, he pointed to the spring beside them. How about this? If you agree to help me, I shall bring you here to play every day. Would that be agreeable? Black Lord, eyeing the bubbling spring water, swallowed hard, ultimately succumbing to temptation and nodded his head. Woof, you've got yourself a deal, pup. Chapter 8. The enchanting emerald field. With a gleeful heart, Xiao Xuan extended his right hand, signaling for Black Daddy to shake hands. Woof. Black Daddy rolled his eyes, reluctantly extending his paw for a brief, symbolic handshake. Delighted to collaborate, Xiao Xuan exclaimed, his face radiant with joy. At last, he had secured Black Daddy as assistance, which would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors in winning over his beloved. After a short while, noticing that Black Daddy had quenched his thirst, Xiao Xuan led him out of the mysterious space. Upon returning to the entrance of his room, he found the door still closed. Rather than rushing inside, he decided to visit the backyard. Their house stood at the far end of the village, and behind the kitchen was once a vast expanse of grassland, which had since been cultivated into a vegetable garden. Many of the vegetables they consumed were harvested from this very plot. Xiao Xuan recalled that there was a nearly withered peach tree in the garden. He wondered if it could thrive within the space he had created. Let us go, Black Daddy. Soon, they arrived at the backyard. The hour past 8, the sky darkening, illuminated only by the moonlight. There it was. Spotting the crooked peach tree behind the kitchen, Xiao Xuan's heart soared, and he hurried over. Black Daddy, help me dig it out, he instructed. Woof. Black Daddy barked in response, but complied nonetheless. Crack, crack, crack. Under Black Daddy's mighty claws, a sizable pit quickly formed beneath the peach tree. Enough, enough. Xiao Xuan waved his hands, signaling for Black Daddy to cease. Grasping a withered branch of the peach tree, he focused his mind and returned to the mysterious space. Black Daddy's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Hey, where's the door? He seemed to wonder, unable to locate the entrance. Ignoring Black Daddy's confusion, Xiao Xuan lifted the half-dead peach tree, preparing to dig a hole. However, before he could act, the verdant soil of the emerald field suddenly parted on its own, revealing a pit of moderate size before Xiao Xuan's eyes. Woof! Black Daddy jumped excitedly at the edge of the pit, utterly astonished. Xiao Xuan was taken aback as well. Could it be that he could control the soil of this space with his thoughts? He then proceeded to create several more large holes using the same method. Indeed, it is so. Xiao Xuan rejoiced inwardly. If this were the case, he would no longer have to toil as hard to dig the earth, significantly alleviating his burdens. Setting aside his thoughts, Xiao Xuan placed the peach tree directly into the hole, focused his mind, and buried its roots. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. The once desiccated trunk began to shed its old bark, fresh skin growing at an observable pace. In less than 10 minutes, the withered trunk seemed to be revitalized, bursting forth with vibrant greenery. Wow, the soil was truly remarkable. It broadened Xiao Xuan's horizons, as he had never encountered such extraordinary soil in his previous life. A withered tree reborn in spring. The phenomenon that once resided solely in the realm of myth has indeed unfolded before his very eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. At this pace, Xiao Xuan mused, he might be able to indulge in peaches by tomorrow. He recalled how Shen Qingwan had always cherished peaches. It was precisely for this reason that she had once ventured to purchase a peach sapling from the market, only for it to perish due to inadequate care later on. If she were to see a table laden with plump, crimson peaches tomorrow morning, she would undoubtedly be filled with delight. Lost in such thoughts, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but break into a silly grin. Just as he was lost in his reverie, Yi suddenly called out, pulling him back into reality. All right, Yi, let us return for now and come back to check in the morning. With that, the man and his dog exited the space. Creaking softly, Xiao Xuan opened the door and entered with Yi in tow. At that moment, Shen Qingwan was diligently knitting a sweater for the baby growing within her. Hearing the sounds at the door, she paused momentarily and glanced towards it. When she spotted Yi following Xiao Xuan without a hint of hostility, she was taken aback. Are you knitting for the baby? Xiao Xuan inquired, brushing off the dirt from his clothes with a smile. Yes, yes, Shen Qingwan replied, contemplating whether to voice her curiosity. Xiao Xuan, where did you just go? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted asking. Was she being too intrusive? Xiao Xuan had already exhibited such good behavior today. Why did she feel the need to ask? Oh, I just want to check on the vegetable garden, he answered, much to her surprise, as he displayed no signs of impatience, but rather an air of gentleness. Ah, all right then. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shen Qingwan nodded vigorously. It's getting late. We should rest early. Xiao Xuan removed his short-sleeved shirt and moved towards Shen Qingwan. A pang of anxiety struck her, and she instinctively recoiled. Could Xiao Xuan be contemplating something inappropriate? After all, she was already over 3 months along. The village aunties had mentioned that engaging in such activities at this stage could pose a risk to the baby. If Xiao Xuan were to act recklessly, she would never consent. Seeing this, Yi sprang forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Xuan, his bright eyes brimming with a warning. Xiao Xuan was taken aback, then recalled an incident from the previous month. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and, upon returning home, had nearly crossed a line with Shen Qingwan. Thankfully, Yi had intervened, and other villagers had arrived in time to prevent the situation from escalating. Since then, his mother had procured a second-hand single bed for him. While it couldn't entirely eliminate the possibility of such occurrences, it was the only solution they could devise. Reflecting on this, Xiao Xuan finally grasped Shen Qingwan's reaction and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Qingwan, you needn't worry. I will not do anything to you. I merely wish to sleep. He raised both hands in a gesture of reassurance. As he spoke, his figure crossed over the bed where Shen Qingwan lay and approached the single bed beside it. With a sigh of relief, Shen Qingwan finally relaxed. In fact, during the initial days of their marriage, she had held a considerable anticipation for the intimacy between men and women. However, ever since Xiao Xuan's transformation, that anticipation had morphed into fear. Let's sleep, Xiao Xuan declared, promptly lying down on the single bed. Being second-hand, the bed's quality was rather poor. Even a slight shift would produce creaking sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. He lay there, gazing up at the ceiling, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Veith, their dog, settled on the floor between them. Although Xiao Xuan had given him some treats, should he dare to bully his master? Yi would not let him off easily. Shen Qingwan continued to knit for a while longer, but as her eyes began to feel sore, she set her work aside and lay down. Unable to resist, she glanced over at Xiao Xuan, relieved to find he was unaware of her gaze. The soft, grayish-yellow light illuminated the chiseled contours of his profile, adding an alluring charm to his appearance. As she looked on, a stunning smile unconsciously curved her lips, reminiscent of the time when she had just married this man. In the blissful days of newlywed life, she felt both anticipation and anxiety for the morrow, wondering if he might revert to his former self. Chapter 9. The night swiftly passed. Before dawn, Xiao Xuan quietly rose from his slumber. Yi, alert, opened his eyes at the sound. Yi, we're leaving, Xiao Xuan instructed, and together, man and dog stealthily exited the room. Upon reaching the backyard, Xiao Xuan recalled the spot where Yi had dug a hole for the peach tree and, with a thought, transported them both into the space. Once they steadied themselves and beheld the scene before them, they were both rendered speechless. Not far off, a lush peach tree stood serenely in the verdant field. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, releasing the unique fragrance of peaches into the air. My heavens, it has grown so large, Xiao Xuan exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Although he had considered the possibility the night before, witnessing the scene before him was an overwhelming visual impact. Woof, woof. He could no longer contain his excitement. He dashed forward, attempting to climb the peach tree. Woof, woof. He drooled with eagerness, wanting to pluck a few peaches. However, after much effort, he failed to retrieve even a single peach. Turning back, he exchanged knowing glances with Xiao Xuan. They're coming, they're coming. Xiao Xuan understood and hurried over. As he approached the peach tree, the fragrant aroma intensified. He realized this scent was distinctly different from ordinary peach fragrances. Inhaling it made his mind feel remarkably clearer, as if awakening from a slumber. Without a second thought, Xiao Xuan extended his hand, intending to pluck a peach. However, the moment he grasped the fruit, he paused in surprise. This peach appeared to be slightly larger than those outside. Woof, woof. Blackie anxiously jumped around, urging him with a couple of barks. Realizing the situation, Xiao Xuan quickly picked a peach. He weighed it in his hand, astonished to find it must weigh at least half a pound. Here, he exclaimed, squatting down to place the peach on the ground. Curiosity piqued. Dogs typically do not have a fondness for fruits, so why was Blackie so enamored with this peach? Blackie sniffed eagerly at the large peach, and upon catching the intoxicating aroma, his eyes sparkled with delight. He joyfully rolled on the ground several times before beginning to savor the peach. Smack, smack, smack. The expression on Blackie's face grew increasingly animated, and by the end, he even mimicked a human by sitting up straight, using his front paws to hold the peach up to his mouth as he enthusiastically gnawed at it. Goodness, this spectacle left Xiao Xuan utterly astounded. Blackie was truly remarkable. Woof. Blackie paused his pawing, his mouth smeared with sticky juice, looking quite comical as he rolled his eyes dramatically at Xiao Xuan. This creature was incessantly noisy. Observing that Blackie had devoured nearly half the peach, Xiao Xuan swallowed hard, plucked another peach for himself, and began to relish it. With just one bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. The peach's flavor was exquisite, soft, juicy, and fragrant. Yet, what surprised Xiao Xuan even more than the taste was its effect. With each bite of the succulent flesh, he felt as though his body was undergoing a rejuvenating transformation. He felt invigorated, fatigue dissipating, and even his thoughts became clearer. This peach was extraordinary. Smack, smack, smack. In no time, Xiao Xuan finished an entire peach. He patted his belly, a smile slowly curving his lips. I wonder how Qingwan will react upon seeing such a large peach. The thought made Xiao Xuan smile broaden unconsciously. However, he soon confronted a rather tricky dilemma. When Qingwan sees such a large peach, she will undoubtedly inquire about its origin. How should he respond? After pondering for a moment, an idea sparked in his mind. I wonder if this tree can be moved? According to his understanding, he should be able to manipulate this space. Thus, relocating the peach tree should be feasible, right? Resolute in his intent, Xiao Xuan concentrated, and in an instant, he and Blackie vanished from sight. Upon opening his eyes, he hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Unfortunately, he was dismayed to find that the grand peach tree was nowhere in sight. Alas, this posed a bit of a conundrum. Xiao Xuan raked his fingers through his hair, anxiously pacing back and forth in the vegetable garden. A minute passed, and suddenly he turned around, only to be greeted by a fragrant breeze that struck his head with a sharp pain, causing him to stagger backward. What on earth was that? Xiao Xuan muttered, rubbing his forehead and frowning as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a colossal peach tree, laden with abundant fruit and lush foliage. Wasn't this the very peach tree from the space he had just encountered? Both Xiao Xuan and He Yi stared in astonishment at the magnificent tree before them. After recovering from their shock, Xiao Xuan began to ponder. Could it be that the teleportation function had a delay? Perhaps larger objects were more challenging to transfer. He realized that his time in this mysterious space had been too brief, and some functionalities would have to be explored gradually. Setting aside his thoughts, he scrutinized the peach tree closely. It was evident that, deprived of the nourishing emerald soil, the tree had lost some of its vitality compared to before. Xiao Xuan speculated that if the tree remained in this location, it might slowly degenerate, ultimately becoming an ordinary peach tree. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. First, he had to deal with that little girl. Glancing at the sky, He thought it was about time for his mother to head out to transplant rice seedlings. Hey Yi, do you understand what to do after I leave? After briefing Hey Yi on a few matters, Xiao Xuan plucked 3 peaches from the tree. He placed one on the dining table in the main room and took the other 2 with him. Chapter 10. Xiao felt like a calf morning was the most cherished time for the villagers. The sun had yet to rise, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, calming the restless hearts of the people. Hey, Xiao, you're up early to help your mother transplant seedlings. Wang Erniu called cheerfully, carrying a bundle of straw on his back as he pulled up seedlings. Yes. Isn't the weather delightful? Xiao, barefoot, darted playfully through the rice fields, her small face beaming with joy. Ah, this child. From such a young age, she's so sensible. Not only does she excel in her studies, but she also works so adeptly. The village children can hardly compare to her. Wang Erniu praised with a smile. Erniu, stop flattering her. This little girl will soon have her head in the clouds. Chen Xiaomei chuckled. Though her words were light-hearted, the pride in her eyes was unmistakable. Her husband had passed away early, and she had single-handedly raised 3 children, a struggle that others could hardly comprehend. Among her children, the second was the most reassuring, having been independent and often helping to care for his younger siblings. The third was the most comforting, consistently achieving top marks in exams and assisting with chores at home. Yet, it was the eldest who caused her the most worry. Sigh, if only Xiao Xuan could become more diligent, my life would be complete, she lamented softly, shaking her head as she continued her work. Mom, I'm sure Big Brother will improve, Xiao said, as if reading her mother's unspoken concerns. Chen Xiaomei paused for 2 seconds, nudging the corner of her eye with her elbow, her body trembling slightly as she nodded affirmatively. Yes, it will change. I'll look. Who is that? At that moment, Li Dazhuang suddenly turned his gaze towards the road at the village entrance. There, a handsome young man was striding towards them. Oh, Xiaomei, is that your brother, Xiao Xuan? Wang Erniu, with keen eyes, immediately recognized the young man's identity. Ah. Both Chen Xiaomei and Xiao halted their actions and turned their attention to the road. Mom, it's Big Brother. It really is Big Brother. Xiao remembered that when she visited Xiao Xian's house yesterday, he was wearing this very outfit. At this moment, Xiao Xuan had undeniably become the most striking figure in the vicinity, capturing everyone's attention effortlessly. Uncle Erniu, good morning. Uncle Dazhuang, good morning. Aunt Shenhua, good morning. Along the way, Xiao Xuan greeted everyone he encountered, affectionately addressing them as uncle and aunt, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned by his warmth. Soon, amidst their astonished gazes, Xiao Xuan arrived at the edge of his family's rice field. Mom, upon seeing the middle-aged woman before him, Xiao Xuan trembled his lips and slowly uttered this single word. If one were to consider to whom he owed the most in his past life, it was undoubtedly his mother, Chen Xiaomei. His father had passed away early, and his mother had single-handedly raised the 3 siblings with great toil and sacrifice. It is said that a widow faces many disputes, and how much more so for a widow with 3 children. Just contending with the village's gossip was enough to overwhelm Chen Xiaomei. Moreover, she had to simultaneously attend to her children's education and daily lives. She had to shoulder the responsibilities of both a father and a mother, bearing the weight of the family. The already modest household was further strained by his reckless actions, which led to his brother being beaten, his mother passing away early, and his sister living an unfortunate life. All of this was his fault. Therefore, in this life, he must ensure that everyone lives well, no matter the cost. Ah, Xiao Xuan, why are you here? Chen Xiaomei could hardly recall the last time her son had sincerely called her mom. She remembered the last quarrel they had, where he had addressed her by her name, which had infuriated her to the point of fainting, feeling as if her world had collapsed. She fought back the tears welling in her eyes and forced a smile as she inquired, Mom, these are peaches from the garden behind the house. Please come and have a taste with Xiao. With that, Xiao Xuan extended the alluringly colored peaches towards them. Chen Xiaomei paid little attention to the peaches. Her weathered eyes were fixed intently on her son. Slowly, 2 streams of tears began to cascade down her worn face. Beside her, Xiao felt a lump in her throat, tears shimmering in her eyes. In that moment, she sensed that the dutiful and kind-hearted big brother she once knew had truly returned. Ah, good. Chen Xiaomei wiped her tears and quickly led Xiao out of the field. After washing their hands, she finally turned her gaze to the peaches. When the two women beheld the shape of the peaches, they were slightly taken aback. Xiao Xian, did you grow this? Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief as she gazed at the peaches in Xiao Xian's hands. Yes, please try them. I must return to transplanting rice now. Without lingering on the topic, Xiao Xian pressed the two peaches into their hands and headed straight to the fields. Both Chen Xiaomei and Xiao stood there, their expressions frozen in astonishment as if caught in a dream. They were not alone in their surprise. Even the villagers nearby were equally dumbfounded. Ernyo, am I seeing things? Did Xiao Xian actually go into the fields? It appears so. Goodness, de Zhuang. I told you not to work so hard yesterday. Now I'm seeing illusions this early in the morning. Xiao Xian, having had experience transplanting rice in his youth, executed the task with remarkable skill, his proficiency placing him among the upper echelon in the village. The sound of his hands splashing against the murky water broke the stupor of the two onlookers. Oh my! He really did go into the fields. Xiao murmured, clutching a peach nearly as large as her head. Yes, your elder brother has gone into the fields. Chen Xiaomei felt her eyes welling up once more. Regardless of the circumstances, her son had finally made her proud. Mom, Xiao, please taste the peaches. They are quite delicious. Xiao Xian called out, his voice trembling as he continued his work. He was acutely aware of his mother and sister's sentiments, and tears streamed down his face. His head bowed to conceal his expression. Quickly, Xiao, try it. MHM. Xiao bit into the peach with gusto, her eyes lighting up instantly. Mom, it's truly delicious, she exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. Really? Let me try. Chen Xiaomei couldn't resist taking a bite herself, her reaction mirroring that of her daughter. Moreover, the peach had an even greater effect on her due to her years of labor, which had left her with lingering ailments. To her astonishment, she felt a wave of relief coursing through her body, a sensation she had not experienced in years. Hurry up and eat, then help your brother. MHM. Xiao nodded enthusiastically and began to nibble on the peach like a little squirrel. After a good 15 minutes, the two finally finished their peaches. Burp. Xiao rubbed her round little belly, unable to suppress a satisfied burp. Big brother, I will help you, she declared, wobbling towards the edge of the field, only to suddenly slip and tumble into the mud. Chen Xiaomei rushed to pull her up, and at that moment, Xiao was completely covered in dirt, resembling a little cowboy from the fields. Huh, Xiao, are you turning into a calf? Xiao Xian teased, unable to contain his laughter. Glancing at her muddy state, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle as well. In that moment, she seemed to forget that the young man before her was once her formidable elder brother. Mother, please let Xiao go back. My presence here suffices, Xiao Xian said with a smile. All right, Xiao, you may return for now. Chapter 11. The long-awaited smile of my sister-in-law, huh? I'm fine, after all. I'll need to bathe when I get home. Xiao replied, momentarily taken aback, and waved her hands in dismissal. Oh, Xiao, you should accompany your sister-in-law. She must be lonely at home by herself. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Although the living conditions in the countryside were rather poor, there was a tendency to favor girls, typically reluctant to have them engage in farm chores. Yet, Xiao was an exception. She was not brought here by Chen Xiaomei, but had voluntarily come to help. Despite her tender age of 9, she exhibited a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiao Xian expressed this not to burden the child excessively. Yes, Xiao, heed your elder brother's advice. Chen Xiaomei chimed in. Very well. After glancing at the two, Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll take my leave now. Go on. In no time, Xiao returned home amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding villagers. Meanwhile, at the Xiao residence, Shen Qingwan groggily opened her eyes, glancing outside at the bright sky, her heart sinking. Oh no, I've overslept. Since becoming pregnant, she had noticed her heightened propensity for sleepiness. Sometimes, even her attempts to rein it in proved futile. She hurriedly threw off the blanket and made her way to the main room. After surveying the surroundings and realizing Xiao Xuan was absent, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. He must have gone out again. At that moment, He Yi spotted Shen Qingwan, his large eyes gleaming with excitement as he wagged his tail and approached her. Shen Qingwan smiled gently, stroking He Yi's head. He Yi seemed to revel in her affection. After a moment of joyful tail wagging, he suddenly appeared to recall something important. He stepped forward, stood upright, and pointed at the peaches on the table with his paw. Woof! Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by He Yi's actions. Upon noticing the large peach on the table, she instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. This. She quickly approached, lifting the peach in her small hands and giving it a gentle shake. Goodness, it's so heavy. Before Shen Qingwan could react further, He Yi leaped down from the table corner, barking to signal her to follow him. Shen Qingwan looked at He Yi with confusion, pondering why he seemed unusually peculiar today. However, her feet were quick to follow, and she soon found herself in the backyard under his guidance. Bark, bark, bark! Upon seeing the large peach tree once more, He Yi excitedly raced towards it, rolling around at its base as if possessed by a fit of joy. Shen Qingwan's mouth fell open in disbelief. How had such a magnificent peach tree come to grow in her yard? Wait, something felt familiar about this tree's location. After a moment's contemplation, her eyes suddenly brightened. Wasn't this the spot where she had previously planted a peach sapling? But hadn't that one died? Why has there been such a sudden growth? Sister-in-law, are you at home? At that moment, the tender voice of the little girl, Xiao Xiao, echoed unexpectedly from the yard. In the back garden, Shen Qingwan promptly responded. As Xiao Xiao heard this, her heart filled with delight, and she joyfully ran over. Sister-in-law. Upon reaching the back garden, she suddenly leaped before Shen Qingwan like a little sprite, greeting her with a cheerful smile. You mischievous child. All you know is how to be playful. Shen Qingwan scolded with a laugh, feigning annoyance. Xiao Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue, just about to say something further when her gaze caught sight of the large peach tree not far away, and her eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder brother was holding 2 such large peaches today, she exclaimed in surprise, covering her small mouth with her hands, murmuring to herself. What did you say, Xiao Xiao? Although her voice was quite faint, the name of brother was unmistakably captured by Shen Qingwan. I meant to say, no wonder this morning when brother went to the fields, he had 2 such large peaches in hand. At that time, I thought he was just teasing us. Xiao Xiao hurriedly explained. Are you saying that Xiao Xuan went to the fields? Shen Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened as she raised her voice to inquire. Yes, exactly. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't believe it. This morning brother not only brought peaches for me and mom, but he also voluntarily went to the fields to help with the seedlings. And when he saw me all covered in mud, he told me to come back and said he wanted me to keep you company. What do you think caused brother to suddenly change for the better? Xiao Zhao's large eyes squinted into crescent shapes. Her heart filled with joy as she spoke to Shen Qingwan. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. She had not seen Xiao Xuan earlier and assumed he had gone out to play cards again. She never expected he was actually helping mother and Xiao Xiao with the seedlings. At that moment, Shen Qingwan felt her mind become a little chaotic. Could it be that Xiao Xuan has truly changed for the better? Sister-in-law. Seeing Shen Qingwan lost in thought and not responding to her question, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but wave her little hands before her. Oh, what? What's wrong? Shen Qingwan snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked. Sister-in-law, I was just asking you why brother suddenly changed for the better. Xiao Xiao chuckled, her bright eyes blinking as she once again posed a question. Oh, has he changed for the better? Perhaps. Shen Qingwan murmured, gazing at the large peach tree before her. What? Xiao Xiao noticed sister-in-law's lips moving, but could not quite catch what she had said. You little child, why are you asking so many questions? Quickly help your sister-in-law pick 2 peaches. Shen Qingwan chuckled, pinching Xiao Zhao's cheek playfully. All right. As Xiao Xiao looked at the long-awaited radiant smile on her sister-in-law's face, Her heart brimmed with joy. Ever since brother had turned bad, sister-in-law's smiles had diminished significantly. It was only when they were together that she would occasionally smile once or twice. However, in that moment, she felt that sister-in-law was genuinely happy. "Oh dear, sister-in-law. I can't reach. Woof woof. All right. Allow me to assist you." Chapter 12. The Transformation of Black Lord and the Enlightenment of Xiao Xuan. After a mere 10 minutes, the trio had devoured all the peaches they had plucked. Naturally, they also shared one with Black Lord. The scene of the three of them, 2 humans and a dog, enjoying the peaches was remarkably heartwarming, especially when they beheld Black Lord clutching a peach in his paws. Gnawing at it with fervor, both couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister-in-law, do you not feel that Black Lord seems a bit different from before?" Xiao observed Black Lord intently for a while, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Shen Qingwan replied, momentarily taken aback. But she quickly nodded in agreement. Previously, Black Lord appeared rather dull-witted. Although he understood the need to protect them, he lacked a certain spark of intelligence. However, the current Black Lord seemed transformed. Whether it was merely her illusion, she felt as though he comprehended the dialogue shared between herself and Xiao. "Black Lord," Xiao called out tentatively. Initially, she approached it as a playful jest, but to her astonishment, Black Lord's reaction left both of them in awe. He ceased his gnawing, tilting his head to gaze at them, his canine expression rife with confusion. "Lie down," Shen Qingwan commanded, startled but decisive. Indeed, upon hearing his owner's command, Black Lord dropped the peach and promptly lay down. "Stand up," Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Woof." Black Lord rolled his eyes dramatically, but nonetheless stood upright. "Jump twice," Xiao declared, her face alight with excitement, as if she had discovered a new world. "Woof." Black Lord silently grumbled to himself about the eccentricity of his family, apart from their master, and began to jump up and down. "Wave your paw, shake hands, roll over, flip." Half an hour later, Black Lord lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, a picture of despondency. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Xiao was filled with trepidation. "Though I am not human, you are indeed a dog," he seemed to express. Those few simple commands had him toiling for over half an hour. Was that something a human could endure? "My heavens, sister-in-law, could it be that Black Lord has become enlightened?" Xiao remarked, having played for half an hour without feeling fatigued at all. Of course, she merely had to move her lips, while it was Black Lord who bore the burden. "You little rascal, have you been watching too much Journey to the West? Becoming enlightened indeed." Shen Qingwan chuckled heartily at the notion. "Yet how does he understand our speech?" Xiao contested, unwilling to concede defeat. "That I cannot explain." Shen Qingwan shook her head in exasperation. It was her first encounter with such a situation concerning Black Lord. Regardless, Black Lord, let us continue our play." "Black Lord, could we perhaps cease this frivolity?" By 9:30 in the morning, the sun was already high in the sky, its scorching rays beating down on the backs of the people, causing them to sweat profusely. With a grunt, Xiao Xuan tugged at his short sleeves, the clammy sweat clinging to his skin. A gentle pull produced an unsettling sound that sent shivers down his spine. The incessant buzzing of flies surrounded Wang, with several cattle flies occasionally landing on him, crawling over his body or hovering nearby, proving to be an incessant annoyance. Glancing over at his mother, he noticed a stark red mark on her elbow where it rested against her thigh, a glaring testament to prolonged pressure that hindered the flow of blood. She tirelessly repeated a series of movements, separating seedlings, planting them, bending down, and stepping back. A few oversized cattle flies crawled over her, yet she remained oblivious, continuing her repetitive tasks. In that moment, she seemed akin to an inanimate rice-planting machine. Xiao Xuan watched the scene unfold, his eyes unwittingly moistening. "Mom, let us head back," he managed to say, suppressing his tears and forcing a faint smile towards her. Today, witnessing this, he pondered about the past. Had anyone ever called her back then? Had she exhausted her last ounce of strength before she would return home? "Oh, Xiao Xuan, you go back first. I'll finish this plot," she replied. Villagers in the south typically divided a rice field into smaller sections, each referred to as a fong, depending on the field's dimensions. Xiao Xuan glanced behind his mother and saw a considerable distance remaining. If she continued at this pace, it would be nearly 10 o'clock before she could return home. Without hesitation, he stepped over the seedlings and approached her unsteadily. "Mom, let us go back. The sun is so intense. How can you endure this? We can return in the afternoon. There's no rush," he urged. Thud! As Chun Xiaomei inserted a seedling into the mud. She paused momentarily upon hearing her son's words. She slightly turned, gently tapping her eye with her elbow before looking at Xiao Xuan. "All right, I'll head back," she consented, slowly straightening her back. Hiss! Years of bending had left her with lingering pain in her lower back. However, due to their family's financial constraints, she had never sought medical attention despite her awareness of the issue. "Mom," Xiao Xuan exclaimed, quickly reaching out to support her. "It's nothing, just an old ailment." Chen Xiaomei waved her hand dismissively, forcing a smile despite the pain. "Ah, Xiao Xuan, if you can live well, then even if I tire myself out, I'll be content." Standing upright, she patted his hand with tear-filled eyes. Yes, Mom, don't worry. I promise I won't mess around anymore." Xiao Xuan nodded vigorously, his voice tinged with emotion. Good, I believe in you." Chen Xiaomei could not hold back her tears any longer. The mother and son stood together in the rice field for over a minute before finally making their way to the shore. "Hey, Xiao Xuan, it seems you've had an awakening, helping your mom with the work all morning. Are you coming back this afternoon?" A villager joked as they walked along the path between the fields. Of course. I'll definitely be back," Xiao Xuan replied eagerly. "Hey, just don't forget after your afternoon nap." Another villager quipped teasingly. TSK, Lu Dahe, you can hardly wish for a semblance of good fortune in others' homes. Xiao Xuan, exert yourself diligently, play fewer games, and engage in more legitimate endeavors. I have faith in you. Indeed, Xiao Xuan, your mother has a tough time managing things alone. You must be more considerate. The villagers chattered animatedly. Although some harbored doubts about Xiao Xuan, the majority maintained their belief in him. He committed their sentiments to memory. Many among them were elders who had assisted him in his past life, and in this lifetime, he vowed to repay their kindness. Chapter 13. Zhang Ergu took a tumble upon returning to the village and escorting Chun Xiaomei home. Xiao Xuan made his way toward his own abode. Before he could cross the threshold, he was greeted by the melodious laughter of Xiao and Shen Qingwan. A smile graced his lips as he quickened his pace. Wang, the esteemed Black Lord, caught wind of Xiao Xuan's presence, springing to his feet and dashing outside. In merely 2 hours, he had endured a burden that no dog should have to bear. Ever since Xiao discovered that he could comprehend human speech, she had incessantly issued commands. Should he fail to comply, he faced the prospect of punishment from the little girl. Fortunately, Xiao Xuan had returned. He must hasten to seek his aid. Black Lord. Upon seeing the state of the Black Lord, Xiao Xuan paused momentarily. The once fierce canine now appeared disheveled and dejected, a stark contrast to his previous fierce demeanor. Wang, oh dear Black Lord, why did you venture outside? Shortly thereafter, Xiao followed suit, racing out. Upon spotting Xiao Xuan, she was momentarily taken aback. Big brother. Her face lit up with joy, but as she took a few steps forward to greet him, she hesitated, pondering the possibility of him reverting back. Xiao, where is your sister-in-law? Xiao Xuan discerned the girl's apprehension, yet he felt immensely gratified. At the very least, she had joyfully called him big brother just moments ago. Oh, sister-in-law is in the backyard. Xiao quickly responded. Then I shall take a quick bath. Xiao Xuan replied with a gentle smile, proceeding toward the yard. Xiao gazed at her brother's retreating figure, momentarily entranced. It seemed as though he had just smiled at her. A few minutes later, Xiao Xuan returned from the riverbank. Upon entering the main hall, he found Shen Qingwan seated on a stool, plucking vegetables. When she noticed his return, she halted her task, standing awkwardly, uncertain of how to engage with him. Qingwan, were the peaches from this morning delightful? Xiao Xuan inquired, aware that this was a promising sign. He took the initiative to speak first. Delicious. Upon hearing Xiao Xuan's gentle tone, Shen Qingwan felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, he remained as he was the day prior. Xiao Xuan, do you know where the peach tree came from? Shen Qingwan mustered her courage to ask. Ah, wasn't it you who planted it? Xiao Xuan feigned surprise, responding with a question of his own. That shouldn't be the case. Shen Qingwan stammered, momentarily taken aback. I have not visited the backyard in quite some time, and this morning, upon discovering that tree, I was taken aback. If I recall correctly, it seems you planted it a few years ago. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Qingwan, since it is growing in our backyard, it undoubtedly belongs to us. Could it be that someone else's peach tree could sprout legs and wander into our vegetable garden? Huh. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle. This laughter immediately left Xiao Xuan in a state of astonishment. Although Shen Qingwan hailed from the countryside, her beauty was striking. Due to her parents' reluctance to let her toil in the field since childhood, her skin was exquisitely maintained, coupled with her tall stature, oval face, and willow-like brows. She would certainly rival the women of the city if she were to adorn herself properly. Feeling Xiao Xian's fervent gaze, Shen Qingwan's cheeks involuntarily flushed. After several years of marriage, aside from the initial period, Xiao Xian had never looked at her with such intensity. This passionate gaze made her heart race. Xiao Xian. Noticing that he seemed entranced, she called out with a blush. What's wrong? Xiao Xian, regaining his composure, realized he had acted somewhat out of character and awkwardly cleared his throat. What about Xiao? I saw her earlier. He redirected the conversation. She went back to prepare dinner. Shen Qingwan replied. Oh, Xingu. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly resonated from outside. I'll go take a look. Xiao Xian, slightly taken aback, felt the voice was somewhat familiar. He promptly strode towards the door, with Shen Qingwan following closely behind. Upon reaching the courtyard, Xiao Xian finally discerned the visitor's features. It was a slightly plump young man, dressed like a rogue and resembling a gourd. He leaned against a brand-new motorcycle, sporting a pair of sunglasses. His right leg trembled rhythmically, as if possessed by some unseen force. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, he grinned widely, revealing a prominent front tooth. Hey, Xingu, I just bought this motorcycle. Come on, let me take you to the street for some cards. As he spoke, the wind outside rushed into his mouth, the whistling sound eliciting amusement from both Shen Qingwan and Xiao Xian. This man was none other than Zhang Zhongfa's son, Zhang Ergu. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Hei Yi dashed out like an arrow, lunging at him. I swear, Hei Yi, spare me. Zhang Ergu exclaimed as Hei Yi clamped down on his pant leg, tugging fiercely as if driven by a deep-seated grudge. Hei Yi, stop it. Shen Qingwan cried out. Only then did Hei Yi shake his head and retreat from Zhang Ergu. Oh dear, what terrible luck. Zhang Ergu was yanked to the ground by Hei Yi, landing in a most undignified manner, even dislodging his sunglasses. Xiao Xian smiled faintly, stepping forward to assist him in riding his motorcycle. In his recollection, Zhang Ergu was not inherently a bad person. He simply had a limited education, struggled to find decent work, and gradually developed a penchant for gambling, spending his days lazing about in the village. In the past, during my reckless days, I frequently took him to the streets to play cards. Although this lad may appear to be somewhat foolish, he is far from being simple-minded. Each time he incurred a slight loss, he would concoct an excuse to leave the table, standing aside to observe others play. This carefree demeanor of his has earned him a reputation slightly better than that of Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian adjusted his motorcycle and helped him straighten his sunglasses, chuckling. Hey, Adgu, opuludisa? Hei has this temperament. Forget it, just my bad luck. Although Zhang Ergu often squandered his time, he was not a petty person by any means. When his sunglasses broke, he had no intention of demanding compensation from Xiao Xian. By the way, Xingu, there's a game on the street today. Should we join in for a few rounds? I lost over 50 last time. This time I must win it back. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Ergu excitedly spoke to Xiao Xian. No, I'm not going, Xiao Xian replied, shaking his head. All right then, let us get in the car. What? Zhang Ergu instinctively believed Xiao Xian would acquiesce, but as he swung onto the motorcycle, he quickly sensed something amiss. Chapter 14, Xiao Xian. Be careful on the road. What did you just say, Xingu? Zhang Ergu, removing his severely deformed glasses, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. I said I'm not going. And I won't gamble anymore. Xiao Xuan smiled gently, patting his shoulder. What? Zhang Ergu's mouth fell open, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing, which made the scene rather comical. Xiangu, have you lost your mind? He reached out to touch Xiao Xuan's forehead, but Xiao Xuan evaded him. Rest assured, my mind is quite clear, and you, my friend, should also play cards less often and find a respectable job to lead a good life. Xiao Xuan said with a smile, his tone earnest. Zhang Ergu stared blankly at the young man before him. In that moment, he felt as though he had only just come to know Xiao Xuan. The Xiao Xuan he had known before was not like this. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwan, who had been silently standing at the door, could no longer hold back her tears and began to sob uncontrollably. Xiao Xuan had declared he would no longer gamble. Moreover, he was advising others against it. She felt her psychological defenses gradually crumbling, as Xiao Xuan's transformation subtly influenced her mindset. All right, let us head home early. Xiao Xuan patted Zhang Ergu's shoulder once more. Woof, woof, woof. Hurry up and leave. Looking so unsightly, you should be ashamed to be out and about. If Haihei were you, he'd probably want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Zhang Ergu was startled by Haihei's words, jolting him back to reality. However, as he surveyed the two paths before him, he found himself at a loss regarding which direction to take. Should he venture to the streets alone, as he had before, playing cards and idling away the days? Or should he heed Xiao Xuan's advice, return home early, and seek a stable job for a secure life? In that moment, Zhang Ergu was ensnared in profound inner turmoil. Xiao Xuan entered the hall and glanced at the peach pit on the floor. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he swiftly turned and dashed toward the door. Ergo, wait. Ergu was in a state of indecision, uncertain of his destination. Upon hearing Xiao Xuan's voice, he immediately turned to look. Xiaoga, what is the matter? Xiao Xuan hastened to his side, taking 2 steps at a time. Ergu, you don't have anything pressing this morning, do you? He inquired, excitement evident as he patted Zhang Ergu on the shoulder. I don't think so, Zhang Ergu replied after pondering for a moment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan felt a surge of joy. Could you do me a favor? He asked eagerly. What kind of favor? Come with me, Xiao Xuan said, leading Zhang Ergu into his family's main room. Seeing that Xiao Xuan had brought Zhang Ergu into their home, Shen Qingwan frowned slightly. Their families did not share a cordial relationship, particularly due to Zhang Ergu's father, Zhang Zhongfa, who believed that Xiao Xuan had a negative influence on his son. This had previously led to a heated argument between the families. It's nothing, don't worry, Xiao Xuan assured her with a reassuring glance. Shen Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, Xiao Xuan led Ergu to their backyard. Zhang Ergu's jaw dropped in astonishment upon seeing the large peach tree. Xian, when did your family grow such a big peach tree? He stammered in disbelief. It's been here for a while. You just never came to see it before, Xiao Xuan casually explained. Zhang Ergu, indeed, had rarely visited the backyard, so he accepted this explanation without question. Here, try this. Xiao Xuan reached up, plucking a large peach and presenting it to Zhang Ergu. Zhang Ergu swallowed hard at the sight of the peach's size. Goodness, Xian, this must weigh at least half a kilogram, he exclaimed, eyes wide. Hee, just give it a taste first, Xiao Xuan responded, not rushing to answer his question as he nudged the peach closer. Zhang Ergu took the peach, washed it hastily in the kitchen, and began devouring it with abandon. It's delicious, absolutely delightful, he praised after just a few bites. If it's good, eat more. I've got plenty here, Xiao Xuan said with a slight smile, patting his shoulder. Yes, thank you, Xiaoga. After 5 or 6 minutes. As Zhang Ergu was nearing the end of the peach, he suddenly paused, as if a thought had struck him. Xiaoga, didn't you mention needing my help earlier? Right. I was thinking, if you have no pressing matters this morning, could you lend me your vehicle to transport some peaches to sell on the street? I'll give you gas money once they're sold, Xiao Xuan explained with a smile. Oh, Xiaoga, don't say that. While I may not be someone of great importance, helping out is no trouble at all. No need for gas money. Zhang Ergu waved his hand dismissively, readily agreeing. Great, thank you. I'll start packing the peaches now, Xiao Xuan said, feeling elated as he prepared to find some bags. I'll go get them for you. Shen Qingwan, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. She hurried into the main room and retrieved 2 oversized woven bags from the eastern room. Let me assist you. Upon reaching the peach tree, Shen Qingwan did not hand the bag to Xiao Xuan, but instead began plucking peaches for herself. Xiao Xuan stood motionless, warmth enveloping his heart as he observed her actions. Hurry, hurry and pick. Shen Qingwan, feeling her cheeks flush under Xiao Xuan's gaze, turned and softly spoke to him. Xiao Xuan snapped back to reality and began to harvest peaches as well. After a quarter of an hour, the 2 large bags were filled, and Xiao Xuan estimated they had gathered at least 250 pounds. A typical peach tree yields about 200 to 300 pounds of fruit per harvest. However, this particular tree, nourished by the rich green soil, bore even larger and more plentiful peaches, its yield nearly quadrupling that of an ordinary tree. Despite their efforts, the actual number of peaches stuffed into the bags was not as significant as they had hoped. After much labor, they managed to secure the bags to either side of the motorcycle. Qingwan, I might return a little late for lunch. Why not go to your mother's for a bite? It was already past 10, and a trip to the market would take 20 minutes. He doubted he would make it back in time for a meal. All right, I understand, Shen Qingwan replied, nodding at Xiao Xuan. She felt an inexplicable sensation at that moment. Xiao Xuan resembled a husband preparing to leave for work, while she felt like his wife. It was a warm feeling she had never experienced before. Well, I shall take my leave. Calling out to Hei Yi, Xiao Xuan prepared to depart. Xiao Xuan. Just then, Shen Qingwan's voice called out from behind him. Both Zhang Ergu and Xiao Xuan turned to look. Be careful on the road, Shen Qingwan said, her face flushed as she turned to enter the courtyard. Watching her shy figure retreat, Xiao Xuan rubbed his nose, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. Xiangu, how did your relationship with your sister-in-law suddenly improve so much? Zhang Ergu could not help but inquire. The villagers were well aware of Xiao Xuan's notorious reputation for being a scoundrel, particularly in how he treated his wife. Yet today, what was this transformation? The way the 2 exchanged glances resembled that of young lovers in the early stages of romance. Chapter 15, Young Man. How much are your peaches per pound? Don't ask so many questions. Xiao Xuan grinned widely. Ziyajaikan, situated in a remote area, had yet to see the progress of the new rural construction, and most of the roads remained unpaved, riddled with potholes and uneven terrain. Xiao Xuan maneuvered the motorcycle with care, while Ergu stabilized the bags filled with peaches behind him as they slowly made their way forward. This dreadful road is truly exhausting. After much effort and collaboration, they finally reached the village entrance. Ergu, thank you. Here, take a peach. I'll share the proceeds with you later, Xiao Xuan said with a smile. Thanks, Xiangu. Zhang Ergu grinned widely, unable to contain his joy as he looked at the peach in his hand. I'll head over first. Hei Yi, keep up. Wang swiftly transformed into a mere silhouette, accompanied by his dog, vanishing into the distance. Goodness, this dog appears to possess a cleverness that surpasses my own. Zhang Ergu, where's my motorcycle? Just then, a cacophony of curses erupted from the village entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ergu bolted away, fully aware that it was undoubtedly his father arriving. 20 minutes later, Xiao Xuan and Hei Yi arrived at the entrance of the old street. This bustling area served as a marketplace where villagers came to procure their groceries, teeming with foot traffic and vibrant commerce. Vendors without shops often preferred to set up their stalls here. Fortunately for Xiao Xuan, he arrived late, allowing him the chance to secure a spot as most vendors had already departed. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, who was also selling trinkets at his stall. Young man, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Why are you still setting up? The uncle observed with a smirk, teasing him. Oh, I thought I might try my luck. Perhaps someone will make a purchase. Xiao Xuan replied casually as he placed his snakeskin bag down. Youth is so naive. The uncle chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Unperturbed by the uncle's gaze, Xiao Xuan unfurled a piece of burlap cloth prepared by Shen Qingwan before his departure, intended as a mat for his wares. Once everything was arranged, he began to retrieve the peaches from his bag. Upon seeing the size of Xiao Xuan's peaches, the uncle couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, nearly choking on the smoke in his throat. Cough, cough. Young man, Where did you get these peaches? They're enormous and so beautifully shaped. As he spoke, the uncle couldn't resist picking one up, only to set it back down, causing it to roll toward his own stall. They're homegrown. Xiao Xuan smiled, not bothering to glance back at the uncle's actions. Seeing this, the uncle's heart raced with excitement as he plotted to conceal the peach. Suddenly, a loud bark echoed. "You old rascal! Attempting to steal in front of Hei? Do you wish to perish?" The uncle was startled by Hei's sudden outburst, causing him to drop the peach in shock. Xiao Xuan turned, taken aback by the scene. With a resigned smile, he thought to himself how even selling at a stall could attract thieves. Alas, uncle, if you wanted a peach, you could have simply asked. I wouldn't have minded giving you one. Why resort to theft? He said with exasperation. Young man, is it too late for me to ask you for one now? Woof woof. You still have the audacity, don't you? Let us see if Hei doesn't bite you today. No, I don't want it anymore. The uncle, frightened by Hei, stumbled backward, revealing a glimpse of his red undergarments. Onlookers could not help but cast curious glances at the spectacle. The uncle hurriedly returned the peach to Xiao Xuan, gathered his belongings, and fled in embarrassment. Xiao Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. At that moment, several individuals had already noticed the large peaches before him. However, they refrained from approaching, deterred by the imposing black dog nearby. Observing their glances, Xiao Xuan discerned their hesitations and, with a spark of ingenuity, conceived an excellent plan. Black Master, allow me to offer you a peach, he declared, placing one before the dog. Wong. The black dog barked excitedly, sitting down to indulge in the fruit. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Goodness, has that black dog become sentient? How can it sit and eat peaches? One exclaimed. Indeed, my dog would never touch anything green. Another retorted. Oh, can you even afford to keep one? Came to reply. What do you mean? It only needs to visit the restroom twice a day to be satisfied. Hearing the lively discussions among the passers-by, Xiao Xuan realized that he had successfully captured their attention. Come and see, come and taste. These delectable, juicy peaches are not only delicious, but also invigorating. If they do not please your palate, you need not pay, he called out with fervor. Instantly, many pedestrians turned their gaze toward his stall, and a considerable number approached. Wow, young man, your peaches are enormous, an elderly lady exclaimed as she stepped forward, marveling at their size. What do you think, madam? Would you like to purchase a few pounds? Xiao Xuan replied with a grin. They do look appealing, but I wonder how they taste. Young man, could you slice a piece for me to sample? The lady, evidently shrewd, did not rush into a purchase. May I ask if anyone has a small knife? Might I borrow it? Xiao Xuan admitted his lack of experience in vending and had not thought to bring such tools. I have one, a middle-aged woman exclaimed, producing a brand-new kitchen knife. Ah, splendid. Thank you. Xiao Xuan accepted the knife, swiftly slicing a peach with deft movements. Wow, young man, you have quite the knife skills. Most of the gathered crowd consisted of women who managed their kitchens, and they couldn't help but applaud Xiao Xuan's fluid technique. Ah, it's nothing special, he replied modestly, rubbing his nose in bashfulness. You're too humble. After cooking for over a decade, I must say, I cannot match your proficiency. The ladies erupted in laughter at Xiao Xuan's words. He merely smiled, not wishing to dwell on the topic. Once the peaches were sliced, he generously offered each of the ladies a piece. This flavor is extraordinary. Oh my, I feel so much more alert. One lady remarked. Indeed, I feel as though my back pain has vanished. Another added. The peaches seemed to invigorate them entirely. Listening to their enthusiastic praises, Xiao Xuan felt a surge of joy. Young man, how much do you charge for these peaches by the pound? He pondered for a moment. Chapter 16. Peaches at 10 yuan per jean. Xiao Xuan pondered for a moment, then extended one finger from each hand, crossing them together. What? 10 yuan? Young man, are you robbing me? The older woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Indeed, young man, while I must admit the quality of your peaches appears commendable, one cannot simply demand such exorbitant prices, echoed another voice in the crowd. Listening to the chorus of objections from the women, Xiao Xuan remained unfazed. He offered a gentle smile and gestured for silence. Ladies, allow me to speak for a moment. The crowd quickly quieted. You have all experienced the effects of these peaches. I trust you can discern their excellence. These peaches not only boast delightful flavor, but also alleviate fatigue and diminish ailments. Importantly, the effects are not fleeting, but rather enduring. I can assure you of this. Considering the expenses incurred for various treatments, which often yield less remarkable results than my peaches, why not invest a modest sum in them? You can indulge your palate while simultaneously enhancing your well-being. At this juncture, Xiao Xuan paused, surveying the expressions of the crowd. Indeed, he noted their hesitation after hearing his words. Despite the seemingly steep price, they could manage to part with the money, albeit reluctantly. Just then, Xiao Xuan's voice resonated once more. Should any of you remain skeptical, I invite you to my address at number 36, Xiao Family Village. My name is Xiao Xuan, and I am certain some of you have encountered me before. If the peaches do not deliver on their promise, you may seek me out for compensation. Having recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd, Xiao Xuan felt justified in making such a proclamation. Should they experience any issues, they would undoubtedly find him through mutual acquaintances. Proactively expressing this assurance altered the perception of his offer. Moreover, he possessed unwavering confidence in the peach trees nurtured in the Chui Tian. All right, I shall purchase one to sample. If the effects are lacking, I shall directly visit Xiao Family Village, declared a robust woman as she parted the crowd and approached Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan glanced at her arms, which seemed thicker than his thighs, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. He suddenly regretted his earlier bravado. What are you staring at? Hurry and give me a gene, the woman demanded, acutely aware of the 10 yuan that would soon diminish from her pocket, feeling a pang of regret. Ah, yes, yes. Xiao Xuan nodded hastily, retrieving 2 larger peaches to weigh. However, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring a scale. What are you dawdling for? I need to get home and cook, the woman remarked, her displeasure evident as she frowned. Nearby, Hei observed her with caution, instinctively taking a step back. This woman seemed to exude an aura that exerted pressure over him. Ah, dear sister, I sincerely apologize. I forgot to bring my scale. Would you be so kind as to lend me one? Xiao Xuan said, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. What? Do you even know how to conduct business? You venture out to sell without a scale? The older woman exclaimed, spitting words in his direction, berating him thoroughly. Xiao Xuan felt quite awkward in his haste. He had rushed out with peaches without considering the necessity of a scale. I'll lend you mine. At that moment, a nearby lady selling cookies chimed in, having observed Xiao Xuan's predicament with great curiosity about his peaches. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Xuan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the scale from her. Thankfully, he had learned how to read such scales from his mother. Otherwise, he would have faced utter humiliation today. Quickly, quickly. Xiao Xuan placed 2 large peaches onto the scales pan and read the markings. Between 1 pound and 1 pound 2 ounces. 2 peaches make a pound. That works? Dear sister, he said with a slight smile. All right. The older woman, fixated on the scales readings, realized she had snagged a small bargain and was too pleased to refuse. She promptly retrieved a 10 yuan note from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Xuan. Dear sister, I will return at this time tomorrow. If they are delicious, do remember to come again. Certainly. With a heart full of joy, the lady left with her bag of peaches. With the first customer having taken the plunge, others began to loosen up as well. If these peaches proved effective, they stood to gain significantly. Moreover, Xiao Xuan had assured them that if the peaches were not satisfactory, a throng would undoubtedly come to confront him. In such circumstances, those who refrained from purchasing would be deemed foolish. Boss Xiao, I would like a pound, please. Boss Xiao, I would like half a pound. Boss Xiao. Before long, a crowd had gathered, and although each individual purchased only modest quantities, the sheer number of customers was impressive. Some tasted the peaches on the spot, and upon discovering their sweetness, they eagerly recommended them to those nearby, even returning for additional purchases. Xiao Xuan gazed at the dense throng before him, his heart racing with excitement. Everyone, please listen. Form an orderly line, one at a time. With the increasing crowd, chaos ensued. Xiao Xuan exerted considerable effort to ensure that everyone complied and formed a proper queue. 1 pound, 2 pounds, 5 pounds, 10 pounds after an hour and a half. The 2 large sacks of peaches he had brought were completely sold out. Yet, in front of him stood still a dozen customers, some attracted by the sight, others drawn by recommendations, all eager to see what these 10 yuan a pound peaches looked like. My dear friends, I apologize, but today's peaches have sold out. If you wish to purchase more, please return tomorrow. Xiao Xuan smiled broadly as he felt the weight of a bag full of bills in his pocket. What? I just came downstairs and haven't even seen a peach. Yes, I've been waiting for ages. Sigh. I am utterly exasperated. I shall not return tomorrow. My sincerest apologies. As Xiao Xuan busily gathered his belongings, he expressed his regret to those around him. However, the wild smirk that danced upon his lips was rather irksome to behold. Once all the patrons had departed, Xiao Xuan picked up the scale and approached the owner of the cookie shop with a grin. Hith, you've made quite a profit today, haven't you? The lady inquired cheerfully. Haha, not at all. I must extend my gratitude to you for this scale. Here, take this 10 yuan as a token of my appreciation, Xiao Xuan proclaimed, pulling a 10 yuan note from his pocket and offering it to her. Oh no. You merely borrowed my scale. There's no need to pay me. The lady promptly returned the bill, waving her hand in refusal. She had relished the peaches she purchased from Xiao Xuan and found them delightful. Well then, will you be selling cookies again tomorrow? Xiao Xuan asked. Of course, she replied. All right, I shall bring you 2 peaches tomorrow. With that, Xiao Xuan left the scale behind and sauntered away. Hey you. The lady observed Xiao Xuan's retreating figure with a resigned smile. Glancing at the solitary peach remaining in her hand, she smiled faintly. Surely, a person like him would speak words worthy of trust. Chapter 17. Purchasing eggs riding his motorcycle, Xiao Xuan's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He had managed to sell all the peaches within just 2 hours. He and T kept track of the exact amount earned, but he estimated it to be no less than 2,000 yuan. Surely, Qingwan would be elated upon seeing this sum. Lost in thought, he arrived at the entrance of a supermarket. After halting his motorcycle, he stepped inside. It was the height of summer, and the sweltering heat was palpable, compounded by an abundance of mosquitoes. Last night, he had noticed Shen Qingwan fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. Their home was simply furnished, lacking even a mosquito net. Thus, he needed to purchase some essentials. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Xuan finally acquired a plethora of household items: an electric fan, a mosquito net, and incense, totaling 153 yuan. One must admit, current prices are remarkably affordable, reflecting on his previous life in a bustling metropolis. Money had been but a mere figure, flowing like water. 100 yuan scarcely afforded a decent meal. After settling the bill, Xiao Xuan exited the store, riding alongside He Yi as they made their way back to the village. With the absence of over 200 jin of peaches, Xiao Xuan's speed had notably increased. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the village entrance. However, upon spotting 2 individuals, his expression shifted slightly. Uncle Zhongfa, ergo. Xiao Xuan halted his motorcycle and dismounted, carrying his belongings. Xingge, I shut your mouth. Zhang ergo attempted to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Zhang Zhongfa's reprimand. He focused his gaze on Xiao Xuan, momentarily taken aback by the array of household items in his hands. Yet, his demeanor soon darkened. Xiao Xuan, I do not care how you entertain yourself, but could you refrain from bringing my ergo along? Father, please be quiet. Xiao Xuan remained silent, simply gazing at him. Xiao Xuan, listen to me. I hope this is the last time. If I ever see you mingling with ergo again, I swear I am done. At that moment, Xiao Xuan suddenly shouted, interrupting Zhang Zhongfa's tirade. What is that old fool babbling about? Do you know how long I have tolerated you? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xuan slowly extracted 20 yuan from his pocket. He stepped past Zhang Zhongfa and approached Zhang ergo. Xingge. Zhang ergo lowered his head, unable to meet Xiao Xuan's gaze. With his father misunderstanding the situation, he felt he had no face to confront him. Ergo, this is 20 yuan. Consider it your transportation fare. Without a trace of emotion, Xiao Xuan pressed the money into Zhang ergo's hand and turned away, not sparing a glance at Zhang Zhongfa. He felt guilty, but only towards his family and those who had once aided him. He owed Zhang Zhongfa nothing. Why should he be barked at? This kid, Zhang Zhongfa seethed, stomping his feet as he watched Xiao Xuan's retreating figure. Father, that's enough. He never asked me to hang around with him. I sought him out myself. Moreover, today, Xianggu even advised me against gambling. Can you refrain from unjustly criticizing him? After saying this, Zhang Ergo tossed the money aside and ran off. Zhang Zhongfa stood there for over a minute, bewildered, before bending down to pick up the discarded 20 yuan. He glanced in the direction Xiao Xuan had left, and then at the path his son had taken, utterly a loss. As Xiao Xuan passed the village entrance, he did not hurry home, but instead made his way to Grandma Zhang's house. Grandma Zhang, originally named Zhang Afong, was in her 70s and had no partner. She kept a flock of chickens, and villagers typically went to her for fresh eggs. Upon reaching her doorstep, he found her feeding a large group of chickens. Cluck, cluck. Time to eat. Grandma Zhang had a kind and gentle appearance, and indeed, she was just that. While others raised chickens for festive occasions, Grandma Zhang, living alone, treated her chickens and ducks as her children, caring for them with great devotion. Strangely, her birds were remarkably well-behaved, responding promptly to her commands. Knock, knock, who is it? Upon hearing the knocking at the door, Grandma Zhang inquired. Grandma Zhang, it's me, Xiao Xuan. He called out. Oh, Xiao Xuan, it's been so long since I last saw you. Come in, come in. Grandma Zhang was one of the few elders in the village who remained unconcerned about local affairs, focusing solely on her beloved chickens and ducks. Thank you, Grandma Zhang. Xiao Xuan expressed his gratitude as he entered. Stepping into the yard, he was astonished by the sight before him. Dozens of chickens and ducks were lined up in 2 orderly rows, pecking at their feed. The ground was devoid of any visible filth. On the contrary, it was remarkably clean and tidy. Observing Xiao Xuan's expression, Granny Zhang maintained a calm demeanor, as if she had anticipated this all along. Raising chickens and ducks is akin to raising children. With dedication, one can nurture them well. As for how they will turn out in the future, that depends on them. Look, aren't my chickens and ducks quite well behaved? Granny Zhang casually remarked while feeding them. Xiao Xuan pondered her words, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, they are quite well behaved. He replied with a smile. Yes, that's correct. Are you here to purchase eggs today? Granny Zhang nodded slightly. How many do you want? 50. All right, please wait a moment. With that, Granny Zhang headed towards the inner room. Before long, she emerged carrying a bag of eggs. 50 cents each. Great. Xiao Xuan pulled out 25 yuan and handed it to Granny Zhang, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. He was unaware that as he exited the courtyard, Granny Zhang lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gradually appearing on her aged face. Chapter 18. Is this really Shen Qingwan? Upon returning home, it was already past 1 o'clock. Hei followed closely beside him, bouncing with excitement. At last, Hei was back home. The dog dashed ahead into the courtyard. At that moment, Shen Qingwan was sitting on the threshold, surprisingly asleep. On the dining table inside, there was a plate of greens, a dish of loofah, and a bowl brimming with white rice. As Xiao Xuan stepped inside, he was greeted by this heartwarming scene. This girl, even after saying she wouldn't wait for him, is still here. He set down what he was carrying and quietly approached Shen Qingwan, observing her tenderly. With her porcelain skin and delicate features, had she been born in a big city, marrying a wealthy man would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Perhaps if she had chosen to leave him in a past life, she would have found a happier ending. Unfortunately, she ultimately chose him. A subtle smile began to curve on Xiao Xuan's lips. Shen Qingwan, I shall never let you down in this lifetime. Taking a few steps back, he hesitated to wake her, as she had yet to fully accept him. It wouldn't be good if he startled her. Vei. He signaled to Hei Yi, who immediately understood. The dog approached Shen Qingwan, extending its tongue to gently lick her face. Shen Qingwan furrowed her brows slightly before quickly opening her eyes. Vei. She looked at the dog in surprise, and then her face lit up with joy as she turned toward the entrance, where she found Xiao Xuan gazing at her with tenderness. Xiao Xuan, you've finally returned, she exclaimed, rising to her feet with delight. Yes. Xiao Xuan smiled gently and walked over with the bag. Oh, why are you carrying so many things? Shen Qingwan reached out to help him. Don't move, don't move. I can manage it myself. Xiao Xuan quickly interjected. 2 individuals entered the main room, and upon placing the items in his hands down, Xiao Xuan gazed at the dishes on the table with a face full of astonishment. Qingwan, did you prepare this for me? Ah, yes, indeed. Feeling the intensity of Xiao Xian's gaze, Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and she nodded bashfully. Thank you. Xiao Xian expressed gratefully, before sitting down and devouring the meal voraciously. Oh, this has gone cold. Let me heat it up for you. Shen Qingwan exclaimed promptly upon noticing. No, I actually enjoy it this way. Xiao Xian replied, his mouth full, speaking in a muffled tone. Huh. Shen Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance. Xiao Xian paused mid-bite, staring blankly at her. Qingwan, you are truly beautiful. The words slipped from his lips as if by some unseen force. Upon hearing this, a subtle blush crept across Shen Qingwan's face. She quickly turned her head, wishing to conceal her current expression from Xiao Xian. And no, not at all, she murmured softly, yet her smile was unmistakable. Xiao Xian, unfazed, continued to gaze at her profile while savoring his meal. Delicious. By the way, what did you buy? After a while, Shen Qingwan's attention drifted back to the red plastic bags. Take a look for yourself. Xiao Xian replied with a playful smirk, shrouded in mystery. Shen Qingwan was puzzled, yet swiftly began to open each bag. Wow. Upon seeing the contents, she was momentarily rendered speechless. A fan, a mosquito net, fragrant spray, and eggs. Xiao Xian, where did you get so much money? Shen Qingwan stuttered, gazing at the items. Have you forgotten why I went to the market? Xiao Xian chuckled, bemused. Are you saying all this is from selling peaches? Shen Qingwan exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. And there's more. With that, Xiao Xian pulled out a black plastic bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. What is this? Shen Qingwan stood up, looking like an inquisitive child. See for yourself. Xiao Xian smiled slightly, encouraging her. What could it be that's so mysterious? Shen Qingwan quipped as she deftly opened the plastic bag. Upon discovering stacks of cash within, her eyes widened in disbelief. She gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand, glancing between the money and Xiao Xian, momentarily at a loss for words. Let me clarify, I certainly did not rob a bank, Xiao Xian remarked, quite pleased with her astonished expression. However, worried that she might misconstrue the situation, he reassured her in advance. Is this really all from selling peaches? Shen Qingwan asked again. Absolutely, without a doubt. Xiao Xian nodded earnestly. Then, I shall go inside and count it. With that, Shen Qingwan swiftly gathered the cash from the table, slipping into the room like a little thief. Soon, the sound of a young girl counting money filled the room. 10, 20, 30. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had never realized that this little girl was such an adorable little money enthusiast. How had he overlooked this before? After 5 or 6 minutes, she finally emerged from the room, her mouth agape, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Xiao Xian, there are 2,637 yuan, she stammered. Well, that seems about right, Xiao Xian replied calmly, nodding. It's 2,637, not 263.7. Assuming Xiao Xian had misunderstood, Shen Qingwan raised her voice to reiterate. Yes, I know, Xiao Xian said, a bemused expression on his face as he looked at her. Over 2,000? Xiaoyan earns just 2,300 a month from her job. You've made this much in such a short time? Perhaps too excited. Shen Qingwan seized Xiao Xian's arm and shook it vigorously. Xiao Xian felt the warmth radiating from her hand and was momentarily taken aback. Did she actually take the initiative to hold my hand? Yes. Xiao Xian replied, somewhat dazed. Over 2,000, Shen Qingwan exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she continued to shake Xiao Xian's arm. He stood there, completely bewildered, caught in her exuberance. Could this truly be Shen Qingwan? At that moment, Shen Qingwan resembled a little money enthusiast. Clutching the 2,000 yuan, she was so elated that she could hardly distinguish her surroundings. After a while of sheer excitement, she finally calmed down. Contemplating for a moment, she pulled out 200 yuan and tucked it into her pocket, then pushed the remaining 2,400 yuan in front of Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, Mom said that during pregnancy, one must supplement nutrition, or it may affect the child's development. As she spoke, her voice gradually dwindled, clearly lacking confidence. Previously, Xiao Xian had spent his days gambling and drinking. showing little intent to entrust her with money. He often asked their mother for funds. She wasn't sure if he would be angry with her for this bold move. But for the sake of her child, she had to muster her courage. Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her with utmost seriousness. Qingwan, this money belongs to our family. It's entrusted to you. Not just today, but all the money I earn in the future will also be handed over to you. Shen Qingwan was visibly stunned. Xiao Xuan was actually saying he wanted her to manage the finances? But this was all money he had earned. To be honest, even now, she couldn't comprehend the mystery behind the peach tree in the backyard. Naturally, she did not attribute any of this fortune to herself. Sensing her hesitation, Xiao Xuan smiled and added, "Besides, you are my wife. If I don't give the money to you, who else would I give it to?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan's body visibly trembled. She stared blankly at the man before her, who had just declared her to be his wife. Over the past few years, she had nearly forgotten this identity herself. All she knew was that her heart still harbored feelings for this man, and bearing a child, she could not abandon him. Under the oppressive weight of Xiao Xuan, the treatment she ought to receive as a wife had long since become a distant hope. Yet today, Xiao Xuan had once again allowed her to experience the essence of being a wife. She grasped the banknotes before her, turned away, and wiped her tears. After a considerable pause, she lowered her head and counted out 1,000 yuan. "Xiao Xuan, please deliver this 1,000 yuan to my mother. Xiao is about to start school, and we do not know when Xiaoyan will return. I have been worried about the tuition for quite some time." Turning back, she extended the 1,000 yuan towards Xiao Xuan. Certainly. Xiao Xuan smacked his forehead, inwardly scolding himself. In his eagerness to please his wife, he had completely forgotten about his own mother. However, it was fortunate that his wife was so virtuous. "I shall deliver it right away," he declared, rising to his feet while tucking the bills into his pocket. "All right," Shen Qingwan responded softly. "Oh, by the way, are we out of rice at home? I shall go buy some tomorrow." After taking a few steps, Xiao Xuan suddenly recalled something and turned to ask. Previously, while eating, he had sensed that the rice had an unusual texture. Shen Qingwan typically added less water when cooking, making the rice a bit hard. However, the rice he had eaten before, although slightly cold, had been softer, reminiscent of his mother's cooking. "Yes, I borrowed a bit from my mother, but it should not last long." Shen Qingwan nodded in agreement. "All right, I will go buy some in the morning." With that, he strode purposefully towards the door. By the entrance, Shen Qingwan gazed blankly at his retreating figure, unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, these were not tears of sorrow, but of joy. Xiao Xuan had truly changed. The distance from Xiao Xuan's home to his mother's residence was not far, in less than 5 minutes. He arrived at the doorstep, looking at the old, earthen house before him. Xiao Xuan felt a wave of nostalgia. It was here that he had grown up alongside his younger brother and sister. This place held countless childhood memories, and now that he had established his own family, the old house was gradually falling into disrepair. Every time it rained, the ground would become exceedingly slippery, and even inside, leaks would occasionally appear, creating a rather harsh environment. It seemed he needed to accelerate his efforts to earn money. Stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of a somewhat deformed large iron basin, filled with chicken feed, while several hens occasionally stretched their necks to peck at it. Just then, Xiao Xuan suddenly heard a series of intermittent sobs emanating from within the house. Xiao Xuan frowned slightly. Upon listening closely, he realized the sound resembled that of Xiao. Alarmed, he rushed into the main room. Indeed, as he stepped into the room, he saw a little girl with her head buried on the table, quietly weeping. Hearing a commotion from outside, Xiao instinctively looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed towards the doorway. "Big brother?" A hint of panic flickered across her face, clearly taken aback by his unexpected arrival. Hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she forced a strained smile and approached Xiao Xuan's side. "Big brother, what brings you here?" she inquired cheerfully. "Where's mother?" Xiao Xuan asked, his brow slightly furrowed. "She went to the fields," she replied, her voice tinged with a sob. "What is wrong? Why are you here, crying all alone?" he asked, taking her hand and leading her to a nearby bench. Xiao felt a tremor run through her at the warmth of his grasp, yet she hesitated to resist. Shaking her head, she sniffled and managed to present a radiant smile. It's nothing. I just recalled some sad memories. Nothing? Look at your eyes. They're nearly swollen from crying. Xiao Xuan remarked, pointing at her reddened eyelids with mild irritation. Xiao had always been sensible since childhood, rarely shedding tears. Even after toiling in the fields for hours, she seldom complained. It was hard to believe she would cry over mere thoughts. Caught off guard by the exposure of her lie. Xiao was momentarily at a loss. Observing her reaction, Xiao Xuan shook his head in resignation and reached into his pocket, pulling out a handful of milk candies. Here you go. The moment Xiao laid eyes on the candies, she froze for a moment. Then her face lit up with delight. Candy? Did you buy this, big brother? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Their family was not well off, and her mother struggled to support her education. There was hardly any spare money for sweets. Seeing other children enjoy candies had always made her mouth water with envy. Yes, go ahead and eat, Xiao Xuan encouraged with a gentle nod and a smile. Thank you, big brother. Without hesitation, Xiao eagerly accepted the candy and began to enjoy it. Here, big brother, as she unwrapped a piece. She did not eat it herself, but offered it to Xiao Xuan across from her. Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but the sincerity of her smile warmed his heart. All right, he popped the candy into his mouth, feeling a sweet satisfaction within. After so many years, it felt wonderful to receive care from family once again. Soon, Xiao joined in on the treat, her mood visibly lifted. Now, perhaps she could share with her brother the reason she had been hiding at home in tears. Xiao Xuan looked at her again and asked, So, what's the matter? Chapter 20. Mother suffers from heat stroke. Quickly go find Grandma. Xiao glanced at Xiao Xuan, then lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before slowly revealing the truth. Big brother, I told Mother that I don't want to study anymore. She disagreed and scolded me. As she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably once more. Currently in the 3rd grade of elementary school, her tuition fees each semester exceeded 100 yuan, with the entire family relying solely on her younger brother, Xiao Yan, who worked tirelessly to support them all. Mother has labored tirelessly for years, leaving her health compromised. This reality resonates deeply with Xiao. She understands that, as she ages, the burden on her mother and elder brother will inevitably increase if she continues her studies. She cannot bear to witness their suffering for her sake. Are you troubled by tuition fees? Upon hearing the little girl's words, Xiao Xuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Is this something a 9-year-old should be pondering? Due to his own inaction as an elder brother, Xiao is shouldering a weight far too heavy for her young shoulders. Tears streamed down Xiao's face like precious pearls, and she gently nodded in acknowledgement. Alas, it is all the elder brother's fault, Xiao Xuan said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. He then slowly retrieved a thick stack of bills from his pocket and extended it toward his sister. What is this? Xiao, now resembling a weeping kitten, could hardly see what Xiao Xuan was offering through her tears. Take a look for yourself. Xiao Xuan smiled gently, placing the money on the table. Wiping her tears, Xiao finally discerned what lay before her. Money? Is this money? Her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the bills on the table, then darted back to Xiao Xuan. Count it, Xiao Xuan encouraged with a nod. For a moment, Xiao stood frozen, then cautiously reached out to clutch the notes tightly, as if afraid they might be snatched away at any moment. Soon, she began to count them one by one. 10, 20, as the numbers increased. Her mouth gaped wider in astonishment. Brother, is this 1,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money? Xiao asked, eyes wide with incredulity. I earned it selling peaches on the street this morning. Now you can focus on your studies without worry, right? Xiao Xuan said, playfully tapping the little girl's nose. Xiao nodded vigorously. Her academic performance had always been commendable, and had it not been for their family's circumstances, she would never have made such requests of her mother. Alas, Xiao, it was my fault in the past, led astray and living in a haze for the past 2 years. I apologize for the hardships you've endured. A flicker of guilt crossed Xiao Xuan's eyes as he spoke sincerely. But now, things are different. I have quit gambling. Your only task is to study diligently, while I will handle the earning part, all right? Xiao Xian took a deep breath, beaming a radiant smile at Xiao Xiao. Okay, Xiao Xiao readily agreed. At last, she could affirm that her elder brother had returned, and it seemed he had transformed for the better. Well, it's getting late. I must go help Mother in the fields. By the way, I bought 50 eggs from Granny Zhang and left them at home. If we have no vegetables for dinner, you can fetch some from your sister-in-law. With that, Xiao Xian headed toward the courtyard. Wait, brother, I'll go with you. Xiao Xiao grabbed a straw hat and ran after him. Please, please, the sun has yet to set, and the heat is unbearable. You must not go. Xiao Xian urged with urgency. But I can be of assistance and accomplish more work. Xiao Xiao hesitated, her brow furrowed. How about this? Wait until the sun has completely set before you come over, all right? Xiao Xian proposed thoughtfully. Very well, observing the determination in Xiao Xian's eyes. She realized she had no choice but to comply. Then I shall take my leave. Hey, big brother, wait. Xiao Xiao hurriedly chased after him. What is it? Big brother. Put on this straw hat to shield yourself from the sun. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, standing on her toes, straining to place the hat atop Xiao Xian's head. There we go. You mischievous girl, Xiao Xian chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair before striding towards the fields. Xiao Xiao remained rooted to the spot, gently touching her own head, a smile spreading across her face. My big brother is truly wonderful. With the straw hat adorning his head, Xiao Xian arrived at their family's fields. Mother, he called out cheerfully upon spotting his mother seated on a ridge. However, to his slight surprise, she did not respond. A frown creased Xiao Xian's brow. Something felt amiss. He squinted and hurried towards her. As the distance between them lessened, Xiao Xian's expression darkened further. His mother, Chen Xiaomei, sat there motionless. Mother, what is wrong? He rushed forward, shaking her shoulder. At that moment, Chen Xiaomei was burning with fever, her lips tinged with purple, her gaze unfocused, as though utterly drained of strength. This is bad. My mother has suffered from heat stroke. This was the singular thought racing through Xiao Xian's mind. He quickly rose to his feet, hoisting his mother onto his back and making his way towards the main road. Mother, please do not frighten me. Mother, you must not be in any danger, he implored, glancing back at her as he hurried along. In this moment, panic gripped him. Had he not arrived in time, he feared no one would have noticed his mother sitting there all afternoon. Even he had initially thought she was merely resting. Hey, Xiao Xian, what happened to your mother? Wang Erniu approached, balancing 2 baskets of seedlings on a shoulder pole, his expression shifting to concern upon seeing Xiao Xian's distress. Uncle Erniu, it seems my mother has suffered from heat stroke. What? Quickly, let me take a look. Wang Erniu set down the pole and hurried to assess Chen Xiaomei's condition. Fortunately, it's not too severe. You must carry your mother to finely Jinxiu. She is renowned for treating such ailments. Who? Xiao Xian paused, momentarily bewildered by the name. Li Granny, the one you all refer to. Do you understand? Wang Erniu slapped his forehead, realizing the confusion. In their family, the younger generations simply addressed the elders as grandfathers and grandmothers, leaving their full names largely unremembered. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Xian felt a twinge of confusion. Chapter 21. Xiao Xian, keep my word. Oh, I understand. Xiao Xian exclaimed, hastening his steps as he carried his mother toward the village. Granny Li resided at the end of the village, separated from Xiao Xian's home by a few households. Moreover, since she rarely ventured outside, Xiao Xian's impression of her was rather vague. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes of brisk walking, Xiao Xian finally arrived at Granny Li's doorstep. Before he could enter, a large yellow dog barked furiously at them. Simultaneously, the black elder, meandering around the entrance, caught the scent of Xiao Xian and rushed over. Woof, woof. What kind of mutt dares to bark before me? In the yard, an elderly woman with a face etched in wrinkles and a prominent mole at the corner of her mouth emerged, fanning herself. Upon recognizing Xiao Xian, her expression shifted to one of concern. Granny Li, my mother has suffered from heat stroke. Please help me. With a sense of relief at seeing Granny Li, Xiao Xian hurried into the yard. The yellow dog attempted to react, but was swiftly intimidated into silence by the black elder. Try barking again, I dare you. With the cessation of barking, The atmosphere in the yard became noticeably quieter. Granny Li, upon hearing the commotion, paused her fanning and quickly approached to assess Shen Xiaomei's condition. Goodness, how serious. How long has she been out in the sun? Granny Li inquired, her brow furrowed. I don't know. She was like this when I arrived. Hurry. Take me inside. If it's too severe, we may need to go to the hospital. Following Granny Li, Xiao Xuan entered her modest yet impeccably tidy room. The bed was neatly made, exuding an inviting ambience. Place her on my bed. All right, Xiao Xuan responded, swiftly fetching a cup of water. Granny Li, with a slight frown, dipped her fingers into the water and then examined Shen Xiaomei's complexion. Alas, her face is somewhat purplish. Sighing, she skillfully began to manipulate Shen Xiaomei's neck. Each time she released her grip, the flesh of the throat would rebound with a crisp sound, sending a shiver down Xiao Xuan's spine. Granny Li, could you be a bit gentler? It seems as though her skin might tear. Xiao Xuan suggested, concern evident in his voice. Granny Li slowly turned her gaze towards him, her expression cold as she replied, Are you instructing me on how to do my work? A chill ran through Xiao Xuan at her words, and he immediately fell silent. This technique aids in dissipating heat. See, doesn't your mother's complexion appear slightly better now? Granny Li explained after a moment's contemplation. Xiao Xuan glanced at his mother's face, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, until now, his attention had been fixated on her neck, oblivious to the changes in her facial expression. It appeared that the effort to stretch her neck had indeed proven beneficial. Xiao Xuan quietly stood by, waiting, and, after a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Shen Xiaomei's eyelids finally fluttered open. Mom, Xiao Xuan hurriedly approached, calling out to her. Shen Xiaomei opened her eyes, somewhat dazed, gazing at the scene before her. Feeling quite lost, she only remembered working in the fields, feeling a bit lightheaded at first. She had not paid much attention to it. It was only when she stood up and felt the world spinning around her that she managed to sit down on the ridge of the field, relying solely on her consciousness. Sigh, Xiaomei, why push yourself so hard? Planting rice isn't a race. If it weren't for your son coming to find you today, after a few more hours in this heat, you might have been in serious danger. Grandma Li remarked upon seeing Shen Xiaomei wake up. Thank you, Aunt Li. Shen Xiaomei responded softly, then turned her gaze toward Xiao Xuan. With all her strength, she managed to force a faint smile. Xiao Xuan, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Xiao Xuan felt a lump in his throat, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Mom, with a sudden bend of his knees, Xiao Xuan knelt down. Xiao Xuan, you. Shen Xiaomei was taken aback, instinctively trying to rise, but found herself devoid of any strength. Meanwhile, Grandma Li seemed unfazed by the scene. Mom, I beg you, please don't push yourself like this anymore. Can you promise me? Dad left us too early. I truly don't want to lose you as well. This tall young man, standing at 6 feet tall, was now a picture of sorrow, his face wet with tears, prompting Shen Xiaomei to shed tears of her own. Please, stand up first. Shen Xiaomei urged in a voice tinged with desperation. No, if you don't agree, I won't get up today. Xiao Xuan insisted, his tone resolute. The day's events had left him deeply shaken, having just returned to life 2 days prior. He could hardly fathom what he would do if anything were to happen to his mother. Sigh, Xiaomei, the child is worried about you. Just agree to him. Grandma Li couldn't help but interject. All right, I promise. As long as you live well from now on, I will agree. Shen Xiaomei responded, her voice trembling. Mom, rest assured, I have quit gambling now, and I will certainly live well from here on. Xiao Xuan wiped his tears, his voice firm. Very well, very well. Now please stand up. Shen Xiaomei nodded with a look of relief. Okay. Xiao Xuan finally complied and stood up. After another half an hour, Shen Xiaomei's complexion, though still slightly pale, appeared much improved. All right, carry your mother back, Grandma Li suggested, twisting her wrist. Xiao Xuan promptly stood up, retrieving 50 yuan from his pocket. Aunt Li, thank you so much today. Please accept this 50 yuan as medical expenses. Xiao Xuan spoke as he placed 5 10-yuan notes on the table of Grandma Li. Shen Xiaomei, though somewhat astonished, did not intervene. Why would I need your money when I haven't used anything? Grandma Li retorted, pouting as she shoved the bills back into Xiao Xuan's pocket. What is this? With this little money, You could buy your mother and your wife some food instead of giving it to me. If you truly have a conscience, remember your words today and do not let everyone down. Grandma Li gently patted Xiao Xian's arm, speaking earnestly. All right, Grandma Li, I shall remember this favor. Rest assured Xiao Xian, shall keep my word. Chapter 22. For the first time, she viewed Xiao Xian as a source of pride. Although her complexion had improved, Chen Xiaomei's strength was still insufficient for her to walk unaided. Thus, Xiao Xian carried her as they made their way home. Xiao Xian, just take me home to rest. Do not trouble Qingwan, she suggested. Observing the direction in which Xiao Xian was heading, Chen Xiaomei quickly discerned her son's intentions. Mother, do not overthink it. I will go to the fields to transplant rice seedlings later, allowing Qingwan and Xiao Xiao to look after you. Then I will feel more at ease. Xiao Xian replied with a smile. Oh, it's merely heat stroke. I don't need so many people to care for me. It's not that serious, Chen Xiaomei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ever since Shen Qingwan married into their family, she had not experienced many comfortable days, and the deep sense of guilt she felt towards her daughter-in-law was why she hesitated to burden her. All right, if I don't inform her, she will surely blame me later. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the doorstep. Woof woof. The dog barked a couple of times, and soon Shen Qingwan and Xiao Xiao emerged, laughing together from inside. Mother. Upon seeing her mother in such a state, Xiao Xiao's expression changed, and she hurriedly ran over, closely followed by Shen Qingwan. Xiao Xian, what happened to mother? Shen Qingwan asked with a slight frown, a hint of concern in her voice. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing to worry about. Chen Xiaomei sighed inwardly, knowing the two had indeed noticed. The two women understood that their mother spoke these words to reassure them, and their gazes immediately turned to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian smiled gently and began to explain, Mother fainted from heat stroke in the fields earlier. What? Before Xiao Xian could elaborate further, Xiao could no longer contain her alarm. Her eyes were filled with worry. Xiao Xian, seeing the little girl in such a fluster, affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not worry. I had Grandma Li treat her just now. She's doing much better now, but she just needs some rest. Oh, that is good. Both women sighed in relief. Qingwan, I will first take mother back. You should come along to help care for her. All right. Shen Qingwan agreed without hesitation. Oh, Xiao Xian, you. Chen Xiaomei wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Xiao Xian. Let's set off, he declared, turning to carry Chen Xiaomei away. Shen Qingwan and Xiao hurriedly followed. Upon returning home, Xiao Xian gently laid his mother down on the bed and surveyed the surroundings, a frown inevitably creeping across his brow. The bamboo mat on the bed had become loose and uneven, with splintered strips that could easily injure the skin if one were not cautious. The walls surrounding them were cracked, and many fissures allowed glimpses of the outside world. In this season teeming with mosquitoes, the room lacked even a mosquito net. How could his mother and Xiao possibly endure such conditions? Mother, shouldn't we replace this bamboo mat? Xiao Xian inquired tentatively. Oh, no need for that. It's still usable. Isn't it? Why waste money? Chen Xiaomei waved her hand dismissively, smiling gently. Observing his mother in such a state, Xiao Xian felt a pang of helplessness. Years of hardship had nearly bent her back, and she had long ceased to dare to aspire for a better life. Without further discussion with his mother, he turned to Xiao. Xiao, please go my place. On the table in the western room, there's a bottle of floral water. Bring it along with some mosquito coils. He reassured her that their home already had mosquito nets and coils, so there was no need for excessive worry. However, the situation here with his mother and Xiao was dire indeed. All right, Xiao responded cheerfully, dashing out. Xiao Xian, if you give away the floral water, what will we do for Qingwan tonight? She is expecting. Shen Xiaomei expressed her concern. Just as Xiao Xian was about to respond, Shen Qingwan interjected. Mother, don't worry. Xiao Xian bought mosquito nets this morning, and we have no real use for the floral water. Shen Qingwan explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Chen Xiaomei sighed in relief. All right, Qingwan, please take good care of your mother this afternoon. I'll head to the fields now. With his mother appearing to be in stable condition, Xiao Xian directed a few words to his wife. Okay, don't worry. Shen Qingwan nodded back at him with a smile. I'll be on my way then. As Xiao Xuan turned to leave, a wave of joy surged within him. His wife had just smiled at him. That genuine smile filled him with indescribable happiness. Come back soon. All right, Xiao Xuan replied, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to the fields. What a splendid day it was, with all his wishes seeming to come true. In the room, only the two women remained. Shen Xiaomei regarded her daughter-in-law with a mix of joy and guilt. Qingwan, you've worked so hard these years. Finally, Shen Xiaomei could not contain her feelings any longer. Mother, I haven't endured any hardship. I just do the housework every day. It's you who worries for us constantly. If anyone has truly borne the burden, it is you, Shen Qingwan said, affectionately linking her arm with Shen Xiaomei's. Though Xiao Xuan had not treated her particularly well since she married into the Xiao family, Shen Xiaomei had devoted her utmost to her. Take, for instance, the water-steamed egg that Xiao Xiao delivered last night. It was something Shen Xiaomei had set aside for herself, but could not bear to eat. She felt that having a caring mother-in-law like this was the greatest fortune of her life. When you married into our family, I assured your parents that I would treat you as if you were my own daughter. Yet, look at the life you have led since your arrival. I now dread going out, fearing an encounter with your parents, uncertain of how to face them. As she spoke, the corners of Shen Xiaomei's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. She was an exceptionally strong-willed woman. Although the primary responsibility for their circumstances did not rest upon her, she still felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Oh, mother, what are you saying? I am quite happy now, and besides, hasn't Xiao Xuan improved as well? By the way, this morning he went out to sell peaches and earned over 2,600 yuan. Shen Qingwan quickly reassured her. You child, what? Did you just say over 2,600 yuan? Shen Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to absorb the news. Yes. The peaches from the tree at the back of our house are large and delicious. This morning, Xiao Xuan took 2 bags to the market and returned with over 2,600 yuan. Shen Qingwan exclaimed, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. For the first time, she regarded Xiao Xuan as a source of pride. Chapter 23. The concern from a daughter-in-law is truly wonderful. Mother, big brother, sister-in-law, I'm back. Just as Shen Xiaomei was processing this information, Xiao Zhao's youthful voice unexpectedly rang out from outside. The two instinctively turned towards the door, where they saw Xiao Xiao rushing in, out of breath, holding a bottle of floral water in her left hand and 2 plates of mosquito coils in her right. You girl, come here and sit down for a moment. No one is rushing you, so why are you running so fast? Shen Qingwan hurriedly took the items from her hands, chuckling. Hee, where's big brother? Xiao Xiao scanned the surroundings, but did not see him, prompting her to inquire. He's gone to the fields. Oh, I see. By the way, Xiao Xiao, didn't your brother give you that 1,000 yuan earlier? Where did you put it? Hurry and bring it out for mother to see. Shen Qingwan suddenly remembered this and quickly added, Oh, right. Xiao Xiao smacked her forehead and dashed toward the old wardrobe in the room. After rummaging for a while, she pulled out a black plastic bag from the inner pocket of one of the garments. Hee, mother, look, she exclaimed gleefully, opening the bag. When Shen Xiaomei beheld the thick wad of 10 and 20 yuan notes inside, she was utterly stunned. Is this really 1,000 yuan? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Hee. Yes. Let me count it for you. 10, 20, 30. As she reached 1,000, the little girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Qingwan, is this truly money that Xiao Xuan earned from selling peaches? Are you certain he didn't acquire it from gambling? Shen Xiaomei could not help but swallow hard. Her face serious as she looked at Shen Qingwan and asked, Mom, rest assured, I firmly believe that Xiao Xuan would never jest with such matters. Besides, have you not tasted the flavor of that peach yourself? I surmise that Xiao Xuan may have priced it slightly higher. Yet he would certainly never engage in any illegal activities. Shen Qingwan explained with unwavering determination. She could not quite articulate why she held such trust in Xiao Xuan. It was simply that he exuded an undeniable sense of reliability at this moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan had already begun transplanting rice seedlings in the fields. Oh, Xiao Xuan, you truly came, exclaimed several villagers laboring nearby. They were slightly astonished to see him fulfilling his promise from the morning. Indeed, idling at home serves no purpose. Xiao Xuan replied with a smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. Well, your reasoning is sound. Ha! As time passed, the sun gradually descended, and the sky dimmed. Xiao Xian felt an overwhelming fatigue at his waist and straightened up to rest for a moment. However, this simple motion made him feel as if his entire body were about to fall apart. At this moment, he finally comprehended the arduousness of his mother's prolonged labor in the fields. Alas, never mind, let me take a break. Xiao Xian stepped out of the water and sat down on the ridge beside the field. Just then, a figure in the distance caught his attention. Uncle Dazhuang, are you setting traps? Xiao Xian stood up, twisted his waist a couple of times, and walked over to greet him. Lu Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback before turning to him. Oh, indeed. During this season, the small ditches and rivers in the countryside usually teem with fish and shrimp. Some experienced adults prefer to set traps in the evening, so they can return the next morning for a bountiful catch. Of course, some are more direct, carrying a battery to electrify the fish. Although the harvest is greater, the risks are also higher, especially at night. Not many in Ziyajai can engage in such activities, but Li Dazhuang is one of them. Will you catch any fish with that? Xiao Xian inquired tentatively. Sometimes yes, but generally not very large ones. Why? Are you looking to buy fish? Li Dazhuang, who often sold fish in a market and interacted with many people, quickly discerned Xiao Xian's intentions. I would like to buy one. I wonder if you have any? Xiao Xian said, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his nose. Oh, if you want one. I certainly have some. I do plan to electrify fish tonight, so if you're interested, I will save one for you. Oh, thank you, uncle. Xiao Xian felt a surge of joy, for he was aware of Li Dazhuang's expertise in electrifying fish. The elders had said that he used to frolic in the river every day without attending school, honing his skills. Later, he acquired a set of electric fishing equipment, sometimes earning over 100 yuan in a single night. No problem at all. Li Dazhuang waved his hand, chuckling as he spoke. Having pre-ordered a fish, Xiao Xian returned to continue planting rice seedlings. As night fell and the mosquitoes began to swarm, Xiao Xian felt he could endure no longer. Thus he wrapped up his work and headed home. His family owned a mere 2 acres and 6 cents of land, most of which his mother had already prepared. With the additional work he accomplished that evening, Xiao Xian believed that with a bit of overtime the next day, he might complete everything. Upon returning home, the night had fully descended. Xiao Xian, upon entering, he heard Shen Qingwan calling his name, filling his heart with warmth. Blackie also came over, excitedly wagging his tail beside him. Go wash up. I prepared your clothes. Shen Qingwan observed the numerous mosquito bites on Xiao Xian's body, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Xiao Xian paused, then turned to Shen Qingwan with a look of sheer delight. Qingwan, did you prepare a bath for me? He asked, his face alight with joy. Yes. What's wrong? Shen Qingwan replied, a hint of shyness causing her to lower her head. With nightfall rendering the riverbank unsafe for bathing, she had taken the initiative to prepare everything for him. She never expected that such a simple gesture would elicit such a strong reaction from Xiao Xian. Thank you, Qingwan. Knowing that Shen Qingwan had thoughtfully prepared a bath for him made Xiao Xian feel as if he were floating on air. The care from his wife was simply wonderful. Chapter 24. The wind stopped, the rain ceased, and Xiao Xian felt revived. Why are you thanking me? We are already an old married couple. Shen Qingwan murmured as she turned away. Huh? What? Xiao Xian asked, slightly taken aback. Nothing. Hurry and wash up. You're filthy. She blushed and hurried away. Seeing Shen Qingwan's bashful demeanor made Xiao Xian smile slightly. This girl was truly adorable. After a brief 15 minutes, Xiao Xian finally finished his bath. Phew, I'm starving, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of the meal his wife had prepared. Come eat, the food is getting cold, Shen Qingwan said as she uncovered the dishes upon his arrival. Compared to the previous night, tonight's offerings were noticeably more abundant. A plate of greens, a plate of loofah, and an enticing bowl of steamed egg awaited him. Wow, today's dishes look delicious, Xiao Xian exclaimed, eagerly picking up his chopsticks and shoving a couple of vegetable leaves into his mouth. Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed slightly. She couldn't comprehend why her heart raced whenever Xiao Xian praised her, even after being married for over 2 years. Try this egg. I made 2 for Mom today, and she said they were quite tasty. Shen Qingwan nudged the bowl filled with steamed egg towards Xiao Xian. Oh, really? Upon hearing his words, Xiao Xuan promptly picked up a ladle and scooped a spoonful to taste. Shen Qingwan, with her bright, wide eyes, gazed intently at Xiao Xuan, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. Would he enjoy the dish she had prepared? However, in the next moment, her tension dissipated entirely. Delicious, Xiao Xuan exclaimed, nodding with delight. Really? Shen Qingwan's face lit up with joy upon hearing his affirmation, perhaps unaware of the profound effect his approval had on her. Indeed it is. Here, you should try some too, Xiao Xuan said, scooping another spoonful to bring to Shen Qingwan's lips. Ah! Shen Qingwan hesitated momentarily, her cheeks instantly flushing with crimson. Xiao Xuan was actually feeding her. I've already eaten, she stammered, shyly declining his offer. Ah, it matters not if you've eaten. You now have 4 little ones growing inside you. Eating more will benefit their development, Xiao Xuan said with a smile. What? 4? For babies? Shen Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Xuan. She had only discovered her pregnancy a month after it began, during a routine hospital checkup. Although she knew she was expecting, she had no idea how many. Thus, hearing Xiao Xuan's words left her in utter astonishment. In rural areas, it was rare to find women having twins, and triplets were even more uncommon. As for quadruplets, that was unheard of. She was no Sao. How could she possibly carry so many? Xiao Xuan seemed to realize he had misspoken and scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, I dreamt last night that you gave birth to 4 babies, which is why I said that. Shen Qingwan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dreams are often the opposite. How can you believe such things? She chuckled. She was surprised to find that someone as tall and robust as Xiao Xuan would entertain such fantastical notions. Well, never mind that. Hurry up and take a bite. My arm is getting tired. Xiao Xuan lifted the ladle again, inching closer to Shen Qingwan. All right. Looking into Xiao Xuan's earnest eyes, Shen Qingwan found it difficult to refuse. Blushing, she slowly opened her cherry-like lips. How does it taste? Good, very tasty. It's a bit hot. I'll step outside for a bit. Shen Qingwan felt herself nearly melting under Xiao Xuan's intense gaze and quickly concocted an excuse to flee. Xiao Xuan chuckled as he watched her awkwardly retreat. He tasted the ladle she had used, and a smile gradually formed at the corners of his mouth. It really is quite good. After dinner, Xiao Xuan tidied up the dishes. Stealing a glance into the main room to ensure Shen Qingwan had entered, he then joined Black Yi in the mysterious space. Although it had already graced him twice yesterday, upon returning once more, Xiao Xuan was still profoundly struck by the scene before him. Smoky wisps danced in the air, and the atmosphere was refreshingly pure. Alas, if only he could bring Qingwan into this enchanting place, it would have been utterly perfect. Shaking his head, he chose to cast aside such impractical thoughts. Turning his gaze, he focused on the mystical spring. It was the very water within that had awakened Black Lord's consciousness yesterday. Now, a day later, Black Lord seemed to exhibit no signs of abnormality. Xiao Xuan felt it was time for him to experience the effects of this ethereal spring himself. Taking a few steps forward, he crouched beside the spring. Go ahead, Black Lord, you try first, he said, still feeling a tinge of unease. Woof woof. Black Lord rolled his eyes, seemingly unimpressed. Yet he could not resist the allure of the spring, eagerly lapping up the water. As he watched Black Lord drink with such enthusiasm, Xiao Xuan found himself swallowing hard. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his head into the spring. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah, bliss. The cool water coursed through him, and he felt a refreshing wave wash over his entire being. His waist no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and even his energy surged like never before. Xiao Xuan felt as though he could easily crush Black Lord's head with a single punch. Black Lord glanced at him, rolling his eyes again in silent reproach. The wind ceased, the rain abated, and one could sense a renewed clarity, right? Chapter 25. Moreover, he too relished a good feast. After some contemplation, Xiao Xuan dismissed this unrealistic notion. Perhaps Black Lord had experienced a more profound effect from the spring water than he had, merely concealed from view. If he acted recklessly, he might find himself at a disadvantage. After gulping down several more mouthfuls of the spring water, Xiao Xuan felt his physical condition elevate to remarkable heights. Most importantly, his thought processes seemed to flow with newfound ease and simplicity. Could it be that the spring water also enhanced one's physical prowess? As this thought crossed his mind, an epiphany struck him. If this were indeed the case, what if he could take some of this water to share with Qingwan and his mother? Would their health not improve exponentially? The mere thought sent a wave of excitement coursing through him. Qingwan, now expecting a child, and his mother, bearing numerous ailments. And even Xiao Xiao, perhaps this spring water could even enhance their intellect. How splendid would that be? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. However, a dilemma soon presented itself. If he were to offer them the spring water directly, they would undoubtedly be filled with questions. If only he could devise a way for them to consume it unknowingly, that would be absolutely ideal. But how could he achieve such a feat? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, an idea swiftly emerged. Water. He smacked his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. The spring water was, after all, just water. He could simply mix it with their daily drinking water. Eating, cooking, bathing. What connection do any of these have with water? Moreover, the vegetables and fruits cultivated at home, if nourished with this miraculous spring water, might yield some extraordinary effects. It seemed to Xiao Xuan that a new door had swung open before him, revealing a blissful paradise that beckoned him forth. Resolute, he decided to try it out immediately. In a flash, he transported himself and Blackie to the kitchen. In the corner of the kitchen sat a large water vat, originally intended for storing water before the household had access to a well. However, as every family installed their own wells, the vat had been left unused, gathering a thick layer of dust. With some effort, Xiao Xuan repositioned the vat and, concentrating his mind, he transported it into the mysterious realm. Observing the bubbling surface of the water, he surmised that it contained a substantial amount of the spring water. So he aimed to fill the vat to the brim. He attempted to manipulate the movement of the spring water with his thoughts and was delighted to discover that it worked effectively. He then began to wash away the dust from the vat's exterior. Once cleaned, he filled it to capacity with the spring water. Drawing from his previous experience of relocating the peach tree, Xiao Xuan felt more adept this time. He exited first, and, after a brief wait of about 10 seconds, the vat brimming with spring water appeared before him. Notably, the spring water ceased to bubble once it left the mysterious space, resembling ordinary well water, albeit much purer. Would it lose its efficacy? A wave of concern washed over him, prompting him to take a sip. Gulp. After a few mouthfuls of the spring water, he patted his stomach with a contented smile. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Moreover, the spring water had spared him some trouble. At least he no longer needed to conceal it. Immediately, Xiao Xuan fetched a bucket and filled it with the spring water, carrying it to the backyard. He wondered what wondrous effects this sacred water would have when poured over his crops. Without further ado, he decided to put his theories to the test. The backyard was not particularly large. He estimated it to be around 7 or 8/10 of an acre. Besides the previous large peach tree, various vegetables grew there: greens, cucumbers, loofahs, and chili peppers, a blend of tastes reflecting rural diversity. He meticulously washed each one without omission. As he finished watering the last head of lettuce, a sudden voice broke the silence from behind. Xiao Xuan. Huh? Startled, he turned to see Shen Qingwan, momentarily taken aback. You're still awake? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I came to see what the noise was about. Are you watering the vegetables? Although it was quite late, the dim light from the living room allowed her to discern Xiao Xuan's silhouette. Yes, he replied, placing the watering ladle back into the bucket with a smile and a nod. Oh, Shen Qingwan responded, her expression momentarily brightening with surprise. Yet, her demeanor quickly dimmed thereafter. Alas, it is unfortunate that I am not particularly skilled at gardening. The vegetables in my home appear somewhat smaller than those of others, and many have withered away. Shen Qingwan said with a hint of self-reproach. Xiao Xuan placed the water bucket down, closed the kitchen door, and then walked into the main room. Everything is achievable through effort. Why must one be so preoccupied with the outcome? Moreover, Even if your vegetables are diminutive, we still enjoy consuming them, don't we? Xiao Xuan said, looking at Shen Qingwan with a reassuring smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan stared at the man across from her for quite some time. All right, let us retire early for the night. With that, Xiao Xuan walked straight into the room. Left behind, Shen Qingwan gazed at his retreating figure, his words echoing in her mind. After a moment, she broke into a radiant smile, revealing an exquisite expression. Indeed, why should one compare oneself to others? As long as one has made an effort, that is sufficient. Besides, he enjoys eating them too. The night passed swiftly, and Xiao Xuan rose early once more. Accompanied by He Yi, he and his dog traversed the main room, circumvented the kitchen, and arrived at the backyard. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Xiao Xuan was utterly astonished. What is this? Before his eyes lay a verdant spectacle. The once short and stunted greens from yesterday were now flourishing with vibrant greenery, even their sizes surpassing those of standard vegetables by a considerable margin. The patch where the greens had been planted, initially sparse, now appeared quite crowded due to the enlarged stature of each plant. Moreover, the cucumbers and loofahs on the surrounding trellis were astonishingly large. Xiao Xuan recalled that a few cucumbers and loofahs had rotted away, but now they had vanished without a trace. What met his eyes were all splendidly presented vegetables and fruits. Is this the power of the spiritual spring water? Chapter 26. Brother is now exceedingly kind to our family. Xiao Xuan, somewhat dazed, walked directly to the edge of the vegetable patch, crouching down to carefully examine the greens that had been nourished by the spiritual spring water. Each vibrant green leaf shimmered in the morning dew, reflecting a gentle radiance. They appeared nothing like the ordinary vegetables sold on the streets. Rather, they resembled exquisite works of art. Just based on their appearance, Xiao Xuan mused that if they were to be sold in the large supermarkets of a big city, they would fetch at least $5 per pound. Of course, appearance is but one aspect. More importantly, they are organic. Vegetables from the countryside are generally free from chemical fertilizers, which alone holds immense allure for city dwellers. However, Xiao Xuan merely pondered this. He had no intention of cultivating such high-quality vegetables on a grand scale. Firstly, it would deplete the spiritual spring water, and he was uncertain of its quantity. What if it ran out? Secondly, the urban environment is rife with complexities. Unlike the simple folk of the countryside, city dwellers tend to scrutinize every detail. Should they trace the origins back to him, he would find it quite challenging to explain. If possible, he would prefer to remain in the countryside and develop there for eternity. The deceptive intrigues of the city are far too distressing. Setting aside his thoughts, Xiao Xuan rose to his feet. Gazing at the lush scenery of his garden, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Although the vegetables could not supply the bustling metropolis, they were certainly sufficient for his family's needs. Merely observing them was a feast for the eyes. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Xuan busied himself with his tasks. He first retrieved the 5 burlap sacks he had used yesterday, and then rummaged through the eastern room to find a balance scale. Due to an unpleasant encounter with Zhang Zhongfa the day prior, Xiao Xuan presumed he would be unable to borrow his motorcycle today. However, Wang Changgui's family in the village possessed a utility vehicle, and he planned to consult him about transporting a load of peaches. Wang Changgui primarily earned his livelihood by assisting others with freight. As long as Xiao Xuan offered payment, he was certain to oblige. After quite a while of diligent work, Xiao Xuan finally packed the 5 sacks of peaches. He glanced at the tree, where a few dozen peaches remained scattered. Choosing not to pick any further, he decided to leave them for his family to enjoy. After simply sealing the bags, he moved them to the main room. If he managed to secure a vehicle upon his return, he could load them directly. Like yesterday, he placed a peach on the dining table in the main room, took a large peach for breakfast, and set off towards the fields. Crossing the road and walking along the bumpy path through the fields, inhaling the fresh air, Xiao Xuan suddenly felt that rural life had its own charm. There was no pressure from a 9-to-9 work schedule, nor were there issues such as smog or traffic congestion. Rising with the sun and returning at dusk. Wasn't this life rather delightful? Hey, Xiao Xuan, up so early. Just as Xiao Xuan was lost in thought, a man in waiters on the road greeted him. Uncle Li, good morning. Xiao Xuan recognized it was Li Dazhuang and smiled in response. Oh, great. I prepared that fish for you. It's south of my place. When will you come to pick it up? Li Dazhuang recalled their conversation from the previous evening and inquired eagerly. Really? That's wonderful. I'll come by to collect it after I finish planting the seedlings this morning. Thank you, Uncle Dazhuang. Xiao Xuan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. With Shen Qingwan currently expecting 4 children and his late outings to the market, leaving him no time to buy meat. Acquiring a fish nearby for her nourishment was indeed a splendid idea. It's nothing really. Li Dazhuang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right then, Uncle Dazhuang, you carry on. I'll head to the fields to plant the seedlings. With that, Xiao Xuan cheerfully departed. Li Dazhuang watched Xiao Xuan's retreating figure, unable to suppress a smile of satisfaction. This young man had truly come into his own. As time passed, after more than 20 minutes in the fields, a small girl's voice suddenly broke into his thoughts. Big brother. Xiao rolled up her trousers and stepped into the field. Xiao, what brings you here? You should hurry back. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Xuan quickly waved his hands, urging her to return home. Rest assured, my brother. My sister-in-law is at home taking care of our mother. It was she who urged me to come assist you. Xiao cheerfully elucidated, seemingly discerning Xiao Xuan's thoughts. Well, in that case, very well. Xiao Xuan pondered for a moment before adding, you should return home once the sun comes out. This clever little girl had always been astute. He had no real justification to send her back. Thus he could only express it this way. He understood. Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue and began to proficiently plant seedlings in the field. Numerous villagers, witnessing this scene, were left utterly astonished. Their astonishment stemmed from both Xiao Xuan's recent behavior and the fact that Shen Xiaomei had not come today. After all, very few were privy to yesterday's events. Xiao Xuan, why are only you and Xiao planting seedlings today? Where's your mother? Aunt Zhang could not refrain from inquiring. In the village, many women relished gossip, particularly concerning widows and similar matters. Thus, Shen Xiaomei's relations with most of the village's women were rather tenuous. However, Aunt Zhang was one of the few who genuinely cared for Shen Xiaomei. My mother is unwell, hence, she cannot come, Xiao Xuan replied. Oh, unwell? I wondered why I hadn't seen Xiaomei last night. Aunt Zhang murmured to herself. Is your mother all right? Don't worry, she's fine now. She just needs a few days of recovery, Xiao Xuan responded with a smile. The concern shown for his mother filled his heart with joy. Oh, that is wonderful. Xiao Xuan, you must absolutely refrain from going out to play cards again. Your mother has endured much for the sake of you 3 siblings. Aunt Zhang earnestly cautioned. However, before Xiao Xuan could respond, Xiao could not hold back her laughter. Aunt Zhang, you need not worry. My elder brother is quite well behaved at home now. Her tone was imbued with unmistakable pride. Oh, is that so? That is truly splendid. Observing his sister's proud demeanor, Xiao Xuan felt deeply moved. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a source of pride for his sister. Chapter 27. Purchasing fish around 8 in the morning. The sun had risen high in the sky, and the temperature was steadily climbing. Xiao initially intended to continue assisting Xiao Xuan, but regrettably, he firmly insisted otherwise. With no choice, she complied with her brother's wishes and returned home. Xiao Xuan, watching his little sister's understanding demeanor, could not help but shake his head and smile. Other children yearned to remain at home playing, while his sister was preoccupied with household matters daily. At times, he genuinely wished she could be a little more carefree. As time ticked by, after roughly another hour, Xiao Xuan estimated it was about time to proceed. After all, he had packed 5 large bags of peaches that morning, and selling them all would undoubtedly require more time. Having tidied up his belongings, he casually washed his feet in a nearby ditch and set off towards the village. Upon returning, he did not head home immediately, but rather made his way to Uncle Wang Changgui's house. Uncle Changgui, are you home? Xiao Xuan arrived at his doorstep, and, noticing the yard was empty, called out, Hey, anyone there? Before long, a coarse voice resonated from within the house. Who is it? Wang Changgui emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a jovial smile adorning his face. However, upon recognizing Xiao Xuan, the smile on his face faltered momentarily. Xiao Xuan, Uncle Changwei. Xiao Xian greeted with a smile. Wang Changwei nodded slightly, then scrutinized Xiao Xian's attire. Had he been working in the fields? Given the distance between their families' lands, he had never witnessed Xiao Xian tilling the soil before. Oh yes, I just finished transplanting seedlings, Xiao Xian replied cheerfully. Wang Changwei flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression transforming intriguingly. Not wishing to elaborate further, Xiao Xian got straight to the point. Uncle Changwei, do you have any plans for this morning? None at all. Why do you ask? Wang Changwei's demeanor shifted slightly, showing signs of discouragement upon hearing Xiao Xian's inquiry. Oh, that's splendid. Uncle, I have some peaches at home and would like your assistance in transporting them to the market. Rest assured, I will cover the fuel costs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian felt a wave of relief and quickly added, although the regulations regarding driving licenses in rural areas are not overly strict, my past experiences have taught me the importance of adhering to the rules. Since I do not possess a license yet, it is prudent to have Uncle Wang assist with the transport. Peaches? Wang Changwei furrowed his brow, recalling that Xiao Xian's family did not seem to cultivate many peach trees. Where would you have so many peaches? Yes, it's from that tree in my backyard. It has grown exceptionally well this year, producing particularly large peaches. Xiao Xian explained with a smile. Oh, I see. I can help, but it will cost me a decent sum for the trip. If your peaches aren't, no problem at all, Uncle. I assure you that the transport fee will be fair, Xiao Xian quickly reassured him, sensing Wang Changwei's hesitations. All right then. When do you intend to set off? Right away. Uncle, please bring your vehicle to my doorstep. I will be there in a moment. Very well. After finalizing the arrangement with Wang Changwei, Xiao Xian departed. At this hour, Li Dazhuang should be at home, so he planned to stop by and fetch a fish. Ermao. At the gate, Ermao was playing in the mud, completely unclothed. Startled by Xiao Xian's voice, he trembled. His small eyes widened as he turned to confront the source of the sound, ready to lash out. However, upon realizing it was Xiao Xian, his expression fell. Xian, brother Xian. Xiao Xian's prior reputation had been quite notorious, to the extent that some mothers used him as a cautionary tale to frighten their children, and several youngsters had witnessed his drunken antics. Over time, he had become a figure of fear in their eyes. Even though Xiao Xian had saved Ermao by the river last time, their subsequent encounter still left Ermao feeling apprehensive. Is your father home? Xiao Xian gently ruffled Ermao's hair, inquiring kindly. Yes, he is at home, Ermao replied, his body trembling slightly. Oh, that's good to hear. After Xiao Xian finished speaking, he disregarded Ermao and stepped into the courtyard. Ermao stood frozen in place, touching his round head, his youthful face adorned with a perplexed expression. Is this truly the Xian my mother speaks of? Uncle de Zhuang. Xiao Xian called out from the courtyard. Coming, Li Dazhuang replied. Soon, he emerged alongside a middle-aged woman. Xiao Xian? The middle-aged woman appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Lianti, Xiao Xian greeted her with a smile. Leonie, whose full name was Liang, was Li Dazhuang's wife. Her greatest pastime was gossiping, often disparaging Chen Xiaomei, and she harbored deep-seated prejudice against Xiao Xian. Nevertheless, as an elder, it was appropriate for Xiao Xian to address her as such. Li Ying responded indifferently. Her dismissive demeanor irked Xiao Xian. Although he had previously been a rogue, he had never caused her family any harm. Why did she behave as though he owed her a fortune? Li Dazhuang seemed to sense that his wife was being excessively harsh and subtly cast her glance. However, Li Ying clearly ignored him. With a sigh of resignation, Li Dazhuang turned to Xiao Xian with a forced smile. Haha, Xiao Xian, you're here to pick up the fish, right? Wait a moment. I'll get it for you now. What? Just as he turned, Li Ying seized him by the arm, her face a mask of fury as she glared at her husband. Li Dazhuang, have you lost your mind? That fish is meant for Xiao Xian. You know what kind of character this kid has? Li Ying practically shouted at him. She had felt a sense of unease that morning. Wondering why such a large fish had not been sold, she assumed it was for their lunch. If she had known it was for Xiao Xian, she would never have agreed. Ah, Yingzi, what are you saying? Xiao Xian is still here. Li Dazhuang's face shifted through shades of embarrassment and anger. He had promised Xiao Xian earlier that he would indeed give him the fish. Now, confronted by his wife's outburst, He felt as though he could disappear into the ground. What of it? Am I wrong? Li Ying retorted fiercely. Xiao Xuan, I truly apologize. Please wait outside for a moment while I explain things to your aunt. Li Zhuang's face flushed crimson as he forced a strained smile toward Xiao Xuan. All right. Xiao Xuan said nothing further and turned to leave the courtyard. Once he departed, only Li Zhuang and his wife remained in the yard. Without hesitation, Li Ying seized Li Zhuang by the ear, twisting it painfully, causing him to grimace in agony. Li Zhuang, have you gained some audacity? How could you conceal such matters from me? Ah, it hurts. I told you. How could I have kept the fish until now? Li Zhuang knelt, pleading for mercy while attempting to explain. What? Li Ying's grip tightened, causing Li Zhuang to wince in pain, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Yingzi, please listen to me. Oh, Xiao Xuan, he saved our second son, Mao, by the river the other day. Li Ying paused her actions, curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Just the other day, I took Mao for a bath, and he fell into a pit. It was Xiao Xuan who pulled him out. Li Zhuang internally lamented, realizing he had forgotten to mention this to Li Ying upon returning. Had Xiao Xuan not come today, he might never have recalled it. After all, it was not uncommon for children in rural areas to fall into water pits. Upon hearing this, Li Ying's grip gradually loosened. No wonder Mao had been chattering about Xiao Xuan since returning home. She had not paid much attention at the time. Now, reflecting on it, there seemed to be some truth to it. Are you certain about what you said? Li Ying withdrew her hand from her husband's ear and asked again. Of course it's true. Absolutely. Li Zhuang thought to himself, realizing he had dug his own grave. Seeing his wife remain silent, he tentatively inquired, Shall I go get some fish for Xiao Xuan? Li Ying turned to glance at him, causing him to shudder in fear. Best not to ask. This was a clear sign of late-stage husband management. Li Ying said nothing and walked straight into the house. Li Zhuang felt a slight sense of relief. He understood that his wife had tacitly approved. Immediately, he called out to the courtyard, Xiao Xuan, just a moment. I'll get it for you now. With that, he hurried off to the kitchen, soon emerging with a white bucket. Xiao Xuan here. Li Zhuang smiled as he handed the large car from the bucket to Xiao Xuan. Uncle, thank you, Xiao Xuan said, noticing the clear redness on Li Zhuang's ear. Feeling somewhat guilty. Oh, it's nothing. I'm used to it. And Xiao Xuan, don't hold it against your aunt. She has her temperament. We all notice the changes in you. Keep it up, and I believe everyone will come to see you differently in time, Li Zhuang said, patting Xiao Xuan on the shoulder with earnestness. Thank you, uncle. I don't have any money on me right now. Why don't you come with me to my house, and I'll get it for you? Xiao Xuan offered. Oh, no need. Isn't Qingwan still expecting? Just consider this fish a gift for me. Haha, just remember to return the bucket. Hey, Uncle Zhuang. Xiao Xuan began to say something, but Li Zhuang cut him off. Glancing at the sizable carp in the bucket, which weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds, he realized that if sold in town, it could fetch around 20 yuan. Truth be told, that amount was quite significant for Li Zhuang's family. Sighing, Xiao Xuan suddenly brightened and turned his gaze towards the distant figure of Mao. Mao felt a chill run down his spine as Xiao Xuan swiftly pulled him back to his home. Upon arriving, Wang Qinggui's agricultural vehicle was quietly parked at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Xuan approaching with Li Mao, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Xiao Xuan, what brings you here? Shen Qingwan inquired, her expression laced with curiosity. Take a look, Xiao Xuan replied, extending the bucket of water towards Shen Qingwan. Wow, such a large carp. The sight of the fish elicited an immediate expression of delight on Shen Qingwan's delicate face. I bought it from Uncle Zhuang. By the way, Qingwan, could you please find a bucket to transfer this fish into, and then take out 20 yuan? Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, but upon glancing at Mao beside her, she quickly grasped the situation. Okay, she responded, her face beaming with a smile as she carried the bucket into the main room. Xiao Xuan offered a slight smile before turning to Wang Qinggui. Uncle Qinggui, I've already picked the peaches. They're in the main room. With that, he strode confidently inside. Wang Qinggui, feeling a spark of curiosity, followed closely behind. The opening of the bag was not tightly secured, allowing the outermost peaches to be clearly visible. Xiao Xuan casually reached into one of the bags, pulled out a peach, and handed it to Wang Changgui. Uncle Changgui, here's a peach from my family. Do give it a try. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing the size of the peach, Wang Changgui momentarily froze, a look of astonishment flitting across his face. Chapter 28. People do change. Xiao Xuan merely smiled and placed the peach into Wang Changgui's hand. Wang Changgui gulped audibly, hastily wiping the surface of the peach with his short sleeves before eagerly tasting it. The tender, juicy flesh is simply exquisite. His expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Xiao Xuan, your family's peaches are absolutely delightful. I reckon if these were sold on the street, they would fetch at least 3 yuan per gene. Wang Changgui had previously assisted in selling various fruits and vegetables. Yet Xiao Xuan's peaches were undoubtedly the finest he had ever encountered in terms of appearance and flavor. Hee, they do sell for quite a price, Xiao Xuan chuckled, opting to remain vague. Well then, Uncle Changgui, enjoy your peach. I'll take these to the truck. Absolutely, absolutely. Wang Changgui beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Before long, Xiao Xuan had loaded all 5 bags of peaches onto the agricultural vehicle, and Shen Qingwan was already prepared with the money. After clapping his hands, he disembarked from the truck. Taking the 20 yuan from Shen Qingwan, he pondered for a moment before climbing back onto the vehicle to retrieve a peach from the bag. At that moment, Ermao squatted nearby, appearing somewhat bored. However, without Xiao Xuan's permission, he dared not leave. Xiao Xuan jumped down from the truck and approached him. Ermao. Hearing his name, Li Ermao quickly stood up, lowering his head and nervously clutching the hem of his shirt, appearing rather shy. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, wondering if he truly appeared so intimidating as to frighten the boy. Shaking his head, he extended the bucket, peach, and 20 yuan towards Ermao. Ermao, this is the money for the fish. Please help me deliver it to your parents. And here's a peach for you to enjoy. Huh? Li Ermao, upon hearing this, looked up in confusion. A long strand of mucus dripped from his nostrils, threatening to fall into his mouth at any moment. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Without waiting for any reaction, he directly placed 3 items into the boy's hands. Hurry home, don't lose the money. Oh, Xian, brother Xian, I'm off. Ermao nodded dully and then scampered away, completely bare. After bidding farewell to Ermao, Xiao Xuan called for Yi. As a dog capable of understanding human speech, Yi greatly assisted Xiao Xuan in attracting customers. Thus, he was indispensable whenever Xiao Xuan sold peaches. Qingwan, could you please prepare that fish and gather a few eggs? Call Mom and Xiao to join us for dinner. Xiao Xuan gently instructed, turning to Shen Qingwan. All right, remember to come home early for dinner. Shen Qingwan nodded, smiling at Xiao Xuan. Sure. Xiao Xuan beamed with a radiant smile. There is no greater joy in the world than hearing your beloved spouse remind you to return home soon before you set off. In the driver's seat, Wang Changgui was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Was this really the same Xiao Xuan who used to squander his days gambling and drinking? The couple's relationship resembled that of young lovers freshly wed. Waving goodbye to Shen Qingwan, Xiao Xuan climbed into the vehicle with Yi. The cab of the agricultural vehicle was rather cramped, forcing Yi to grumble as he settled into the back compartment. Wang Changgui nodded toward Shen Qingwan before driving away with Xiao Xuan. When did your relationship with your wife become so harmonious? Upon exiting the village, Wang Changgui couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Xuan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Recently, I suppose. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ermao dutifully carried the 3 items entrusted to him by Xiao Xuan back home. Ermao. Upon entering the yard, Ling noticed her son struggling to carry a water bucket and immediately stood up. Mom, Ermao replied. Li Dazhuang, come out here and take a look. What's the matter? Hearing his mother's fierce call, Li Dazhuang stumbled over in a hurry. What's wrong? Just look at Ermao. He has really put himself out there, hasn't he? You gave that fish to someone, and not only did they not thank you, but they wouldn't even return the bucket. Ling scolded sarcastically. Li Dazhuang frowned at her words. However, he didn't completely lose his composure. He approached his son and squatted down slowly, noticing a large peach in the bucket. Wow, this is huge. Unable to resist, Li Dazhuang picked it up and weighed it in his hands. He estimated it must weigh at least half a kilogram. At that moment, Li Ying's gaze shifted to the peach, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Mao, where did you get such a large peach? Li Ying asked hurriedly. Brother Xian gave it to me, Li Mao replied earnestly. What? Hearing this, Li Ying gasped in surprise. Unable to contain herself, she reached out to touch Mao's forehead. No fever. Li Ying remarca, bougelet. Just then, Mao seemed to suddenly recall something. He took 2 steps back and began rummaging through his pocket. The couple exchanged bewildered glances at his actions. Moments later, Mao produced 20 yuan from his pocket. Mom, I still have this money. Xiangu said it's for buying fish and asked me to bring it to you. What? Li Ying wore a ghostly expression, gazing incredulously at her son. Li Dezhuang, however, remained more composed. After a brief moment of shock, he grasped the situation. He let out a wry smile, thinking to himself that Xiao Xuan was indeed quite courteous. Rising to his feet, Li Dazhuang looked at his wife and sighed softly. Yingzi, people can change. With that, he led Mao into the main room, leaving Li Ying standing there, staring blankly at the 20 yuan in her hand. Chapter 29. Having lived for decades, not even a dog could compare. Several minutes later, Wang Changgue and Xiao Xuan had arrived on the street. In Tangxi Town, villagers always gather in the market on specific days each month. For the village of Xiao, the market days are the 1st, 4th, 7th, 11th, 14th, 17th, 21st, 24th, and 27th. Today, being the 17th of the lunar calendar, the morning crowd was notably larger. From a distance, Xiao Xuan beheld a startling scene. At the location where he had set up his stall yesterday, a throng of people had gathered, seemingly awaiting someone. Xiao Xuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that there was some issue with the food? Where to stop? Wang Changgue slowed the vehicle and inquired. Just at that intersection ahead. All right, soon. The agricultural vehicle came to a halt at the designated intersection. Some sharp-eyed Annies spotted Xiao Xuan and immediately called out to him. Young man, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting here for over half an hour. As if triggered by a butterfly effect, the surrounding crowd turned their attention towards him. Xiao Xuan observed familiar faces among them and breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared they were not there to cause trouble. He leaned out and addressed the crowd. Could everyone please quiet down and allow my driver to park the vehicle? All right. The crowd quickly nodded in agreement, cooperating eagerly. This scene left Wang Changgue somewhat perplexed. Could it be that these people had come specifically for Xiao Xuan? A few minutes later, Xiao Xuan exited the vehicle. Upon seeing him, the crowd surged forward. Hey there, young man. After eating your peaches yesterday, my rheumatism has improved significantly. It hasn't flared up since. Young man, you have no idea. After my husband ate one of your peaches yesterday, his back pain vanished, his legs no longer ached, and his energy levels have surged. Oh dear, it's truly embarrassing. Young man, yesterday my wife brought home 2 peaches. I let my grandson have a taste, and to my surprise, he completed his homework in a flash. This morning, however, he has been crying and demanding more. Listening to the praises from various uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, Xiao Xuan's heart swelled with joy. He never anticipated that these peaches would elicit such a favorable response. It seems that today's peach-selling endeavor might prove even more successful than yesterday's. Thank you, dear uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, for your kind words. Rest assured, I have brought along 5 full bags of peaches today, ensuring that everyone will have the opportunity to purchase some. Let us organize ourselves in a queue, one by one. Xiao Xuan called out loudly to the crowd. After a brief while, as Xiao Xuan gazed at the long line of eager customers, he was taken aback. There are far too many people. He suddenly regretted his earlier proclamation. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Just like yesterday, he handed a peach to Old Hay, allowing him to enjoy it while the waiting customers passed the time. The first customer in line was the elderly lady who had mentioned that her grandson completed his homework more swiftly after eating a peach. Good day, Granny. How many pounds would you like? Xiao Xuan asked politely. Dear boy, just give me 10 pounds. The grandmother beamed, crossing her fingers to signify the number 10. 10 pounds? Xiao Xuan wondered if he had misheard. The woman who bought the most yesterday only took 3 pounds. Why was this grandmother requesting 10 pounds right off the bat? Yes, I have several grandsons. I'm not sure if 10 pounds will suffice. Perhaps make it 15? After pondering for a moment, she added 5 more pounds. At that moment, Xiao Xuan felt quite flustered. This grandmother was remarkably bold. Hey, young man, could you hurry up? Why are you dawdling? The impatient ants behind him urged. Oh yes, of course. Xiao Xuan snapped back to attention, shaking his head to regain focus. He packaged the 15 pounds of peaches into several bags and handed them to the elderly lady. That LLB 150, he preemptively stated, worried she might be unaware of the price. All right. To his surprise, the grandmother remained unfazed, quickly retrieving 150 from her pocket, handing them over with ease. Ha, young man, I'll be a regular customer from now on, she declared, chuckling as she walked away, much to the envy of the onlookers. Nearby, Wang Changgui's mouth fell open in astonishment. Xiao Xuan, your peaches are 10 yuan a pound? He stammered. Indeed, Xiao Xuan replied lightly, attending to the next customer. Upon hearing Wang Changgui's words, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Had he lost his sanity? Or was the world itself deranged? A pound of peaches costing 10 yuan, and others were purchasing them with such delight? He toiled day in and day out, assisting others in transporting goods, yet earned barely over 100 yuan daily. Moreover, this was only when there were goods to be moved. Xiao Xuan had 5 bags of peaches, which must weigh at least 7 or 800 pounds. Did this not imply that Xiao Xuan could earn 7 or 8,000 yuan merely by selling these peaches? Madness. Wang Changgui felt utterly bewildered. They were all farmers. Why was he so exceptional? Xiao Xuan, oblivious to Wang Changgui's thoughts, would not have been overly concerned even if he had known. Alas, this was the power of Chui Tian. However, after selling these peaches today, it would likely be quite some time before that peach tree bore fruit again. As time passed, the peaches before Xiao Xuan dwindled. Wang Changgui watched in agony as He Yi devoured one peach after another. What was this consumption? It was in essence money. He suddenly realized that after decades of living, he was even less esteemed than a mere dog. Chapter 30. Xiao Xuan, Little Xuan, brother, I'm back around 12:30. Xiao Xuan glanced back at the throngs of people, standing on tiptoe, gazing at him with forlorn expressions, and sighed helplessly. Human calculations are no match for the heavens. He had initially thought 5 bags of peaches would suffice, yet those loyal customers insisted on purchasing a minimum of 5 pounds each. A few were manageable, but when dozens of them made the same request, it resulted in many being unable to buy any peaches at all. Alas, everyone, this batch of peaches has sold out for today. However, in a few days, I should have more fruit to sell, which will be similar in quality to the peaches. Please come back then. I sincerely apologize. Xiao Xuan repeatedly expressed his regrets, but the majority of the crowd remained dissatisfied. Damn it. I've waited over half an hour and couldn't even buy a single peach. What a letdown. I'm never coming back again. And now I have to wait a few more days. Do they think they are something special? Wah, mommy, there's no more peaches to eat. Eat. When you get home, mommy will make you braised pork. Observing the crowd's reaction, Xiao Xuan shook his head in resignation. Once everyone had departed, he turned to his vehicle and retrieved 2 peaches from the passenger seat. Yesterday, he had promised the sister who lent him the scale that he would bring her 2 peaches today. Xiao Xuan was not one to go back on his word. With a smile, he approached the sister selling cookies. Sister here. This sister had been setting up her stall all morning, yet few customers had come her way. Her gaze had predominantly been fixed on Xiao Xuan's stand, filled with envy. What are you doing? The cookie sister was taken aback, quickly pushing the peaches back to him. Sister, didn't we agree yesterday? If you don't take any money, I will give you 2 peaches. As he spoke, Xiao Xuan did not wait for his elder sister's response and absent-mindedly placed the peaches into the cardboard box designated for cookies. Sister, I'm off now. Climbing into the vehicle with Black Yi, Xiao Xuan felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. The earnings from yesterday and today had likely amounted to nearly 10,000. Once he managed to save 200,000, he should be able to construct a quaint villa here. Unlike the city, building a house in the countryside only requires the cost of materials and labor, with the land readily available. In a major city, 200,000 might barely secure a restroom, but here, it could afford one a luxurious mansion. In his previous life, as time progressed, did not the inhabitants of the big cities eventually yearn to flock to the countryside? Nestling in the rural expanse to develop oneself might indeed be a sagacious decision. Just as Xiao Xuan contemplated his future plans, Wang Changgui's voice abruptly interrupted. Hey, Xiao Xuan, how do you cultivate that peach tree of yours? Why is it so expensive yet still in demand? After holding back his curiosity, Wang Changgui could no longer refrain from asking. Xiao Xuan, upon hearing this, felt an amalgam of amusement and exasperation. He was no fool, and revealing the secret to him was out of the question. Moreover, even if he did divulge it, Wang Changgui would likely remain skeptical. Thus, Xiao Xuan concocted a ruse. Oh, perhaps it's because Blackie enjoys urinating at the roots of that peach tree, which makes the peaches particularly delicious. Really? Is that so? Wang Changgui regarded Xiao Xuan with a hint of suspicion. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that there might be some truth to his words. He internally resolved that upon returning home, he would certainly acquire a dog and make it relieve itself in his vegetable garden daily. By the way, Uncle Changgui, have you been busy lately? Xiao Xuan suddenly inquired. Wang Changgui paused for a moment, then sighed. What is there to be busy with? Everyone is preoccupied with farm work, and there is hardly any cargo to transport. My truck has been sitting idle, nearly rusting away. Speaking of this, Wang Changgui's demeanor visibly darkened. To put it nicely, he was a driver. To put it bluntly, he was merely a lackey for others. When there was cargo, he could bask in the limelight, but when there was none, he was left to drink in the empty air home. It was all mere facade. Oh, that is perfect. Uncle, in a couple of days, I might need you to transport some items. Please don't refuse then. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan's heart soared with joy. Oh, really? That would be splendid. Previously, he would have had some reservations, considering Xiao Xuan's reputation and the destitution of his household, which raised questions about his ability to pay for transportation. But now, Xiao Xuan recalled that aside from the back garden, his family also possessed a substantial vegetable garden, albeit in a somewhat secluded location. Most importantly, it was filled with 7 or 8 mu of watermelons. However, since Shen Qingwan's pregnancy, she had seldom visited that area. But wasn't this the perfect opportunity for Xiao Xuan to make use of? By the time he returned to the village, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Uncle Changgui, thank you so much today. Here is your fare. Xiao Xuan spoke as he took out 50 yuan from the pile of money and handed it to the other party. Upon seeing this, Wang Changgui quickly pushed it back, exclaiming, No, Xiao Xuan, I only earn about 100 yuan after a whole day of running, and the distance I cover is far greater than yours. Today, I'm merely helping you get to the street. Just give me 20 yuan. Wang Changgui hurriedly explained. Sighing, Xiao Xuan replied with a slight smile. Uncle, please accept it. Consider it as my fare for the next time I need your service. As long as you don't refuse when I call upon you again, everything will be fine. He pushed the money forward once more. Well, if that's the case, I shall accept it as your fare for the next trip. Do make sure to call upon me more often for such matters, as I still rely on you. Boss Xiao. Wang Changgui chuckled heartily. Little did Wang Changgui know that one day, his jest would indeed come to fruition. But that was a tale for another time. After leaving Wang Changgui's home, Xiao Xuan made his way home with Blackie, feeling immensely satisfied as he patted his bulging wallet. Meanwhile, at the Xiao residence, in the main hall, Xiao gazed hungrily at the steaming big carp, her mouth watering, while Chen Xiaomei sat beside her, happily chatting with Shen Qingwan. Gurgle. Xiao rubbed her stomach, propping her chin on her hands, her expression one of despondency. When will my brother return? My stomach has grumbled 5 or 6 times already. She murmured. Come on, Mom, let Xiao have a little something. Shen Qingwan said, unable to suppress her laughter at the sight of the little girl's adorable demeanor. Just a little longer. It's already this late. Xiao Xuan should be back soon, Chen Xiaomei replied, glancing outside into the yard. This was already the 6th time she had voiced this sentiment. It wasn't that she favored her son over her daughter. It was just that Xiao Xuan had finally returned to his senses and was working hard to earn money. Now that the family had gathered together, how could they possibly dine without him? Truth be told, The dishes prepared by her daughter-in-law were genuinely delectable. Even with Chen Xiaomei's strong will, she found herself quite tempted. Ah, Qingwan, how did you make the greens taste so fragrant? And these cucumber slices, they seem different from what we usually eat. Shen Xiaomei finally couldn't help but ask. Yes. I feel that the dishes from my sister-in-law's home are far more fragrant than ours. Xiao nodded vigorously in agreement. At this, Shen Qingwan merely smiled gently and then stood up. Mom, Xiao, come with me to take a look. The two exchanged puzzled glances but soon followed in her footsteps. Upon reaching the backyard, they were both taken aback by the lush greenery of the vegetable garden. Qingwan, how did your greens grow so large? Shen Xiaomei, a true rural woman accustomed to dealing with various vegetables every year, had never seen nor even heard of greens as grand as those before her. It looked somewhat akin to what others described as genetically modified vegetables. Mom, to be honest, I have no idea how these vegetables grew so big. Shen Qingwan replied with a playful smile. I recall that just yesterday, everything appeared rather lackluster. Yet today, it has transformed into this vibrant state. Oh right, last night, Xiao Xuan indeed watered these vegetables. Shen Qingwan exclaimed with a radiant smile. Could it possibly be the water that my elder brother used? Xiao pondered, her mind racing with thoughts, and immediately voiced this notion. However, both women could not help but laugh at her remark. Huh, Xiao, do you truly believe your brother to be some sort of deity? Just a little watering could lead to such splendid growth? Shen Qingwan teased, playfully pinching the young girl's cheek. I genuinely feel that my brother is capable of it, the little girl retorted, unable to contain her defense. Hey, Qingwan, could it be something about this piece of land? I remember that some feng shui masters visited us and claimed our location was quite auspicious. Do you think it might truly be related to feng shui? Shen Xiaomei mused thoughtfully. In this era, for the rural folk, the concepts of science and technology seemed distant and abstract. In contrast, they were more inclined to believe in these mystical aspects. Perhaps, Shen Qingwan replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Qingwan, I'm back. At that moment, an excited voice emerged from outside the courtyard, announcing Xiao Xuan's return. Big brother is back. Xiao Xuan is back. The three women exchanged glances filled with surprise and hurried towards the courtyard. Xiao Xuan entered the yard with He Yi and was greeted by the sight of his wife, sister, and mother standing together, patiently awaiting his return for dinner. In that moment, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. Chapter 31. Xiao Xuan. My family of two financially inclined individuals in his previous life. He had caused so much pain to those he loved. Now, having been reborn for just a few days, it seemed they had all completely forgiven him for his past transgressions. Why are they so foolish? Xiao Xuan clenched his fists, vowing that this time, he would never let them down. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. Mother, Qingwan, Xiao, I'm home. Xiao Xuan greeted them with a gentle smile. Ah, splendid. It's wonderful that you're back. For some reason, at his words, all three women's eyes glistened with tears of joy. Big brother, let us hurry inside and eat. Xiao, still a child at heart, had completely accepted him after witnessing his behavior over the past few days. She dashed to his side, grasping his arm and leading him towards the dining hall. Dinner. Ha. The table was already set, and the family gathered around, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Xiao Xuan, returning so late must have worn you out. Quickly, have some fish to replenish your strength. As soon as Xiao Xuan sat down, Shen Xiaomei placed a piece of fish in his bowl, smiling brightly. Big brother. And here's some greens that look delicious. Xiao eagerly added a few leafy greens to his bowl. Seeing this, Shen Qingwan blushed and also placed a few slices of cucumber into his dish. Make sure to eat plenty. Observing the radiant smiles on the faces of the three, Xiao Xuan felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Is this the essence of home? It is truly magnificent. Before long, the family began to relish their lunch, with Xiao showing the most exuberance. Shen Xiaomei had not ventured out to the market in quite a while, nearly forgetting the taste of meat. Now, with such a hefty fish enough to satisfy the entire family, she was determined to indulge herself. Why are you eating so quickly, little girl? No one is competing with you, Shen Qingwan remarked, suppressing a grin at the sight of the young girl's antics. The dishes made by my sister-in-law are delicious. Xiao Xiao lifted her head, with grains of rice adorning her mouth, resembling a little kitten. Well, if you want to eat more, just come over, and sister-in-law will cook for you every day. Qingwan, you mustn't spoil her. Perhaps you should teach her to cook more often, lest she be looked down upon when she eventually marries, Chen Xiaomei teased. Mom, what are you saying? I'm only 9. Xiao Xiao pouted in a playful manner. Laughter erupted among them as they enjoyed the moment. Meanwhile, Hei sat beneath the dining table, gazing up at the family with wide eyes. I want to eat meat. As time passed, the dishes on the table began to dwindle, and Chen Xiaomei's expression shifted. Eventually, unable to contain her curiosity, she set down her chopsticks. Xiao Xian, do you feel that this dish is somewhat odd? Xiao Xian paused, looking quizzically at his mother. Mom, what seems strange about it? Indeed, I find it delightful. Xiao Xiao and Shen Qingwan exchanged puzzled glances. This dish, I feel as if my body has become considerably more comfortable after eating it, Chen Xiaomei said, twisting her waist uncertainly. Huh? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her mouth agape, while Shen Qingwan appeared equally bewildered. Only Xiao Xian seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Mom, do you feel that your back doesn't hurt as much anymore? Xiao Xian inquired tentatively. Yes, exactly. Chen Xiaomei nodded eagerly. Upon hearing his mother's response, Xiao Xian's heart raced with excitement. The vegetables they had consumed today were irrigated with spiritual spring water, which likely carried the effect of improving one's physical condition. If this were true, then his mother could avoid the hospital and heal at home. With this thought, Xiao Xian's expression brightened. Brother, what is wrong with you? Xiao Xiao asked, noticing his peculiar demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Mom, this is a wonderful thing. Perhaps consuming more of these vegetables can truly mend your back injury. Xiao Xian exclaimed, adding more leafy greens to Chen Xiaomei's bowl. Hey, you child, stop saying such nonsense. Chen Xiaomei shot him a playful glare, though her heart swelled with warmth. It was rare for Xiao Xian, who had grown so much, to take the initiative to serve her food. After a few more minutes, everyone had nearly finished their meal. Xiao Xian wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and mysteriously pulled out a black plastic bag from his pocket. Oh, brother, what is this? Xiao Xiao quickly noticed her brother's action and curiously inquired. Guess. Xiao Xian replied, as he eagerly tore open the bag. Wow, it's all money. The crowd gasped at the sight of the stacks of bills inside, their eyes wide with astonishment. Particularly, Shen Qingwan's expression of greed was once again laid bare before everyone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiao Xian, you actually earned so much money. What's the price per pound for these peaches? How do you manage to earn so much every time? Chen Xiaomei stammered, recalling how Shen Qingwan had mentioned that Xiao Xian had brought back over 2,600 yuan after selling just 2 bags of peaches the previous day. Today, the situation seemed to indicate an even greater sum. So much, Xiao Xian said, crossing his index fingers in a gesture of 10. 10 yuan? The three exclaimed in unison. Given the current market price, peaches were at most 1 yuan 50 per pound, and the idea of selling them for 10 yuan was beyond their wildest dreams. But who would buy them? Chen Xiaomei asked almost instinctively. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh at her mother's question. Mom, if nobody bought them, where would brother get this money? Chen Xiaomei felt her cheeks flush slightly at her daughter's remark, realizing how foolish her question had been. Don't worry, Mom. Our peaches are worth 10 yuan per pound, and people are clamoring to buy them. Otherwise, how could I have sold all 5 burlap sacks of peaches this morning so quickly? Xiao Xian explained to the crowd with a smile. Oh, I see. Chen Xiaomei nodded, though her astonishment was still evident. Brother, how much is there in total? Xiao Xiao asked with a beaming smile. Well, I haven't counted it carefully, but it should be around 7,000 or 8,000. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment before responding. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Xiao Yin, the second son of the Xiao family, earned only 2,000 yuan a month working away from home, while Xiao Xian had made 7,000 or 8,000 just from selling a few bags of peaches. This was simply unfathomable. Actually, I'm not very sure either. Perhaps you all should count it yourselves? Xiao Xian said, feeling both amused and exasperated at their shocked expressions. Oh, all right, I love counting money. Xiao Xiao was the first to react, happily starting to count the bills. Shen Qingwan hesitated for a moment before joining her in the task. As an elder, Chen Xiaomei couldn't bring herself to join in and simply sat aside, watching the two count. 100, 200, 300. The two little money lovers' eyes sparkled with delight as they beheld the shining red bills. So many 100 yuan bills. They rarely have the opportunity to see such wealth. As time ticked away, Chen Xiaomei and Xiao Xuan sat quietly nearby, observing the excitement of the two little money enthusiasts as they joyfully counted their coins. At last, after 5 minutes had elapsed, they both revealed their respective sums. Shen Qingwan's face radiated surprise as she turned to the others and exclaimed, 5,325. Wait, me too. Xiao Xiao quickly chimed in with another figure, 3,020. In total, that amounted to 8,345. Hee. The little girl's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, filled with admiration as she gazed at Xiao Xuan. Wow, big brother, you're incredible. Chapter 32. Today, I tease my dear wife. Both Shen Qingwan and Chen Xiaomei instinctively focused their attention on Xiao Xuan, who suddenly felt a tinge of bashfulness. Ahem. Please don't look at me. Let us distribute the money. Xiao Xuan awkwardly cleared his throat and urged them. Distribute money? What money? Chen Xiaomei's smile faded, her demeanor turning serious. Xiao Xuan smiled faintly and pushed the 3,000 plus yuan that Xiao Xiao had counted towards his mother. Mom, take this money first. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. He understood that his mother had sacrificed so much for him, and now that he had the ability to earn, he must not forget her. However, to his surprise, Chen Xiaomei promptly pushed the money back. No, you gave me 1,000 last time, and I don't even know how to spend that. She replied with a grateful smile. Yes, big brother, you should keep it for yourself. Mom and I won't need that much. Xiao Xiao added in agreement. Silly girl. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but ruffle the little girl's hair, seeing her previous money-hungry demeanor. He had thought she would be thrilled to receive the cash. It seemed he had underestimated her. With a resigned sigh, he contemplated for a moment before extracting another 1,000 yuan. All right then. Mom, take this 1,000 for now. The walls at home have several large cracks. Please get someone to help paint them. Just keep it. Mom, he insisted as he noticed Chen Xiaomei's hesitation. Shen Qingwan nodded in support. All right. I'll hold on to it for you. When you need money, just come to me. Chen Xiaomei finally accepted the 1,000 yuan. Hearing his mother's words, Xiao Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. After splitting the household, everything has become inconvenient. We must keep everything so separate. Once I earn enough, I'll find a way to have Mom and Xiao Xiao move back in. After chatting a while longer, Chen Xiaomei prepared to leave with Xiao Xiao. Mom, wait a moment. Xiao Xuan quickly grabbed the two of them and dashed towards the backyard. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of his sudden urgency. A few minutes later, Xiao Xuan reappeared in the main hall, holding a freshly picked bunch of greens. His gaze roamed around until it settled on a red plastic bag lying on the ground. Mother, take this bunch of greens back with you. We can have a bit for dinner, Xiao Xuan said as he neatly packed the vegetables. Oh, you silly child, it's not that far away. Why all this formality? Chen Xiaomei chided playfully as she accepted the bag. All right, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye. After seeing the two off, Xiao Xuan let out a soft sigh of relief. He had been worried about his mother's health. It would have been quite troublesome if she needed to be taken to town for treatment. However, with the efficacy of the spiritual spring water, it seemed she could recover right at home with some nourishment. How delightful. Turning around, he noticed Shen Qingwan still staring blankly at the pile of over 7,000 yuan on the table. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and approached her. Aren't you going to put that away? Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. She hastily grabbed the money, intending to place it in the bag, but then paused, reconsidering her actions. She looked up at Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan, should I leave some money for you to use? A man must inevitably spend when outside, and Shen Qingwan was acutely aware of this truth. Xiao Xuan was slightly taken aback, observing her earnest expression and involuntarily reaching out to playfully poke her nose. Yet, before his hand could reach her, she instinctively dodged away. Xiao Xuan's fingers froze in midair. leaving him in an awkward moment. He withdrew his hand and rubbed his nose. Ahem, if possible, just leave me 50 yuan. Shen Qingwan's face felt slightly warm as she recalled Xiao Xuan's earlier gesture, feeling both guilty and expectant. Did he just want to poke my nose? But now that I've dodged, will he be unhappy? She glanced at Xiao Xuan, a bit anxious, but upon seeing his expression was not overly strange. She felt a small sigh of relief. Oh, all right. She quickly nodded, retrieved 50 yuan from the pile, and handed it to him. Xiao Xuan accepted the money, preparing to head into his room. Xiao Xuan. Just then, Shen Qingwan unexpectedly called out to him. What is it? Xiao Xuan turned back in confusion. That. I didn't mean it before. Please don't take offense, Shen Qingwan said, her face flushed with shyness. What? Xiao Xuan was momentarily stunned, unable to process her words. However, Shen Qingwan had already bashfully stepped into the room. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Xuan stood there in a daze, and after a long while, he finally came to a realization. Oh, reflecting on Shen Qingwan's thoroughly bashful expression earlier, he couldn't help but find it both amusing and endearing. She was so adorably foolish to apologize for such a trivial matter. Under the scorching midday sun, Xiao Xuan had no choice but to obediently retreat into his room for a brief rest. The rice field at home has only about 2 mu left to be planted. I plan to head over early this afternoon and perhaps put in some extra hours this evening, which might allow me to finish the planting. With his eyes closed, Xiao Xuan mentally prepared himself for the labor ahead. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun remained scorching, yet it was considerably more bearable than during the midday heat. Qingwan, I'm off to the fields, he announced, picking up his straw hat in preparation to leave. So early? The sun is still so strong. Why not wait a bit longer? Shen Qingwan replied, surprised and concerned. Don't worry, the sun will set soon, and the mosquitoes will be out in droves, making it hard to work for long. I'll get there early and try to help Mom finish planting the seedlings today. Before Shen Qingwan could voice her concerns further, Xiao Xuan interrupted her. What's this? Are you worried about me, my dear wife? A mischievous smile spread across his face, causing Shen Qingwan's heart to race. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Who is worried about you? In that moment, Shen Qingwan felt her face burning with embarrassment. How could Xiao Xuan, a grown man, speak so unabashedly and say such flustering things? Observing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Xuan smirked slightly. Very well, if you're not concerned for me, I'll be on my way. With that, he strode confidently out of the house. Today's little teasing session with my wife was quite enjoyable. Chapter 33. A father sees his son not yet cold. Unleashing the 7 wolves upon leaving home, Xiao Xuan quickly arrived at the rice field. The August sun was at its zenith, mercilessly scorching the surface of the paddy, raising its temperature to an uncomfortable degree. Ouch, that is hot. As soon as his foot touched the water, he instinctively recoiled. However, this was not his first experience with farming, and he was not easily deterred by such superficial sensations. Gritting his teeth, he plunged his foot into the mud below. Instantly, a refreshing chill enveloped his foot, providing a welcome relief. When he first accompanied his mother to the fields as a child, she had taught him how to handle such situations, apply a layer of mud on his calves, or press down firmly so that his legs sank deeply into the muck, effectively insulating him from a heat. All right, let us get to work. After acclimating to the water temperature, Xiao Xuan began planting the seedlings. While many describe hard labor with the phrase, facing the yellow earth with your back to the sky, Xiao Xuan felt a more fitting expression for the South will be facing the rice field with your back to the sky. The blazing sun beat down upon his not-so-broad back, and beads of sweat poured down, clinging his short sleeves to his skin. Sweat from his forehead occasionally dripped into his eyes, making it difficult to keep them open. Suddenly, Xiao Xuan felt something slowly wriggling on his calf. He lifted his foot to take a look and was startled to find a 3 or 4 centimeter leech happily attached to his leg. Damn! Xiao Xuan could not help but utter a curse. Although he had been granted a second chance at life, and his horizons had broadened, some fears remained unchanged. For instance, his aversion to leeches. Since childhood, he had harbored a profound dislike for these slimy creatures. Whether it was the leeches found in the fields or the sticky worms that crawled along the walls during damp spells at home. He vividly recalled the first time he accompanied his mother to this very place to farm. The situation mirrored his present circumstances. However, back then, he was merely a child of a little over 10 years, relying on his mother to remove the leeches for him. Now, having matured into adulthood, he found himself without her constant presence. Gritting his teeth, he endured the repulsive sensation as he yanked the slimy leech from his leg and tossed it into a neighboring field. After completing this task, he meticulously checked his calves and hands, ensuring no leeches remained before resuming his work. Time swiftly passed, and half an hour slipped by in no time. Zhang Ergu, having just quarreled with his father, dared not return to the village and instead wandered aimlessly along the road. Zhang Ergu, you think you've grown wings, huh? Talking back to me. You better not come home today. If you do, I'll break your legs, Zhang Zhongfa bellowed. One hand on his hip and the other pointing at the figure on the road, his face flushed with anger. Although Zhang Ergu could not clearly see his father's gestures, he distinctly heard his words. Instantly, his complexion paled, and he moved further away from the village entrance. Damn it, is it because I cursed you last time? Is it really necessary? Zhang Ergu muttered to himself, kicking aside a branch by the roadside. He had been infuriated by Xiao Xuan's actions previously and, in a moment of frustration, had let a curse slip towards his father. While it had felt liberating at the time, upon returning home, he had found himself chased around the yard by Zhang Zhongfa, a memory that still haunted him. Thud! The branch fell into the water with a crisp sound. Ergu looked up and casually glanced ahead. Upon spotting a familiar figure not far off, his expression sharpened with recognition. That person looks somewhat familiar. Curiosity piqued. He approached to get a better look. As he drew nearer, his demeanor transformed, revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Xian, brother Xian? He called uncertainly. Xiao Xuan looked up, perplexed, scanning the surroundings until his gaze landed on Zhang Ergu. Ergu, what brings you here? Xiao Xuan inquired with a puzzled expression. Brother Xian, it really is you. I can't believe it. Ergu exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief. Just days ago, Xiao Xuan had declined his invitation to play cards, and now he found him working in the fields. Observing Ergu's astonishment, Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned on him. Oh, it's like this. My mother is unwell, so I came to lend a hand, he explained, raising the seedlings in his hand with a smile. Oh, I see. Ergu nodded, somewhat dazed. The abrupt change in Xiao Xuan left him at a loss for words. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. What brings you here? Zhang Ergu sighed. It's just my dad. Never mind, Xinge, since I can't go home now, I'll help you with some work in the fields. With that, Zhang Ergu prepared to head to the fields. Xiao Xuan, noticing this, quickly intervened. Hey, don't go down there. Uncle Zhongfa will misunderstand again. It's fine, really. I'll just get scolded when I go back anyway. I might as well help you out a bit. It gives me some leverage when I argue with him, right? Zhang Ergu said as he stepped into the field. Wow, that's hot, he exclaimed, startled by the water's temperature. Xiao Xuan felt helpless. He knew Zhang Ergu still hadn't grasped his true intentions. However, seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, he refrained from saying much and reluctantly agreed. After all, it wouldn't hurt to let Zhang Zhongfa misunderstand once more. At that moment, Zhang Zhongfa, standing at the village entrance, squinted his eyes. That little brat is up to no good again, hanging out with Xiao Xuan. Just wait until I deal with him today, he remarked, unbuckling his belt and preparing to stride towards the village entrance. Just then, a voice called out to him. Hey, Zhongfa, what are you up to? Turning around, Zhang Zhongfa saw Wang Changgui approaching. He halted his movements and politely greeted him. Brother Changgui, it's just that brat Ergu. He never learns. Always fooling around with Xiao Xuan. Look, he has gone off to work in his fields, Zhang Zhongfa said angrily, pointing toward the fields with a look of disappointment. What? Wang Changgui raised an eyebrow, squinting in the direction Zhang Zhongfa indicated. Having driven for many years, he had developed keen eyesight. Moreover, since the fields were not far from Xiao Xuan's house, he could vaguely make out the figures of two people. Hey, those two must be Xiao Xuan and Ergu, right? Wang Changgui murmured. Of course it's that kid. Otherwise, why would Ergu, who usually refuses to go to the fields even when I whip him, suddenly be there? Zhang Zhongfa replied indignantly. Wang Changgui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. Zhongfa, Ergu is already grown. Why are you still treating him like a child? Sigh. Brother Changgui, you don't understand. If that kid isn't kept in check, he'll fly off the handle. Zhongfa lamented, a hint of helplessness in his voice. At over 40, his once dark hair had turned largely white, largely due to the worries that plagued him. If only Zhang Ergu could engage in some meaningful work, he would have to worry so much. Chapter 34. Ergu, go home and talk to your dad. Actually, Xiao Xuan is doing quite well now. Don't you think he has changed a lot recently? Wang Changgui said with a hint of meaning in his tone. Changed? That kid can change? Zhang Zhongfa's voice trailed off as he seemed to recall something. Last time, when Xiao Xuan returned his motorcycle, although his attitude was somewhat poor, the 20 yuan he slipped to Ergu was undeniably genuine. Although it pertains to fuel expenses, to be frank, after he returned that day, he inspected the fuel tank and realized that hardly any fuel had been consumed. That 20 yuan was essentially a gift from Xiao Xuan to Ergu. The former Xiao Xuan would never have acted in such a manner. Observing Zhang Zhongfa's prolonged silence, Wang Changgui sighed. Zhongfa, do not always view others through the lens of prejudice. Allow me to share something with you that will undoubtedly alter your perception of Xiao Xuan. Zhang Zhongfa, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to meet Wang Changgui's. Although he remained silent, his curiosity was unmistakable. Wang Changgui smiled faintly and began to recount the events of that morning when Xiao Xuan had visited his home. He narrated the occurrences, and Zhang Zhongfa's expression shifted with each revelation. The affectionate interactions with Shen Qingwan, the initiative to provide Li Ermao with money for fish, and the insistence on compensating Wang Changgui with additional fuel expenses. Each of these actions seemed inconceivable for Xiao Xuan. Brother Changgui, are you certain you're not deceiving me? Zhang Zhongfa asked, casting a skeptical glance. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to come here and trick you? I'm not insane. Wang Changgui retorted with a hint of irritation. Witnessing the other's demeanor, Zhang Zhongfa fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Could it be that he had truly misjudged Xiao Xuan? Had he genuinely changed? Brother, you're over 40 years old. You ought to stop overthinking. Allow Ergu to associate with Xiao Xuan. Perhaps he might actually achieve something worthwhile. With that, Wang Changgui patted Zhang Zhongfa on the shoulder and walked away, leaving Zhang Zhongfa standing there, lost in thought. As he gazed at the distant figures, he stretched out his hand, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Well, one could see a moment, but not a lifetime. By the way, Ergu, you're still unemployed, correct? Xiao Xuan casually inquired while planting seedlings. Brother Xuan, is that not an obvious question? If I had a job, would I be here? Zhang Ergu replied, somewhat disheartened. Then why don't you seek employment? I recall you are nearly 20, are you not? I'm looking, of course. My father often helps me search. However, the jobs he finds require relocating, and I do not wish to leave our village. So I have not pursued them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan regarded him with a peculiar expression. This Ergu surprisingly harbored a sentimental attachment to the village. But soon, he dismissed this notion. Ergu, is it that you're reluctant to leave our village, or do you simply not wish to sell your labor elsewhere? Xiao Xuan remarked with a hint of implication. Hey, Brother Xuan, what do you mean by that? Do you perceive me as someone incapable of enduring hardship? Zhang Ergu retorted, his face flushed with indignation. However, the next moment, Xiao Xuan's response caused his expression to darken. Well, I tend to think so. Brother Xuan, I simply dislike interacting with those outside. They are all quite unscrupulous, and I might end up being deceived and then counting their money. In contrast, I still prefer to stay in the village. At least the people here are not deceitful. Zhang Ergu explained helplessly. This time, Xiao Xuan did not undermine him. He looked at Zhang Ergu earnestly and asked, Ergu, is what you said true? Absolutely, Brother Xuan. Zhang Ergu assured, thumping his chest. Then what if I ask you to follow me in the future? Xiao Xuan continued. What? Brother Xuan, what do you mean? Zhang Ergu responded with confusion. I plan to develop in our village from now on and need some helpers. If you are willing, you can go back and have a word with Uncle Zhongfa to see if he agrees to let you follow me. Xiao Xuan said with a serious expression. Brother Xuan, you want to stay in the countryside? In Zhang Erge's eyes, now that Xiao Xuan had given up those bad habits, he would surely seek proper employment in the future. For a young man like Xiao Xuan, the best opportunity was to work outside. After all, compared to the big cities, the conditions in the countryside were exceedingly limited. Yet, Xiao Xuan had now explicitly told him he wished to remain in the countryside, which left him astonished. Yes, staying in the countryside is inevitable. However, I'm still contemplating which industries to engage in. In any case, if you are willing, you might as well give your father a heads up to prevent him from opposing later. As long as I can work with you, Brother Xian, I am more than willing. Before Xiao Xuan could finish his sentence, Zhang Ergu interjected eagerly. You trust me that much? Xiao Xuan looked at him with some skepticism. I trust you won't let me down. Having spent years in close company with Xiao Xuan, he had long understood his character. He had his own principles, and even if he incurred a loss, he would never let his friends take the blame. This was precisely the source of his confidence in Xiao Xuan. Good. You stay home obediently for the next few days and do some persuasion with your father. When something comes up, I will come to get you, Xiao Xuan said with a hearty laugh. All right. Thus, the two happily made this agreement. Around 4:30, Chen Xiaomei arrived at the fields with Xiao. Upon seeing Xiao Xuan and Zhang Ergu, both were slightly surprised. Ergu, what are you doing here? Hurry back, or your father will be angry again. Chen Xiaomei had previously quarreled with Zhang Zhongfa over the matter between Xiao Xuan and Zhang Ergu, and since then, the relationship between the two families had soured. Aunt, don't worry. My dad was just at the village entrance. If he wanted to stop me, he would have come with his belt by now. How could I have stayed this long? Zhang Ergu explained with a smile. Regardless, it's not acceptable. I don't want to be exhausted from planting rice and then argue with your father. Hurry back. Chen Xiaomei urged Zhang Ergu as if she were herding ducks. Brother Xian, this. Never mind. Ergu, you should head back first. Xiao Xuan shook his head helplessly, then took out 20 yuan from his pocket and slipped it into Zhang Ergu's pocket, whispering a few words in his ear. Take it back and report to your father. Zhang Ergu opened his mouth, but ultimately did not utter a word. Chapter 35. Looking like a pig and still speaking nonsense. Sigh. Well then, Brother Xian, I shall take my leave now. All right, go back quickly. After sending Zhang Ergu away, Chen Xiaomei finally sighed in relief. Xiao Xuan, you should limit your interactions with Ergu in the future, or Zhang Zhongfa will surely have something to say about you. Chen Xiaomei earnestly advised her son. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Qingwan stood on her tiptoes, gazing outside the courtyard as the sky gradually darkened. Her heart filled with turmoil. Sigh. Xiao Xuan has been in the fields for over 2 hours. He must be exhausted. He didn't mention when he would return this afternoon. It's truly nerve-wracking. As Shen Qingwan pondered, she paced back and forth in the courtyard anxiously. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. She thought of a solution. Immediately, her face brightened, and she headed toward the back garden. Quickly, she picked 3 peaches. Earlier that morning, her mother had mentioned taking Xiao to the fields this afternoon. They must be there now. It would be nice to deliver some peaches to quench their thirst. Thus, she donned a straw hat and set off toward the village entrance. Wait for me. How could I leave without bringing Blackie along? By 6 o'clock, the sun had set, and many rural women enjoyed gathering under the large cedar tree at the village entrance to gossip about family matters. Shen Qingwan's arrival immediately drew the attention of the local aunties. Hey, look, isn't that Qingwan? It truly seems to be her. One of the aunties called out to Shen Qingwan. Qingwan, why are you outside? Be careful not to fall. Shen Qingwan had been married in Xiaojia village for over 2 years. She usually preferred to remain indoors and rarely engage in conversations with others. However, her humble and courteous demeanor had earned her a favorable impression among many women in the village. Seeing her outside, they couldn't help but offer a few reminders. Oh, Aunt Wang, I know. Shen Qingwan replied with a smile. Qingwan, are you leaving the village? Aunt Wang couldn't help but ask as she saw Shen Qingwan approaching. No, I'm just taking some peaches to Xiao Xuan, Shen Qingwan said, raising the plastic bag in her hand. Fortunately, the bag was black. Otherwise, the aunties would undoubtedly have something to say. The crowd expressed surprise at her words. Some of the aunties, whose rice fields were not nearby and had never witnessed Xiao Xuan planting seedlings, made sarcastic remarks. Sigh. Qingwan, I say, don't dream. If Xiao Xuan could plant seedlings, my old sow could climb a tree. A large, round ant sneered. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan's expression immediately soured. Aunt Wang, seeing this, quickly stepped in to mediate. Hey, Lu Fatty, you're of a certain age. How can you speak so carelessly? As she spoke, Aunt Wang exchanged a glance with a woman nicknamed Lu Fatty, subtly indicating that she should refrain from making indiscreet remarks in front of Shen Qingwan. However, Lu Aunt showed no regard for this unspoken warning. Hey, I spoke no falsehood. Is it not the truth? Just a few days ago, I saw that Xiao Xuan at the village entrance, drenched by that large black dog. With that, Lu Aunt began to chuckle to herself. The onlookers cast her peculiar glances in response. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan's complexion darkened significantly. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Lu Aunt, as you age, you ought to watch your diet. You resemble a pig and still have the audacity to speak indiscriminately. In the past, although Shen Qingwan would have felt anger, she would not have had a reason to counter such words. However, now that Xiao Xuan had changed for the better, how could she endure such insults directed at her partner? The crowd was momentarily stunned by her words. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and it wasn't until 5 seconds had gone by that they seemed to recover from their shock. Lu Ant's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage. You, Shen Qingwan, how dare you insult me so? Just watch. With her face flushed, Lu Ant approached Shen Qingwan, threatening to confront her. Yet, Shen Qingwan displayed no sign of fear whatsoever. Woof, woof, woof. Black Lord leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, baring his teeth at the hefty woman before him, barking furiously. You gluttonous sow. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you dare to take another step, I'll chew off your pig's trotters. Lu Ant was startled by the sudden barking, her girth quaking in shock as she stumbled back a few steps, ultimately landing on the ground with a thud. Oh dear, this is outrageous. This woman brings a dog to bully me. I can't go on living. With that, she threw herself onto the ground, rolling about in a fit of theatrics, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Qingwan, you should leave. We will stand witness for you. Aunt Wang glanced at Lu Fatty, shook her head, and softly spoke to Shen Qingwan. Thank you, Aunt Wang, Shen Qingwan replied gratefully. And with Black Lord at her side, she elegantly departed from the village entrance, making her way toward the rice fields at home. Hey, Lu Fatty, you truly are something. It's one thing to bully a young girl when you weigh over 200 pounds, but now you're playing the victim? Indeed, Lu Fatty, we are not speaking ill of you. It is undeniable that your actions were quite unbecoming. Regardless of how much of a rogue Xiao Xuan may have been, that is his personal affair. Why must you, an outsider, meddle? Moreover, Shen Qingwan spoke no falsehood. Xiao Xuan has been laboring in the fields these past few days. You all I can't go on living. Chapter 36. My lady, your smile is truly beautiful, Xiao Xuan. Mother Xiao Xiao. Crossing the road, Shen Qingwan spotted the three of them diligently planting rice in the fields. Adjusting her mood slightly, she called out to them. As several individuals heard the sound, they all lifted their heads to glance in the direction of Shen Qingwan. Upon noticing her approaching with her prominent belly, Xiao Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily set down the seedlings in his hands and made his way along the ridge towards Shen Qingwan. Hey, what are you doing here? The path is uneven and treacherous. What if you fall? Take it slow. Xiao Xuan called out anxiously, quickening his pace. Chen Xiaomei and Xiao Xiao also paused their tasks, hurriedly following suit. Observing the trio's cautious demeanor, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. I'm merely pregnant. I'm not disabled. Look at how nervous you all are. Within moments, Xiao Xuan had reached her side, quickly offering his support, his expression radiating concern. How can I not be anxious? You are now the focal point of our family's protection. You mustn't get hurt. Xiao Xuan retorted immediately upon hearing her words, with a soft laugh. Shen Qingwan couldn't suppress her amusement. Why treat me like a rare panda, just because I'm expecting? You're laughing? Next time, you absolutely mustn't wander out like this, understand? Xiao Xuan's expression turned serious, his tone earnest. Had this been before, Shen Qingwan would have been startled by his demeanor. But now she felt only warmth and affection emanating from him. I understand, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. Good. Xiao Xian finally appeared satisfied, guiding her to a ridge beside their rice fields, where Chen Xiaomei and Xiao also gathered around. Qingwan, what brings you here? Don't you know it's dangerous? Chen Xiaomei inquired with genuine concern. Yes, yes. Xiao nodded in agreement with her mother. Mom, I've already told Qingwan. She knows she was wrong, so please don't scold her. Xiao Xian interjected quickly, trying to diffuse the situation. Oh, I'm not blaming Qingwan. I just want her to be a bit more cautious. Yes, by the way, Qingwan, what made you suddenly think to come to the fields? Xiao Xian, aware that if he didn't interject, his mother would continue her lengthy admonitions, shifted the topic. Oh, right, I came to bring you this, Shen Qingwan suddenly realized. She opened the plastic bag in her hands and took out some peaches. You've all been working here for quite a while, and I can't help much right now. So I picked some peaches from home to quench your thirst. Shen Qingwan explained, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice. Xiao Xian immediately sensed the change in her demeanor and smiled as he gently patted her shoulder. Who says you can't be of help? Just focusing on nurturing the baby is the greatest assistance you can provide us. Besides, giving birth will be far more arduous than planting seedlings. So you must take extra care of yourself. Do you understand? Listening to Xiao Xian's gentle tone, Shen Qingwan felt a pang of emotion at the tip of her nose. All right, I understand. She softly nodded, taking a deep breath to adjust her state of mind. Mom, Xiao, please enjoy your meal. Ah, very well. Observing her son and daughter-in-law interacting so harmoniously, Chen Xiaomei felt an overwhelming sense of relief in her heart. What had she worked so hard for? If not for her children to live well. With the eldest now showing understanding, she felt the burdens on her shoulders lighten considerably. Soon, they all began to indulge in the peaches. It must be said that the fruits nurtured by Cui Tian were extraordinarily delightful. After just a few bites, their previous fatigue vanished completely. Their bodies felt invigorated, as if revitalized. After 5 or 6 minutes, they had consumed the peaches entirely. Xiao Xian turned to Shen Qingwan and said, Qingwan, you need not wait for us. We will likely take another half an hour to finish. Allow me to escort you home. Yes, Qingwan, do head back. Chen Xiaomei nodded in agreement. All right then, Mom, Xiao, I shall take my leave. Seeing everyone in good spirits, Shen Qingwan's worries naturally eased a little. Take care on your way back. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Swiftly, Xiao Xian supported Shen Qingwan to the roadside. Turning her head, Shen Qingwan smiled gently at Xiao Xian and said, All right, Xiao Xian, you should return to the fields. I can manage on my own. How can that be? What if you fall? Xiao Xian quickly shook his head, resolutely refusing her suggestion. Shen Qingwan found his caution amusing. Xiao Xian, this road is made of concrete, much smoother and more even than our home-esque ground. If I were to fall here, wouldn't it be even less safe at home? Besides, there's still He Yi to look after me. Shen Qingwan explained with a smile. Xiao Xian scratched his head, realizing that his wife had a point. Perhaps he was indeed worrying a bit too much. Glancing at He Yi, he eventually nodded. He Yi's intelligence was comparable to that of an average human, providing a sense of security. Very well, you may return by yourself. But remember to take it slow and be careful not to fall. Xiao Xian earnestly admonished his wife, as if she were a child. I know. Shen Qingwan beamed, finding Xiao Xian rather endearing at that moment. After another round of reminders, Xiao Xian watched as Shen Qingwan walked into the village before turning his gaze away. Recalling her previous smile, his heart swelled with sweetness. My dear wife is truly beautiful when she smiles. Chapter 37. Preparing a heartfelt breakfast for my wife. Time flew by, and half an hour swiftly passed. With a crisp sound, Xiao Xian planted the last seedling into the paddy field. Finally finished. Xiao Xian exhaled a deep sigh. Gazing at the masterpiece he had crafted with his own hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, he had completed the family rice paddies. There would be no more early mornings for him. What a relief. The little girl joyfully danced upon the ridges of the fields, her spirits soaring. As a child, who would desire more time for play? Why, my dear, no one is forcing you to toil in the fields. Chen Xiaomei observed her daughter's exuberance with a hint of tenderness in her heart. Hey, I'm here to lend you a hand. Xiao pouted playfully, clinging to her mother's arm in a charming display of affection. All right, our Xiao is the most obedient. Chen Xiaomei chuckled, gently patting her daughter's hand. Xiao, let's return home early. Okay. Xiao casually rinsed his hands and feet in a small ditch nearby and swiftly joined them. Thus, the Xiao siblings strolled homeward with their mother, exchanging laughter and banter. Qingwan, I'm back. Ah, you're here. Shen Qingwan, who had been lost in thought at the dining table, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Xiao Xian's voice and hurried to greet him. Cool, me. Hand everything over to me. I've prepared warm water for your bath in the yard, and your clothes are hanging nearby. After your bath, you can sit down at dinner. As she spoke, she helped Xiao Xian remove his straw hat. In that moment, she embodied the essence of a devoted wife and mother. Xiao Xian watched her quietly, a smile creeping across his face. Shen Qingwan, catching a glimpse of him staring intently, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. What are you looking at? She asked, her face aflame. Qingwan, you look truly lovely when you blush. Xiao Xian remarked, captivated by her beauty. Ah, what? No way. Shen Qingwan stammered, her embarrassment deepening. She quickly turned her back, wishing to conceal her flustered expression from him. I speak nothing but the truth. My wife is naturally beautiful. Xiao Xian grinned mischievously, striding into the courtyard, leaving Shen Qingwan with a charming silhouette. Such flattery. I wonder where he learned to speak so sweetly. Shen Qingwan felt her cheeks burn as she hurried inside, covering her face. After their baths, the two sat together for dinner. By the way, Qingwan, doesn't our vegetable garden on the west side still have some watermelons growing? Xiao Xian suddenly inquired. Oh yes. However, I haven't checked on them in ages. I fear those watermelon seedlings have perished by now, Shen Qingwan sighed, realizing the garden was overgrown with weeds and often home to snakes, making it impossible for her to visit in her current state. Well, since all the chores are done, I'll check on the fields in the morning. Perhaps I could bring back a couple of watermelons. Xiao Xian suggested thoughtfully. You still want to go to the fields? Shen Qingwan looked at him incredulously, wondering if he had misunderstood her earlier words. Hadn't she just mentioned that the watermelon seedlings were likely dead? Yes, what is wrong with that? Xiao Xian retorted, puzzled. No, it's nothing. I just feel that the watermelons must have perished, so there's no need to go, Shen Qingwan explained. After all, she had witnessed the arduous efforts of Xiao Xian over the past couple of days. Tomorrow was a rare opportunity for him to rest. Why should he have to toil in the fields again? However, upon hearing her words, Xiao Xian's expression remained unchanged. Look at the peach trees and various vegetables in our backyard. They're thriving, aren't they? Perhaps the watermelons will yield unexpected results as well. Xiao Xian declared with unwavering confidence. Shen Qingwan wanted to retort, but the words eluded her. Indeed, if the vegetables in their backyard could flourish so suddenly, why couldn't the watermelons? Perhaps a miracle would occur tomorrow. Don't doubt it. Your husband is capable of anything. Xiao Xian patted his chest, unabashedly asserting his prowess. At the mention of husband, Shen Qingwan felt her cheeks flush. After being married for so long, it seemed Xiao Xian had never addressed her in such a manner before. Hearing it now made her feel rather bashful. Quick, let us eat. Shen Qingwan hurriedly placed a few leaves of greens into his bowl, her face adorned with a shy smile. Thank you, my dear wife. Xiao Xian, delighted by her gesture, instinctively exclaimed. The earlier reference to him as husband had already made her feel a bit shy, but now that he had referred to her as my dear wife, Shen Qingwan was utterly flustered. Her face turned a vivid shade of red, reminiscent of a ripe peach, tempting enough to make one want to take a bite. Xiao Xian, you shameless man, she exclaimed before hastily retreating into the room. I can't eat now. This guy keeps uttering such nauseatingly sweet words, leaving me feeling both shy and annoyed. Qingwan, Xiao Xian chuckled, watching her retreating figure with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shen Qingwan, being a woman from a rural background, was still unaccustomed to such affectionate expressions prevalent in the city. It seemed he would need to teach her the nuances of this endearing language. After finishing the meal and washing the dishes, Xiao Xian watered the vegetables in the garden with spring water before heading to bed. A night passed without incident, and dawn arrived. Although there was no need to go to the fields today, Xiao Xuan still woke early. Taking a glance at his sweetly sleeping wife, he gently pulled the blanket up for her. In the kitchen, Xiao Xuan decided to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for his dear wife. Rice porridge, a staple for rural folk, was essential. However, unlike the usual method, he used spring water for cooking, believing it would yield a nutritious and delectable porridge. After kindling the fire, he ventured to the backyard to pick a large cucumber and retrieved 2 free-range eggs. After washing them with spring water, he began pouring oil into the pot. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Xuan had become quite adept at cooking. He sliced the cucumber into appropriately sized strips, secured them with toothpicks to form heart shapes, and then placed them in the pot. Cracking the eggs and pouring them into the pan, Xiao Xuan skillfully positioned the yolks, drawing upon years of culinary experience to craft the perfect heart-shaped eggs. Soon, 2 delectable heart-shaped eggs were ready to be served. After completing this, Xiao Xuan meticulously sliced cucumbers into various shapes, arranging them artfully to form a cheerful, smiley face. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwan, still lost in slumber, was enveloped by a delightful aroma that tickled her nostrils, compelling her to take a deep breath. Groggily opening her eyes, she glanced toward the kitchen with a hint of confusion. What is that delightful smell? Chapter 38. If you like this egg, I'll make it for you every day. Instinctively, she glanced at the bed beside her, only to find Xiao Xuan's figure absent. Could it be that Xiao Xuan was preparing breakfast? As this thought crossed her mind, her sleepiness began to dissipate. Unsteadily, she rose to her feet and made her way toward the kitchen. As she approached, the enticing aroma intensified. Before long, Shen Qingwan found herself at the kitchen door. The moment she beheld Xiao Xuan, focused on preparing breakfast, she stood frozen in place. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the sharp angles of his profile. His hands moved with practiced ease, the spatula dancing in his palm. A hint of a smile graced his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Is this really Xiao Xuan? For a moment, Shen Qingwan felt uncertain. Just then, Xiao Xuan casually glanced outside and caught sight of Shen Qingwan, who was lost in thought. Qingwan, why are you up so early today? He greeted her. Yes. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, I just got up, Shen Qingwan stammered, her cheeks flushing slightly. Oh, Xiao Xuan replied with an amused look. All right, go brush your teeth. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Okay. Shen Qingwan patted her cheeks to shake off the drowsiness. Grabbing her toothbrush and toothpaste, she stepped outside to freshen up. This girl. Xiao Xuan shook his head with a smile, returning to his breakfast preparations. 5 minutes later, here it is, fresh heart-shaped breakfast, he announced, placing the carefully prepared meal on the dining table, inviting Shen Qingwan to partake. At first, Shen Qingwan found his words a bit cheesy and prepared to respond. But upon glancing at the enticing heart-shaped eggs on the table, her words caught in her throat. The yolks gleamed a rich golden hue, tantalizingly inviting. The whites were tender and pure, utterly mouth-watering. Each element was beautifully separated, enhancing rather than detracting from the overall presentation. The eggs were cooked to perfection, the whites slightly puffed, yet maintaining a soft and delicate interior. The aroma wafted through the air, making it impossible not to swallow in anticipation. The exquisite heart pattern was sure to enchant countless women. Gulp! Shen Qingwan couldn't help but swallow hard, her appetite piqued by the sight of such delectable eggs. Puffed. Xiao Xuan chuckled at his wife's reaction. Would you like to give it a try? Shen Qingwan raised her head, casting a somewhat bashful glance at him. Yet she still nodded earnestly. Picking up her chopsticks, she prepared to savor the dish. However, Xiao Xuan's movements seemed swifter. He took the chopsticks, picked up a small piece of the heart-shaped fried egg, and cradling it with his hand, carefully brought it to Shen Qingwan's lips. Xiao Xuan, what are you doing? Shen Qingwan, taken aback by his sudden action, inquired with a hint of panic. Xiao Xuan merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Come, taste it, he said, bringing the chopsticks even closer to her mouth. Oh no, that's unnecessary. I can do it myself. Shen Qingwan quickly recovered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Goodness, what was Xiao Xuan doing? Was he really going to feed her the egg? The very thought made her feel extremely shy, prompting her to shake her head in refusal. Hey, You are my wife. It's perfectly normal for a husband to feed his wife. Why are you so shy? Xiao Xuan continued his efforts, showing no intention of giving up. At his words, Shen Qingwan's cheeks reddened further. Xiao Xuan, please, let's not do this. It's mortifying. She glanced around, seemingly anxious that someone might be watching them. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Qingwan, this is our home. There's no one else here. What is there to be shy about? If you refuse to eat, then I might just ask you to feed me instead. He flashed a mischievous grin at his wife. What? No, I can't do that. Just eat quickly, Shen Qingwan replied, her expression a mix of conflict as she looked at Xiao Xuan and then at the egg before her. Gritting her teeth, she shut her eyes and opened her small, cherry-like mouth. Ah, Xiao Xuan, as if feeding a child, brought the egg to her lips. Shen Qingwan felt her face burning, even neglecting the taste of the egg. How utterly embarrassing. What was wrong with Xiao Xuan? He had been saying such peculiar things recently, and now this. How is it? Is it delicious? Xiao Xuan asked eagerly, his face brimming with anticipation. Yes, it's good, Shen Qingwan replied, her face a deep crimson as she nodded her head, eyes cast down. If it's tasty, then you should eat more, Xiao Xuan said, transferring the remaining heart-shaped fried eggs from the plate into her bowl. Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then looked up at him, puzzled. Xiao Xuan, aren't you going to eat? You go ahead. I already had a peach earlier, and now my stomach feels a bit full, Xiao Xuan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, I see. Then I'll save this for lunch. Shen Qingwan contemplated, picking out the whole egg in front of her. Hey, what are you doing? Fried eggs should be eaten while hot. We can make more at noon, Xiao Xuan remarked, slightly furrowing his brow at her actions. It's fine. This egg is delicious. I could just boil it a bit at lunchtime. Shen Qingwan explained with a smile. She wasn't about to waste such a scrumptious egg by eating both at once. Xiao Xuan finally grasped the meaning behind her words, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Qingwan, if you truly relish this style of fried egg, I could prepare it for you every day without the need for such restraint. As he spoke, Xiao Xuan returned the egg to the plate. This time, however, Shen Qingwan did not refuse. The phrase he had just uttered echoed repeatedly in her mind. If you like this kind of fried egg, I can make it for you every day. For reasons unknown, those words warmed her heart. Gazing into Xiao Xuan's earnest eyes, she ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 39. What if I contract rabies from eating it? Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Xuan informed Shen Qingwan and prepared his gear, heading to the family garden with Black Yi. The villagers of Xiao family village typically cultivate a small vegetable patch behind their homes, but most also possess a larger garden. According to the villagers, it seems that these plots were divided among households decades ago. Xiao Xuan wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. The village's gardens are mainly divided into two sections, one to the east and the other to the west, with Xiao Xuan's garden located in the western area. Given that it was the busy farming season, most villagers were occupied in the fields, leaving the gardens relatively deserted. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Xuan arrived at his garden, only to furrow his brow at the sight before him. The watermelon patch was overrun with weeds, the vines wilted, and the few watermelons produced were pitifully small. Altogether, they probably numbered fewer than 100. The growth was indeed dismal. However, considering the sweltering heat and the lack of rain this year, coupled with the fact that the patch had received little attention, it was no surprise that the watermelons had fared poorly. Shaking his head, Xiao Xuan stepped into the garden. Fortunately, Shen Qingwan had advised him to wear rain boots before he set out. Otherwise, navigating through the tangled weeds and flip-flops would have been quite a challenge. Sighing, he resolved to start weeding. Despite the fact that the spiritual spring water could promote the growth of fruits and vegetables, it did not possess the ability to clear weeds. This task was one he had to undertake himself. After more than an hour, Xiao Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow, finally finishing the weeding. After surveying the area and confirming that no one was around, he led Black Yi into the mysterious space. Without hesitation, he filled the sprayer with the spiritual spring water. Having learned from his previous experience of watering the vegetables, Xiao Xuan was confident in the efficacy of the spring water. There was no vegetable or fruit that a bucket of spiritual spring water could not revive. If there were, then surely 2 buckets would suffice. Once the sprayer was completely filled, Xiao Xuan exited with Blackie. As soon as they appeared in the outside world, Xiao Xuan heard rustling sounds emanating from the nearby bushes, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back, his expression turning tense. Just then, Blackie barked loudly and dashed toward the thicket with a swift leap. In the rustling grass, a tumultuous commotion erupted, and after a considerable interval, Xiao Xuan finally spied a gray-brown wild rabbit darting out from within. Ah, it was merely a rabbit. The reason for bringing Blackie along was the apprehension of encountering some wild beast. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Xuan observed Blackie pursuing the rabbit and paid little heed. Stretching his waist, he pressed the spray nozzle and began to mist the watermelon field with a mystical essence. The refreshing, spirit-infused spring water cascaded over each watermelon vine, rejuvenating them with newfound vitality. With his sprayer slung over his shoulder, Xiao Xuan traversed the field, and in roughly 10 minutes, he depleted an entire barrel of the enchanted spring water. As anticipated, the watermelon patch transformed at a visibly remarkable pace under the nurturing influence of the elixir. The once slender and frail vines began to swell, shimmering with the brilliance of life. Even the underdeveloped small watermelons, previously marred, gradually healed and burgeoned at an astonishing rate. Despite Xiao Xuan's prior knowledge of the spring water's effects, witnessing this scene still filled him with inexplicable astonishment. He hurriedly exited the vegetable garden and scanned his surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was approaching, he breathed a sigh of relief. If others were to witness this, he would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. However, the potency of the spring water was rather alarming. He pondered whether there might be a method to temper its effects. After all, he would inevitably continue to engage with fruits, and if the spring water retained such strength, he would eventually be exposed. After some contemplation, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead. How could I forget such a simple solution? Simply diluting it with water would suffice. Without delay, Xiao Xuan commenced his experimentation. Typically, rural gardens are adjacent to small ditches serving as water sources. He proceeded to mix the local water with the spirit spring water, then sprayed it over the vegetables that had not yet been treated with the elixir. First in a 1-to-1 ratio, then 2-to-1, 3-to-1, he systematically reduced the proportion of the spring water, observing a corresponding decrease in its effects. Finally, after over an hour of trial and error, Xiao Xuan discovered a suitable ratio, 10-to-1. 1 part spring water to 10 parts clear water yielded a diluted version that effectively promoted the growth of vegetables and fruits while remaining inconspicuous to others. Thus, when others noticed the remarkable produce from Xiao Xuan's garden, he could simply claim to possess a few gardening tricks. This way, no one could find fault. With a grin creeping onto his lips, Xiao Xuan felt a significant problem had been resolved. Just then, a sleek black figure flashed past his vision. Shortly thereafter, a rabbit with its neck severed was abruptly tossed before him. Startled, Xiao Xuan instinctively took 2 steps back. Upon encountering Black Master, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Alas, Black Master, you nearly frightened me to death. Xiao Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. Woof! Black Master rolled his eyes in exasperation. Basic skills. Don't mess around. Xiao Xuan took a moment to compose himself, then redirected his gaze to the half-dead wild rabbit on the ground. This, Black Master. Did you catch it? Xiao Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Black Master was truly remarkable, managing to capture a wild rabbit even while merely visiting a vegetable garden. Moreover, this rabbit had evidently lived in the area for years and was well acquainted with the terrain. Yet, despite its familiarity, it still fell prey to Black Master. Contemplating this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but give Black Master a thumbs up in his heart. Woof! Black Master, with an air of pride, raised his head, looking quite self-satisfied. After complimenting Black Master once more, Xiao Xuan bent down to pick up the rabbit. He furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating over whether to take the rabbit home. After all, it had been killed by Black Master. What if it carried rabies? Chapter 40. If I earn a fortune, will my mother no longer have to toil so hard? Woof. Seeing Xiao Xuan lost in thought while holding his prize, Black Master barked in annoyance. Xiao Xuan glanced at Black Master, then at the rabbit, ultimately deciding to take it with him. Regardless of the risks, once home, he would soak it in spiritual spring water for a good cleanse, not to mention rabies. Even the coronavirus would be eradicated. After checking on the watermelon patch, Xiao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, it would likely be ripe by this afternoon. After all, the last peach tree had withered overnight. Compared to that, the condition of the watermelon patch was quite promising. Let us go, Black Master. Time to treat you to a feast. Woof. Black Master demanded braised rabbit heads. By the time they returned home, it was already past 10:30. Rural folk typically dine early. So at this hour, Shen Qingwan was washing rice, preparing to cook. Qingwan, I'm back. The duo entered the house with great enthusiasm. Xiao Xuan set the rabbit down on the floor and dashed to the kitchen to wash his hands. What is the matter? You look so happy, Shen Qingwan remarked, glancing at Xiao Xuan, whose joy was evident. Hee, I brought you a delightful surprise. Xiao Xuan shook off the water from his hands and said mysteriously, A delightful surprise? Shen Qingwan felt a twinge of anticipation. Guess what? Huh? Xiao Xuan leaned closer to her ear, blowing softly before turning abruptly to enter the main room. Xiao Xuan, you're incorrigible, always so frivolous. Shen Qingwan was startled by his sudden action, and once she regained her composure, she felt a rush of shyness. However, despite her words, she felt no aversion in her heart. In fact, she rather enjoyed Xiao Xuan's playful demeanor. Oh dear, what am I thinking all day long? How embarrassing. Shen Qingwan slapped her cheeks, quickly poured the washed rice into the large pot, and after covering it, she eagerly stepped out of the kitchen. I am eager to see what splendid treasures you'll bring back this time. Woof. Upon noticing Shen Qingwan's approach, He immediately wagged his tail and made his way over. Shen Qingwan, seeing this, smiled and gently patted the large head of He before her gaze fell upon the rabbit in Xiao Xuan's hands. Where did this rabbit come from? She asked, her face a picture of astonishment. He caught it just now while I was in the vegetable garden, Xiao Xuan replied with a grin. Really? Shen Qingwan turned to He, her expression one of disbelief. He can catch rabbits? I've raised him for so long, and I never knew. Woof. He seemed to relish the admiration in Shen Qingwan's eyes, proudly wagging his tail and parading around the rabbit as if to showcase his prowess. By the way, let us call Mom and Xiao to come and eat. After the initial shock, Shen Qingwan's first thought was of her mother and sister. Oh, right. I was just about to mention that, but I got so excited that I forgot. Keep an eye on a rabbit while I go fetch them. Okay, take your time. All right. Soon, Xiao Xuan exited the courtyard to find his mother and younger sister. As for He stayed back, continuing to wag his tail in front of Shen Qingwan, seeking her praise. Mom, Xiao. Upon entering the courtyard and finding it empty, Xiao Xuan called out. Coming. In the kitchen, the mother and daughter, who were busy picking vegetables, both wore expressions of surprise at the sound. Big brother, Xiao Xuan, upon seeing her brother, was filled with joy, bouncing over to his side and linking her arm with his. Chen Xiaomei also beamed a radiant smile. Mom, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Xiao Xuan smiled as he ruffled the little girl's hair and turned to his mother. No, not yet. What's the matter? It's perfect that you haven't eaten. This morning, He caught a rabbit, so come over to my place for lunch. A rabbit? Xiao's eyes lit up in excitement. Yes, I'll make braised rabbit head for you all at noon. Xiao Xuan affectionately teased her nose. Yay. That's wonderful. We get to eat meat again. Xiao exclaimed in exhilaration, but Chen Xiaomei appeared somewhat hesitant. Mom, what's wrong? Is there something you wish to say? Xiao Xuan asked, a serious expression crossing his face. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiaomei replied, Xiao Xuan, as long as you and Qingwan can live happily together, I will be content. However, if you keep coming over for meals every few days, I worry it might cause friction between you two. She sighed, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. As a mother, she did not wish to create any rift between her child and his partner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao's smile faltered, and she looked up at her brother. Though reluctant, she slowly released her grip on him, realizing her mother had a point. Perhaps she should refrain from mooching meals in the future. Yet at that moment, Xiao Xuan gently took her small hand back into his own. She was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her elder brother. Xiao Xuan smiled gently at her before turning his attention to Chen Xiaomei. Mother, what do you mean by that? Qingwan and I have never minded this matter. In fact, it was Qingwan who called me over just now. Moreover, you are the only elder in the family. It is only right that we show you our respect, Xiao Xuan explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomei's expression grew somewhat conflicted. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Xuan quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Xiao. Yes, Mom. My sister-in-law and brother have a great relationship. I even saw them kissing last time. Gasp. Xiao Xuan nearly fainted at those words. How could this little girl speak such nonsense? When did he ever kiss his wife? He shot a stern glare at the girl and, feeling helpless, turned back to his mother. Sigh, Mom. Xiao, isn't wrong. Our relationship is quite good. Chen Xiaomei looked at Xiao Xuan, and seeing his resolute demeanor, she nodded slightly. All right then, but in the future, you two can eat by yourselves. No need to call us over. Hearing his mother's distant words, Xiao Xuan helplessly nodded in agreement. His mother had worked tirelessly to raise her 3 children. And even now that he had his own family, she still thought of him first. Understood. All right, you two wait here obediently while I go prepare the vegetables. With that, Chen Xiaomei strode purposefully toward the kitchen. In the courtyard, only Xiao Xuan and his sister remained. He glanced at his younger sister, who was playfully blinking at him, and suddenly recalled her earlier words. He raised his hand, pretending to scold her. Hey, brother, I was wrong. Xiao quickly shielded her head with her hands, admitting her mistake. You little rascal. Xiao Xuan lightly nudged her nose, feigning annoyance. Hee, I knew you wouldn't dare to hit me. The little girl looked up with a proud expression. Xiao Xuan, feeling helpless, ruffled her hair and gazed up at the sky, deep in thought, sensing her brother's concerns. Xiao comforted him. Brother, actually, Mom and I are doing quite well. You don't need to worry. Xiao Xuan looked down at her innocent eyes and smiled faintly. Yes, I know, but I just feel that Mom has had such a hard life. I want to make things easier for her. Xiao, do you think that if I earn a lot of money in the future, Mom won't be so tired? Of course. The little girl replied without hesitation, her face beaming with joy. All right then, I will work hard to earn money quickly, so our family can live a good life. Yes, brother, you can do it. I believe in you. Chapter 41. A harmonious scene. What are you two up to? At that moment, Chen Xiaomei had returned. Seeing the two whispering, she curiously inquired. Nothing. The siblings synchronized their movements, shaking their heads like a pair of rattles. Fine, let us go. Chen Xiaomei cast a dubious glance at the two individuals. Uttering a soft acknowledgement, the trio chatted and laughed, swiftly returning to Xiao Xuan's home. Big sister. Xiao has arrived. Upon hearing the voices from outside, Shen Qingwan immediately came forward to greet them. Big sister, big brother said that Black Lord has caught a rabbit. Hurry and let me see. Unable to contain her excitement upon their meeting, Xiao exclaimed to Shen Qingwan. All right, it's in the main room. How would T know how to handle that thing? Mom, can you? Although Shen Qingwan had experience with slaughtering chickens and ducks, she had never dealt with a rabbit before. She had seen it done, but was apprehensive about the skinning process. I can. Seeing her daughter-in-law's cheerful demeanor, Chen Xiaomei felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed that the relationship between Xiao Xuan and Qingwan was indeed quite harmonious. Oh, then later I'll need Mom's help to skin the rabbit. It's no trouble at all. As the family entered the house amidst laughter, the atmosphere was decidedly warm and inviting. A little bunny. Rabbits possess an irresistible charm for young girls. After all, they're delightful to observe while alive and delectable to consume when prepared. Who could resist such an adorable creature? Hey, you child, be careful not to get blood on you. Noticing the situation, Shen Qingwan hurriedly grasped the little girl's hand. I understand. Xiao giggled, then crouched down to closely examine the rabbit. However, before she could study it for long, her mother whisked the little creature away to the preparation area. Woo! Such a cute little bunny is about to be eaten. Xiao felt a pang of regret, gazing longingly at the lifeless rabbit. At that moment, a warm hand gently rested on her head. What's the matter? Do you like rabbits? Xiao Xuan inquired with a smile. MHM. The little girl nodded vigorously. All right then. Next time I go to the market, I'll see if there are any rabbits for sale and bring one back for you. Really? Xiao Xiao's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, Xiao Xian assured her confidently. Hee, then I want a white one. Sure. Having comforted the little girl, Xiao Xian then proceeded to the kitchen to assist his mother. It must be said, experience matters, with deft hands. Chen Xiaomei skillfully stripped the rabbit of its fur in no time. Mom, you can take a break. Today I'll handle the cooking. Xiao Xian said with a smile as he took the bear rabbit from her. All right then. During their last meal, Shen Qingwan had already informed her that Xiao Xian was an excellent cook, so she did not decline. Soon, the kitchen was left with only Xiao Xian. Glancing towards the main room, he observed the mother and daughter-in-law engaged in cheerful conversation, while Xiao Xiao was amusing herself with Black Lord. A satisfied smile graced his lips. It truly felt wonderful to have the family gathered together in such joyous harmony. Time flew by, and an hour passed swiftly. Finally, Xiao Xian stir-fried a dish of greens and brought the bowls and plates to the dining table. Dinner is served. A sumptuous array of dishes, rich in aroma and flavor, was presented on the dining table. Though the quantity was modest for a family, it was indeed a feast. Wow, it smells divine, exclaimed Xiao Xiao as she leaned closer to the large platter of rabbit meat, inhaling deeply. Hee, you little glutton. Just a moment ago, you were reluctant to leave, and now you're raving about how fragrant the food is. What about your principles? Oh, big brother, could you not spare me a little dignity? Xiao Xiao blushed and murmured softly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst in a hearty laughter. The group took their seats and quickly began to eat with joy. Xiao Xian, your culinary skills are indeed impressive, far better than my own. Chen Xiaomei praised after tasting a few bites of the rabbit meat. Oh, Mom, don't be modest. I just cooked casually. Xiao Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment from his mother's compliment. If you ask me, it would be better to have Big Brother learn to be a chef. Perhaps our family could produce a great chef. Xiao Xiao chimed in playfully. Uffed, you little rascal. Always being mischievous. Xiao Xian shot her a glare and then placed a piece of rabbit meat into her bowl. Nah. The little girl cheekily stuck out her tongue. Just then, a whimpering sound emerged from under the dining table. Everyone paused in surprise and glanced down. There was Hei Yi, tilting his head, looking pathetically at Xiao Xiao. Woo! Hei Yi worked so hard to catch that rabbit, and you all are just indulging yourselves without sharing a morsel. Oh, dear, my head, come here, Hei Yi. Have some bones. Xiao Xian said, pouring the bones from his bowl into Hei Yi's food dish. Hei Yi caught the rabbit. He is the great contributor of our family. Xiao Xiao laughed, affectionately patting Hei Yi's large head. Woof! Ha ha! Minutes flew by, and the family was thoroughly satiated. The hot weather made one prone to sleepiness. After a bout of playful antics, Xiao Xiao felt overwhelmingly drowsy. Chen Xiaomei informed the others and took her back to sleep. Xiao Xian and Shen Qingwan also felt a bit fatigued and retreated to their room for a short rest. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Xian groggily opened his eyes. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Shen Qingwan, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Stepping out quietly, he went to the backyard to pick a peach. After a few bites, he felt revitalized. It had been over 3 months since Qingwan became pregnant, and it was nearly time for a checkup. However, Xiao Xian had been quite busy lately, and only the big hospital in town could perform such examinations. The village only had Wang Changdue's farm vehicle, which would be inconvenient for transporting Shen Qingwan. Well, if all else fails, I can simply take a taxi. Chapter 42. I'll get you a big watermelon to quench your thirst. Just as Xiao Xian was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out from outside. Xiange. Looking up, he saw Zhang Erge beaming as he waved at him. However, the scene is indeed rather jarring. Xiao Xian rubbed his forehead, speechlessly beckoning him inside. What brings you here in the middle of the day? Xiao Xian casually inquired. Since I'm just idling at home, I thought I might as well come see you and see if there is anything to do, Zhang Erge replied, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on Hei Yi. Xiao Xian patted the dog's head, and only then did it retract its fierce glare. Zhang Erge sighed in relief, pondering where he had offended this dog, as it always seemed to regard him as an arch-nemesis. Did you discuss that matter with your father? Xiao Xuan asked after a moment's reflection. Zhang Ergu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I mentioned it, I did. Guess what my dad said? Zhang Ergu chuckled, a hint of mystery in his tone. He agreed? Xiao Xuan ventured cautiously. How did you know? Zhang Ergu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Xuan shot him an exasperated look. Your expression betrays you. I'm not a fool. Huh? Zhang Ergu touched his face and glanced at his hands, bewildered. All right, enough of that. What made your father suddenly agree? Xiao Xuan inquired, observing the simpleton. Strangely enough, when I returned home, my father seemed like a different person. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Xuan asked, curiosity piqued. Usually, he would whip me with his belt upon seeing me, but he didn't do that yesterday. Xiao Xuan thought to himself, this guy might have a bit of a masochistic streak. Moreover, when I discussed it with him yesterday, he only asked a few simple questions and didn't elaborate further. Brother Xian, don't you think that is odd? Zhang Ergu tilted his head, finding it somewhat amusing. Well, perhaps your father no longer wants you, Xiao Xuan remarked thoughtfully. If I could take you on, I'd definitely give it a try today, Zhang Ergu retorted jokingly. Regardless, since Uncle Zhongfa has already consented, you can now work diligently alongside me, Xiao Xuan said, patting his shoulder with a smile. Just then, Shen Qingwan emerged from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Ergu, she paused momentarily. Xiao Xuan quickly stepped forward to support her, guiding her to a chair. Hello, sister-in-law. Previously, due to Xiao Xuan, Zhang Ergu had not regarded Shen Qingwan with much significance. However, the current situation was different. Given Xiao Xuan's evident affection for his wife, he felt it prudent to be more courteous to avoid any future grievances. Oh, hello, Shen Qingwan replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. Yet, her eyes were filled with confusion. Xiao Xuan, perceiving her thoughts, smiled reassuringly and explained, Don't worry. Ergu will be helping me with work from now on, and Uncle Zhongfa has agreed to it. Right, Ergu? Yes, sister-in-law. My dad had a misunderstanding with Brother Xian and argued with your family. I truly apologize. Zhang Ergu quickly expressed his regrets. Ultimately, the fault lies with his father. As his son, he ought to extend an apology. Oh, it's nothing, really. Shen Qingwan quickly waved her hand, speaking up. She was not a petty person, and her lack of fondness for Zhang Ergu stemmed from her concern for Xiao Xuan. However, her curiosity was piqued by Xiao Xuan's mention of Zhang Ergu assisting him in the future. Xiao Xuan, what exactly do you intend to have Ergu help you with? Shen Qingwan inquired with a smile. I can't reveal that just yet. You'll find out this afternoon, Xiao Xuan teased. What? Shen Qingwan shot him a dubious glance, but did not press further. She was already quite satisfied with the current state of Xiao Xuan. As long as he refrained from gambling, she would support whatever he chose to do. Time passed swiftly during their casual conversation, and soon it was 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Xuan glanced at the sun outside, feeling it was time, and casually picked up a dozen prepared snakeskin bags, addressing Zhang Ergu. Ergu, let us head to the vegetable garden. Huh? Zhang Ergu was taken aback, his mouth agape. Brother Xian, you can't be serious. What is the point of going to the garden in this scorching heat? Shen Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, looking at him in confusion. Why are you asking so many questions? Can't you handle a little hardship? Xiao Xuan smirked, gazing at Zhang Ergu with a teasing expression. Of course I can. Let us go, Ergu replied, gritting his teeth, a look of defiance on his face. What are you two going to do in the garden? Shen Qingwan was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend Xiao Xuan's intentions. To stay at home and wait for me to bring back some good stuff, he instructed. Ergu, let us go. With that, he set off with Ergu and Heiyi, leaving the house behind. That guy is so mysterious all day long, Shen Qingwan murmured as she watched their departing figures. After leaving the house, they walked for several minutes until they finally arrived at the outskirts of Xiao Xuan's vegetable garden. Goodness, this weather is unbearable, Zhang Ergu complained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Look at you lazy bum. Just look at Heiyi. He has been trotting along without even panting. Xiao Xuan chuckled. Though he was sweating profusely himself, his expression radiating excitement. What? We're going to have a big watermelon? Brother Xian, You must be dreaming. This year's heat has ruined most of the watermelons in the village. Even the ones that survived are tiny. There's no way we'll find a big watermelon. Xiao Xuan merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Before long, the trio entered the vegetable garden. Chapter 43. Watermelons for 1 yuan per gene? Zhang Ergu gaped in astonishment, his small eyes wide with disbelief. The watermelons at his home were pitifully small. How could the ones at Brother Xian's be so enormous and perfectly round? Xian, Brother Xian, could you slap me? Huh? Xiao Xuan was taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Hurry, slap me. Zhang Ergu urged again. Xiao Xuan, I've never heard such a request in my life. Hurry, slap. Before Zhang Ergu could finish his words, Xiao Xuan had already delivered a resounding slap. Ergu, if you ever have such needs again, come to me. I'm always available to assist you, Xiao Xuan said earnestly, patting the other's shoulder. How exhilarating. Zhang Ergu tightly covered his right cheek, yet he did not appear angry. Instead, he looked exceedingly pleased. Am I truly not dreaming? Xiange, do your words still hold weight? He inquired. Of course, Xiao Xuan replied with a smile and a nod. Then I must find the largest one, Zhang Ergu exclaimed, dashing into the watermelon field without waiting for a response from Xiao Xuan, beginning his search. However, after a thorough search, he was rather startled. He found a watermelon nearby, crouched down, and lifted it with both hands. My goodness, Xiange, this watermelon must weigh over 10 pounds, right? Zhang Ergu widened his eyes and asked Xiao Xuan. Given the current market price, watermelons sold for approximately 50 to 70 cents per pound. The one he held alone was worth at least 6 or 7 yuan. That seems about right, Xiao Xuan responded nonchalantly. Seeing his indifferent tone nearly made Zhang Ergu choke. Brother, this is not just 1 or 2 watermelons. They all seem to be of similar size. Xiao Xuan's family cultivated 8 acres of watermelons, totaling over 400 plants, each bearing 3 to 5 watermelons. Remarkably, every watermelon appeared to be of comparable size, suggesting each could weigh over 10 pounds. Calculating it, if Xiao Xuan sold these watermelons at market value, he would easily earn over 8,000 yuan. Zhang Ergu gazed at Xiao Xuan with eyes full of envy. It is worth noting that his own family also grew watermelons. But even in the best harvest year, they had never produced such impressive yields as Xiao Xuan's family. Xiange, you struck it rich, Zhang Ergu exclaimed, setting down the watermelon and rushing to Xiao Xuan, shaking his shoulders vigorously, nearly dislocating one in the process. Hey, take it easy, Xiao Xuan said, rubbing his shoulder as Zhang Ergu reluctantly released him, though his face was still brimming with excitement. Ergu, from now on, try to remain calm when working with me. No more shouting, understand? Xiao Xuan advised. Yes, yes, yes. Observing this scene, Zhang Ergu's admiration for Xiao Xuan elevated to new heights. He felt that the recent changes in the Xiao family were intricately linked to Xiao Xuan. However, it was evident that Xiao Xuan had no intention of explaining, and he was wise enough not to press for answers. He simply needed to follow Xiao Xuan diligently, and he would eventually carve out his own path to success. Now, that is more like it. Xiao Xuan nodded in approval. He then picked up the watermelon Zhang Ergu had set down. Here, didn't you say you wanted to eat some watermelon? Take this. Xiange, can I take it home to eat later? I want my dad to try it. Zhang Ergu said, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan observed a hint of admiration in the other's gaze. Zhang Ergu had lost his mother at a young age, leaving him and his father, Zhang Zhongfa, to rely on one another. During their previous encounters, they often found themselves embroiled in disputes. To his surprise, this lad displayed such filial piety. Well, I shall pluck another to take home later, for now. Let's indulge in this one. But Xiange, enough of your prattling. Quickly, split open that melon for me. Xiao Xuan shot a disgruntled glance at the boy and urged him on. All right then. Thank you, Xiange. Zhang Ergu grinned, clutching the large watermelon, and scampered to a nearby tree, plopping down beneath its shade. Xiao Xuan shook his head and followed closely behind with He Yi. Heave! With a loud shout, Ergu swung his fist down upon the watermelon, creating a sizable gash at its center. Beaming with delight, he effortlessly split the fruit in two, leveraging its weight. Hee hee! Xingu, here you go. Ergu cheerfully offered the slightly larger half to Xiao Xuan. You reckless lad. Xiao Xuan laughed and chided him, then deftly pried off a small piece to place before He Yi. Woof. Hee. Little Xian is becoming quite savvy. Ergu's eyes widened as he watched He Yi relish the watermelon. Xingu this, Xiao Xuan turned and smiled at him. Steady, steady. Oh, right. Zhang Ergu finally averted his gaze, though his eyes remained restless. Could it be that the dog at Xian Ji's house has truly become enlightened? Soon, the trio began to savor the watermelon's delightful flavor. On this sweltering summer day, lounging in the shade while enjoying the fruit was indeed a pleasure. With each sweet bite, the oppressive heat seemed to dissipate as if shielded by an unseen force, leaving them feeling remarkably refreshed. The weariness of their bodies vanished in an instant, and they felt lighter. Xiao Xuan, attuned to this transformation, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. It appeared that the watermelon's effects were not dissimilar to those of the peaches. However, Zhang Ergu was far less composed. Xingu, your watermelon it's simply too delicious. Moreover, after consuming it, I feel utterly revitalized. It's as though, yes, just like when I had the peach from your home. Ergu exclaimed, recalling the previous delight of the peaches with excitement. Hee. If it's tasty, then indulge a little more. Xiao Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Xingu, I reckon you could sell this watermelon on the street for $1 a pound, right? Zhang Ergu mumbled through mouthfuls of fruit. $1? Xiao Xuan chuckled at the thought, shaking his head. Believing Xiao Xuan to be skeptical, Zhang Ergu quickly clarified. Xingu, I'm serious. I've seen those slightly more appealing watermelons on the street selling for 80 cents a pound. Yours is far superior. Chapter 44. Little did I expect Ergu to be so competitive. Uft. Xiao Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head before turning to Zhang Ergu with a serious expression. Ergu, do you know how much I sell a pound of peaches for? Zhang Ergu paused momentarily, then ventured a guess. 2 yuan? He replied tentatively. Xiao Xuan merely smiled without responding. 250? Ergu furrowed his brow. Again, Xiao Xuan shook his head. 3 yuan? Brother Xuan, that's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Ergu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Xuan smiled, thinking to himself that Ergu's perspective was still quite limited. He decided not to tease him any further and stated plainly. 10 yuan. What? Brother Xuan, you must be joking. Ergu exclaimed, standing up in surprise, genuinely amused. 10 yuan a pound for peaches? Do you really take me for a fool? Xiao Xuan was not surprised by Ergu's reaction. He stood up, gently patting Ergu on the shoulder. Ergu, I'm not joking with you. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out tomorrow. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu dropped to his knees. Seizing the moment before Xiao Xuan could react, he declared, Brother Xuan, I will follow you from now on, whether it's climbing mountains or descending into flames. As long as you give the word, I, Zhang Ergu, will not hesitate. I only hope you won't find me bothersome. With that, he prepared to bow his head in reverence. Xiao Xuan thought to himself, what on earth is happening? Why is this so different from what I envisioned? Shouldn't he be skeptical, only to be proven wrong tomorrow? Why is he kneeling already? His mind racing with thoughts, he quickly moved to assist Ergu, who was about to bow down. Hey, Ergu, I'm still standing fine. You don't need to rush into this, Xiao Xuan said, helping him up with a hint of annoyance. Brother Xuan, what I just said was the truth. Ergu insisted earnestly. But how can you be so sure that I'm not lying? Xiao Xuan asked curiously. Brother Xuan, we've been through so much together. Do you really think I don't know you? If you're that confident, it must be true. Why would I doubt it? Ergu explained. Well, all right then. Xiao Xuan nodded in resignation, feeling a warm glow in his heart. The sensation of being blindly trusted was rather pleasant. So, Brother Xuan, does that mean you agree to what I said earlier? Ergu gazed at him with eager anticipation. Given that you've gone this far, how could I refuse? Xiao Xuan replied, feigning annoyance. Hee. At his words, a radiant smile blossomed on Ergu's face, revealing his missing front tooth, which gleamed under the sunset, causing Xiao Xuan to chuckle. All right. We've eaten enough. It's time to get to work. Yes, I'm feeling invigorated. They quickly set about their tasks, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. As for Blackie, he continued to leisurely munch on watermelon, occasionally casting glances at the two, resembling a foreman on a construction site. One must admit that Zhang Ergu's strength is indeed remarkable. After moving merely a few dozen watermelons, Xiao Xuan was already slightly out of breath. However, apart from a slight sheen of sweat, Zhang Ergu showed no signs of fatigue. "Hey, Ergu, how is it that you're so strong? I rarely see you working out," Xiao Xuan inquired, hands on his hips, appearing rather feeble. I enjoy lifting tires at home. With practice, my strength has increased." Zhang Ergu proudly thumped his chest, the faint outline of his abdomen confirming his words were not mere boast. Xiao Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed he had underestimated this fellow. Who would have thought he was so dedicated? "Xiangu, you should take a break. With your slender arms and legs, this kind of labor doesn't suit you," Zhang Ergu suggested upon noticing Xiao Xuan's demeanor. "All right, don't overexert yourself either. If you're tired, take a rest. We're not in a hurry." "Okay," Zhang Ergu responded and resumed his work with fervor. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the two had nearly finished harvesting a plot of watermelons. Of course, most of the work was done by Zhang Ergu. "Phew, Xiangu, should we continue harvesting?" Zhang Ergu lay on the ground, panting, looking at Xiao Xuan. "No need. This will suffice for now." Xiao Xuan surveyed the ground, densely covered with watermelons, estimating there to be around 200. If they enlisted Wang Chonggui's help for transport tomorrow, it would likely require 2 trips to complete the task, given the limited space of his vehicle. "By the way, Ergu, doesn't your family have a large cart?" Xiao Xuan had underestimated the weight of the watermelons, initially thinking it would be manageable for just the 2 of them to carry them home. However, it now seemed unrealistic, especially since the terrain was challenging for Wang Chonggui's agricultural vehicle. They could only borrow Ergu's family cart. "Oh, right. Xiangu, do you need to use it?" "Yes. I'd like to transport these watermelons home first." Xiao Xuan nodded. "All right, wait a moment. I'll go tell my dad," Zhang Ergu said. "Hold on. Take this with you," Xiao Xuan added, handing over a large watermelon. "Okay." Zhang Ergu nodded vigorously. Having a watermelon in hand certainly added some confidence for the journey home. After Zhang Ergu left, Xiao Xuan reclined on the grass nearby to rest for a while. Selling these watermelons alone would likely take about a week. Once they were sold, he could free up some time to accompany Qingwan for a prenatal checkup and see how the babies were doing. Chapter 45. What? Have you been dazzled by your husband's charm? About 20 minutes later, Zhang Ergu returned, pushing the cart. "Your dad didn't say anything, did he?" Xiao Xuan asked tentatively. Zhang Zhongfa readily agreed to let Ergo accompany him, a decision that felt somewhat surreal to him. "Rest assured, when my father sees your family's large watermelon, he'll be grinning from ear to ear, overflowing with joy," Zhang Ergo remarked with admiration as he gazed at Xiao Xuan. "You're quite astute, Xiangu. If my father hadn't seen the watermelon, he might have started lecturing me again." "Well, that's a relief," Xiao Xuan sighed in contentment. "So, what shall we do now?" Zhang Ergo turned to Xiao Xuan, eager to hear his plan. "Let's start by putting the watermelons into bags. Once we finish packing, we can move them upstairs," Xiao Xuan suggested after a moment's contemplation. "All right," Zhang Ergo responded with enthusiasm, swiftly and carefully stuffing each large watermelon into the bags. "By the way, Ergo, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Xiao Xuan casually inquired while they worked. "Nothing at all. Why do you ask?" Zhang Ergo replied, puzzled. That's splendid. Would you accompany me to the market to sell watermelons tomorrow?" Xiao Xuan said, feeling a surge of excitement. Having learned from past experiences, he understood that managing the task alone would be overwhelming. Moreover, these watermelons were considerably heavier than peaches, each weighing around 10 pounds. Without Zhang Ergo's help, he would likely exhaust himself before even finishing the sales. "Of course, I would love that. I've been cooped up at home and am nearly going stir-crazy," Zhang Ergo replied without hesitation. "Excellent. It's settled then," Xiao Xuan thought joyfully, relieved that tomorrow would be less strenuous. However, one concern lingered in his mind. "Ergo, does your family possess a large beam scale, one capable of weighing dozens of pounds?" Xiao Xuan recalled that his own scale had a minuscule tray that could not accommodate a watermelon. "Unfortunately, I don't think we have one," Zhang Ergo said, shaking his head in resignation. "Oh, in that case, hey, Xiangu, I believe Uncle Ernyo has an electronic scale. I saw it at his house when we sold millet before, though I'm not sure if it's still functional. Zhang Ergo's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with excitement. Really? Xiao Xian's heart leaped with joy. An electronic scale would be ideal, as the large beam scale was not very user-friendly. Yes, indeed. I'll visit Uncle Ernyo's house tomorrow, Xiao Xian replied. After a while longer, they finally managed to pack all the watermelons into the bags. Fortunately, their snakeskin bags were sufficiently spacious, accommodating about 10 watermelons each. Consequently, every single bag Xiao Xian had brought was utilized. The handcart's capacity was limited, allowing for a maximum of 5 bags at a time. However, due to the bumpy road, Xiao Xian decided to only load 4 bags at once. One of them walked ahead to guard the bags from potential accidents, while the other pushed the cart forward. After more than 20 minutes, they successfully returned home with the handcart. Qingwan, I'm back. Ah, welcome back, Shen Qingwan responded promptly, soon emerging to greet them. Upon seeing Xiao Xian, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, a wave of concern washed over her. She hastily grabbed a towel from nearby and approached him, diligently wiping his brow. What are you up to? Why are you covered in sweat? Listening to his wife's caring words and feeling her gentle touch, Xiao Xian found his weariness dissipating in an instant, utterly enchanted by this sensation. As for Zhang Ergu, he was utterly flustered. Standing there, he felt completely at a loss, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Xiangu, are you tormenting a small animal? Does a single dog not deserve respect? I'm still standing here. And what with the affectionate glances exchanged between you two? Am I invisible? Xiao Xian seemed to sense Ergu's resentful gaze and quickly responded with an awkward smile. Qingwan, why don't you get Ergu a towel too? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan finally grasped the situation. She glanced aside to see Zhang Ergu staring at her, and Xiao Xian intently, and a blush crept across her cheeks. All right. She nodded lightly before stepping into the courtyard to fetch another towel. Here. Hey, thanks, sister-in-law. Just as Zhang Ergu reached out for the towel, a large hand suddenly blocked his path. Wait, let me handle this. Under Shen Qingwan's puzzled gaze, Xiao Xian took the towel from her hand and then handed it to Ergu. Xiangu, this is unfair. My wife can only hand a towel to me, not you. Xiao Xian stood protectively in front of Shen Qingwan, his not-so-broad back shielding her completely. His words imbued with a sense of determination and a hint of an overbearing CEO vibe. Shen Qingwan felt as if her heart was coated in honey, an overwhelming sweetness enveloping her. Wow, heartless. Zhang Ergu felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 arrows, the single dog that he was utterly tormented. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and accepted the towel, tears brimming in his eyes. Fine, if it's not meant to be, I'll have my dad set me up with someone when I get home. I refuse to remain a single dog any longer. It's simply too much bullying. Woof. Blackie, don't go making connections. You're not on our list of canine acquaintances. With a laugh, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but smile at the scene. This Xiao Xian, how does he always manage to tease Ergu like that? But I like it. Observing Zhang Ergu's reaction, Xiao Xian couldn't help but smirk. He turned around to find Shen Qingwan gazing at him intently. What is the matter? Are you mesmerized by your husband's charm? Shen Qingwan was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Charming? You wish. After saying this, she lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness as she dashed into the house. This Xiao Xian, always so inappropriate. Can't he see that Zhang Ergu is right beside us? Such embarrassing words. It's mortifying. Chapter 46. You must behave and stay at home, understood? Soon, with the assistance of Ergo, Xiao Xian swiftly transported the watermelon into his living room. At this moment, Shen Qingwan's complexion gradually returned to normal as she gazed at the bulging snakeskin bags, which bore a resemblance to watermelons, yet she hesitated to confirm. Xiao Xian, what is inside these? She inquired with curiosity. Watermelons. Xiao Xian, unusually forthcoming, replied without any hint of mystery. Watermelons? Shen Qingwan exclaimed, astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. He indeed, Xiao Xian declared, untying one of the bags and lifting out a large watermelon. With a thud, he placed it onto the dining table, causing it to emit a dull sound. Is this ours? Shen Qingwan's face was filled with incredulity. It seemed that ever since Xiao Xuan had improved, good fortune had been cascading upon their home, leaving her feeling somewhat surreal. Of course, if it weren't ours, why would I bring it back? Xiao Xuan chuckled in response. Shen Qingwan still struggled to conceal her astonishment. Hee, what are you waiting for? Hurry and sit down. I'll slice some watermelon for you to taste. I assure you, its flavor is as delightful as our peaches. As Xiao Xuan spoke, he beckoned air, go to take a break, while he headed to the kitchen for a knife. In a short while, Xiao Xuan returned with a knife, sliced the watermelon, and distributed pieces to everyone. My dear wife, do give it a taste. Xiao Xuan and Shen Qingwan sat closely on the same bench, their proximity amplified by the intimate tone of his words, which elicited a twinge of jealousy from Ergo. Brother Xian, really enough said? It's just too much to bear. Xiao Xuan, there are others present. Shen Qingwan, upon hearing him refer to her as my dear wife, felt her cheeks flush once more. She shot him a reproachful glance, softly reminding him, what is there to worry about? You are indeed my wife. Besides, Ergo hasn't he said anything, right? Isn't that so, Ergo? Xiao Xuan grinned at Ergo, who quickly turned away, wishing to avoid the sight of Xiao Xian's face. He had silently resolved to visit Brother Xian's home less frequently. Otherwise, he feared he might be overwhelmed by their affection. How utterly inconsiderate. Did you see that? Qingwan, do taste this watermelon. It's absolutely delicious. Well, all right. Shen Qingwan, blushing, reluctantly nodded. Yet, Xiao Xian's unwavering gaze made her feel flustered. Xiao Xuan, please don't keep staring at me, or I want to be able to eat. Eventually, she couldn't hold back and said, all right. Xiao Xuan resigned, turned his head away. Puffed. Shen Qingwan found Xiao Xian's pitiful expression amusing. With a slight smile, she began to savor the delightful watermelon. However, upon her first bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Xuan, this watermelon is truly delicious. She couldn't help but pat Xiao Xuan on the shoulder, exclaiming joyfully, well, if it's delicious, then indulge a bit more. Xiao Xuan chuckled as he turned back, immediately noticing a watermelon seed at the corner of his wife's mouth. Don't move. Just as Shen Qingwan was about to take another bite, she paused upon hearing Xiao Xian's voice. What's the matter? She asked, puzzled. Without uttering a word, Xiao Xuan slowly extended his right hand towards her mouth. Shen Qingwan's eyes widened, her body stiffening in place, momentarily at a loss for what to do. What was Xiao Xuan planning? Surely he wasn't going to tease her again? The mere thought made her shiver slightly, though it was only a fleeting moment. No, she mustn't move. If it were like last time, Xiao Xuan might genuinely become upset. But what to do? Her heart raced with anxiety. Thoughts swirled in her mind, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. Shen Qingwan tightly closed her beautiful eyes, awaiting Xiao Xian's next move. At last, she felt a cool sensation at the corner of her mouth, followed by the sensation of something dropping away. And then there was silence. Shen Qingwan cautiously opened her eyes a crack, only to find Xiao Xuan gazing at her with a bemused expression. In his hand, he held a watermelon seed. After a few seconds of astonishment, realization dawned on Shen Qingwan, and her face flushed crimson. However, this time it wasn't from shyness, but rather from embarrassment. Xiao Xuan is truly mischievous. It's just a watermelon seed. Why make it so ambiguous? I thought he was trying to tease me. How mortifying. Observing his wife's adorable flustered demeanor, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. How could his beloved wife be so endearing? He wondered if their future child would inherit this charm. The couple's affectionate exchange did not escape the notice of Zhang Ergu, who was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. They merely took a bite of watermelon, and yet they were spilling affection like this? Zhang Ergu found his perception of Xiao Xuan altered today. This man was truly extraordinary. With a heart already battered, Zhang Ergu silently exited the main room, contemplating whether he should hang a sign in front of Xiao Xuan's home that read, "No single dogs allowed." After a brief respite of several minutes, Xiao Xuan refrained from further teasing Shen Qingwan and, alongside Ergu, returned to work. They carried 4 more loads before finally transporting all the watermelons back home. By the time they completed this task, it was already past 8 in the evening. Originally, Xiao Xuan intended to invite Ergu for dinner, but he adamantly refused. With no other option, Xiao Xuan reluctantly pressed a few bills into his hand as compensation for the day's labor, acknowledging that most of the heavy work had indeed been done by Ergu. Once Ergu was sent off, only Xiao Xuan and Shen Qingwan remained in the house. Xiao Xuan, this should be all the watermelons from the garden, right? Shen Qingwan inquired as they dined. All? This doesn't even amount to a quarter. Xiao Xuan replied, astonished with a smile. Ah, Shen Qingwan was taken aback. Huh, don't worry about so much. By the way, tomorrow morning I'll take Ergo to the street to sell watermelons. You stay at home and behave yourself. Don't run around, all right? Xiao Xuan said as he scooped up a couple of bites of rice, giving instructions to Shen Qingwan. Ah, I know. I'm not a child. Shen Qingwan replied with a blush, while also muttering a few words quietly to herself. Chapter 47. Watermelons at 5 yuan a gene after finishing dinner. Xiao Xuan watered the vegetable garden once more and then retired to his room early to rest. Tomorrow morning would surely be busy, so he needed to be well rested. The night passed swiftly. On this day, Xiao Xuan, as usual, rose early. After his wife woke up, they shared a breakfast together. Then, after saying goodbye to Shen Qingwan, Xiao Xuan headed out. Uncle Changgui, are you home? Xiao Xuan first arrived at Wang Changgui's house, for he needed the agricultural vehicle from Uncle Wang to transport the watermelons to the street for sale. Coming. Soon, Wang Changgui appeared, toothbrush in mouth, rushing over while rinsing. Uncle just woke up? Xiao Xuan greeted him cheerfully. Guya Lu Fu. Wang Changgui wiped the toothpaste foam from his mouth and greeted him with a smile. Hey, indeed. What is up? Is there work today? Wang Changgui asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ever since the last incident, he had regarded Xiao Xuan as his benefactor, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Yes, Uncle, the watermelons in my garden are growing quite well. So I thought I'd ask for your help to take them to the street for sale, Xiao Xuan said with a grin. However, upon hearing this, Wang Changgui's expression changed. Watermelons? Don't we all know that the watermelons in our village haven't grown well this year? My own acre of watermelons has hardly any worth eating, he frowned. Hey, I don't know. In any case, mine are doing all right. Since I can't eat them all, I might as well take them to the street and give it a try. Xiao Xuan chuckled, scratching his nose. Oh, that is fine. You go back and wait for me. I'll have breakfast and then come over. All right, great. After making arrangements with Wang Changgui, Xiao Xuan felt somewhat uplifted. Now, only the issue of the scale remained. Wang Erniu's family was not well off, their economic situation being among the lowest in the village. Their residence was a mud brick house, not much better than Chen Xiaomei's home. Xiao Xuan looked at the gaps in the house and couldn't help but shake his head. Regardless, Uncle Erniu had always been kind to him. If possible, he still hoped to lend a hand. Stepping outside the courtyard, Xiao Xuan called out, Uncle Erniu, are you home? Who is it? Creak. The courtyard door was soon opened, revealing not Zhang Erniu, but his wife, Lu Guifang. Aunt Lu. Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then greeted her with a smile. Ah, Xiao Xuan, come in. Quickly, as the saying goes, one does not enter the door of a family they are not part of. Zhang Erniu's wife, much like him, is a warm-hearted individual. A few days ago, she heard her husband speak of Xiao Xuan and even witnessed him assisting his mother in the fields, which significantly improved her perception of him. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Xiao Xuan expressed his gratitude as he stepped into the courtyard. The courtyards of rural homes share a certain simplicity. It is precisely this unadorned arrangement that evokes a sense of warmth. Lu Guifang invited Xiao Xuan to sit down and prepare to pour him some tea. But Xiao Xuan quickly interjected, No need, Aunt, I merely came to look for Uncle Ernia. Oh, how unfortunate. Ernia just left, and I doubt he will return anytime soon. She replied, I see, Xiao Xuan said, a hint of disappointment flickering in his heart. What is it? Do you need to see him about something? Lu Guifang inquired, noticing the shift in Xiao Xuan's demeanor. Oh, I simply heard that you have an electronic scale and wanted to borrow it. By the way, Aunt, do you know where it is? Xiao Xuan asked, pondering for a moment before looking back at Lu Guifang. Oh, I see. We do have one. It's located in our main room, but I'm not very familiar with how to use it. Lu Guifang gestured towards the direction of the main room. Really? That is wonderful. Aunt, May I borrow it for a moment? Xiao Xian's spirits lifted as he spoke eagerly. Certainly. Just follow me. It's a bit heavy, Lu Guifeng chuckled, leading Xiao Xian into the main room. Here it is, Lu Guifeng pointed to an object in the corner of the room. Xiao Xian followed her gesture and beheld a large electronic scale, standing quietly at about a meter in height. A thick layer of dust covered it, suggesting it had not been used in quite some time. This was understandable, as such scales are typically only employed during the harvest of rice, given their cumbersome nature. As he wiped away the dust, the scale's rusted exterior became visible. Fortunately, once the screen was cleaned, the numbers remained discernible. With great effort, Xiao Xian managed to lift the scale from its corner. He estimated it weighed at least 50 pounds. Thankfully, it was equipped with 4 iron wheels, allowing him to push it home once he exited the main room. After testing its functionality and confirming it was in working order, Xiao Xian bid farewell to Lu Guifeng and began the arduous journey home, pushing the cumbersome device along. Upon returning, he found Zhang Ergu and Wang Changgue waiting in the courtyard. Hearing the sound of squeaking wheels, they turned their curious gazes towards him. At that moment, Xiao Xian was breathless from exertion. He had underestimated the weight of the scale. The rural roads were rough and uneven, making the short distance quite exhausting. Catching sight of the others nearby, he called out, "Ergu, why are you just standing there? Come and help me." Oh, I'm coming," they responded eagerly. Zhang Ergu quickly realized the situation and hurried over, closely followed by Wang Changgue. "Hey, isn't that the electronic scale from Erniyu's house? How did you manage to borrow it?" Wang Changgue, who usually handled the transportation during the rice selling in the village, was quite familiar with this scale. "Of course, it's for selling watermelons," Xiao Xian replied weakly. "Oh, I see." Soon, with their combined efforts, they managed to load the electronic scale onto the vehicle. After resting at home for a while, they allowed Wang Changgue to taste their watermelons. Having learned from the previous experience, Wang Changgue was astonished but quickly accepted the reality. He had a feeling that this young man, Xiao Xian, was destined to achieve great things in the future. After bidding farewell to Shen Qingwan, Xiao Xian joined the others in the vehicle, but this time they did not bring along He Yi. Following the previous 2 experiences of selling peaches, Xiao Xian had gained a bit of notoriety in the streets. Leaving He Yi behind was also to ensure that Shen Qingwan would not feel lonely. "Xiao Xian, how much are you planning to sell the watermelons for this time?" Wang Changgue asked curiously during the journey. The last time he accompanied Xiao Xian to sell peaches had shocked him. 10 yuan per jean for peaches. If he hadn't gone along, he would never have believed it. Xiao Xian smiled slightly and opened his palm. 5 yuan? Wang Changgue exclaimed in surprise. He had just tasted the watermelon and found it to be every bit as delightful as the peaches Xiao Xian had sold previously. He never expected Xiao Xian would sell them for merely 5 yuan per jean. Yes, Xiao Xian nodded with a smile, confirming his price. He had pondered this matter long before. Although the watermelons were impressive, their individual weight was several times that of peaches. If he priced the watermelons at 10 yuan per jean, that would amount to over 100 yuan for one. Such a price would likely deter many potential buyers on the street. Soon, they arrived at the market, but unlike the previous 2 occasions, this time Xiao Xian arrived at an awkward hour, not too early nor too late. Consequently, the spot they had previously occupied was now taken by an elderly gentleman. "Uncle, let us stop beside here," Xiao Xian said, showing no intention of contesting the space, and instructed Wang Changgue to pull over. "All right," Wang Changgue replied. The vehicle parked at the roadside, and the 3 quickly disembarked. After unloading the electronic scale and bags of watermelons, Xiao Xian turned to Wang Changgue, saying, "Uncle, you rest here for a moment. We'll see how the watermelon sales go, and if all goes well, you can fetch the remaining ones from home." Due to the limited space in Wang Changgue's agricultural vehicle, they could only transport half of the watermelons at a time, leaving the rest at Xiao Xian's home. "Okay." Wang Changgue agreed without further comment, sitting down on the side. Spreading out the stall cloth, Xiao Xian arranged the watermelons one by one. Before long, passers-by began to take notice of him. "Hey, young man, are you the one who sold peaches before?" A lady, carrying a basket of vegetables and preparing to head home, approached with curiosity upon recognizing Xiao Xian's profile. "Yes, Xiao Xuan turned his head, smiled, and nodded. Indeed, sister. The peaches at home have sold out, so I've switched to selling watermelons. Oh, I see. I was wondering why you weren't out here yesterday. You see, my child felt much sharper after eating the peaches you sold. He even received praise from his teacher yesterday. The lady's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Alas, it's a pity your peaches are sold out. If only I could have bought a bit more. Xiao Xuan felt a surge of happiness upon witnessing her reaction. It appeared that the peaches had indeed left a favorable impression. Ha, sister, though the peaches are gone, we still have watermelons. He cheerfully replied. Let me tell you, our watermelons are just as delightful. Yes. Zhang Ergu chimed in at the right moment. Really? The lady looked at the two, her gaze lingering suspiciously on Zhang Ergu. His appearance was hardly commendable, and his flamboyant attire made him resemble a rogue. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed he would need to remind Zhang Ergu to pay more attention to his appearance in the future. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, he said, sister, you can come take a look. Our watermelons are of exceptional quality. As he shifted his position, he revealed a row of large watermelons behind him. The lady, having a favorable impression of Xiao Xuan, immediately turned her gaze toward the watermelons. Upon seeing their size, she was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, young man, why are your watermelons so enormous? She couldn't resist stepping closer to knock on one, eager to check its ripeness. Hut. 3 crisp knocks rang out, and the lady instantly knew the watermelon was ripe. We rely on these fruits for our livelihood, so of course, we must grow them well. Xiao Xuan said with a smile, observing her reaction. Zhang Ergu, overhearing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Brother, are you sure you just grow them well? Shouldn't it be a lot better? Young man, could you cut me a slice to taste? If it truly is as delicious as you say, I will buy one for my grandson. The lady stood up and asked with a smile. Of course. Xiao Xuan nodded eagerly. With that, he retrieved a fruit knife from the nearby bag. Slice. With one swift motion, juice flowed freely, releasing a rich, fruity aroma that invigorated everyone present. Through the opening, the lady could clearly see the vibrant red flesh inside, glistening and enticing, making her mouth water. Meanwhile, more people began to gather around, many of whom recognized Xiao Xuan. Ah, is that not the young man who came 2 days ago to sell peaches? I wondered why I did not see you yesterday. It turns out you have come here to sell watermelons. Indeed, I visited twice before, yet I could not procure even a single peach. Young man, do you not owe me an explanation? Mother, come quickly, the uncle who sells peaches has returned. Listening to the cacophony around him, Xiao Xuan gradually lifted the corners of his mouth in a smile. At last, the atmosphere is lively. He paused his movements, straightened up, and made a gesture for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Allow me a moment to share a few words. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively quieted down, eager to hear what this proprietor had to say. Satisfied with their reaction, Xiao Xuan nodded appreciatively. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your support of my family's business. However, it is regrettable that we have but a few peach trees, and the peaches have already been sold out in the last few days. This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. Alas, I had hoped for some good news. Yet this was the disappointing revelation. I had intended to buy a couple to bring home for my mother, perhaps to aid in her recovery. But now, what a pity. Had I known, I would not have saved those few dozen coins. I truly feel foolish. Observing the crowd's reaction, Xiao Xuan remained composed and continued speaking. However, just as he uttered those 2 words, silence enveloped the gathering once more. A smirk danced upon Xiao Xuan's lips. Fear not, everyone. The effects of my watermelons are just as remarkable as those of the peaches. Should you wish to purchase, do come and try my watermelons. The rules remain unchanged. If it does not work, you may come to my home to seek me out. Laughter erupted from the crowd upon hearing Xiao Xuan's words, their previous despondency evaporating in an instant, replaced by excitement. Is that truly the case, boss? If it proves effective, please reserve one for me. I want one too. Many of the ants who had previously purchased peaches eagerly raised their hands, ready to buy. They felt a sense of trust in Xiao Xuan. After all, His family resided in Xiao family village. He couldn't escape the consequences if the product failed to deliver. They could simply visit him for a refund. Why worry about anything else? Nearby, Zhang Ergu looked on in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Did not brother Xian's peaches sell for 10 yuan a pound? Why were they so popular? In the morning, I shall update a chapter. There will be another in the afternoon. Do remember to leave plenty of comments. We have yet to reach 55-star reviews. If we surpass 50 by this afternoon, I shall reward you with an additional update. Chapter 49. Xiao Xuan has gone to sell watermelons? Everyone, please, do not rush. Noticing the commotion, Xiao Xuan hastily gestured for calm and spoke. I understand that many of you have previously purchased my peaches and trust me. However, I recommend that you sample first. If it proves ineffective, why spend your money unnecessarily? Xiao Xuan's words flowed forth, earning him numerous thumbs up from the crowd. It must be said, as a former business tycoon, Xiao Xuan excelled in winning people's hearts. The young man is a genuinely honest person, and I truly admire such qualities. I hope you will come here to sell more often. I shall certainly support you. This young fellow is indeed remarkable. Not only does he possess good looks, but he also speaks charmingly. Young man, may I inquire your age? I have a daughter who is 23 years old, exceptionally beautiful. Would you consider her? Hearing the praises from the older ladies in the crowd, Xiao Xuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Wasn't this just about buying a watermelon? Why were they suggesting I become their son-in-law? I'm already married. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us dispense with pleasantries and allow you to sample my watermelons. With that, Xiao Xuan began to slice the watermelon into pieces and gestured for Zhang Ergu to distribute them to the eager crowd. As the crowd received the watermelon, they could hardly contain their excitement as they began to taste it. Indeed, the young man was not exaggerating. The flavor of this watermelon was every bit as delightful as that of a peach. Oh, why do I feel so refreshed after eating this watermelon? It feels wonderful. Young man, how much do you charge per pound for this watermelon? It wouldn't be the same price as peaches, would it? The efficacy of the watermelon was evident. Yet amidst the enjoyment, some were still concerned about the price. If the watermelon were priced similarly to peaches, there might not be many able to afford it. Fear not. The watermelon is $5 per pound. Moreover, if you find a whole one too expensive, you may purchase half. Xiao Xuan explained with a smile. In the countryside, not many households possess refrigerators, so when people buy watermelons, they generally consume them the same day to avoid spoilage. Thus, purchasing half would not pose a problem. Indeed, upon hearing this, many expressed their agreement. Most of them hailed from ordinary families, often bringing only a few dozen dollars for groceries. A half watermelon was within their reach. Before long, a frenzy of purchases ensued. Boss, I want half. I want half too. I'll take one. Fortunately, Zhang Ergu accompanied him. Otherwise, Xiao Xuan would have been overwhelmed on his own. Uncle Changue, coming. Nearby, Wang Changue was leisurely smoking when he heard Xiao Xuan call him and quickly jogged over. Uncle, could you return to the village and bring back the remaining 10 bags of watermelons? Oh, sure. Wait a moment. As Wang Changue turned to leave, Xiao Xuan called him back. What's the matter? Wang Changue asked, puzzled. Uncle, could you please help me carry the watermelons? My dear Qingwan, Xiao Xuan hinted. Wang Changue paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, I understand. I'm no fool. Why would I ask your wife to carry those? If something were to happen, I certainly couldn't bear that responsibility. Ha! Xiao Xuan felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose. After sending Wang Changue off, the two resumed their work. Xiao Xuan, being less strong, focused on slicing the watermelon, while Zhang Ergu took charge of weighing and collecting payments. Today, Zhang Ergu finally experienced what it meant to receive money to the point of feeling soft-handed. Xiangu, you've truly struck it rich, Zhang Ergu exclaimed while collecting the cash. 5 yuan per gene. Just half a watermelon must be worth at least 20 or 30 yuan. In a mere half hour, the small bag designated for earnings was already brimming to the brim. Having grown up, he had never seen so much money, apart from what he received from his father. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Although the money did not belong to him, he was filled with joy as he gathered it. Xiao Xuan merely smiled lightly, showing little change in his demeanor. Ergu, As long as you diligently follow my lead, you'll be able to earn such sums in the future. Ah, Xingu, are you joking? Although I, Zhang Ergu, may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, I am self-aware enough to know my place. I'm destined to be a salted fish. He chuckled. As long as you don't look down on me, I will be eternally grateful. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Zhang Ergu's face, but he quickly masked it. Xiao Xuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What is this? Such a lack of confidence? Well, it's not that I lack confidence. It's just, how should I put it? Zhang Ergu wrapped half a watermelon and handed it to a nearby auntie. He scratched his head, unsure of how to respond to Xiao Xuan's inquiry. The auntie, overhearing their conversation, chimed in. Hey there, young man. This boss looks like someone who makes a fortune. If you stick with him, you'll surely enjoy a life of luxury. How could you ever be a salted fish? Hey, that's true. Zhang Ergu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head and nodded in agreement. After taking the auntie's money, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. As long as he followed Xiao Xuan, even if he were a salted fish, he could turn his fate around. Meanwhile, Wang Changgue had returned to the village. Many villagers, upon seeing him drive by, cast curious glances in his direction. Changgue, are you hauling good for someone? In the rice fields, Wang Erniu greeted him with a smile. He and Wang Changgue were cousins, sharing a similar age, so they typically addressed each other by their names. Ah, I'm delivering some watermelons for Xiao Xuan to sell in town. Wang Changgue replied without stopping, driving straight towards Xiao Xuan's house. Xiao Xuan? Can watermelons still sell this year? Just as Wang Changgue pondered this, his wife Lu Guifang suddenly spoke up. By the way, Erniu, this morning Xiao Xuan came to our house to borrow that electronic scale. You weren't home, so I took the liberty of lending it to him. Having momentarily forgotten about this matter, she immediately recalled it upon hearing her husband mention Xiao Xuan. Ah, is that so? Wang Erniu furrowed his brow, quickly connecting the dots from Wang Changgue's earlier remarks. Could it be that Xiao Xuan is indeed selling watermelons? In no time, Wang Changgue's vehicle arrived at Xiao Xuan's doorstep. Woof woof. Hey, he barked, rushing out to greet him. Shen Qingwan assumed it was Xiao Xuan who had returned and hurriedly stepped outside. Xiao Xuan, however, upon seeing the visitor's face, her expression froze momentarily. Uncle Changgue, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Wang Changgue merely chuckled, unfazed by her reaction. Qingwan, Xiao Xuan is still out on the street selling watermelons. It might be a few more hours before he returns. He asked me to bring over the remaining watermelons from your home. Wang Changgue explained. Ah, that many? Can he sell them all? Shen Qingwan asked in astonishment. Hee, Qingwan, you truly do not know Xiao Xuan well. But I suppose it makes sense. Being pregnant, you cannot conveniently go to the street. Otherwise, I would certainly take you to see how Xiao Xuan sells watermelons. The scene is absolutely bustling. Wang Changgue remarked with great envy. Are many people buying? Shen Qingwan could not help but inquire. She suddenly felt an impulsive desire to witness Xiao Xuan selling watermelons herself, though she merely entertained the thought in her mind. The bumpy journey made it inconvenient for her to go. Of course you wouldn't know. The moment Xiao Xuan gets off the cart, a large crowd recognizes him. Watermelons at 5 yuan a pound. People are clamoring to buy them. And Xiao Xuan's way with words is truly impressive. You know, this lad usually keeps a low profile, but at critical moments, he surprises everyone. He is quite remarkable. Wang Changgue remarked, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan felt immense joy swell within her. A sense of pride blossomed in her heart. Her man was indeed extraordinary. Oh, right, I nearly forgot the main matter. Qingwan, I can't chat with you any longer. Xiao Xuan is waiting for me to deliver the watermelons. Wang Changgue exclaimed, slapping his forehead before rushing towards the main room. Uncle Changgue, let me help you. Seeing Wang Changgue struggle alone, Shen Qingwan stepped forward to assist him. Hey, no. Wang Changgue quickly halted her. Shen Qingwan froze, standing there, unsure of what to do. Wang Changgue set down the bag and let out a long sigh. Phew, Qingwan, before I came over, Xiao Xuan repeatedly instructed me not to let you lift anything. What if you were to trip or something? How could I explain that to Xiao Xuan? Don't you agree? Wang Changgui earnestly advised. Hearing this, Shen Qingwan felt warmth in her heart. Xiao Xuan truly cared for her, even when he was not home. He did not want her to suffer, even a little. Thinking of this made her heart feel sweet. All right, Qingwan, you sit and rest over there. I can handle this myself. This time, Shen Qingwan obediently nodded. Soon, Wang Changgui had loaded all the remaining watermelons onto the cart. Even with his strength, he found it a bit taxing and sat down on the doorstep, breathing heavily. Uncle Changgui, thank you for your hard work. Have a peach. Shen Qingwan promptly handed him a peach, saying, Ah, thank you. Wang Changgui took a few bites and instantly felt invigorated. Rising to his feet, he exchanged a few words with Shen Qingwan before hastily driving away. By the time he reached the street, it was already past 11 o'clock. The watermelon stand beside Xiao Xuan had sold more than half of its produce, yet the number of customers surrounding him continued to swell. This scene left Wang Changgui utterly astonished. Could it be that everyone in the street had come here? As he scanned his surroundings, he noticed that other stalls were practically deserted. Some even had no vendors present, as they had evidently rushed over to purchase watermelons as well. Wang Changgui. Just as Wang Changgui was in shock, Xiao Xuan suddenly called out to him. Ah, I'm coming. Wang Changgui quickly responded, parking the car by the roadside before stepping out. Xiao Xuan, you really are something else. Selling so quickly. It's just that there are so many people. Xiao Xuan modestly replied, scratching his nose. By the way, is Qingwan at home with nothing to do? Xiao Xuan suddenly inquired. No. I didn't dare to have her help me move this. Besides, I must say, you truly dote on your wife. Wang Changgui teased. Xiao Xuan chuckled, choosing not to dwell further on the topic. Soon, with Wang Changgui's assistance, the watermelons were unloaded from a car. Those who had yet to buy a watermelon were thrilled to witness this. They had thought they might miss out today, but to their surprise, the young vendor was considerate enough to bring in another load. Everyone, please line up, one at a time. There's enough for all. Xiao Xuan called out to the crowd. By the way, Uncle, are you busy at the moment? Not all, why do you ask? Wang Changgui replied, puzzled. Uncle, could you help me buy a few pounds of pork? As you can see, I can't leave my post here, Xiao Xuan said, pulling a 50 yuan note from his money pouch and handing it to Wang Changgui. What's the matter? Sure, how many pounds do you need? 3 pounds. And if you happen to see a rabbit for sale on the street, could you bring back a little one? Xiao loves those, Xiao Xuan added after a moment's thought. Here, the pork is about 7 yuan per pound, so after buying 3 pounds, the remaining money should be more than enough for a small rabbit. All right, you keep selling watermelons, and I'll go buy a few things. Thanks, Uncle. Young man, hurry up and slice the watermelon. I can't afford a whole one. Ah, I'm coming. Time passed in a flurry of activity, and it wasn't until after 1 o'clock that Xiao Xuan sold the last watermelon. Wang Changgui did not disappoint him, returning with 3 pounds of pork and an adorable little white rabbit. Gazing at the now empty tarp, the three shared a smile, and after tidying up, they headed home together. Upon returning to the village, Wang Changgui drove straight to his own house. As he stepped out of the car, Zhang Ergu and Wang Changgui both congratulated Xiao Xuan. Brother Xian, you've really struck it rich this time. This morning, I indulged in the exhilarating sensation of collecting money. The tactile experience was simply delightful. Those who understand will realize I was handling cash. Those unaware might mistakenly believe I was engaged in some peculiar activity. Xiao Xuan, observing the lascivious expression on his face, could not help but jest. All right, ergo, Uncle Changgui, you both have worked hard today. With that, Xiao Xuan opened the money pouch and retrieved 2 crisp 100 yuan notes. Here, this is your payment for today, he declared to the 2 men. Chapter 51. Do not touch your sister-in-law. What if she gets hurt? The 2 exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Wang Changgui was the first to recover, quickly pushing the money back. No, Xiao Xuan, this simply won't do. You already paid me last time. I cannot accept more. Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the 50 yuan he had given previously, and couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, what was given last time is in the past. You've worked hard today, without your assistance. I wouldn't have been able to haul even a single watermelon onto the street. Xiao Xuan explained with a smile. In truth, he did not necessarily require Wang Changgui to transport the fruit. However, as fellow villagers, Xiao Xuan felt it was only right to offer assistance. Moreover, it would spare him some unnecessary hassle, wouldn't it? Oh, uncle, spare me the sentimentality. I have many more tasks for you in the future. Please do not decline them. Xiao Xuan insisted, pressing the 100 yuan into the man's hand. Very well. I shall not be polite. Whenever you need anything, just call for me. I would turn down others' requests rather than delay yours. Wang Changgui laughed heartily. Xiao Xuan nodded in agreement before turning his attention to Zhang Ergo. Ergo, since you plan to stick with me, please put in your best effort. Go home and buy a couple of decent outfits. Next time, avoid dressing so flamboyantly. He playfully patted the young man's shoulder and stuffed the banknotes into his pocket. Do I really dress that flamboyantly? It's merely a few holes in my clothes. Zhang Ergo protested. Before heading home, Xiao Xuan reminded both men about the plan to help pick watermelons in the afternoon. They both readily agreed to assist. Upon returning home, Xiao Xuan surmised that his wife had likely fallen asleep, so he refrained from calling out as usual. Indeed, upon entering the main room, he discovered her sprawled across the dining table, soundly asleep. He quietly set his belongings down, washed his hands, and then seated himself beside Shen Qingwan. At that moment, half of her face rested on her right hand, her lips pursed adorably, and Xiao Xuan even noticed the glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. This girl even drools in her sleep. He had initially intended to carry her to their bedroom, but reconsidered. Should she awaken suddenly and stumble in fright, it would be disastrous. Shaking his head, he ultimately chose not to disturb her slumber and began to eat his meal in peace. The dishes were all served in a large pot. Although slightly cold, they were still palatable enough to enjoy. Xiao Xuan savored his meal while gazing at his beloved wife, feeling a profound sense of contentment. If each day could unfold with such fulfillment, it would indeed be a delightful affair. Suddenly, as if sensing a stir beside her, Shen Qingwan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Gradually, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing the familiar figure sitting next to her, she rubbed her eyes like a kitten just waking from slumber. Xiao Xuan, when did you return? Upon recognizing his features, a look of surprise immediately brightened her face. Xiao Xuan smiled gently, finding her current demeanor rather endearing. I haven't been back long. I saw you sleeping so peacefully that I didn't want to disturb you. He explained with a chuckle. Have you eaten? She inquired. Yes, Shen Qingwan nodded. Although she could wait, her little baby could not endure hunger. She mustn't let her child go without nourishment. Ah, that's a relief. By the way, I bought 3 pounds of pork this morning. We'll cook it for dinner. Xiao Xuan said, gesturing towards the bags on the dining table with his chopsticks. Huh, where did the rabbit come from? Shen Qingwan's attention was captivated by a small white rabbit nearby. Oh, didn't Xiao mention wanting a little rabbit last time? I got her one. What? Do you want one too? Xiao Xuan teased, a playful glimmer in his eyes. I am just curious. Besides, I am not a child. How could I possibly like playing with that? Shen Qingwan replied, her cheeks flushing as she defended herself. Hee, you and Xiao seem quite similar. Xiao Xuan, how can you say such things? She retorted, half laughing, half annoyed. Ha, just a little jest. Xiao Xuan quickly chuckled to diffuse the teasing. Oof. Shen Qingwan huffed, feeling shy and refraining from further teasing the rabbit. However, her delight at the sight of the pork Xiao Xuan had brought home was unmistakable. This meat is from Uncle Zhang Guizhu. It looks quite splendid, doesn't it? Indeed it does. Xiao Xuan nodded appreciatively. When it comes to purchasing meat, one must consider the vendor. If the seller is unfamiliar, they might simply throw together a few random cuts. However, it was evident that Wang Guizhu had a good rapport with the butcher. That's wonderful. Xiao Xuan smiled, satisfied. After finishing their meal, Xiao Xuan took a brief rest in the room. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xiao arrived. Big brother, sister-in-law, are you home? The little girl called out as she entered the courtyard. Yes, we are. What is up? Shen Qingwan responded with a smile upon hearing Xiao Zhao's voice and quickly went to greet her. Sister-in-law, it's so boring at home, so I came to find you. Oh, you left your mother all alone at home, did you? Xiao Xuan approached with a grin. Xiao Xiao beamed upon seeing her brother, wrapping her arms around his arm in a playful embrace. Hee, not at all. Mother went to visit Aunt Zhang. They're having a delightful chat. Huh, so you've been abandoned by your mother. Big brother, you're so mean, always teasing me. I want to play with you anymore. Xiao made a playful face at Xiao Xuan and cheerfully dashed to Shen Qingwan's side. Xiao, your elder brother has prepared something delightful for you. Are you sure you do not wish to play with him? Shen Qingwan remarked with a teasing smile directed at the little girl. Upon hearing this, the child's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What delightful thing. Since you're not playing with me, why should I tell you? Xiao Xuan crossed his arms, adopting an air of proud aloofness. Ah, sister-in-law, please manage your brother. Xiao's expression fell instantly as she turned to Shen Qingwan with a pout. Hey, don't go bothering your sister-in-law. What if you get hurt? Xiao Xuan quickly stepped forward to pull Xiao away. Observing this, Xiao's big eyes whirled around, as if concocting a clever plan. As per our usual custom, if the book reviews exceed 150, there will be an additional update. Chapter 52, perhaps it is because Black Lord frequently comes here to relieve himself. Big brother, are you still going to show me that delightful thing? The little girl stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Shen Qingwan's, wearing a look of triumph. Oh dear, all right, I concede to you. Xiao Xuan chuckled helplessly before leading the little one to see the rabbits. Here it is. He lifted a piece of burlap, revealing a snow-white little rabbit before the girl. Wow, it's a bunny. The moment Xiao laid eyes on the rabbit, her eyes lit up with joy. She eagerly squatted down, opened the cage, and scooped the little rabbit into her arms. The rabbit was pure white, its soft fur incredibly comforting to the touch. Its gem-like eyes stared intently at the little girl, a mix of nervousness and curiosity evident in its gaze. What do you think? Do you like it? Xiao Xuan observed the little girl and felt an immense joy swell within him. Yes, I love it so much. Xiao nodded vigorously, her eyes transforming into crescent moons of delight. Sister-in-law, would you like to feel the rabbit's fur? It's so soft. Xiao grinned as she presented the rabbit to Shen Qingwan. All right. Shen Qingwan smiled gently, accepting the offer and delicately stroked the little creature. The affection in her gaze was unmistakable. Xiangu. Just then, a voice called out from outside the yard belonging to Zhang Ergu. Xiao Xuan paused, quickly heading towards the door. Ergu, you've arrived so early? He greeted with a smile. I didn't want to waste your time. I couldn't possibly keep you waiting. Zhang Ergu chuckled, scratching the back of his head. You rascal. Come in and sit for a while before we head out. Sure thing. Upon entering the main room, Zhang Ergu noticed the rabbit in Xiao's arms and approached with curiosity. Good afternoon, Ergu. Xiao greeted politely as he neared. Good afternoon. Xiangu. Is this the rabbit you bought this morning? It's quite lovely. Zhang Ergu remarked, admiring the little bunny. Hey, Ergu. This was specially bought for me by my elder brother. Xiao exclaimed, cradling the little white rabbit before Ergo, her petite face brimming with a proud expression. Uft. You little girl, just a moment ago you claimed you wouldn't play with your brother anymore, and now you're flaunting it? Shen Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was simply too adorable. I never said that. I adore my brother the most. Before long, half an hour had passed. Xiao Xuan, along with Zhang Ergo, readied their tools and informed Shen Qingwan before heading straight to Wang Changgue's home. Uncle Changgue, hey, we're here. Shortly after, Wang Changgue emerged, his face beaming with a broad smile. Uncle Changgue, what's got you so cheerful? Zhang Ergo couldn't restrain his curiosity. Look at you, with the arrival of the god of wealth. How could I not be happy? Wang Changgue glanced at Xiao Xuan, laughing heartily. You see, my wife heard that I earned $100 this morning, and she was overjoyed. Just now, she called to say she is preparing to move back. Wang Changgue spoke with uncontainable excitement. Upon hearing this, the two understood the situation. Due to Wang Changgue's unique job circumstances, the land at home had long been rented out. A few years ago, he could earn some money by helping others transport goods, but recently, he had been idling at home without seeking employment. Under these circumstances, his wife could no longer tolerate it. Just a week ago, she packed her bags and returned to her family, stating that she would come back only when he found stable work. Of course, Wang Changwei couldn't divulge that he was assisting Xiao Xuan with transporting goods. He merely mentioned that he had found a boss who could provide stable work for a while. Regardless, the priority was to coax his wife back home. Oh, I see. Then congratulations are in order. The two responded, offering their heartfelt wishes to Wang Changwei. Oh, there's no need for congratulations. I had to coax and deceive her to convince her. However, let us not dwell on that. One step at a time. Worst case, I will explain everything to her after she returns. Come on, let us get to work. Wang Changwei waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on chaotic thoughts. What will be will be. The most important thing now is to focus on the task at hand. The three of them bantered and laughed, quickly arriving at Xiao Xuan's watermelon field. Zhang Ergo was relatively fine, having visited the day before. However, for Wang Changwei, it was a different story. He gazed in astonishment at the bountiful harvest before him, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Now, he finally understood how Xiao Xuan's family could produce so many large watermelons. The watermelons being sold on the street today were merely 1/8 of the total yield. Xiao Xuan, how on earth did you cultivate this watermelon field? Wang Changwei asked, his expression one of utter astonishment, stumbling over his words. Hee, perhaps it's because Blackie frequently comes here to relieve himself. Xiao Xuan rubbed his nose, feeling a tad embarrassed as he replied. After all, aside from himself, no one knew about the spiritual spring, as long as it wasn't too far-fetched. Wasn't this reason something he could easily fabricate? However, persisting in this manner for an extended period is not a sustainable solution. The results of using the spiritual spring water to irrigate vegetables and fruits are rather alarming, and over time, it is bound to raise suspicions. Thus, he has devised a plan. Once he sells this batch of watermelons, he will utilize the funds at his disposal to establish an orchard, specifically irrigated with diluted spiritual spring water. This approach will not only enhance the yield, but also mitigate any potential concerns. Chapter 53. Hiring help. All right then. Wang Changwei nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Let us commence our work. The three figures swiftly began to weave through the watermelon vines, harvesting one large watermelon after another, arranging them neatly on the adjacent ground. Finally, after half an hour, Xiao Xuan felt utterly drained, unable to continue. He wearily waved his hand and spoke to the others. Uncle Changwei, let's take a break. Haha, sure. Xiao Xuan, your physical stamina is truly lacking. You ought to engage in some proper training. Wang Changwei remarked as he plopped down beside Xiao Xuan, chuckling heartily. Indeed, I will definitely train harder in the future, Xiao Xuan replied, somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. By the way, Uncle Changwei, could you assist me with a favor? Xiao Xuan hesitated briefly, then turned to Wang Changwei and spoke. Hey, what kind of talk is that? I'm here helping you out. What is there to ask for help? Just tell me your concerns directly. There is no need for circumlocution. Wang Changwei patted Xiao Xuan on the shoulder with a smile. All right then. You see, the watermelon field at my home is quite lush, and if it's just the three of us, it would likely take 3 or 4 more days to finish harvesting. So, I was wondering if you could help me find a few people in the village to assist in picking the watermelons. You know my reputation in the village isn't particularly good. If I were to approach them myself, even offering money, they might not believe me. Therefore, so you want me to help you recruit labor? Wang Changwei inquired tentatively. Yes, exactly. Of course, uncle, if this task is accomplished, I will provide you with a fair reward. Xiao Xuan's smile dimmed slightly as he spoke earnestly. Haha, what are you concerned about? Just this? Rest assured, I will take care of it. I'll find people for you as soon as I return home. How many do you need? Wang Changwei responded with a hearty laugh, readily agreeing. Xiao Xuan pondered for a moment before replying. 10 should suffice. All right, no problem. I should be able to gather them by tonight. However, it would be best for you to prepare the wages in advance. Otherwise, it might cause some complications later on. Don't worry. Uncle, money is not an issue. Tell them I'll pay 10 yuan per hour. I wish to finish picking the watermelons here as soon as possible. Xiao Xuan nodded in agreement. However, Wang Changwei appeared quite astonished upon hearing this. Xiao Xuan, 10 yuan per hour? Isn't that a bit excessive? 5 yuan would be sufficient. In this remote and impoverished region, it is indeed a blessing to find a profitable job. They could hardly dare to hope for a mere 10 yuan per hour. However, Xiao Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, let's stick to 10 yuan. Everyone has it tough, and this is just a small token of my appreciation. Wang Chang'e stared blankly at the young man before him, and in that moment, he seemed to gain a newfound respect for Xiao Xuan. All right, then I will thank you on their behalf. Oh, uncle, there's no need for that. After all, I'm also from Xiaojia village. Now that I've earned a little money, I can't just think of myself. At that moment, Zhang Ergu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xingu, can I call my dad over? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had already earned money with Xiao Xuan, and it felt a bit awkward to bring his father along. However, he primarily wanted his father to witness Xiao Xuan's transformation firsthand, so that he could feel more at ease about his son working alongside him in the future. Of course, but I worry that Uncle Zhongfa might not agree. Xiao Xuan replied with a slight smile. Don't worry, when my dad hears about this great opportunity, he'll be thrilled and will definitely agree. Thus, the three of them finalized their plans for the next day. By 6:30 in the afternoon, they returned the last load of watermelons to Xiao Xuan's home and called it a day. After all, there would be more than 10 people coming to help tomorrow, so there was no rush. Xiao Xuan took a quick wash by the river and returned home for dinner. Wow, the pork belly made by my dear wife smells so delightful. Xiao Xuan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the enticingly colored pork. You don't call me that. Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully admonished him. Xiao Xuan, you are so shameless, saying such embarrassing things. Xiao Xuan was unfazed. However, when his gaze fell upon his wife's delicate hands, his brow furrowed slightly. What happened to your finger? On Shen Qingwan's left index finger, a strip of tissue was wrapped around it, indicating a recent injury. Seeing Xiao Xuan's worried expression warmed her heart. It's nothing, I just accidentally cut myself while chopping vegetables. Don't worry. Shen Qingwan smiled gently, offering an explanation. Chapter 54. The humble Xiao Xuan, asking his beloved wife for money. Let me see. Xiao Xuan, with a commanding demeanor, pulled her left hand closer. Shen Qingwan did not resist, though her cheeks flushed slightly. As he unwrapped the tissue from her wound, he noticed that the cut was not too deep, and he let out a small sigh of relief. He gently blew on the injury, his face filled with concern. How does it feel? Does it hurt? After confirming that Shen Qingwan's injury was minor, Xiao Xuan carefully rebandaged her wound, his tone soft and tender. Oh no, it doesn't hurt at all. Shen Qingwan's face reddened as she quickly looked down. Just moments ago, she had been lost in thought, and she was startled when he suddenly lifted his head. Be more careful when chopping vegetables in the future, all right? Xiao Xuan spoke to Shen Qingwan with a seriousness akin to that of a parent admonishing a child. Shen Qingwan lifted her head, her large eyes fixated on Xiao Xuan. Suddenly, she could no longer contain her laughter. I understand. She playfully teased, sticking out her tongue at him. Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had seen Shen Qingwan exhibit such a lively demeanor in his presence. Even during their early days of marriage, she had been somewhat reserved, never allowing herself to be so free-spirited. It seemed she had gradually begun to embrace her true self. With this realization, a smile crept onto Xiao Xuan's lips. How perceptive of you. Now let us see. Shen Qingwan nodded enthusiastically, and they commenced their dinner. After a while, Xiao Xuan paused mid-bite, as if recalling something important. He quickly turned to Shen Qingwan and asked, Qingwan, hasn't T-Mom had any meat yet? Shen Qingwan was slightly taken aback, but soon understood Xiao Xuan's concern. With a bright smile, she placed a piece of braised pork into his bowl. Rest assured, when Xiao left earlier, I told her to come over for dinner with Mom tonight. However, that clever girl anticipated that Mom wouldn't agree, so before she left, I sent a pound of meat with her. By now, she is probably quite full. Shen Qingwan explained with a smile. Oh, that is good to hear. Xiao Xuan replied with relief. Lately, he had been overwhelmed with work, which left him quite distressed. Fortunately, he had a thoughtful and capable wife who managed the household affairs adeptly. This thought brought him a sense of comfort. Thank you, my dear, he said, gazing earnestly at Shen Qingwan. Upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed. Honestly, we're already an old married couple. Why say thank you? What did you say? Xiao Xuan asked, not quite catching her words. I said nothing. Let us eat quickly, it's getting cold. With that, she lowered her head and began to eat. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at her bashfulness. After finishing dinner and tidying up, Xiao Xuan quietly slipped into the room. 10, 20, 30. He heard the soft rustling of money being counted, and he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. This girl truly had a penchant for money. Removing his slippers, he stealthily approached his wife. Clearing his throat, he observed her engrossed in counting, so much so that she didn't notice his presence. Suddenly, she gasped, instinctively clutching her money, her face a mask of panic as she turned around. Upon recognizing Xiao Xuan, she exhaled in relief, only for her cheeks to redden at an alarming rate. What are you doing, Xiao Xuan? How do you walk so silently? Hee, you carry on, you carry on. Xiao Xuan grinned mischievously, encouraging her. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingwan shot him a displeased glance. You've completely disrupted the atmosphere for counting money. How can anyone continue now? Forget it. With that, she placed the small change back, preparing to hide it away. Wait a moment, Xiao Xuan exclaimed, hastily intervening. What is it? Shen Qingwan looked at him in confusion. My dear wife, I would like to invite 10 people to our field to pick watermelons tomorrow. Could you lend me 300 yuan? According to Xiao Xuan's estimation, if Wang Changgui could indeed gather 10 individuals, they would likely finish the task in just over 2 hours. However, to be safe, 300 was a more prudent amount. Come on, it's just 300 yuan. You could take it directly without explaining. Shen Qingwan chuckled at Xiao Xuan's humble demeanor. Chapter 55, Silver-tongued hee, that one do. The world is vast, but my wife is the greatest. Xiao Xuan waved his hand, smiling. Shen Qingwan couldn't contain her laughter any longer. All right, I concede. Here, take 300 yuan. She suppressed her mirth, counted out the money, and handed it to Xiao Xuan. Thank you, my dear wife. Such flattery. Now, off to bed. Shen Qingwan rolled her eyes at him playfully, feigning annoyance. All right. Xiao Xuan tucked the money away and cheerfully settled down on his bed. Dear wife, I'm turning off the lights. With a click, the room descended into darkness. Shen Qingwan turned to face Xiao Xuan, a hint of a blissful smile gracing her lips. The following morning, after finishing breakfast at home, Xiao Xuan, along with Wang Changgui and Zhang Ergu, set off early to sell watermelons. Brother Xian, I told my dad about last night, and without hesitation, he agreed. Zhang Ergu eagerly informed Xiao Xuan as they got out of the car. That is splendid. It seems Uncle Zhongfa doesn't hold such a strong opinion against me anymore. Xiao Xuan replied, equally delighted. Gaining the villagers' recognition served as encouragement for him. Before long, a significant crowd began to gather as they noticed the trio, each person eagerly approaching. Don't rush. Form a line, one at a time. Young man, I'll take one. Young man, I'll take half a watermelon. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before they realized it, it was already past 10 in the morning. Outside a mud brick house in Wogu village, a middle-aged woman with a grim face stormed into her home. Bang! She tossed her shovel onto the ground, startling Shen Xiangyong. Oh my Guifang, what are you doing? You scared me, Shen Xiangyong said, slightly shaken as he patted his chest, somewhat annoyed. Without a word, Wu Guifang picked up the remaining half bottle of beer from the ground and began to drink. Shen Xiangyong was momentarily taken aback before swiftly snatching the bottle from his wife's grasp. Guifang, what on earth are you trying to do? Let us speak openly without creating an atmosphere of fear, shall we? Shen Xiangyong set aside the beer bottle and assisted his wife to sit on a small stool beside him. Wu Guifang vigorously wiped the corners of her mouth, raising her head to look at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiangyong, I just encountered someone from Xiaojia village and inquired about our Qingwan situation. However, as she spoke, Wu Guifang could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears like a child. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiangyong's expression darkened. As a father, he was acutely aware of his daughter's circumstances. Ever since he learned of Xiao Xuan's change in attitude towards his daughter, they had visited several times, hoping to bring her back home. After all, they had cherished her since she was little, never allowing her to step into the fields. The realization that their daughter was not faring well in her marital home was unbearable for any parent. Yet, that stubborn girl refused to return, no matter how much they pleaded. They felt utterly helpless in this regard. However, during their last visit to the Xiaos, they made their intentions clear. They would give Xiao Xuan one last chance, and if he dared to mistreat Shen Qingwan again, they would forcibly bring her back. Suppressing his emotions, he continued to inquire, but what did she say? She said that our Qingwan is suffering daily at the Xiaos. She is pregnant and still has to do housework, and even deliver items to the fields. Wu Guifang sobbed uncontrollably. Damn it! Shen Xiangyong's face turned crimson upon hearing this. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking from the pressure. Mom, Dad, I'm back. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly called from outside the door. A tall man, holding 2 pieces of watermelon, jovially walked into the courtyard. He stood about 6 feet tall, with dark skin and a robust physique, sporting a neatly cropped hairstyle that bore a slight resemblance to Shen Xiangyong. Hey, Mom and Dad, I just passed by Gongzi's place, and he told me there's a vendor whose watermelons are not only delicious, but also beneficial for health. I was skeptical at first, but after tasting a piece, you won't believe it, it's genuinely good. I even brought 2 pieces from Gongzi. You must try them, Shen Qingwan exclaimed, offering one of the watermelons to his mother. However, she merely turned her head away, seemingly uninterested. Sensing the unusual atmosphere in the courtyard, Shen Qingwan scratched his head in confusion. Dad, if Mom isn't eating, you try it first. He offered the watermelon to his father. Eat? What nonsense. You only think about eating all day. Your sister is outside being bullied, and you can still think about food? Shen Xiangyong angrily shoved the watermelon back towards his son, scolding him fiercely. Huh? What's wrong with Qingwan? Shen Qingwan was taken aback, quickly reacting to inquire further. Is it that despicable fellow, Xiao Xuan? Damn it, I already said last time that I would teach him a lesson. If it weren't for Qingwan holding me back, I would have surely left him in ruins. I'm going to bring Qingwan back right now. With that, Shen Qingwan rolled up his sleeves, preparing to stride out. Halt! Roared Shen Xiangyong, and his footsteps immediately halted. Father, what kind of life has Qingwan been living over there? She is bullied time and again. Today is the last straw. I must bring her back, and I cannot allow her to continue indulging in her whims. Shen Qingwan's face flushed crimson as he shouted at his father. Before Shen Qingwan's marriage, she was practically the darling of the Shen household. Not only her parents, but even her erratic brother, Shen Qingwan, doted on her, fearing she would suffer even the slightest grievance. Initially, when she was to marry into the Xiao family, the entire family vehemently opposed it. After all, with Shen Qingwan's beauty, finding a suitable man from the city was hardly an issue. However, due to her stubborn temperament, they ultimately acquiesced to the marriage. If only Xiao Xuan had treated Shen Qingwan well, it would have been acceptable. Yet he did not. They afforded him opportunity after opportunity. But this scoundrel failed to appreciate their goodwill. At this point, they could no longer tolerate it. Wait, I shall accompany you. Shen Xiangyong gritted his teeth and declared. I will go too. We must bring this girl back today. Wu Guifang wiped her tears and stood up as well. Half an hour later, the family arrived at the Xiao residence on a borrowed motorcycle. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who cast curious glances their way. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog in the yard sensed the unfamiliar scents and perked up its ears, running out to bark at them. Blackie, who has arrived? Shen Qingwan was in her room, happily counting her little savings when she heard the commotion outside, quickly putting the money away. Qingwan, Wu Guifang called, her voice tinged with tears as she hurried inside. Just as Shen Qingwan stepped out of her room, she spotted her mother, momentarily taken aback. Mother, what brings you here? Her face displayed a mixture of surprise and confusion, with the former clearly outweighing the latter. Wu Guifang rushed to her side, inspecting Shen Qingwan from head to toe. After a thorough examination and finding no visible injuries, she let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, Shen Xiangyong and Shen Qingwan approached as well. Unlike their earlier fierce demeanor at home, their expressions were now softened. Father, brother, what brings you both here? Shen Qingwan furrowed her brows slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. The last time the three of them came, they nearly clashed with Xiao Xuan, leaving her thoroughly frightened. Qingwan, we heard that bastard Xiao Xuan dares to bully you again. Is he hiding in his room? Shen Qingwan exclaimed, his anger erupting like a volcano. Before Shen Qingwan could even react, he dashed straight into the room. Xiao Xuan, damn it, come out. Today, I shall make you pay dearly. Regrettably, the room was devoid of any presence. Brother. At this moment, Shen Qingwan also came to a realization. Surely, someone had been gossiping about the situation at home. It had been like this on previous occasions. Qingwan, where has that scoundrel Xiao Xuan gone? How dare he bully my sister? He must be tired of living. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan felt a slight sting in her nose. Regardless of her circumstances, her parents and her brother were always the ones who cared the most for her. Whenever she encountered difficulties, they would spare no effort to assist her. She took a breath, managing a faint smile. Brother, Xiao Xuan has been quite good to me. He hasn't bullied me at all. Alas, Qingwan, what are you saying at this time? Your mother heard someone say that scoundrel asked you to deliver water to the fields a few days ago, didn't he? He is nothing but a beast. Can't he see that you are with child? Shen Xiangyong's eyes reddened as he struck the table forcefully. The loud noise startled Uncle He, who scurried out of the hall, tail tucked in fear. Shen Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly. Deep down, she seemed to have guessed who was spreading the rumors. Chapter 57. Today I must take her away. Dad, don't listen to others' nonsense. Xiao Xuan is treating me very well. Qingwan, sister-in-law. Just as Shen Qingwan was preparing to explain herself to her family, two familiar voices suddenly called out from outside the door. She paused, lifting her gaze towards the entrance. Within moments, Xiao and her mother, Chen Xiaomei, appeared. Having visited the Shen family several times, many villagers had seen them, including Aunt Zhang. Concerned about any troubles, she promptly informed Chen Xiaomei about the situation. Hearing this, Chen Xiaomei felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly brought the young girl along. Mom, Xiao, why have you come? Shen Qingwan frowned, sensing trouble brewing. Chen Xiaomei did not answer her question, but instead looked apologetically at the Shen family. In-laws, why do you come so suddenly? You didn't even give me a heads up, so I could prepare some good dishes. Chen Xiaomei's face darkened, and her demeanor was exceedingly humble. It was easy to surmise that the Shen family had once again come seeking retribution. Preparing good dishes for us? If you have that kind of money, why not treat my sister to something nice? I say, you Xiao family. You shut your mouth. Shen Qingwan attempted to continue his tirade, but was rebuked by his father. How dare you speak out of turn? Step aside. Shen Xiangyong glared fiercely at his son, his voice stern. Shen Qingwan snorted, slamming his hand on the dining table, the loud sound startling Xiao, who quickly hid behind Chen Xiaomei. Brother, what are you doing? You frightened child. Xiao, come over here to your second sister-in-law. Don't be afraid. Shen Qingwan, filled with compassion, pulled the little girl behind her and gently patted her head in apology. At that moment, Wu Guifang spoke up. Sister Xiaomei, you once assured us with great confidence that you would treat our daughter well. But now, look at the life my Qingwan is enduring. You cannot exploit her affection for your son to mistreat her. Her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion, and by the end, she was weeping bitterly, covering her face in despair. Chen Xiaomei, listening to her words, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She too wished to provide Shen Qingwan with a warm family. But her son's lack of ambition was a significant obstacle. If Xiao Xuan were still indulging in drinking and gambling, aimlessly wasting his days, she would have no objections to the Shen family taking Qingwan away today. However, things have changed. She must clarify that her son has genuinely transformed and will treat Qingwan with the utmost care in the future. Guifang, listen to me. This matter need not be discussed further. The facts are laid bare before us. What more do you wish to argue? Chen Xiaomei, although I, Wu Xiangyong, may lack wealth and influence, I possess the courage to stand up for my family. If you continue to hold on to Qingwan, I shall fight for her with all my might. Qingwan, take your sister home. Yes. Shen Qingwan stood up and nodded emphatically. Qingwan, you shall return home with us. Though our circumstances may be humble, our family will treat you well. When the child is born, we will help you raise it. Brother, what are you doing? I have told you I will not go back. Xiao Xuan has truly changed for the better. By the way, he has earned a considerable amount of money, all stored in his room. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve it for you to see. With tears streaming down her face, Shen Qingwan found herself torn between her natal family and her marital family. This predicament left her utterly helpless. At this moment, the only thing she could think of to vindicate Xiao Xuan was the money in the room. If she could show it to her parents and brother, they would surely believe her. With that thought, she turned to head into the house to fetch the money. Qingwan stopped her. However, before she could take a step, Shen Qingwan shouted at his son. He perceived her stubbornness as a refusal to return home. How could that scoundrel Xiao Xuan possibly have earned any substantial amount? This was merely an excuse to retreat into the house. No matter what, she must be taken back. Realizing the urgency, Shen Qingwan quickly restrained his sister. Qingwan, what are you doing at a time like this? We only wish for your well-being, even if you do not consider your own future. You must think of the child you carry. Brother, why does no one believe me? Shen Qingwan's tears fell uncontrollably, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. Qingwan, we are taking you back, Shen Qingwan declared resolutely. In-law, please do not say any more. Qingwan, return with your brother. Shen Qingwan was determined, unwilling to be swayed this time. Qingwan, I may indulge you in anything else, but today that is not an option. A flicker of determination flashed in Shen Qingwan's eyes as he tightened his grip, embracing Shen Qingwan from behind, preparing to make their exit. Shen Xiaomei, overwhelmed with anxiety, wept profusely, but was restrained by Shen Qingwan and his wife, leaving her powerless. Chapter 58, Trouble. Xiao Xuan, calamity has befallen your household. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Wang Changgui joyfully returned to the village with Xiao Xuan and Zhang Ergu. Ha! Brother Xian, you must have earned over 10,000 today, right? Once you sell all these watermelons, you could build a grand house. I saw on television, they call those luxurious residences villas, don't they? Why don't you give it a try, Brother Xian? Don't be absurd. Xiao Xuan, don't listen to this foolish boy. Zhang Ergu interjected. With that kind of money, you ought to plan wisely, engage in some business ventures. Making your money work for you would be far more beneficial, wouldn't it? Their banter echoed joyfully. Xiao Xuan merely smiled, choosing silence amidst their chatter. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Xuan, it's bad news. The Shen family has arrived and is currently at your home. Wang Erniu, who had been nearby, had witnessed the arrival of the Shen family and sensed something amiss. Thus, upon seeing Xiao Xuan and the others return, he promptly alerted them. Xiao Xuan was taken aback, swiftly leaning out of the window. Uncle Ernie, what did you say? The Shen family is here? That is terrible. Uncle, stop the vehicle quickly. There's trouble in my house. The village roads were muddy, and riding in a farm vehicle was slower than taking a public bus. All right, Wang Changgui responded, hastily pulling the vehicle over to let Xiao Xuan disembark. Brother Xian, wait for me. Brother, you must believe me. Xiao Xuan has truly changed. Shen Qingwan shouted desperately, but her pleas were in vain. Qingwan, quickly take your sister back, Shen Xiangyong commanded, his tone resolute. With a steely resolve, Shen Qingwan scooped up his sister and prepared to leave. Just then, a petite figure obstructed his path. This is my brother's hard-earned money. You cannot take my sister-in-law away. Xiao, with tears welling in her eyes, extended her arms in front of Shen Qingwan, her voice quivering slightly. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. After all, she was merely a child of less than 10 years. The memory of Shen Qingwan's earlier outburst had left her frightened. However, no matter the cost, she could not allow them to take her sister-in-law. In light of Xiao Xuan's recent transformation, Xiao had been visiting Shen Qingwan more frequently. On one occasion, she had witnessed Shen Qingwan counting money in her room. Shen Qingwan, feeling assured of the little girl's presence, had hidden the money beneath Xiao Xuan's pillow after counting it. Just moments ago, the little girl had been anxiously bouncing around and suddenly recalled this detail. Seizing the opportunity amidst the heated debate, she stealthily slipped into the room and retrieved the money Shen Qingwan had concealed beneath the pillow. The others were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the thick stack of cash in Xiao Zhao's hands. Due to Shen Qingwan's penchant for counting money, the various denominations have been neatly arranged in a specific order. In the final few images, prominent 100 yuan bills were unmistakably visible. Seizing the opportunity, while Shen Qingwan was momentarily distracted, Shen Qingwan summoned all her strength and finally broke free. Xiao Xiao, do not be afraid, come. Give the money to your elder sister-in-law. Shen Qingwan quickly knelt down, her face filled with compassion as she wiped away Xiao Xiao's tears. Taking the money from her hands and glancing at the crowd. Whoa, elder sister-in-law, you scare me to death. Held in Shen Qingwan's embrace, Xiao Xiao could no longer suppress her emotions and began to cry uncontrollably. It's all right, it's all right. Shen Qingwan gently patted the little girl's back, soothing her with tender words. Observing this, Shen Qingwan felt a slight pang in his heart. He was not a heartless individual. He merely wished for his sister to have a better life. Now, seeing a child so frightened left him feeling somewhat guilty. Brother, this is Qingwan, Qingwan, Qingwan. At that moment, loud shouts suddenly echoed from outside, startling everyone. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Xuan burst into the hall, his face flushed and gasping for breath. Qingwan, I'm back. Elder brother. Upon seeing her brother return, Xiao Xiao's face lit up with joy as she leaped into his arms. Whoa, you scare me to death. They almost took elder sister-in-law away. It's all right, Xiao Xiao, do not be afraid. With elder brother here, elder sister-in-law will not be taken away. Xiao Xuan gently ruffled the little girl's hair, comforting her softly. Xiao Xiao, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly restrained her tears after a brief bout of sobbing. Xiao Xuan smiled as he wiped her tears away and then pulled her behind him. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Chapter 59. Zhang Ergu could no longer bear witness. Xiao Xuan, everyone was left dumbfounded, especially the Shen family members, who exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the actions of this young man. Father, mother, elder brother, I acknowledge that I, Xiao Xuan, have been a scoundrel in the past. With a loud slap, Xiao Xuan unexpectedly struck himself across the face. The sharp sound reverberated in the hall, and most were left in shock. However, Shen Qingwan was not among them. In that moment, looking at Xiao Xuan, she recalled the day he knelt before her, frantically hitting himself in despair. Tears brimming in her eyes, she approached him, wishing to help him up. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Xiao Xuan gently pushed her delicate hand away, a strained smile emerging on his slightly swollen face. Qingwan, this is something I must face sooner or later. I have long been prepared for it. The memory of Shen Qingwan dying in childbirth and the Shen family's furious confrontation seemed to linger as if it had occurred just yesterday. He had no right to blame them. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at himself for being an unworthy failure. Shen Qingwan looked at Xiao Xuan, kneeling on the ground, and gathered Xiao Xiao into her arms, covering the child's eyes with her hand. In her gaze, there was an unmistakable pain. As Xiao Xuan's wife, she respected his choices. Only when their parents and brother truly recognized his sincere remorse would they be able to accept him anew. However, she could not bear to let Xiao Xiao, a mere child, witness such a brutal scene. Moments passed, and the members of the Shen family gradually regained their composure from the shock. Shen Qingwan, impetuous and hot-tempered in his youth, had always harbored a disdain for Xiao Xuan, and upon hearing his words, rage surged within him. In a swift motion, he strode forward, bypassing the crowd to confront Xiao Xuan directly. Without uttering a word, he seized his collar with a fierce grip. Damn it, I thought you were a beast. But it seems you are aware of your own wretchedness. With a resounding thud, his fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Xiao Xuan's face, distorting it in the process. Slap, slap, slap. A series of heavy slaps left Xiao Xuan dazed and disoriented. Yet, he gritted his teeth in silence, not a single cry of anguish escaping his lips. Outside, Zhang Ergu stood frozen in disbelief. How could Brother Xian endure such a beating without retaliating? Each blow echoed painfully in the air, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who merely stood by to listen. Shen Qingwan was now frenzied, tears streaming down his face as he berated Xiao Xuan. "You scoundrel! Is this how you mistreat my beloved sister, whom I have cherished since childhood? My family wouldn't even let her toil in the fields, and yet you wretch, dare to have her serve you while with child. You bastard! I swear I will make you pay for this today." His emotions escalated, and he seemed on the verge of losing control. Seeing this, Shen Qingwan quickly interjected, "Qing Shan, stop this at once." Upon hearing his father's command, Shen Qingwan hesitated, his fist hovering just a centimeter from Xiao Xuan's face. He glanced back at his father, his heart filled with reluctance, and ultimately slammed his fist into the ground beside him, creating a 3-centimeter deep impression. Shen Qingwan's heart tightened at the sight of Xiao Xuan's battered state, realizing with a pang that he had allowed his anger to cloud his judgment. If Qing Shan continued his assault, it could lead to a tragedy today. "Xiao Xuan, brother." Xiange. Xiao Xuan lay on the ground, and Chen Xiaomei and the others rushed to assess his condition. Particularly distressed was Chen Xiaomei, whose heart felt as if it were being torn apart at the sight of her son, bloodied and bruised. This was her flesh and blood. If possible, she would have willingly taken the punishment in his stead. "Mom, Qingwan, you all don't worry, I'm fine." Despite the blood trickling from his mouth, Xiao Xuan managed to utter these words, albeit with difficulty. Witnessing his pitiful condition, Zhang Ergu could no longer contain himself. He rose and hurled insults at Shen Qingwan. "Are you out of your mind? Do you truly wish to kill someone? Brother Xian is already on his knees, admitting his fault, and yet you continue to strike him so mercilessly. Are you bullying us because you think no one from Xiao family village will stand up to you?" Shen Qingwan's temper flared anew at these words. "Who are you insulting? What does our family's business have to do with you? Keep talking, and I'll make sure to include you in this beatdown." Shen Qingwan's eyes blazed with fury, poised to act at any moment. "Come now. Does Xian truly believe he is a force to be reckoned with simply because he has refrained from retaliation? If he possesses any courage, let him face me in a duel. Should he lose, he must humbly kneel and apologize to Xian." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan was consumed with rage, raising his fist, which resembled a sandbag, intending to strike Zhang Ergu's face. Zhang Ergu, however, stood his ground, ready to counter at any moment. Just then, a resounding noise erupted from a distance, momentarily startling both of them. They turned to see Shen Qingwan standing nearby, his face ashen. The sound had emanated from him, striking the table with great force. Chapter 60. "My dear, why are your tears so sweet? Enough! Have you not caused enough chaos? Return at once." Shen Qingwan commanded, his gaze cast towards Xiao Xuan with a complex expression. "Oomph." Shen Qingwan let out a heavy snort at Zhang Ergu before cautiously approaching his father and inquiring, "Father, what shall we do about Qingwan? What shall we do?" "You ask me, but who should I ask? Are you out of your mind? Who told you to strike so severely?" Shen Qingwan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red, utterly at a loss for words regarding his son. Did you not urge me to strike him mercilessly just a moment ago?" Shen Qingwan trembled with anger, struggling to articulate a response. After a moment, Wu Guifang sighed heavily. "Enough. You two should cease your bickering. Let us hear what Qingwan has to say." With a complex expression, she stepped forward, approaching Shen Qingwan. "Qingwan, what do you wish to do? If you desire to return with us, now is the time to go. We will raise the child you bear. Is that agreeable?" Wu Guifang's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke to her daughter in a tone bordering on desperation. She cherished her only daughter dearly. However, observing Xiao Xuan's current state, she found herself uncertain. Shen Qingwan lifted her gaze, scanning the faces of her parents and brother. In their eyes, she discerned a glimmer of hope. They yearned to bring her back. Lowering her head, she pondered for a considerable time before ultimately shaking it in refusal. Sigh. The three of them were left in profound disappointment. "Mom, Dad, brother, Xiao Xuan has truly changed. He treats me well now. Please believe me. After some time, once Xiao Xuan is finished with his matters, we will come home to visit you." Shen Qingwan spoke firmly, her words deliberate and resolute. Sigh. "Very well. My dear," Wu Guifang lamented, her heart heavy with unspoken words, which ultimately manifested as a resigned sigh. Take care of yourself. Shen Qingwan inhaled deeply, his expression earnest as he imparted this advice to his daughter, turning away without another glance. Xiao Xuan, should you dare to mistreat Qingwan again, I, Shen Qingwan, will not hesitate to confront you. With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Ergu, Shen Qingwan followed suit in departing. Ah, has this matter not yet concluded? Should you dare to approach me again, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Once the Shen family had exited, only Zhang Ergu and the Xiao family remained in the yard. Ergu, Xiao Xuan addressed, prompting Zhang Ergu to crouch down in response. I appreciate your assistance today. You may return home now. Come find me again at 4 o'clock. All right. Take care, Xiange. I'll be leaving now. Zhang Ergu nodded and departed swiftly. Xiao Xuan, does it hurt? After Zhang Ergu left, Shen Qingwan could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Her delicate hand trembled as she wished to caress Xiao Xuan, yet feared to cause him pain. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Xuan forced a faint smile, offering comfort to Shen Qingwan. Mom. Xiao Xuan, I'm here. What do you need? Shen Xiaomei replied, wiping her tears with a trembling voice. You should take Xiao home first. We don't want to frighten her. However, Shen Xiaomei longed to stay and care for Xiao Xuan, but Xiao was indeed a concern. When Xiao Xuan was attacked, Shen Qingwan had covered Xiao's eyes throughout to shield her from witnessing Xiao Xuan's current plight. Mom, please take Xiao home. I'll be fine here. Shen Qingwan understood Xiao Xuan's intentions and urged her mother. All right then, I'll come back to check on you later. With that, Shen Xiaomei left, leading the dazed Xiao away. Before departing, Xiao couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Xuan, her small face filled with worry. After bidding farewell to his mother and sister, Xiao Xuan felt a slight relief. Qingwan, help me back to my room to rest. Okay, take it slow. Shen Qingwan assisted Xiao Xuan, guiding him step by step back into the room. Once he was settled on the bed, Shen Qingwan gazed at his battered, bloodied face, her heart aching as if pierced by a knife. I'll fetch a towel to clean your face. She fought back her tears, her voice choked with emotion. All right. Before long, she returned with a damp towel. Standing by the bed, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. As she gently wiped away the blood, she murmured, You foolish boy. Why didn't you try to defend yourself? You know how ruthless he can be. As she spoke, her tears flowed freely, with a few drops landing on Xiao Xuan's lips. Xiao Xuan smacked his lips, tasting his beloved's tears. Wife, why are your tears sweet? He asked, astonished. Huh? What? Shen Qingwan was taken aback, but quickly understood. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly wiped her tears. You, even in such a state, still managed to joke around. There have been numerous requests for updates. Yet why are there so few comments? Everyone, let's put in some effort and leave more comments. Reviews, short comments, chapter feedback, anything really, or else this book feels too lonely. Chapter 61. Wife, feed me, please. Xiao Xuan felt a sense of pride upon hearing this, habitually flashing a mischievous grin. Yet the pain on his face caused his smile to falter, and he felt rather unwell. Shen Qingwan couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Serves you right for being naughty. Now you're tasting the bitterness. However, despite such thoughts swirling within, his body remained undeniably honest, the pain evident in his eyes. You, despite being so injured, can't you just rest for a while? Doesn't it hurt here? Shen Qingwan gently wiped the tears threatening to spill from her eyes and lightly touched his swollen cheek, which had ballooned considerably. It hurts. Xiao Xuan replied with a soft murmur, his brilliant gaze quietly fixed on his beloved wife. The sensation of being cared for by her was truly delightful. After several minutes, Shen Qingwan finally finished tending to Xiao Xuan's wounds. She stood up, holding a basin filled with grimy blood, preparing to take it outside. Wife! At that moment, Xiao Xuan suddenly called out to her. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Qingwan's brows furrowed slightly, her expression tightening with concern. A warmth spread through Xiao Xuan's heart. His dear wife truly cared for him. He gently shook his head and spoke. Wife, I wish to eat watermelon. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan's frown deepened. Xiao Xuan, your face is so swollen. How can you eat watermelon? It's all right. Our family's watermelon has remarkable effects. Just a bit of watermelon juice will suffice. Perhaps it will help my wounds heal more quickly. Do you want your handsome husband to remain in this sorry state forever? Xiao Xuan explained, shaking his head. With his wife present, he found it inconvenient to access his space. He could have asked Shen Qingwan to fetch him a bowl of the spiritual spring water from the kitchen, but he feared its potent effects might alarm her. In contrast, eating watermelon, while perhaps less effective, allowed him to tease his wife, making it a delightful option. Uft. Xiao Xuan, you have such a thick skin. Shen Qingwan laughed at his words. How has your audacity grown? Yet it is rather endearing. She glanced at Xiao Xuan again, shaking her head in resignation. All right. You stay here and don't move. I will return shortly. Xiao Xuan responded, watching as Shen Qingwan exited the room. Turning his gaze toward the nearby window, rays of bright sunlight filtered through, illuminating the otherwise dim room. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he silently vowed, Mother, Qingwan, Xiao, elder brother, our family's good days are about to arrive. Moments swiftly passed, and soon Shen Qingwan returned, cradling half a watermelon. In rural areas, many children enjoy eating watermelon in halves, as it enhances the experience. Simply put, it is delightful. After finishing, they would often wear the watermelon rind as a hat and proclaim to their peers, I am watermelon superhero. However, Xiao Xuan clearly did not share such a penchant. Seeing Shen Qingwan approach, he slightly parted his lips, preparing to indulge. What are you doing? Shen Qingwan paused, momentarily taken aback. Dear, please feed me quickly. Otherwise, how am I to eat? Xiao Xuan spread his hands, wearing an expression of entitlement. What? Upon realizing, Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and she cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Xuan. This fellow always seemed to be putting on an act. Sensing his wife's thoughts, Xiao Xuan feigned a look of agony. My dear, you have no idea how heavy your brother's fists are. Those colossal fists even left me with internal injuries. All right. Shen Qingwan gritted her teeth, acknowledging that this predicament was her own doing. Blushing, she pulled up a chair and sat beside Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan opened his mouth, his gaze fixed on his wife, causing her heart to race. Shen Qingwan's face burned. This scoundrel was clearly taking advantage of her, yet she felt compelled to comply. After all, she was his wife. However, his mischievous expression made her cheeks feel as if they were ablaze. You, close your eyes. What? My dear. Hurry up, or you'll have to eat by yourself. Wait. I promise, isn't that enough? Xiao Xuan quickly yielded, obediently shutting his eyes. Sigh. My dear wife is becoming increasingly domineering. That is more like it. Shen Qingwan's lips curled into an expression of triumphant delight. Chapter 62. I just wanted to show off. She gently bit her lip and slowly brought a spoonful of watermelon juice to Xiao Xuan's mouth. However, upon the spoon's arrival, Xiao Xuan emitted a series of peculiar sounds. What are you doing? Shen Qingwan's face reddened to the roots of her ears. Why was he making such noises while eating watermelon? Xiao Xuan opened his eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. My dear, this juice is truly sweet. I want more. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Qingwan's mind unwittingly conjured images of humanity's grand creative endeavors, instantly filling her with embarrassment and anger. She shot Xiao Xuan a fierce glare and asked bashfully what? Huh? My dear, I was merely expressing how sweet the watermelon juice is. What's wrong? Xiao Xuan looked at her in confusion, utterly bewildered. You. Shen Qingwan felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Was he genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Casting a doubtful glance at Xiao Xuan, who wore an innocent expression, she resigned herself to continue feeding him the watermelon juice. Unbeknownst to her, a sly smile lingered at the corner of Xiao Xuan's mouth. My dear, you are still too naive. How could you possibly be a match for me? Finally, after half an hour, Xiao Xuan felt somewhat stuffed. One must admit, the effects of that mystical spring water were indeed potent. Even the watermelon, having been nourished by it, made him feel as though the swelling on his face had significantly subsided after consuming so much juice. This scene did not escape Shen Qingwan's notice. Xiao Xuan, your face seems to have improved a bit, she exclaimed, staring incredulously at his face, stammering in disbelief. After the swelling subsided, Xiao Xuan felt a considerable sense of relief on his face, at least no longer grimacing in pain with every smile. Apart from a few bruises and lingering discomfort, he was essentially free of major issues. Hee, my dear, our watermelon is indeed of the kingly variety. A few special effects are quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Xuan grinned as he explained to Shen Qingwan. What nonsense! A king of watermelons. Shen Qingwan chuckled, covering her mouth. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored some suspicions. Ever since Xiao Xuan returned that day, he seemed transformed, with good fortune following one after another. It was impossible for her to believe that these events were unrelated to him. Nevertheless, speculation aside, no matter how Xiao Xuan changed, he would always remain her husband. She was merely a simple woman from the countryside, and all she knew was that she cherished the current version of Xiao Xuan immensely. Xiangu, Xiangu. At that moment, a voice called from outside belonging to Zhang Ergu. Xiao Xuan was taken aback, astonished at how swiftly time had passed. He responded and rose to enter the main room. Hey, Xiangu, how come your face has healed so quickly? Zhang Ergu exclaimed, visibly surprised at the sight of Xiao Xuan. Having had his share of brawls, he considered himself quite experienced, and, according to his estimation, Xiao Xuan's injuries should have taken at least 3 to 5 days to mend. But what was this situation now? Well, perhaps it's due to a stronger constitution. Xiao Xuan replied earnestly, nodding in explanation. Zhang Ergu retorted, you can barely move a watermelon for 10 minutes, and yet you claim to have a strong constitution? Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Xuan cleared his throat. Ahem, Ergu, given my current appearance, it's rather inconvenient for me to go out. He gestured to his bruised face. Understood. Zhang Ergu nodded. Did you not ask Uncle Zhang Gu to help find some villagers to move the watermelons yesterday? Here is 100 yuan. Please distribute it to them to alleviate any concerns they might have. Once all the watermelons are delivered, I will settle the remaining payment. As he spoke, Xiao Xuan pulled out 10 bills of 10 yuan each and handed them over. All right, I'll take care of it. Zhang Ergu readily agreed. Then, Xiangu, I shall go find Uncle Zhang Gu right away. Sure. Xiao Xuan nodded, bidding farewell to Zhang Ergu. After leaving Xiao Xuan's home, Zhang Ergu headed straight to Wang Zhonggui's residence. Before he could enter, he saw a throng of people milling about in the yard, with several large carts parked outside, likely borrowed from Uncle Zhang Gu. Hey, Zhang Gu, could you enlighten us as to whose family we are helping with the watermelon harvest? After all, we are all working for pay. Does it really matter whose family it is? Yes, indeed. I, too, am curious when such a wealthy benefactor appeared in our village. The crowd chimed in, leaving Wang Zhonggui feeling overwhelmed. He was equally anxious, as he had made arrangements with Xiao Xuan yesterday for him to come by. It was already this late, and he had yet to arrive. Just as he clenched his teeth and prepared to seek out Xiao Xuan, Zhang Ergu unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard. Wang Zhonggui was taken aback and quickly approached, glancing behind him as he whispered, Ergu, where is Xiao Xuan? Why didn't he come with you? Wang Zhonggui's expression darkened. These individuals had come solely out of respect for him. If Xiao Xuan stood him up, it would be a public humiliation. Uncle Zhonggui, Brother Xuan is injured and cannot make it, replied Zhang Ergu. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhonggui's heart tightened. He had intended to visit Xiao Xuan's home that morning, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he could not go. Furthermore, it was not the first time the Shen family had come. They had refrained from violence in previous encounters. He had assumed this time would be no different and had not paid much attention, not anticipating that Xiao Xuan would be hurt. This thought filled him with a sense of guilt. Seemingly sensing his unease, Zhang Ergu smiled and reassured him, Don't worry, Uncle Zhonggui, Brother Xuan is fine. I just visited his house. Then are we still proceeding with the plans this afternoon? Wang Zhonggui hurriedly inquired. Of course. Brother Xuan has already given me the money. Look, Zhang Ergu exclaimed, waving 10 notes of 10 yuan each, striking a pose reminiscent of a big boss. Wang Zhonggui smacked Zhang Ergu's forehead with a resounding clap. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? Why waste time with all this chatter? Hey, uncle, I just wanted to show off a bit. Look at you. Enough with the boasting. Now isn't the time. Let us focus on the task at hand. Wang Zhonggui interrupted, kicking him lightly, signaling Zhang Ergu to go explain to the others. With a sheepish grin, Zhang Ergu stepped forward to address the crowd. although their earlier conversation had been quiet. Some had caught the mention of Xiao Xuan's name and began to murmur among themselves. "Everyone, please be quiet," Zhang Ergu announced from the threshold, hands clasped behind his back, assuming a commanding presence. Yet, the crowd showed no signs of quieting down. "Ergu, quit acting like a clown and get to the point," someone shouted, echoing the impatience of the gathering. "Yeah, you're wasting everyone's time," another added. Zhang Ergu pondered why when they were on the street. Everyone seemed to heed Xiao Xuan's words, yet here, they disregarded his. Clearing his throat, he said, "Uncle Changgue has already briefed everyone on the agenda for today. Let us head to the fields, shall we?" Hearing this, the crowd had no objections. They had already spent considerable time here, and delays would push their work into the evening. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from outside. "Oh, so many people." Everyone turned to see Zhang Zhongfa approaching with a radiant expression. Since Zhang Ergu had informed his father yesterday that he would notify him, Wang Changgue had not gone to fetch him. Arriving now, he coincidentally caught the gathering at the perfect time. "Zhongfa, your arrival is quite timely. I was beginning to think you would not show up today," Wang Changgue greeted with a smile, patting his companion on the shoulder. "Huh, when there's money to be made, of course I must come," he chuckled in response. "Indeed, well said." Soon, under the guidance of Zhang Ergu, the group made their way to the vegetable patch belonging to Xiao Xuan. As they surveyed the scene before them, a collective frown emerged. "Ergu, what brings us here?" "Isn't this Xiao Xuan's vegetable patch?" questioned one of the older men, furrowing his brow. Zhang Ergu smirked and slowly retrieved 10 yuan bills from his pocket. "To be honest, the boss who hired someone to pick watermelons is none other than Brother Xian," he proclaimed with an air of pride. "What?" The crowd gasped in unison. Before anyone could utter another word, Wang Changgue snatched the bills from Zhang Ergu's hand. "This little rascal is just flaunting his money. If we let him continue, we'll all be left swatting mosquitoes." With a stern glare at Zhang Ergu, Wang Changgue turned to address the group. "Please, everyone, hold your horses and listen to me." Wang Changgue held a certain respect in the village. After all, during the annual rice sale, everyone relied on him to help transport their grain. Soon, the noise in the crowd began to subside. Satisfied, Wang Changgue nodded and spoke again. "I understand that many of you harbor strong opinions against Xiao Xuan, believing that working for this young man is utterly unreliable. However, people can change. A few days ago, Xiao Xuan assisted his mother in transplanting rice seedlings. Several of you witnessed it, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, a few older men nodded thoughtfully. "And remember when I drove out several times? I was also helping Xiao Xuan transport watermelons and peaches to sell on the street. This young man has truly transformed. If you still doubt it, you may inquire with Zhongfa. He used to disapprove of Xiao Xuan at every turn. Yet here he is now." With that, Wang Changgue cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Zhongfa. Understanding the cue, Zhang Zhongfa stepped forward. The crowd gazed at him in confusion, each person slightly bewildered. The discord between Zhang Zhongfa and Xiao Xuan had been well known throughout the village, with Zhang frequently voicing his grievances about Xiao Xuan. Yet now, the atmosphere suggested a thawing of their relationship. "Listen, I used to harbor resentment towards Xiao Xuan, believing he had a negative influence on our Ergu. But later, I realized the truth about everything Xiao Xuan has done for my son." Zhang Zhongfa recounted, succinctly detailing Xiao Xuan's efforts on his son's behalf. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Changgue felt a surge of delight at this development. Truthfully, after spending these days together, he had grown to admire the young man. Setting aside business matters, Xiao Xuan's manner of dealing with people was commendable. He felt indebted to him. Seizing the opportunity, he indirectly lent Xiao Xuan a hand. Noticing the crowd's silence, he began to distribute the bills, handing them one by one into their awaiting hands. This can be considered a deposit. Xiao Xuan is aware of everyone's apprehensions regarding him. Thus he requested me to distribute this money in advance, allowing you to feel more at ease, is it not? After we complete our tasks, I shall escort everyone to Xiao Xuan's residence, where he will settle the remaining wages for you all. I believe this arrangement should meet with your approval, correct?" Wang Changgue finished handing out the 100 yuan and turned to the crowd with a broad smile. Upon hearing his words, The group glanced at the cash in their hands, their expressions a mixture of emotions. Chapter 64. Reconciliation indeed. They had harbored significant prejudice against Xiao Xuan, but after listening to Wang Changue and Zhang Zhongfa's account, they felt a twinge of guilt. Immediately, an older gentleman stepped forward and spoke first. All right, Brother Changue, regardless of Xiao Xuan's circumstances, I trust that you would not deceive us. With the first elder's support, several others followed suit. Yes, let us complete our work first. If Xiao Xuan has truly changed for the better, we shall certainly hold no further bias against him. Listening to the words of the crowd, Wang Chang'e nodded with a smile. All right then, enough chit-chat. Let us swiftly begin our work. Very well. Before long, the group sprang into action. Upon entering the vegetable garden and witnessing the state of the watermelon patch, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness gracious! What sort of fertilizer has Xiao Xuan used? How could his watermelons grow so splendidly? In Xiaojia village, the vegetable gardens of each household were typically separated, and it was uncommon for anyone to steal vegetables from another's plot. Hence, they were unaware of the condition of Xiao Xuan's watermelon field. However, given the inclement weather today, the watermelons from various households were either small or spoiled. Xiao Xuan's watermelon patch, in stark contrast, was a sight to behold. Not only do these watermelons look exquisite, but their flavor is also delightful. We must ask Xiao Xuan for a few to taste later. Wang Changue remarked, plucking watermelons while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the others. Indeed, we are in for a treat. Laughter and cheers soon filled the watermelon field. Being accustomed to laboring in the fields, the group's efficiency far exceeded Xiao Xuan's expectations. By around 7:30 in the evening, they had transported all the watermelons back to Xiao Xuan's home. At this point, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and they could barely discern their path by the moonlight. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes surrounded them, occasionally landing to bite, leaving the group with numerous swollen welts. Hurry, hurry! Uncle Changue, please lead everyone indoors. Xiao Xuan called out as he welcomed them in, simultaneously entering to retrieve some money from Shen Qingwan. I sincerely apologize for keeping you all so late. Here is your pay for tonight. Xiao Xuan said as he distributed 30 yuan to each of the 10 individuals Wang Changue had brought. Hey, Xiao Xuan, you've given too much. One elder could not help but point out. Even if counting from 4 o'clock, they had only worked for 3.5 hours. Previously, each person had already received 10 yuan, so it was reasonable to assume that Xiao Xuan only needed to provide an additional 25 yuan to each individual. After distributing the wages, Xiao Xuan clapped his hands and smiled, addressing the gathering. Dear uncles, I, Xiao Xuan, have been reckless in the past and have caused you considerable trouble. Today, whether you are here out of respect for Uncle Changue or simply for the sake of the money, you have all extended a helping hand to me, and I am truly grateful. With that, Xiao Xuan bowed deeply to express his gratitude. The rural folk were predominantly sincere and kind-hearted, many having watched him grow up and having helped him in various ways over the years. Thus, he held a deep appreciation for them. Oh, Xiao Xuan, what are you saying? We also bear some blame. We held prejudices against you, thinking you were aimless and a complete failure, a social outcast, a bane to humanity. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xiao Xuan's mouth twitched. Uncle, are you praising me or scolding me? The elder took a deep breath and continued, but now, I realize my errors. People can change, Xiao Xuan, and I sincerely apologize for my past biases. I was wrong. As he spoke, the uncle prepared to bow to Xiao Xuan. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan quickly intervened. Uncle, are you trying to send me away? Oh no, please don't do that. I brought this upon myself in the past. You have no blame in this. He promptly helped the uncle back up and addressed the crowd. If you truly trust me, Xiao Xuan, I hope that when I seek your assistance in the future, you will not refuse simply because it is I asking. Is that agreeable? After a moment of contemplation, he added, all right, Xiao Xuan, what are you saying? Feel free to ask us for help anytime. Indeed, I also believe in you. Just come to me directly if you need anything. Another uncle chimed in. However, Xiao Xuan, take back this 5 yuan. Everyone knows your family's circumstances. Qingwan is expecting, so save some money to buy her some nutritious supplies. One uncle stepped forward, offering back 5 yuan. Xiao Xuan felt a warm surge of gratitude. This was one of the greatest distinctions between rural and urban dwellers: simplicity and kindness. While not every rural individual embodies these traits, the people before him certainly did. With a gentle smile, he pushed the money back. "Uncle, please keep this money. As for taking care of Qingwan, I have it all under control. You should accept it." Shen Qingwan also chimed in. "All right then, let this be a moment of shamelessness for the uncle." Laughter erupted among the crowd at this remark. Soon, everyone bid farewell to Xiao Xuan, joyfully returning home with their cash in hand. 30 yuan may not seem like much, but one must remember, they had only worked for a little over 3 hours. Even those young men who ventured to the city for work earned only 70 to 80 yuan a day. Chapter 65. Embracing my wife after seeing everyone off, Xiao Xuan turned his attention back to Zhang Zhongfa. The reason I refrained from distributing his wages alongside the others earlier was to have a brief conversation with him. After all, now that Ergo is assisting me, it is imperative to clarify certain matters face to face. However, before Xiao Xuan could utter a word, Zhang Zhongfa clenched his teeth and spoke first. "Xiao Xuan, it was my fault before. I misjudged you." Xiao Xuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting the other party to apologize voluntarily. In his recollection, Zhang Zhongfa had always been rather obstinate. No matter how he explained in the past, Zhang steadfastly accused him of corrupting Zhang Ergo, even resulting in a heated argument with his mother. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao Xuan quickly regained his composure and replied, "Uncle, you need not blame yourself. I was indeed reckless before." Zhang Zhongfa, however, shook his head. "Xiao Xuan, Ergo had a sincere conversation with me yesterday. I truly misunderstood you before, and I even spoke ill of you to others. I feel quite ashamed. Uncle, please do not think that way. Besides, I have completely forgotten about the past. Moreover, since Ergo is now assisting me, I hope you will continue to support us." Xiao Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, a flicker of determination crossed Zhang Zhongfa's eyes. He pulled Zhang Ergo in front of Xiao Xuan and said earnestly, "Xiao Xuan, this lad will follow you from now on. Whatever you need him to do, he will. Uncle will fully support you." Zhang Ergo interjected, "Dad, you can't be this hard on your son." "Ergo, did you hear that?" "Yes, I heard." Zhang Ergo replied, his lips twitching. "Haha, then I can rest easy. By the way, Ergo, Uncle, here is your payment for today." With that, Xiao Xuan handed each of them 30 yuan. "Hee, then I want to be polite." Zhang Zhongfa accepted the money with a grin. After all, Ergo would be working with Xiao Xuan from now on, so a little hard work wouldn't hurt. Hey, it's getting late, so we should head back. Hey, be careful on your way back." Xiao Xuan waved goodbye cheerfully. After seeing off the Zhang father and son, only Xiao Xuan and his wife, along with Wang Changui, remained in the vicinity. Xiao Xuan took out a 100 yuan note, prompting Wang Changui to quickly intervene. "Hey, no, Xiao Xuan, I merely helped you call a few people. It really is nothing." Wang Changui felt that the previous payments Xiao Xuan had given him had already exceeded his expectations. If this continued, he would feel truly indebted. Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a resigned chuckle. "Alas, Uncle Changui, I just wanted to ask if you had 50 yuan to spare. I left in a hurry and couldn't find any smaller denominations." "What?" Wang Changui's face flushed with embarrassment. After all this time, it turned out Xiao Xuan had no intention of offering him any payment. Xiao Xuan, fully aware of the other's thoughts, patted his shoulder and explained with a smile, "Uncle, I understand your intentions. However, I believe in maintaining a sense of propriety in my dealings. I will pay what is due. At present, I find myself with little to attend to. However, once my business flourishes, dear Uncle Wang Changui, you shall find yourself quite occupied." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the awkwardness on Wang Changui's face noticeably diminished, and his gaze toward Xiao Xuan was infused with admiration. "All right, I shall await that day," he replied. "By the way, here is 50 yuan for you." "Thank you," he chuckled, relishing the feel of the crisp banknotes. "I shall take my leave now. Be careful on your way." Xiao Xuan stood at the threshold, watching Wang Changui depart. He gazed up at the luminous moonlight, exhaling a long breath of relief, and a confident smile graced his lips. "Rest assured, I will not let anyone down." Disregarding distractions, He was about to turn when he caught sight of Shen Qingwan, her clear eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. "Wife," he called out with a playful grin. Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure, her cheeks flushing slightly and her demeanor growing somewhat flustered. What is it?" she stammered, avoiding his gaze. Moments ago, she had stood beside Xiao Xuan, witnessing him distribute wages to everyone. While pride swelled within her at his excellence, a shadow of insecurity loomed as well. She took pride in being his wife, yet felt rather ordinary, pondering what else she could offer him apart from bearing children. Such is the nature of women, often plagued by uncertainty. Little did she know, that which truly belongs to you will ultimately find its way back, no matter the twists and turns. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Xuan began to harbor suspicions. With a gentle smile, he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Shen Qingwan in an embrace that took her by surprise. Chapter 66. A desire to confront Shen Qingwan. In the warmth of Xiao Xuan's embrace, Shen Qingwan found herself devoid of any inclination to resist. In the past, had he attempted such an affectionate gesture, she would have likely gasped in shock. Yet, the present was different. Xiao Xuan exuded a sense of security that enveloped her. In fact, she found herself somewhat enchanted by the sensation. Resting his chin lightly upon her shoulder, his steady breaths brushed against her ear, quickening her heartbeat. "Silly girl, I am forever yours. Regardless of what the future holds, my love for you will remain eternal," he whispered tenderly into her ear. At his words, Shen Qingwan quivered slightly. His declarations echoed in her mind, lingering like an indelible melody. "I will always love you." A simple phrase, yet it profoundly resonated within her. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, and ultimately falling onto Xiao Xuan's arm. She recalled the same words he had spoken on their wedding night, though he had seemingly broken that promise. Now, he had reiterated them. Should she dare to believe? Shen Qingwan felt foolish, too naive to even contemplate the question. In that moment of accepting his embrace, she had already provided her answer. This man has become her everything. "Indeed, I believe in you," she said, tears glistening in her eyes as she gently nodded. Though her voice was soft, the unwavering conviction in her tone was unmistakable. Xiao Xuan felt a surge of emotion. This girl, time and again, displayed such boundless forgiveness. Regardless of how poorly he had treated her in the past, how could he allow himself to disappoint her once more? "Shen Qingwan, I, Xiao Xuan, vow to never betray your trust in this lifetime." Time flew by, and a new day dawned. Under the cover of night, while Shen Qingwan slept, Xiao Xuan discreetly consumed some spiritual spring water, and now the wounds on his face had nearly healed. When morning arrived, though Shen Qingwan was surprised, she chose not to comment further. Gathering Wang Changguwei and Zhang Ergu, the three resumed their watermelon-selling venture. Having previously harvested the watermelons, Xiao Xuan increased their daily sales from 2 trips to 3, with the additional trip scheduled for the afternoon. The entire day unfolded smoothly until the next morning. "Hey, Gongzi, are you back from the street?" Around 9 o'clock, Shen Qingwan greeted Wu Gongzi, who had just returned to the village. Wu Gongzi, upon hearing his name, glanced over and parked his motorcycle beside Shen Qingwan. "Hee, Qingwan, why don't you hurry and go buy a couple of watermelons? I heard the vendor won't have any left after this batch," Wu Gongzi exclaimed, lifting the plastic cover to reveal large, round watermelons inside. "Buy watermelons? Is that why you went to the street?" Shen Qingwan asked, slightly furrowing his brow, his expression curious. Didn't I let you taste it last time? What? Wasn't it delicious?" Wu Gongzi asked with a grin. My chickens got to it," Shen Qingwan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to bring the watermelon home to share with his parents, but due to a sudden family issue, he had carelessly left it in the yard. When he returned, all that remained were a few uneven pieces of rind. You." Wu Gongzi was almost enraged enough to spit blood. "Brother, that watermelon costs 5 yuan per pound, and you fed it to your chickens? Had I known, I wouldn't have let you have any." Wu Gongzi's face flushed with anger, and his motorcycle swayed as if it might topple over at any moment. Gongzi, I truly apologize." "Wait, what did you say?" 5 yuan per pound? Shen Qingwan, realizing the gravity of the situation, raised his voice in inquiry. The watermelon. Not only is it delicious, but it also invigorates the mind. Some elderly folks in my family have seen improvements in their health after eating it. Wu Gongzi exclaimed, his frustration palpable as if he wanted to deliver a beating to his companion. Wasn't this a gross waste of a treasure? Huh? Gongzi, are you out of your mind? How could something be so miraculous? Shen Qingwan looked at him with skepticism, frowning in disbelief. Go on, believe what you want. I'm heading home. And by the way, don't come over to my house just to mooch off food again. Damn it. With that, Wu Gongzi angrily rode off on his motorcycle. Ah, you rascal. Shen Qingwan was taken aback, not expecting such an intense reaction from this fellow. However, he understood that Gongzi, despite his sharp tongue, had a heart of gold, and in a couple of days, he would surely forgive him. What puzzled him the most was whether that watermelon was truly so extraordinary. As the fourth installment arrives, I implore everyone not to neglect this story. The author promises to strive harder in the future. Lastly, I humbly request a wave of small gifts. With sufficient support, the author will write until he kneels. Chapter 67. The flavor, in a word, is exquisite. Without further ado, Shen Qingwan decided to venture out for a stroll. Before long, he followed the direction previously taken by Wu Gongzi and found his home. Hey, Gongzi, are you home? Shen Qingwan entered the yard, shouting cheerfully at Wu Gongzi, who was busy slicing a watermelon. Not here, Wu Gongzi replied without turning around, exuding an air of haughty indifference. At that moment, an elderly lady sitting outside suddenly interjected. You two young lads, both in your 20s, why are you still acting like children? The old lady, with her head full of white hair and kind eyes, radiated warmth and friendliness when she smiled. Hey, Grandma Wu, Gongzi is mad at me. I'm just teasing him. Shen Qingwan responded. Go on, don't mind him. Wu Gongzi said, pushing a slice of watermelon towards Shen Qingwan while maintaining his aloof demeanor, as he picked up a piece to walk over to his grandmother. Here you go, Grandma. Ah, thank you. In his childhood, Gongzi's parents had gone to work in a distant city, but met with an unfortunate accident, never to return. Relying on compensation funds, he and his grandmother had depended on each other, fostering a deep sense of filial piety towards Grandma Wu. In her later years, Grandma Wu suffered a stroke, making her mobility difficult. Yet, ever since she had consumed the street vendor's watermelon a few days ago, her condition seemed to improve. Thus, Wu Gongzi had bought another one today, hoping it would help her regain some agility. Watching the scene, Shen Qingwan felt a lump in his throat and quietly pushed the watermelon back. No wonder Gongzi had been so upset. He had bought it for his grandmother. Overcome with guilt, he sniffled and then donned a mischievous grin. Hey, Gongzi, could you lend me your motorcycle? I want to go buy a couple of watermelons to try. Not lending it. Wu Gongzi flatly refused. Sigh, Xiao Gang, what else with the temper? Qingwan has grown up alongside you. Just let him borrow it for a bit. Hearing this, Wu Gongzi sighed heavily, shot Shen Qingwan an exasperated glare, but ultimately relented and lent him the motorcycle. Thanks. I'll bring back some gas money. Grandma, I'm off now. Be careful on the road. Grandma Wu said, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. All right, leaving the village. Shen Qingwan headed straight for the street. There were only a few places selling fruit, so he was confident he could find a vendor selling watermelons. After a short ride of a few minutes, Shen Qingwan arrived at the street, but the sight before him startled him. Before him, a throng of people clustered in several lines, seemingly awaiting the purchase of some goods. Shen Qingwan, puzzled, twisted the throttle and drove a short distance forward, seeking someone to inquire. Sir, why are you all crowding here instead of going to the market? The elder, puffing on a cigarette, cast a casual glance in his direction. Buying watermelons, what else could it be? Watermelons? Shen Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the vendor that Gongzi had mentioned earlier? Oh, how much are the watermelons per pound? Recalling the price that Gongzi had told him, he had initially dismissed it as nonsensical. However, seeing the elder's demeanor, it seemed he was not lying. $5 a pound. The elder frowned, removing the cigarette and revealing a set of large, yellowing teeth. The odor nearly overwhelmed Shen Qingwan. Nevertheless, he distinctly heard the price of the watermelons. $5 a pound? He murmured in disbelief, raising his right hand in astonishment towards the elder. Yes. The elder began to elaborate, but Shen Qingwan quickly interrupted. All right, I understand. That flavor, it's simply extraordinary. By the way, sir, remember to brush your teeth next time. Shen Qingwan mounted his motorcycle and, before departing, offered the elder a parting remark, speeding away in a flash. Hey, you little rascal. The elder finally reacted, his face tinged with anger. He spread his palm, exhaled warm breath into it, and then brought it to his nose for a whiff. Goodness, it truly stinks. With a farewell to the elder, Shen Qingwan proceeded along the lengthy queue. Initially, from the rear, the situation appeared somewhat unclear. Now, riding his motorcycle, he realized just how extensive the line was. As he approached the watermelon vendor stall, Shen Qingwan hesitated. He had thought Gongzi was jesting, so he hadn't brought any money from home. Now, he possessed merely $20 and was uncertain if it would suffice. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. If worse came to worst, he could at least take a look if it proved worthwhile. He could return to buy next time. Just take a glance, behold. Watermelons at $5 a pound, delicious and delightful. Men would feel invigorated, women would glow with vitality, and children would excel in their studies. Just take a glance, behold. Zhang Ergu had recently taken to selling watermelons with great enthusiasm, his little advertisements flowing one after another. If one were unaware, they might genuinely believe he was a professional in this line of work. Chapter 68. What mischief are you up to? Shen Qingwan squinted. That familiar voice seemed somewhat recognizable. He couldn't help but step forward, and upon seeing Zhang Ergu energetically hawking his wares, he was utterly taken aback. How is it him? No, wait. A fleeting glance revealed another familiar figure. Xiao Xuan. He was dumbfounded. How had these two ended up selling watermelons here? Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan had just handed a watermelon to an elder. Upon lifting her gaze, her eyes met Shen Qingwan's, and their stares collided. He was momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting to encounter Shen Qingwan here. Boss, collect the money, urged a nearby middle-aged man. Oh, right. Xiao Xuan quickly regained his composure and accepted the cash handed to him. He leaned closer to Zhang Ergu and whispered something, prompting Zhang Ergu to glance toward Shen Qingwan. Brother Xian, do you need my assistance? Zhang Ergu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Shen Qingwan. After all, this young man had previously threatened him with a fight. If Xiao Xuan consented, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. No need, just continue selling your melons. Xiao Xuan called out to Uncle Zhang, who was busy unloading watermelons. Hey, coming right up. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Xuan walked towards Shen Qingwan, eliciting puzzled looks from the surrounding crowd. He approached the other man slowly and greeted him. Brother, follow me. Shen Qingwan, appearing somewhat uneasy, led Xiao Xuan into a secluded alley. Once they were certain no one was watching, he seized Xiao Xuan by the collar and pinned him against the wall. What mischief are you up to this time? Instead of taking care of Qingwan at home, you're here selling melons for someone else? In Shen Qingwan's eyes, his brother-in-law was undoubtedly toiling away for someone else's benefit. He could never believe he was the boss. Alas, brother, if I don't earn money, how can I support Qingwan? Xiao Xuan sighed in resignation, recognizing the depth of his brother-in-law's prejudice against him. You, Shen Qingwan began, but upon reflection, he found some merit in Xiao Xuan's words. Humph. He scoffed, finally releasing Xiao Xuan's collar. Cough. Xiao Xuan, a bit flushed, squatted down to cough. How is Qingwan doing at home? Shen Qingwan turned away, his tones softening slightly, though hostility lingered. My mother and Xiao visit her often to help, and I will return home after selling the watermelons. Xiao Xuan stood up to explain. I hope you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yes, I understand, Xiao Xuan replied calmly, nodding. After a moment's thought, he inquired, Brother, are you here to buy watermelons? Shen Qingwan turned his head, glancing at the distant crowd, and replied coldly, Oh. Xiao Xuan subtly nodded, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He initially thought he would have to exert considerable effort to gain the Shen family's forgiveness, but unexpectedly, his brother-in-law had sought him out, intending to purchase melons from his family. Brother, actually that watermelon. No need. You won't earn much working here. Go home and buy Qingwan some nutritional supplements. If anything happens to her, I won't spare you. Shen Qingwan coldly waved his hand, admonishing Xiao Xuan. At the very least, seeing Xiao Xuan engage in honest work brought him some measure of satisfaction. Xiao Xuan was momentarily stunned, then found himself in a state of bemusement. This brother-in-law truly believed he was working for someone else. Brother, in truth, that watermelon is from our family. Xiao Xuan laughed as he clarified. Shen Qingwan was taken aback, and after a moment of realization, he cast a peculiar glance at the other person. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see that the injuries on this fellow's face had nearly healed. Just yesterday, he had delivered a thorough beating. Although puzzled, Shen Qingwan quelled his curiosity. He gave a cold smile and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Do I appear to be a fool?" Unconsciously, Xiao Xuan nodded. Shen Qingwan furrowed his brow. Realizing his mistake, Xiao Xuan quickly clarified, "I meant to say, of course not." "That is more like it," Shen Qingwan acknowledged, though he continued his verbal jabs. "This year, everyone's harvest has been poor, and I suspect your family's watermelon patch has been managed by Qingwan all along, right? She is someone I've watched grow up. She is hardly skilled at this. If your family truly produces such excellent watermelons, then perhaps even dogs would comprehend human speech." Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback. But then he thought of Hei. He was tempted to tell his uncle, actually my dog can. However, he reconsidered, given Shen Qingwan's temperament. Further argument would be futile. It was better to demonstrate with tangible actions. With that, he lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile brimming with confidence. "Brother, if you truly don't believe me, you can follow me." Without waiting for a response, Xiao Xuan strode toward his stall. "Hey, you." Shen Qingwan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to follow. He was curious to see what tricks this young man had up his sleeve. Chapter 69, You Scoundrel. "How dare you call my daughter a pig?" Before they reached the stall, several customers, bored while waiting in line, greeted Xiao Xuan enthusiastically. "Hey, Boss Xiao. After my mom ate your watermelon, she felt so much better. Is it true you won TB selling them in a few days?" Yes. "And what about those peaches? The watermelons are a bit too big, but if it weren't good for our health, we wouldn't dare to eat them." Haha. "Why don't you come over to check on my daughter next time, boss?" Aside from her big head, her thick waist, and her loud snoring at night, she is quite all right. Listening to the chatter around him, Xiao Xuan felt somewhat helpless. "Sir, is your daughter not a pig?" Nearby, Shen Qingwan was momentarily bewildered by the conversation. "Boss, who are they referring to? Could they really be calling Xiao Xuan?" He was startled by his own thoughts. "Impossible. This brother-in-law of mine has been lazy and indulgent for quite some time. How could he possibly have such fine watermelons to sell?" He approached the woman who had previously boasted about her daughter and inquired, "Ma'am, who is this so-called boss you mentioned?" The surrounding crowd exchanged strange glances upon hearing his question. The woman turned her head and shot him an exasperated look, then waved her wrinkled hand in front of him. "What are you doing, ma'am?" Shen Qingwan frowned slightly. "Oh, you're not blind, then? I thought you were. Why can't we see such a lively person?" the elderly woman remarked, gesturing towards Xiao Xuan's direction. Shen Qingwan followed her finger and found Xiao Xuan standing there with a bemused smile, watching him intently. "What? He is truly the boss." Shen Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to encountering a ghost. The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with realization, and she excitedly grasped Shen Qingwan's hands. "Young man, you possess such charm and elegance. How about, ma'am, I prefer not to sleep with pigs at night." Shen Qingwan, seemingly lost in a daze, muttered, retracting his hands. His gaze towards Xiao Xuan was filled with astonishment. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, her expression darkened. Without uttering a word, she swiftly removed one of her slippers and advanced towards Shen Qingwan. With a resounding smack, the slipper landed squarely on the back of Shen Qingwan's head. "You scoundrel! How dare you call my daughter a pig? My 13th Anne has never faced such indignity." "Ah, ma'am, I was wrong," Shen Qingwan exclaimed. "I'll make you pay for this." Amidst the laughter of the onlookers in line, Shen Qingwan, now disheveled and embarrassed, approached Xiao Xuan, his hair resembling a bird's nest and a distinct shoe print adorning the back of his head. The earlier bravado he exhibited towards Xiao Xuan had vanished entirely. Xiao Xuan stifled his laughter, finding joy in this moment of defeat for his brother-in-law. "Is this truly your family's watermelon?" Shen Qingwan asked, still somewhat reluctant. "Indeed. Did you not witness it yourself?" Xiao Xuan shrugged in exasperation. "Brother, don't just chat. We're overwhelmed over here," came Zhang Erge's plaintive voice. I'm coming." Xiao Xuan nodded in response. "Bro, are you in a hurry? If you're not pressed for time, why not wait until we finish here and come home for a meal?" Shen Qingwan was taken aback, regarding him with an odd expression. This was not the sort of thing one would expect from her inept brother-in-law. After a brief moment of shock, she cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. "There's no need for a meal. Is this truly your family's watermelon?" "Absolutely," Xiao Xuan affirmed with a weary nod. "All right, then please fetch me two to taste." Xiao Xuan thought to himself, "This brother-in-law is rather forward. Is that not permissible?" Shen Qingwan, feeling the weight of Xiao Xuan's gaze, flushed. "Of course. Wait here. I'll get them for you," Xiao Xuan replied, rushing to the stall and selecting two larger watermelons, packing them into a vacant plastic bag. "Brother, this watermelon is quite delightful and beneficial for health. If you wish for more in the future, simply come to my home, and I'll provide you with several." "All right, sound good." Shen Qingwan felt a tinge of embarrassment at Xiao Xuan's courteous words. "Well then, I have much to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "All right, go ahead." Shen Qingwan nodded awkwardly, gazing at Xiao Xuan's upright figure, momentarily feeling as if he were in a dream. Could this truly be his inept brother-in-law? Chapter 70. Watch me not beat you today. After witnessing Shen Qingwan depart, a slight sigh of relief escaped Xiao Xuan's lips. "Brother Xian, that lad didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Zhang Ergu inquired, drawing closer to Xiao Xuan with genuine concern. Xiao Xuan offered a faint smile and patted his shoulder. "Rest assured, it's all good." "Ah, that's a relief." Meanwhile, Shen Qingwan returned to the village, steering his motorcycle back to Wu Gongzi's residence. "Grandma Wu, I'm home." "Ah, it's good that you're back." Gongzi, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't resist stepping out upon hearing the commotion. When he spotted a snakeskin bag tethered to the back of the motorcycle, he was taken aback. "Qingwan, did you really bring back watermelons?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the bag. It was worth noting that he and his grandmother had been living modestly on the compensation from their parents' construction work and the odd jobs Gongzi took on over the years. Their situation, while not opulent, was certainly better compared to Shen Qingwan's family. Watermelons from the vendor on the street started at a minimum of 50 yuan. Considering Shen Qingwan's character, Gongzi believed he would merely be window shopping, never truly purchasing anything. Well, it's not exactly a purchase. Shen Qingwan parked the motorcycle and set down the watermelon, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. "What do you mean it's not a purchase?" Gongzi asked, perplexed. "Actually, the vendor selling the watermelons is my brother-in-law." "What?" Gongzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Having grown up with Shen Qingwan, he had frequently heard tales of his inept brother-in-law. Yet the vendor selling watermelons bore no resemblance to a wastrel. "Let us discuss that later. Here, take the keys. I only have a 20 on me. Do you have any change?" "Why?" Gongzi frowned. "For gas money. Remember we agreed on that?" Shen Qingwan chuckled. "Go on. I'm not so stingy as to quibble over that." Gongzi replied, taking the motorcycle keys and promptly pushing the 20 back towards him. Fine. Do you have a knife? I'd like to cut the watermelon here." Shen Qingwan sighed, knowing his friend's stubbornness all too well. "I'll fetch it for you." In no time, Gongzi returned, brandishing a kitchen knife with fervor. With a decisive chop, the knife cleaved the watermelon perfectly in two. "Here, this half is for you," Shen Qingwan said, sliding one half towards Gongzi. "What? No way. You haven't even had any yet. I can't take half." Gongzi quickly protested. "Hey, you little rascal. Just take it. Enough with the chatter. Besides, I'm giving this to Grandma Wu, not you. Don't be so self-absorbed." Shen Qingwan bent his leg and playfully kicked the other's backside, exclaiming with exasperation, "All right then, I won't hold back any longer. Thank you, my friend. Seriously, A grown man like you, trying to get all sentimental with me. How ridiculous. Anyway, I'm off now. I still need to treat my parents to something. With that, Shen Qingwan exited the main hall and exchanged a few words with Grandma Wu before heading home. Good fortune to you. May fortune come your way, bringing joy and love. He hummed a cheerful tune as he walked into his courtyard. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Xiangyong and Wu Guifang exchanged puzzled glances. Did you strike it rich, kid? Shen Xiangyong couldn't help but inquire. Hey, guess what this is? Shen Qingwan teased, shaking the snakeskin bag in his hand with a cheeky grin. Stop guessing and open already, Shen Xiangyong urged, kicking the bag impatiently. Come on, Dad. Why resort to violence over a simple question? Can't we be a bit more civilized? Shen Qingwan retorted, rolling his eyes as he untied the bag and pulled out a half watermelon. Thanks to having carefully wrapped it in a plastic bag from Wu Gongzi's house, the watermelon remained unblemished. Wow, where did you get such a large watermelon? Wu Guifang exclaimed in surprise. Need you ask? Obviously, he got it from Gongzi's place. You little rascal. Gongzi is taking care of his grandmother all by himself. And here you are, taking advantage of him. Everything I've taught you has gone to waste, hasn't it? Hurry up and return it. Shen Xiangyong scolded, glaring at his son. Come on, Dad, this is not from Gongzi's house. I brought it from the street. From the street? You only have $20 on you. Where could you possibly buy such a large watermelon? Don't you dare lie to me. Hey, Dad, can't I just speak the truth? This watermelon was given to me by Xiao Xuan. Shen Xiangyong froze, his expression turning bewildered. Who? He asked, his voice rising in pitch. Xiao Xuan. Are you trying to deceive me? Just wait until I deal with you. With that, Shen Xiangyong unbuckled his belt and gave it a couple of threatening snaps. Chapter 71. The shock of the Shen family. Dad, please, I am not lying. Shen Qingwan pleaded, nearly in tears. What kind of situation was this? Here he was, trying to be filial by bringing home a watermelon, only to have his father threaten to beat him without a second thought. He felt more wrong than Do-yi. Still claiming you're not lying? Shen Xiangyong clearly did not believe his son's words, continuing his menacing actions as the belt loomed closer to Shen Qingwan. At that moment, Wu Guifang interjected. Xiangyong, let Qingwan finish speaking. She sensed that her son might not be lying after all. Shen Xiangyong turned to his wife and then back to his son, ultimately lowering the belt. Phew! Shen Qingwan sighed in relief, thinking, what kind of son am I? I feel more like a grandson. Qingwan, what exactly is going on? Please enlighten us, Wu Guifang inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on her son. Sighing, Shen Qingwan recounted the events of the morning in meticulous detail to his parents, who exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing his account. Are you saying that Xiao Xuan went out to sell watermelons? Wu Guifang asked tentatively. Indeed, Shen Qingwan affirmed. Moreover, I must tell you, I sensed something quite different about that lad this morning. What do you mean? Shen Xiangyong leaned in, curiosity piqued. He seems to have become more handsome. Shen Qingwan exclaimed. You little rascal, you deserve a good scolding. Hey, Dad, it was merely jesting. Shen Qingwan waved his hands dismissively, urging Shen Xiangyong not to interrupt. Qingwan, please continue, Wu Guifang encouraged. Shen Qingwan pondered for a moment before slowly continuing. Honestly, today, Xiao Xuan appeared as if he had transformed into a different person. Previously, when I spoke to him, he would always seem indifferent. However, today felt entirely different. He seemed more agreeable. Is that so? Wu Guifang frowned, her mind drifting to what Shen Qingwan had repeatedly mentioned. Xiao Xuan has truly changed. Could it be that the lad has genuinely transformed? By the way, Mom and Dad, do you know how much a watermelon costs per pound? How much could it be? 8 jiao a yuan? Given their family's financial constraints and the absence of an electric scooter, they rarely ventured into town and were consequently unaware of the recent happenings on the streets. Shen Qingwan smirked and shook his head, slowly extending his right hand, palm open before his parents. 5 yuan. He deliberately emphasized the word yuan to clarify that it was indeed 5, not 50 cents. What? Shen Xiangyong sprang to his feet, startling Shen Qingwan so much that he toppled his chair, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Ah, Dad, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Shen Qingwan patted his chest, visibly shaken. However, Shen Xiangyong paid no heed to his son's distress, his eyes wide with disbelief as he queried, "Is that lad out his mind? Does he think his watermelons are made of gold? Selling them for 5 yuan pound?" Shen Qingwan animatedly gesticulated, his indignation palpable. Thankfully, Xiao Xuan was not present, or he would surely have been subjected to a torrent of scorn. Dad, you're mistaken. You haven't seen the street. The throngs of people wanting to purchase his watermelons are lined up from the street corner all the way to the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore. They're clamoring for them as if they were treasures. Shen Qingwan said, envy glimmering in his eyes. There were many vendors on the street, yet in all these years, he had never witnessed a stall as popular as Xiao Xuan's. What? Shen Xianyong's voice was hoarse from shouting. Had it not been for Wu Guifang's intervention, he would have surely grabbed Shen Qingwan by the collar to demand clarity on the matter. It was hardly surprising, considering that the son-in-law he deemed worthless had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Who could accept such a change so readily? Shen Qingwan naturally comprehended his father's intentions. He glanced at the half-watermelon, pondered for a moment, and said, Dad, let us not indulge in baseless speculation. Let us first savor the flavor of this watermelon. Indeed, Wu Guifang nodded in agreement. Soon, Shen Qingwan retrieved a fruit knife from the house and divided the watermelon, offering each person a slice. As the refreshing flesh slid down their throats, their eyes widened in astonishment. Shen Xiangyong was so taken aback that he found himself at a loss for words. Having labored in the fields for years, he had long suffered from ailments in his waist, experiencing discomfort even when standing upright. However, after tasting the watermelon, he felt as if his entire body had been rejuvenated, with even the pain in his waist alleviated somewhat. Wu Guifang and Shen Qingwan were equally astonished, exchanging looks that reflected their shared disbelief. Mom and Dad, this watermelon is truly delightful. The family nodded in unison. If the taste alone was remarkable, what astounded them even more was the watermelon's beneficial effects on their health. It seemed they were beginning to believe Shen Qingwan's earlier assertions. Hey, Mom and Dad, do you think that Xiao Xuan will make quite a fortune selling these watermelons? I estimate he could easily earn several thousand, given that each one is of his size. Well, if that is indeed the case, it is certainly possible. Could this mean that Qingwan will have a better life ahead? Shen Qingwan inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. Let us wait a few days to see, but do refrain from being overly impulsive and resorting to violence again. Of course. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan had returned home after finishing his work. At the dining table, enjoying the delicious meal prepared by his wife, he suddenly recalled the events of the morning. By the way, dear, guess whom I ran into this morning? Who? Shen Qingwan turned to him, her curiosity piqued. My brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan abruptly set down her chopsticks and leaned closer to Xiao Xuan, concerned for his well-being. Xiao Xuan smiled gently and grasped her wrist. Silly, I'm perfectly fine. Really? Shen Qingwan asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Of course. Shall we retreat to the bedroom for a thorough examination? Xiao Xuan replied with a teasing smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I merely happened to bump into my brother-in-law on the street today. They likely were unaware of my fruit-selling venture. Otherwise, the previous encounter would not have unfolded as it did. Xiao Xuan explained, laughter in his voice. Hearing this, Shen Qingwan felt a twinge of guilt. Xiao Xuan, However, before she could finish her sentence, a finger pressed gently against her lips. Shen Qingwan's face turned slightly pink as she looked up at Xiao Xuan. Silly, remember this. You are my wife, and you never need to apologize to me. If anyone should apologize, it is I who owe you an apology. Xiao Xuan gazed earnestly at the other person, speaking with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingwan's eyes reddened. I understand. She gently nodded, uttering softly. Have I moved you, my dear wife? You could express your gratitude with a kiss. I wouldn't mind. Xiao Xuan, wishing to divert Shen Qingwan from her melancholic demeanor, immediately shifted his tone, teasing with a smile. You wishful thinker. Shen Qingwan had initially felt touched, but upon hearing Xiao Xuan's playful remark, her tears were instantly retracted. She shot him a fierce glare with her beautiful eyes. This guy, honestly, never takes anything seriously. Forget the kiss. Let's hurry and eat, or else the food will get cold. Xiao Xuan feigned disappointment, sighing dramatically. Seeing this, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but smile. A beautiful curve forming at the corners of her mouth, and she cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Xuan before continuing her meal. 2 days passed swiftly, with Shen Qingwan not making an appearance. Until the third day, Dad, Mom, look. The line ahead is full of people waiting to buy Xiao Xuan's watermelons. Shen Qingwan stood at the front, pointing towards the orderly queue of people not far away. So many people. Shen Xiangyong's eyes widened in disbelief. Hee. I was taken aback when I first saw it too. But later, I specifically asked a few people and confirmed that kid is indeed the owner. Shen Qingwan said proudly. Wu Guifeng paid no heed to the conversation between the father and son, making her way toward Xiao Xuan. Hey, Mom, wait for us. Why are you running off by yourself? Shen Qingwan exclaimed as he hurried after her, with Shen Xiangyong closely following. Originally, he thought their mother would head directly to the stall to speak with Xiao Xuan, but Wu Guifeng did not do so. She merely stood in a secluded corner, where she could observe Xiao Xuan and his companions busily selling watermelons without being easily noticed. Mom, why are we standing here? Let's keep moving. Shen Qingwan asked, looking perplexed. Be quiet. Shen Xiangyong shot his son a glare, admonishing him. Oh, Shen Qingwan replied, feeling wronged, as he stood quietly with his parents, watching Xiao Xuan and the other sell melons. Young man, how much watermelon do you have left? My child loves them. An elderly lady approached Xiao Xuan, leaning on her cane with a kind demeanor. Grandma, this is all I have left. We've finished picking the watermelons at home. If you wish to buy more in the future, you'll have to wait a while. Xiao Xuan replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Then please give me one more. I want my little one to have his fill. The elderly lady chuckled, pulling out a crumpled 100 yuan note along with some change from her purse. After taking these out, her purse was left completely empty. Chapter 73. The Shen family visits again. Xiao Xuan naturally noticed this and specially selected 2 larger watermelons for the elderly lady. Grandma, these 2 watermelons are for you. 100 yuan be all right? Xiao Xuan said with a smile, packing the watermelons into a bag for her. Oh, that won't do. Perhaps you should weigh it again. How can this be 20 pounds? The elderly lady exclaimed hastily. Grandma, you have been diligently supporting my family's business these past few days. Since I want to be around for a while after today, consider this extra weight as a gift from me. Xiao Xuan held a warm regard for this grandmother, as she had been a frequent patron since the very first day he began selling peaches. Her attire suggested that her family's financial situation was rather modest. If it weren't for her grandson, she likely wouldn't have spent so much money. The elderly lady glanced at the queue behind her, clearly concerned about how this would reflect on Xiao Xuan's reputation. After all, with so many witnesses, his favoritism towards this old woman might invite gossip. Dear elder, please accept it. The owner is kind-hearted and often gives us discounts. A gentleman behind the grandmother chimed in, having witnessed the scene. Upon hearing this, others quickly responded in agreement. Indeed, the owner is genuinely sincere. I have been shopping here for over a decade, and I have never encountered a vendor as generous as he. Exactly. Grandma, just accept it. It's a token of the owner's goodwill. The chorus of voices warmed Xiao Xuan's heart. In this new life, it seemed he had garnered a measure of recognition from some. Here, Grandma. Xiao Xuan sniffled and handed the bag to her. Well then, I shall thank you for your kindness. May your business prosper. May your words bring good fortune. This heartfelt exchange was entirely witnessed by the Shen family, who were hidden away in a corner. Though they were too far to hear the conversation clearly, it was evident from Xiao Xuan's interactions with his customers that it was difficult to associate this watermelon vendor with their troublesome son-in-law. Mom and Dad, do you think this guy has something going on here? Shen Qingwan asked as he withdrew his gaze and pointed to his forehead. You and your nonsense. I think it's your brain that has issues. Do you really believe your sister would marry a fool? Shen Xiangyong retorted with an exasperated glare. Then what do you make of his current demeanor? Shen Qingwan dodged his father's playful jab, looking quite aggrieved. Go find Qingwan and see what she has to say. Last time, she kept insisting that Xiao Xuan had improved, and I didn't pay much attention. but considering Xiao Xuan's current state, it seems quite plausible. Wu Guifeng furrowed her brow in contemplation. Alas, it must be this way. It's all your fault, you rash child. Why did you act so impulsively last time? Shen Qingwan nodded, simultaneously placing the blame on his son. Shen Qingwan, it was so sudden. All right, let us head out. 20 minutes later, at the Xiao family entrance. Woof, woof, woof. He caught a whiff of several familiar scents and dashed out of the yard. Xiao looked out in confusion and followed suit. With a playful giggle, Xiao initially mistook the arrival of her older brother for that of Xiao Xuan, her face beaming with radiant joy. However, upon discerning the identity of the visitor, particularly when her gaze fell upon Shen Qingwan, her expression turned ashen. She vividly recalled that just days prior, this individual had grievously injured her brother. Shen Qingwan, taken aback by Xiao's presence, managed a faint smile, intending to greet the little girl. He was acutely aware that his previous actions had been somewhat excessive, undoubtedly leaving a significant psychological impact on her. This realization weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, almost instantaneously after he attempted to speak, Xiao abruptly turned on her heels and scampered into the courtyard. Xiao, why are you so flustered? Since the last visit from the Shen family, Xiao Xuan had heightened his care for Shen Qingwan. Previously, he would have her assist with household chores, but now he ensured that all domestic tasks were completed before stepping out. All duties from laundry to dishwashing, sweeping to watering plants, were handled by him alone. On occasions when he was unable to return home for lunch, he would even refrain from allowing Shen Qingwan to prepare meals. According to him, a good husband should alleviate his wife of household burdens, ensuring she has none to attend to. At this moment, Shen Qingwan was leisurely basking in the sun with the little ones in her womb. Seeing Xiao rush in with a flustered demeanor, she inquired with mild irritation. What is it, sister-in-law? Big sister-in-law, it's bad. They've come again. You must hide quickly. The little girl, in her urgency, struggled to articulate her words, gripping Shen Qingwan's delicate hand with anxiety. Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, as Xiao's words seemed disjointed, leaving her perplexed. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Qingwan. Shen Qingwan stood at the entrance, catching sight of Shen Qingwan and calling out to her. Shen Qingwan turned, startled to see her parents and brother standing outside the courtyard, watching her. She hastily rose to her feet, feeling somewhat flustered. Mom, Dad, big brother, what brings you here? Qingwan, what do you mean? Can't we come to see you if there's nothing going on? He chuckled as he approached. However, this action startled Xiao, who instinctively shrank behind Shen Qingwan. Then, as if struck by a thought, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward, standing resolutely before her. With her eyes shut and arms wide open, she summoned her courage, suppressing her fear to shout at Shen Qingwan, My brother will be back soon. You all don't think you can take my sister-in-law away. Woof. Yes, don't come any closer. Black Yi swiftly jumped in front of the two girls, positioning himself as a barrier. Shen Qingwan paused, awkwardly scratching his head at the vigilant stance of both the child and the dog. You mischievous little rascal. Look at how terrified you've made her. You should apologize at once. Shen Qingwan delivered a swift kick to his son's backside, reprimanding him with a tone of irritation. Shen Qingwan hesitated, reflecting on the absurdity of having to apologize to a child barely older than a toddler, especially at nearly 30 years of age. Where would his dignity reside if he did so? Noticing that Shen Qingwan was preparing to strike again, Shen Qingwan quickly relented. All right, I'll apologize. Is that satisfactory? He sighed, feeling quite helpless. However, to speak candidly, he recognized that he was indeed at fault. Regardless of Xiao Xuan's character, the little girl was entirely innocent, and he had genuinely frightened her. An apology was certainly not excessive. Little girl, I must admit that it was wrong of me to strike your brother in your presence. I must have frightened you that day. I could truly apologize. Shen Qingwan said, rubbing his nose and speaking sincerely to the young girl. Xiao, taken aback by his words, was momentarily at a loss. This man was actually apologizing to her? Her mind raced as she mustered the courage to ask, Then, could you please not take my sister-in-law away? After a moment's thought, She added, "My brother treats her very well." At this, Shen Qingwan felt a surge of emotion. This silly child, not even 10 years old, exhibited a maturity surpassing that of many adults. It was endearing and heart-wrenching all at once. Shen Qingwan was about to respond when his father interrupted. "Xiao Xiao, right? Do not worry. We are not here to take your sister-in-law away. We merely wish to ask her a few questions," Shen Xiangyong said, managing a gentle smile on his otherwise stern face as he reassured the little girl. Shen Qingwan retorted, "Oh, father, you truly are something. You deliver all the kind words while I bear the brunt of the blame. Is that it? Really? Really?" The little girl blinked her large eyes, gazing at Shen Xiangyong's warm smile, feeling uncertain. At that moment, a soft hand rested on her head, and Shen Qingwan's melodious voice graced her ears. "Rest assured, they would never deceive you," Shen Qingwan said, her face radiating affection as she looked at the little girl. She understood her parents better than anyone. If they truly intended to take her away, they would not waste time on such frivolous conversation. This was especially evident in Shen Qingwan's demeanor. As her only brother, Shen Qingwan was acutely aware of his fiery temperament, which was easily read on his face. It was clear from his recent interaction with Xiao that they were not there to forcibly take her. "Well, all right then." The little girl nodded and retracted her small hands. Shen Qingwan smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, "Help me bring 3 stools from the main hall." "Okay." The little girl nodded enthusiastically and dashed towards the main hall. "Parents, brother, what are you all doing?" Shen Qingwan cautiously inquired as she looked at her family. "Ah, Qingwan, do not rush. Sit down first, and we shall explain." Wu Guifang noticed that her daughter seemed somewhat uneasy, so she hurried over to assist her in sitting on a nearby stool. Chapter 75. Misunderstandings resolved before long. Xiao brought over 3 small stools. "Mom, you all sit down too," Shen Qingwan said to everyone. "Ah, yes, all right." The others took their seats, and Wu Guifang looked at her daughter, uncertain of how to begin. "Mom, feel free to speak your mind." Shen Qingwan smiled gently and encouraged her. In the Shen family, her elder brother and father shared a similar temperament, both being rather impulsive. Only her mother often managed to remain rational, which saved the family from many unnecessary troubles. Thus, Shen Qingwan believed that if anyone could first recognize Xiao Xian's virtues, it would undoubtedly be her mother. "Qingwan, the reason we came this time is to inquire about how Xiao Xian is treating you. Could you please share the truth with us?" Wu Guifang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, Shen Qingwan's heart leapt with joy. She realized her mother must have inadvertently learned about Xiao Xian's recent actions, leading her to harbor some doubts, which she now sought to clarify with Shen Qingwan. If she could clearly explain the changes Xiao Xian had undergone in recent days, any misunderstandings would surely be swiftly resolved. Thus, she began to recount everything to her family. Mom and Dad, actually in recent days, Xiao Xian. Shen Qingwan conveyed the changes she had observed in Xiao Xian without embellishment or excessive praise, as it was entirely unnecessary. She was already very satisfied with Xiao Xian, and she believed her family would share her sentiments after hearing her account. Indeed, after listening to her narrative, Shen Xiangyong and his wife, along with Shen Qingwan, fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Guifang couldn't help but ask, "Qingwan, a few days ago, I encountered that woman from your village, Lu. What was her name? I can't quite recall. Anyway, the rather plump one, Lu Huaying." Upon hearing her mother's description, Shen Qingwan immediately had the answer. "Ah, yes, that's her. She told me that you were suffering here every day and that Xiao Xian was bossing you around." When I heard her words, I nearly lost my temper. Wu Guifang's face turned guilty as she continued her narrative. Now that the conversation had reached this point, if she still doubted her daughter's words, she would have wasted all those years as a mother. After much contemplation, she realized that the root of the problem lay with that woman. However, what puzzled her was why someone so unrelated to her family would seek to sow discord between her and the Xiao family. "Mom," Shen Qingwan smiled faintly, grasping her mother's wrinkled hands. Wu Guifang looked up at her daughter. "Mom, this situation isn't entirely your fault. The main issue arose a few days ago when I had a minor disagreement with Lu Huaying regarding Xiao Xian, and I may have said a few harsh words to her. I suspect she is harboring resentment and is deliberately speaking ill of Xiao Xuan in front of you. What? To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Shen Qingwan's words, the members of the Shen family collectively gasped in disbelief. Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a profound reaction from her family. Qingwan, has that wretched woman done anything to you? Tell me where she lives, and I shall pay her a visit. Shen Qingwan exclaimed, his face reddening with indignation. He knew his sister well. She had always been gentle and well-mannered, rarely even speaking ill of others. Since Qingwan had resorted to cursing, it was evident that the other party had provoked her first. Brother, please calm down. She hasn't harmed me. Shen Qingwan hastily explained to him. To alleviate her family's worries, she recounted in detail the incident with Lu the Fatty that had transpired that day. After listening, the three of them finally comprehended the situation. So, you went to deliver items to Xiao Xuan and the others of your own volition, rather than being coerced by him? Wu Guifeng inquired cautiously. Just as Shen Qingwan was about to respond, a young girl interjected. Yes, I was there too. Second sister-in-law was simply concerned that we might be thirsty, which is why she went to bring us peaches. Xiao, standing beside Shen Qingwan, animatedly explained. Damn that wretched woman. She caused me to strike the wrong person. Shen Qingwan fumed, his anger palpable. However, before he could further express his ire, he was interrupted by their father. Son, what are you doing? Shen Qingwan grumbled, rubbing the back of his head in irritation. What am I doing? Have you lost your mind? Can't you see that the children are still here? What if you frighten them? Shen Xiangyong pointed towards where Xiao stood, admonishing him sternly. Oh. Shen Qingwan finally understood, responding somewhat reluctantly. When will you ever learn to temper that foul temper of yours? Come on, Dad, stop scolding my elder brother. He is nearly 30, at least show him some respect. Respect? He ought to be finding a wife to keep him in check. Otherwise, this lad will never amount to anything. Shen Xiangyong gazed at his son with a look of disappointment. However, as the conversation progressed, a trace of sorrow appeared on his face. Shen Qingwan was already 28 years old. By that age, other families had grandchildren running about. Yet here he was, having never even held a girl's hand. Of course, this was largely influenced by their family's financial situation. After all, which woman wouldn't he prefer to find a suitable match from a well-off family? Indeed, it is time to find my brother a sister-in-law. Just then, amidst their laughter, a woman's voice unexpectedly called out from outside the courtyard. Everyone paused momentarily before turning towards the entrance. They beheld Chen Xiaomei, her face flushed and breathless, approaching them with shoes caked in wet mud, clearly having just hurried back from the vegetable patch. Mother, Shen Qingwan and Xiao rose almost simultaneously, moving to assist Chen Xiaomei into a seated position. Mother, allow me to fetch you a glass of water, Shen Qingwan exclaimed, making her way toward the main room, only to be halted by Chen Xiaomei's voice. No need, Qingwan, I just require a moment's rest. Chen Xiaomei smiled gently, her gaze shifting toward the couple Shen Xiangyong and his wife, a hint of pleading evident in her eyes. In-laws, Xiao Xuan has truly changed. I implore you to trust me this once. I, Chen Xiaomei, have never asked for anything in my life, but this time, I beseech you, do not take Qingwan away, if you be so kind. As she spoke, Chen Xiaomei bit her lip, preparing to kneel before them. The couple was taken aback, and fortunately, Shen Qingwan reacted swiftly, preventing her descent. Oh dear, Sister Xiaomei, please, that is not necessary. Shen Xiangyong's wife chimed in. Indeed, what are you doing? Let's discuss this calmly. Qingwan, help your aunt back to her seat. The couple quickly urged her. This entire situation stemmed from a misunderstanding, and ultimately, the fault lay with them. If they allowed their mother-in-law to kneel before them over this matter, how could they hold their heads high in the future? Mother, you mustn't do this. If Xiao Xuan finds out. Shen Qingwan's voice trailed off, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Xiao clutched one of Chen Xiaomei's arms tightly, her large, watery eyes also tinged with red. Alas, Auntie, this entire affair is my fault. I wronged Xiao Xuan. I truly feel like a fool. With that, Shen Qingwan slapped himself across the face. This scene left not only Chen Xiaomei astonished, but also the Shen couple in utter disbelief. You came here to take Qingwan away, did you not? Chen Xiaomei stammered, finally regaining her composure. Annie, the previous incident was entirely my fault. I acted without understanding the situation and struck my brother-in-law. Qingwan has just clarified everything for us. This is all on us. If you still harbor any anger, please direct it toward me. After all, it was I who struck him. Shen Qingshan's words brought tears to Shen Qingwan's eyes. Although he could be unreliable at times, he was always so considerate of her and their family. Even now, he bore the entire burden of responsibility. Chen Xiaomei, though somewhat bewildered, grasped the general meaning of his words. Her lips trembled as she looked at Shen Qingwan, tears glistening in her eyes. Shen Qingwan seemed to decipher the unspoken emotions in her gaze, offering a reassuring smile and a nod. You truly do not blame Xiao Xuan? Upon receiving Shen Qingwan's affirmation, Chen Xiaomei's heart soared with joy, her voice trembling with excitement. Oh, Sister Xiaomei, we previously misunderstood Xiao Xuan. I am deeply sorry for that. At that moment, Wu Guifang stepped forward, sincerely apologizing to Chen Xiaomei. All right. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, that is all that matters. Chapter 77. Huang Hui time rewinds more than 30 minutes after selling his watermelons. Xiao Xuan was preparing to close up when he noticed a silver-white van parked not far from him. Initially, Xiao Xuan paid little attention to the encounter, attributing it to mere coincidence. However, as the individuals within the vehicle disembarked and approached him directly, he squinted slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with one of them. The newcomer was dressed rather casually in a simple short-sleeved shirt and baggy shorts, resembling the merchandise one might find at a street vendor. He had a slightly plump physique, a square face, and a buzz cut. Most striking, however, was the gold chain adorning his neck, which, while not particularly thick, caught the sunlight, reflecting dazzling glimmers. Noticing Xiao Xuan's gaze, the man quickened his pace. Yet, as they drew nearer and he recognized Xiao Xuan's features, he halted abruptly, a look of disbelief washing over his face. You are Xiao Xuan, aren't you? He stammered. Xiao Xuan furrowed his brow, regarding the man with skepticism, but nodded earnestly. Yes, I am Xiao Xuan. May I ask who you are? He inquired tentatively. Ha! It really is you, Huang Hui exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Xiao Xuan in a hearty hug, leaving him utterly bewildered. Nearby, Wang Chang'e and Zhang Ergu exchanged glances, equally astonished by the unexpected reunion. Moments later, Huang Hui released Xiao Xuan, his face alight with excitement. Unable to contain his grin, he teased, Hey, how big is that little mudfish of yours now? 15, perhaps? Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the implications of Huang Hui's words. With wide eyes, he blurted out, Huang Hui, is it really you? In his memories, he recalled a chubby boy who had trailed closely behind him during elementary school. Although they hailed from different villages, their bond was stronger than many of their local peers. The most vivid impression he held of Huang Hui was his unabashed fascination with girls, while others attended school in pursuit of knowledge. Huang Hui's sole mission appeared to be admiring the female students. Despite having only a few years of elementary education, he possessed an uncanny understanding of matters concerning girls, inadvertently influencing Xiao Xuan with some rather unsavory thoughts. Of course, such trivialities were inconsequential, as Xiao Xuan had never truly engaged in any reckless behavior. Seeing that Xiao Xuan finally recognized him, Huang Hui beamed with joy. You've changed so much after all these years. I almost didn't recognize you. He reminisced about an incident from their childhood when they had ventured to climb the girls' restroom, during which Xiao Xuan had accidentally fallen. Though it had not resulted in any significant injury, a long scar had marked his forehead. While the scar had faded considerably, Huang Hui still recalled it vividly. Look at you, sporting that big gold chain. I thought a wealthy businessman had arrived. The two exchanged playful banter, the atmosphere undiminished by the passage of time. Accidentally, Xiao Xuan caught sight of Zhang Ergu and Wang Chang'e, who stood nearby, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Oh right, I almost forgot to introduce you, he said. Huang Hui, this is Uncle Chang'e, and this is Ergu. They are both from the village. Upon hearing the words, Huang Hui warmly greeted Zhang Ergu. However, When his gaze shifted to Wang Changgue, he momentarily hesitated. Changgue, oh, I remember now. Uncle, didn't you once drive me to school? Huang Hui vaguely recalled that every time he visited Xiaojia village to play with Xiao Xuan, he would pass by the entrance of an elder's home, gradually becoming familiar with him. On one occasion, while on the way to class, a torrential downpour ensued, and it was this elder who drove him to school in his agricultural vehicle. Wang Changge was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. You are the chubby little boy who often came to our village to see Xiao Xuan, aren't you? Yes. Uncle, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Huang Hui, evidently having fared well in life, was adept at socializing and could strike up a conversation with anyone he encountered. Oh, where's the change? I've got quite a bit of gray hair now. Yet you, with that golden chain, must have made quite a fortune, huh? Laughter filled the air as everyone exchanged banter joyfully. By the way, Huang Hui, what brings you here today? Xiao Xuan, suppressing his excitement, inquired curiously. After leaving his hometown, he had been striving alone in the city, thus unaware of the developments in the rural area. It's like this. A couple of days ago, a relative visited my home and brought a watermelon. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it since I deal in fruit wholesale myself and have seen all kinds of fruit, right? Huang Hui paused before continuing. However, later that evening, out of sheer curiosity, I tasted that watermelon. You won't believe the effect it had on me. I immediately called my relative to inquire about its origin, and it turned out to be from our street. So, I followed the trail and ended up here, but I see there are no watermelons for sale around. Huang Hui remarked, frowning as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of a vendor. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Huang Hui, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "What are you laughing at?" I'm the one selling the watermelons. What do you think I'm laughing at? Xiao Xuan replied with a smirk. What? Huang Hui exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. So, those watermelons are yours? What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Xiao Xuan raised his chin, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Haha, that is fantastic. How many do you have left? Sell them all to me. We can negotiate the price. Huang Hui, elated, thought about how those watermelons could fetch at least 20 yuan per pound in the city's large supermarkets. However, the next moment, Xiao Xuan's words doused his excitement. Well, Huang Hui, all the watermelons have been sold out. I only have a few left at home, and those are reserved for my family. I can't sell those to you. Xiao Xuan gently patted the shoulder of his companion, apologizing. Oh, is that so? Huang Hui responded, a hint of disappointment flickering in his heart. He had initially anticipated seizing this opportunity to amass a fortune, but alas, he found himself taken aback. Who would have thought, Huang Hui? You've truly stepped into the role of a boss now. Observing the glum expression on his friend's face, Xiao Xuan jested with a smile. Oh, what do you mean by big boss? I'm merely collecting a bit of fruit from the countryside and reselling it in the city. Huang Hui chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat bashful. Is that not considered big boss? Are you trying to put others out of work? Haha, Xiao Xuan, I believe the hour is getting late. Why not take our little chubby friend back for a meal? After all, it has been years since you two last met, hasn't it? Yes. Uncle Zhang Gue. Ergo, you should join us as well. Everyone has worked hard during this time, and I ought to show my appreciation. Just take Ergo with you. My family is waiting for me at home. Oh, is that so? All right then. Ergo, you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Zhang Ergo exclaimed, his face beaming at the prospect of a free meal. Seeing that Huang Hui had no objections, the group piled into the vehicle. Originally, Xiao Xuan intended for Zhang Ergo to accompany Wang Zhanggue in the agricultural vehicle, as he was the least familiar with Huang Hui among the three. He feared that the journey might render the young fellow awkward. Yet, the reality proved that his concerns were unfounded. Hey, Brother Hui, how much is this little car of yours? Riding in it is far more comfortable than Uncle Zhang Gui's agricultural vehicle. Zhang Ergo eagerly accompanied Xiao Xuan and Huang Hui into the van, his hands and feet restless. He poked and prodded, embodying the curiosity of a newcomer in a grand garden. His affectionate address of Huang Hui as Brother Hui echoed warmth and familiarity. In the vernacular of Xiao Xuan's previous life, he might be said to possess a touch of social prowess. Haha, it's not expensive, merely around 10,000. Huang Hui replied, if you follow Xiao Xuan closely, you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. Over the years, Huang Hui had been striving outside while his parents had moved to the city, thus remaining oblivious to Xiao Xuan as transformations. 10,000. Zhang Ergo was taken aback by this figure. Having spent years in the small confines of Xiao family village, his daily encounters were limited to villagers and children, thus narrowing his perspective. However, his recent endeavors alongside Xiao Xuan had broadened his horizons significantly. Yet, the price declared still left him astonished. Is that a lot? Huang Hui smirked, letting his vanity surface as he began to boast. Isn't it? Zhang Ergo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was important to note that his family owned merely 6 acres of land. His father toiled from dawn till dusk, exhausted by the labor. And at the end of the year, when accounts were settled, they barely earned 6 or 7,000, not accounting for the cost of pesticides and fertilizers. Chapter 78. Xiao Xuan's thoughts, only those of them who truly relied on rice cultivation to make a living understood that farming rice truly does not yield substantial profits. He chuckled softly. Nowadays, the down payment for a house in the city is at least several 100,000. Do you still think a few thousand is a lot? Huang Hui explained with a smile. His intention was not to mock Zhang Ergu, but rather to reflect upon his own arduous journey over the years. It was less about ridiculing Zhang and more about a sardonic commentary on his past self. The bitterness of his struggles that brought him to his current status could hardly be encapsulated in mere words. Xiao Xuan seemed to sense the shift in Huang Hui's emotions and gently patted him on the shoulder. As long as your family is well, everything is worthwhile, isn't it? Huang Hui paused, turned to Xiao Xuan, and nodded solemnly. Indeed, a glimmer of tears flashed in his eyes. Let's not dwell on that, he said. So Huang Hui, you are still in the fruit wholesale business, correct? Xiao Xuan shifted the topic. Yes. Huang Hui nodded affirmatively. What kind of fruits do you mainly handle? Xiao Xuan continued to inquire. Well, I take in all kinds of fruits. They all get sent to the city for sale, and their supermarkets have everything imaginable. Huang Hui replied, his interest evidently piqued. Oh, then, based on what you said, what price do you think my watermelons would fetch in the city? Xiao Xuan asked tentatively, his eyes glinting. Although his words appeared ordinary, they were a subtle test for Huang Hui. After all, time is a relentless force, and even the closest of childhood friends can drift apart, especially when money is involved. With his wealth of experience from his previous life, Xiao Xuan had already assessed the potential price of his watermelons in his mind. If Huang Hui's subsequent response did not meet his expectations, their relationship would inevitably reach a standstill. Huang Hui pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not entirely sure about the specific price, as I've never seen watermelons like those before. But I estimate that if they were sold in those large supermarkets, they would go for at least 20 yuan per kilogram. Oh, Xiao Xuan nodded nonchalantly, secretly pleased with Huang Hui's response. It seemed that despite the years, this young man had not entirely become a mere tool for profit. He still possessed his own principles. 20 yuan? At that moment, Zhang Ergu, seated in the back, could no longer contain himself. He instinctively stood up, only to have his head collide painfully with the car roof. Thud! A dull sound echoed within the car, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Zhang Ergu rubbed his head, wincing in pain. What is wrong with you, being so reckless? Are you all right? Huang Hui glanced at the rearview mirror, relieved to see that Zhang did not appear to be bleeding. I'm fine. Zhang Ergu nervously resumed his seat, vigorously massaging his head. Yet, he couldn't shake off the thought of the price Huang Hui had just quoted. Hey, is it really true that those watermelons can sell for 20 yuan per kilogram? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Huang Hui replied. Huang Hui responded without hesitation. Good grief, Brother Xian, aren't we at a loss? Over the past few days, although Zhang Ergu earned only 100 yuan a day, he was genuinely invested in the watermelon selling endeavor. Therefore, upon hearing Huang Hui's words, he could hardly contain his excitement. Xiao Xuan waved his hand and chuckled. If we incur some losses, so be it. We're all from the countryside. If we price it too high, who can afford it? His expression was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. In truth, If Xiao Xuan desired to become wealthy overnight, it would be a simple feat. However, that was not his ambition. First and foremost, he needed a gradual process to allow those around him to acclimate. This approach would lay a solid foundation for future developments. If in time, he cultivated rare herbs in his mysterious space, he could rightfully attribute his success to his agricultural skills or the quality of his family's land, thus avoiding any incriminating evidence against himself. Secondly, his family was not in urgent need of money. His younger brother was working away from home and would likely return after some time. Xiao Xiao was in elementary school, requiring little expenditure. Initially, he worried about his mother's various ailments, but thanks to the vegetables nurtured by the miraculous spring water, she had improved significantly. Everything was steadily progressing towards a brighter future. Wasn't this the life Xiao Xuan had longed for in his previous existence? Chapter 79, What on Earth? Not only was Zhang Erge taken aback, but even Huang Hui was slightly astonished by Xiao Xian's composed response. Xiao Xian, this isn't like you. I remember during our school days, you valued money more than life itself. Huang Hui grinned and teased. After experiencing much, one's mindset inevitably changes. Aren't you the same? Xiao Xian gazed out the window, murmuring softly. Haha, that makes sense. Huang Hui responded with a hearty laugh. Sitting in the back seat, Zhang Ergu listened to their conversation, feeling utterly bewildered. What on earth were these two talking about? Though he had been away from home for several years, the route from street to Zhao's village had not significantly changed. Without needing directions from Xiao Xian and Zhang Ergu, Huang Hui swiftly drove the car to Xiao Xian's doorstep. Wife, I'm back. As soon as he got out of the car, Xiao Xian eagerly called out. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Shen Qingwan greeted him with a smile. Wife, you... Xiao Xian was about to say something, but when he noticed several figures emerging behind, his smile faltered. What's wrong, Xiao Xian? Huang Hui inquired, stepping beside him with concern. Nothing. Just wait for me a moment. Xiao Xian replied to Huang Hui, then forced a smile as he approached Shen Xiangyong and his wife. Mom and Dad, what brings you here? Deep down, Xiao Xian understood that their visit had one of two possible motives. Either, like last time, they intended to take Qingwan away from him. After returning home that day, Shen Qingwan shared his affairs with the elders, which is why they came to inquire about Qingwan's intentions. At this moment, Xiao Xian was nearly certain, with an 80% confidence, that it was indeed the latter scenario. His mother and Xiao Xiao stood behind him, their faces beaming with joy. Well, we came to see you and Qingwan. Shen Xiangyong coughed lightly and explained. Indeed, Xiao Xian felt a surge of happiness in his heart. He turned a glance at Shen Qingwan, who immediately nodded in response. Haha, that's wonderful. Mom and Dad, it's getting late. Let us hurry inside for dinner. Shen Xiangyong nodded, leading Wu Guifeng and Shen Qingwan into the main room. Huang Hui, ergo come here quickly. With his in-laws departing, Xiao Xian smirked and called out to the two behind him. They promptly approached. Xiao Xiao, come here. He gestured to Xiao, who bounced over joyfully. Hee, big brother. They said they won't take sister-in-law away anymore. Her sparkling, doe-like eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she smiled brightly. I understand, Xiao Xian said, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Xiao Xian, this is... Huang Hui inquired, puzzled. After finishing elementary school, he had been taken by his father to pursue business ventures, losing touch with Xiao Xian over the years. As for Xiao, she was born later, so it was natural that he did not recognize her. This is my sister, Xiao, now in the 3rd grade. Xiao Xian explained with a grin. Oh, your sister? She is truly adorable. Huang Hui's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Xiao Xian's words. Wait a moment. Suddenly recalling something, Huang Hui addressed Xiao Xian before dashing towards his vehicle. In a short while, he returned with a shiny black leather bag. Xiao, right? Brother didn't bring any gifts, so please accept this money. Study hard and don't emulate your brother, he said, pulling out 2 crisp 100 yuan bills and presenting them to Xiao with a smile. Hey, why are you giving so much money all at once? No, you must take it back. At that moment, Chun Xiaomei, who had been quietly frowning nearby, abruptly interjected, pushing the money back. She had found Huang Hui's name vaguely familiar, but could not recall why. Xiao Xian, bemused, replied, Mom, this is Huang Hui. He often came to visit me when I was in elementary school. He has shared several meals at our home. Chen Xiaomei was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of immense excitement. You're to Huang, aren't you? She asked, her face alight with joy. Huang Hui chuckled awkwardly. Annie, it's been so many years. Why do you still call me that? Xiao Hui sounds much better. He smiled helplessly. As a child, he had thought himself plump and larger than Xiao Xian, which led Chen Xiaomei to affectionately refer to him as De Huang. Little did he expect that, after all these years, she would still use that name. Indeed, it is still delightful to hear from you, Xiao Hui. From now on, Andy shall call you Xiao Hui. Chen Xiaomei murmured, observing Huang Hui from head to toe. Mother, please head to the kitchen and serve the dishes. Soon, I will invite Ergo and Huang Hui to join us for a meal. Xiao Xian, noticing his mother's enthusiasm, thought it prudent to intervene, lest she engage Huang Hui in conversation for an eternity. After all, his in-laws were still waiting in the living room. They could not be left unattended, could they? Chapter 80. I can no longer bear this, all right, you young folks carry on chatting. I shall retreat indoors for now. With that, Chen Xiaomei cheerfully entered the main room. Hey, Xiao Xian, why do I feel that your mother seems to have even more vigor than before? Huang Hui inquired, gazing curiously at Chen Xiaomei's retreating figure. In their youth, he often visited Xiao Xian's home, and although Chen Xiaomei had always been warm and welcoming, her face bore a pallid hue, perhaps due to years of labor or other reasons. Yet now, it was evident that her complexion had improved significantly. Why ponder over such matters? Isn't this a good thing? Indeed, you have a point. Huang Hui nodded in agreement. By the way, this is my wife, Shen Qingwan. Oh, sister-in-law, greetings, Huang Hui exclaimed, instinctively reaching out his hand for a handshake. In the next moment, he found himself taken aback. Greetings. May your entire family be well. Xiao Xian grasped Huang Hui's large hand with fervor, trembling as if in the presence of a distinguished leader. How do you know so much about me, you little rascal? Huang Hui chuckled. In that instant, they felt as if they had returned to their childhood days, reliving their camaraderie. After a playful exchange, Huang Hui discreetly slipped 200 yuan into Xiao Xiao's hands. The little girl beamed with joy. Clutching the money as if it were a treasure, her tiny hands tucked into her pockets, reluctant to reveal them, as if even the slightest movement might cause the money to tumble out. Soon, the dishes were served and everyone took their seats. Shen Qingwan frequently cast glances toward Xiao Xian. Brother, do you have something you wish to say to me? Xiao Xian inquired, putting down his chopsticks and smiling at him. Well, Shen Qingwan hesitated, biting his lip, before approaching Xiao Xian with a large bowl filled with beer. Xiao Xian, Qingwan has clarified everything regarding the previous matter. Indeed, I, Shen Qingwan, misunderstood you. Accept this bowl of wine as my apology. Without waiting for Xiao Xian's response, he tilted the bowl and drank it down in one go, afterwards showing the empty bottom to Xiao Xian. Haha, what are you talking about, brother? I did bear some responsibility in the past. You are absolutely right. However, I, Xiao Xian, assure you that I will treat Qingwan well from now on. If I ever go back on my word, I will personally come to apologize to you. With that, Xiao Xian turned around, looking earnestly at Shen Xiangyong and his wife. All right, let us offer you one final opportunity, and we hope you will not disappoint us again. Shen Xiangyong declared solemnly as he set down his chopsticks. What parent in this world does not wish for their child to experience joy every day? Indeed, they had previously harbored disdain, even hatred, for Xiao Xian. However, their greater desire was for Shen Qingwan to be with the one she cherished. Gulping down the beer in his bowl, Xiao Xian tilted his head back and drained it entirely. Aha, what a fine young man! Shen Qingwan exclaimed, unable to suppress a hearty laugh as he clapped Xiao Xian on the shoulder. All right, you better sit down and eat properly. Shen Xiangyong chided his son with an exasperated glance. Oh, Shen Qingwan replied, feigning a sense of grievance. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter at Shen Qingwan's discomfited expression. In an instant, the atmosphere became exceedingly joyous. After several rounds of drinks and a feast of flavors, Shen Xiangyong and his wife had no intention of lingering for long. Before departing, they exchanged a few whispered words with Shen Qingwan and took their leave. The couple was particularly pleased today, having resolved previous misunderstandings and eased relations with the Xiao family. Yet, Shen Qingwan had mysteriously vanished after lunch, leaving his parents waiting for quite some time. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Just as they were becoming increasingly anxious and preparing to search for him, he finally returned. "You rascal, where have you been gallivanting about? You made us wait so long," Shen Xianyong remarked, eyeing his son's beaming face with annoyance. Shen Qingwan, unperturbed, scratched his nose and replied with a smile. Just wandering around a bit. Mom and Dad, it's getting late. Let us head back." A few minutes later, in a small, dilapidated courtyard. "Oh dear, which wretched soul let my chickens escape? Misery, I can no longer endure this." Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to the Shen family, Xiao Xuan's spirits remained unsettled for a long time. For him, today was not merely about clearing misunderstandings. The most significant aspect was earning the acknowledgement of his in-laws. The profound scars he had inflicted upon them in his previous life were indelible, and now, receiving their acceptance filled his heart with immense joy. Chapter 81. A long time since I indulged in meat Xiangu. You won't be heading out to the streets this afternoon, will you? Zhang Ergu approached Xiao Xuan and inquired. Xiao Xuan turned and gently patted his shoulder. "No, there's no need. You've worked hard these past few days. Go home and rest well." "Hey, Xiangu, what are you saying? As long as I'm working with you, no matter the task, I, Zhang Ergu, have never felt exhausted." "You rascal," Xiao Xuan chuckled. "Well then, I'll head back. Call me when there's work to be done." "Sure." Xiao Xuan waved goodbye as Ergu departed. After his departure, only Xiao Xuan and Huang Hui remained. "Xiao Xuan, here is my business card. Please take it. In the future, should anything arise, simply give me a call." With that, he handed a card to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan glanced down, accepted it without hesitation, and nodded in agreement. "I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment." Xiao Xuan called out to him and strode towards the kitchen. Shortly after, he returned, cradling 2 large watermelons. "Huang Hui, our household is down to merely a dozen watermelons. Both Xiao and Qing adore them. I'm giving you these too, so don't accuse me of being stingy." Xiao Xuan placed the watermelons on the ground, clapped his hands, and smiled broadly. "Hey, you've been stingy for quite some time now. What can I possibly do about it?" They exchanged a hearty laugh, assisting each other in loading the watermelons into the car. Xiao Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Huang Hui, do you happen to know any companies that specialize in constructing greenhouses?" Huang Hui was taken aback, stroking his chin in contemplation. "I know a few. Why do you ask? Are you considering building a greenhouse?" Huang Hui inquired tentatively. "Indeed, that is my intention. However, it will have to wait for a while. If you know anyone, that would be splendid. I'll reach out to you next time." Xiao Xuan nodded earnestly. He currently had around 100,000 in hand and was eager to venture into cultivating greenhouse vegetables and fruits. After all, relying solely on his family's small plot of land was insufficient for substantial yield. Moreover, he intended to avoid selling the produce irrigated with spiritual spring water in bulk as he did now. After all, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. His foremost objective was to establish a business that would not draw undue attention, enabling him to profit from his enigmatic space. However, he understood that such ambitions could not be realized overnight. "Oh, that sounds promising. Whenever you need assistance, just give me a call. If you manage to construct that greenhouse, we might become partners in the future." Huang Hui's eyes lit up, his excitement palpable. No problem. It's a deal." "Well then, I shall head back." "All right, take care on your way." "I will do." Xiao Xuan waved goodbye, watching Huang Hui depart. Upon returning home, he found that his mother had already taken Xiao back, and Shen Qingwan was tidying up the dishes. "Sigh, Qingwan, I've told you countless times, let me handle these matters from now on. Hurry, take a seat and rest." Xiao Xuan hastened to Shen Qingwan's side, assisting her into a chair. "Xiao Xuan, I'm merely pregnant, not disabled. What will I do if I gain weight after giving birth, and you won't let me do anything?" Shen Qingwan smiled brightly, albeit playfully reproaching him. Gaining weight is splendid. Who knows, it might enhance your tactile appeal." At his words, Xiao Xuan smirked, revealing a playful expression. What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away. This guy, always filled with such absurd thoughts. It's utterly embarrassing. Yes, Xiu. I'm not speaking nonsense. Once the little ones arrive, I shall be able to indulge, he chuckled, as images of inappropriate nature unconsciously danced in his mind. Speaking of which, it had indeed been a considerable while since he had indulged in such pleasures. To claim that he had no interest in that regard would be a fabrication. After all, as a vigorous young man residing with such a beautiful maiden, who could possibly remain unaffected? Alas, he could only savor the thought verbally. For the sake of their 4 adorable babies, he would have to restrain himself until their arrival. Chapter 82. A kiss from my wife. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan's face turned as crimson as a boiled shrimp. She stamped her foot and playfully scolded Xiao Xuan. What's wrong? Xiao Xuan stammered, startled. Could you please refrain from speaking of such things in future? What if the baby inside me hears? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she admonished him. In truth, she was simply shy about discussing such matters with Xiao Xuan. Currently, she found herself in a rather awkward position. Had this been before, she would have trembled at the mere mention of such topics by him. However, now, with Xiao Xuan, she was uncertain how to approach the conversation. Her heart was a tumult of anxiety and anticipation, leaving her utterly conflicted. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Xuan laughed heartily. All right, don't be so agitated. I was merely jesting. Honestly, Shen Qingwan rolled her eyes at him, feeling a slight relaxation in her heart. Xiao Xuan tidied up the dishes and returned to their room for an afternoon rest. Hey, Qingwan, you're over 3 months pregnant now, right? He suddenly inquired casually. It seems it's nearly 4 months. Shen Qingwan tilted her head in thought before responding. Has it been that long? A pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Xuan as he sat up abruptly. He had been so busy that he had intended to take her for a checkup in a few days, not realizing how swiftly time had passed. You haven't felt anything unusual with your body, have you? He slipped on his slippers and hurried to squat by her bed, expressing concern. No, I feel fine. Shen Qingwan looked at his anxious expression, her cheeks slightly heating as she spoke softly. Oh, that's good. Xiao Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. How about this? I'll call a cab later and take you to the town hospital for a checkup tomorrow, all right? A checkup? Shen Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. She had not even considered such matters prior. Previously, she would have been grateful if Xiao Xuan could ensure her safe delivery. She had prepared herself to endure until the day of the child's birth without visiting the hospital. To her surprise, he now wished to accompany her for a checkup. Seeing the genuine concern in Xiao Xuan's eyes, her nose tinged with a wave of emotion, and 2 tears shimmered in her gaze. Oh dear, why are you crying again? It's just a checkup. There's no need for injections or anything to fear. Xiao Xuan, in a moment of impulsiveness, mistakenly believed that Shen Qingwan was in tears due to the prenatal checkup and immediately offered his comfort. However, Shen Qingwan, on the verge of tears, quickly contained them upon hearing his words. Was this fellow genuinely foolish or merely pretending? What are you laughing at? She retorted playfully, Fool, I'm not a child. How could I be frightened to tears by a prenatal checkup? Xiao Xuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I see. Perhaps we should postpone it for a couple of days. You've been so busy lately. You must be exhausted. It's not urgent to have the prenatal checkup right now. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qingwan agreed. That makes sense. How could that be? Xiao Xuan vigorously shook his head like a rattle drum. It's better to check early. What if something were to happen to the little baby in your belly? Isn't that being overly dramatic? It's been quite some time, and everything seems fine, Shen Qingwan murmured, unable to argue against Xiao Xuan's persistence. It's not the same. The later stages of pregnancy are increasingly perilous. A prompt checkup would give us peace of mind, wouldn't it? Besides, who knows? This checkup might bring us delightful surprises. Xiao Xuan's lips curved into a grin as a vision of 4 adorable little ones calling him daddy danced in his mind. Surprises? What do you mean? Shen Qingwan looked at him, puzzled. Xiao Xuan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he replied with a cheeky smile. Want to know? Come kiss me, and I'll tell you. With that, he puffed out his cheeks and leaned toward her. What? You wishful thinker. Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed as she pushed his face away. Yet, in the next moment, That cheeky face returned to her view. I don't care. Today, my wife must reward me, or I shall remain here indefinitely. Xiao Xuan declared, playfully acting stubborn. You have such thick skin. Shen Qingwan found it hard to stifle her laughter at his antics. Really? I never noticed before. Xiao Xuan feigned surprise before grinning again. Hey, why not give me a few more kisses? Perhaps that would make my skin thinner. At his words, Shen Qingwan's smile froze, and she shot him a reproachful glare. You. She bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but smirk. My dear wife. Look at how I've been bustling about these days. I've lost weight. By the way, your brother did hit me the other day, and I kept my mouth shut. As my wife, can't you fulfill this little request of mine? Boo-hoo. Imitating the mannerisms of Xiao Xiao, he began to act spoiled, unable to hold back any longer. Shen Qingwan erupted into laughter, nearly rolling off the bed. Xiao Xuan, do you even have any shame left? You're a grown man, yet here you are, copying Xiao Xiao. Aren't you embarrassed? Ha. Shen Qingwan felt as if she had uncovered another side of Xiao Xuan, grinning from ear to ear. Alas, who told you not to cherish your husband? As Xiao Xuan spoke, he gently nudged his head against Shen Qingwan's delicate hand, causing her arm to tingle with a delightful sensation. All right, enough. I can't take it anymore. Shen Qingwan exclaimed, her cheeks ablaze, her heart racing like a frenzied drum. Since their marriage, this was the first time Xiao Xuan had acted so endearingly in front of her. Chapter 83. Preparing for the prenatal checkup upon hearing this. Xiao Xuan ceased his antics, his radiant eyes fixated on his beloved wife. My dear wife, does this mean you agree? He inquired with a playful glint in his eyes. You close your eyes. Shen Qingwan, feeling the intensity of Xiao Xuan's gaze, felt as if she might melt away, and couldn't he help but admonish him playfully. Hurry up, she insisted, turning her head away resolutely. All right, fine. Xiao Xuan pouted in defeat and shut his eyes. Only then did Shen Qingwan cautiously turn her head to glance at him. Seeing that he truly complied, her wildly fluttering heart began to settle. Taking a deep breath, she pinched her flushed cheeks, mentally encouraging herself. It was merely a kiss. What was there to fear? Yet, the thought alone made her heart race even faster. Shen Qingwan felt on the verge of collapse. Was she bolstering her courage or merely adding to her anxiety? Why was she becoming increasingly tense? Simultaneously, Xiao Xuan discreetly opened a sliver of his eyes, witnessing Shen Qingwan's frantic expression. His face flushed crimson, struggling to suppress his laughter. Ha. This little girl is just adorably irresistible. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Shen Qingwan managed to steady her breath and focused her gaze on Xiao Xuan's chiseled features. One could not deny that Xiao Xuan's looks were undeniably striking. With a prominent nose, large expressive eyes, and thin lips against slightly tanned skin, he exuded a robust masculinity that was profoundly attractive to women. Gulp. Shen Qingwan swallowed hard, gazing at the man before her, seemingly transported back to the day of their first blind date years ago. Hello, I'm Xiao Xuan, residing at number 18, Xiao Family Village. Hello. I'm Shen Qingwan. I live at Ha. Is this your first blind date? There's no need to be so nervous. Look at me. Just chat with me like you would with a friend from the village. I promise I won't bite, will I? Okay, that does make sense. At that time, Xiao Xuan was in his prime, his gaze towards her shimmering with light, igniting the first stirrings of affection in the young Shen Qingwan. In just a few short years, their relationship had seen its fair share of tumult. Fortunately, the Xiao Xuan she once knew had returned. With her eyes glistening, Shen Qingwan slowly leaned in for a kiss. Pop! As her lips brushed against Xiao Xuan's face, he felt an electric surge coursing through him, a delightful, tingling sensation overwhelming his senses. Yet, when he regained his composure, longing to savor the moment, that feeling had vanished. He opened his eyes and looked back at Shen Qingwan, who was now wrapped in a delicate blanket. Hey you, step outside for a moment. Shen Qingwan's muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket. Oh, all right, but don't stay wrapped up for too long. It's rather warm out. I know. Just hurry outside. Shen Qingwan urged once more. Okay, Xiao Xuan replied, shaking his head in resignation as he exited the room. After a few moments, When Shen Qingwan sensed that the commotion had subsided, she cautiously peeled back the blanket. Her face was flushed a deep crimson. She extended her delicate hand to cover her cheeks, pinching herself softly. What on earth is wrong with me? We're practically an old married couple. Yet just a single kiss leaves me so bashful. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan made his way to Wang Changgui's residence. Uncle Changgui, are you home? Ah, yes, yes, Wang Changgui replied, yawning as he stepped outside. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan offered an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry to disturb you, Uncle Changgui. Is Anne inside? It's nothing. She asked, still sleeping. Wang Changgui waved his hand dismissively. By the way, did you come see me for something? Having splashed some water on his face to wake himself up, he regarded Xiao Xuan with curiosity. He knew that the watermelons from Xiao Xuan's family had all sold out that morning. His visit surely wasn't tea about obtaining goods. Well, you see, Qingwan is over 3 months pregnant now. I thought, since tomorrow is relatively free, I'd take her to the town hospital for a checkup. It would ease our minds at home, wouldn't it? Xiao Xuan explained with a cheerful smile. Oh, I see. So, you're looking for. Uncle, don't you often help others with deliveries? Do you know any reliable private drivers who could take Qingwan and me to the hospital tomorrow? Ah, you've come to the right person. Wang Changgui chuckled, immediately understanding. He patted Xiao Xuan on the shoulder and took out his Nokia phone to make a call. In no time, the arrangements were made. All right, it's all set. Tomorrow morning at 8, he'll come to our village, taking care of everything. Just remember, the fare will be on you. Wang Changgui said with a grin. Really? Thank you so much, Uncle. It's nothing at all. Shoo. My wife is still sleeping inside. We wouldn't want to wake her. Noticing Xiao Xuan's excitement, Wang Changgui quickly signaled him to lower his voice. Oh, understood. Well then, Uncle, you should get back to your rest. I'll be on my way. MHM, remember to come to me next time you need help. Of course. Soon. Xiao Xuan exited Wang Changgui's courtyard. Now you must believe me, right? Almost the very moment he departed, a woman emerged from behind the door of Wang Changgui's living room. Chapter 84. Purchasing a mobile phone, why has this young man changed so much? Su Jiao, Wang Changgui's wife, furrowed her brow and mused aloud. Well, who cares about the reasons? Regardless, Xiao Xuan has achieved success now, so be careful with your words when you see him in the future. Wang Changgui chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. His success has nothing to do with us. Are you suggesting I treat him like a lord? Su Jiao shot him a disapproving glance, playfully scolding him. That is not necessary, but it would be wise to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Xuan. It can only benefit us, right? Indeed, that's true. Su Jiao nodded in agreement. Seeing that his wife finally acknowledged Xiao Xuan's transformation, Wang Changgui felt a surge of joy. Hey, my dear, do you think you might stop visiting your parents so often? If you keep running over there, people might think I've mistreated you, and that would not reflect well on me, would it? Wang Changgui inquired with a smile, leaning closer to Su Jiao, tentatively probing. You scoundrel! You're aware of how that would sound? Su Jiao retorted playfully, from now on, you better work hard, or else. Just as she was speaking, Su Jiao felt herself lifted off the ground, as Wang Changgui scooped her up in his arms. Indeed, my dear, you are absolutely right. Let's get to work. It has been quite some time since I indulged. After leaving Wang Changgui's home, Xiao Xuan did not head straight home, but instead made his way to Zhang Zhongfa's residence. Hey, Xinge, what brings you to my house? Before he even entered the courtyard, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Huh? Xiao Xuan paused, instinctively turning around. Before him stood Zhang Ergu, grinning widely as he approached, carrying a large bucket. The pungent odor that wafted towards Xiao Xuan nearly overwhelmed him. Hey, don't come any closer. Xiao Xuan pinched his nose, displaying a rather infamous expression that would become well-known years later. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Xinge. The bucket is full. I just want to empty it, and the smell is still quite strong. Zhang Ergu explained, scratching his head awkwardly as he realized the situation. In this era, the villagers of Xiao family village generally did not have restrooms. It would take several more years until new rural construction provided them. For their needs, the villagers relied on a few public toilets scattered around the village, though these facilities were in poor condition, often crawling with maggots. Typically, only older men frequented those places. As for children and some young adults, they usually set up a bucket at home to take care of business, emptying it once it was full. Though it was somewhat inconvenient, there was little alternative. Please go ahead and dispose of the bucket, Xiao Xuan said, still pinching his nose, his face wrinkled in distaste. Sure thing, Zhang Ergu replied with a silly grin, hurrying into the courtyard. Before long, he returned. Xiange, what brings you here? He asked straightforwardly. Xiao Xuan released his grip on his nose, ensuring the unpleasant odor had dissipated before letting out a long sigh of relief. There is nothing urgent at hand. Do you have a moment to accompany me to the street? I intend to purchase an electric bicycle. What? An electric bicycle? Zhang Ergu, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of surprise, though he soon reconciled with the notion. Given Xiao Xuan's current financial standing, he could easily afford not just an electric bicycle, but even compact car. Indeed, our household lacks even a bicycle, making outings quite inconvenient. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, let us just head out to buy a few items. Xiao Xuan nodded with a smile. Oh, that is reasonable. Wait for me a moment, I'll fetch the keys. Should we inform Uncle Zhongfa? Xiao Xuan instinctively inquired. No need, my father is currently sleeping like a log. If I wake him, I'll surely face his wrath with a belt in hand, Zhang Ergu quickly explained, shaking his large head vigorously like a rattling drum. Xiao Xuan, upon hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. At times, he genuinely found the Zhang father and son quite endearing. Before long, Zhang Ergu emerged with the motorcycle keys in hand. After a while of maneuvering the motorcycle out of the courtyard, he finally dared to twist the throttle. Xiange, hop on. All right. Xiao Xuan nodded and swung his long legs over the motorcycle. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the motorcycle glided smoothly towards the street. After approximately 20 minutes, they came to a halt in front of a mobile phone store. This mobile store had been operating in the vicinity for several years, and local villagers typically came here to purchase their phones. The owner, surnamed Xia, was a middle-aged man with a plump figure and a jovial demeanor. Xiange, aren't you here to buy an electric bicycle? Why we stopped here? Zhang Ergu queried, bewildered. What else would we be doing? I need to buy a phone. I lost my previous Nokia, and now there is not a single phone in the house. How inconvenient it is to communicate with others. Xiao Xuan sighed in exasperation, wishing he could travel back in time and deliver a few harsh slaps to himself. How could he be so reckless to lose a phone? Why not lose himself instead? If it had been before, it would have been fine, as there weren't many relatives and friends around. Even if he wished to visit Shen Qingwan's family, it would merely take a few dozen minutes. However, circumstances had changed. To progress, one must cultivate connections. And to establish connections, one must at least possess a means of communication. Oh, that makes sense. The two exchanged glances and stepped into the store. Upon entering, they found Boss Xia still indulging in his midday nap. The thunderous snores resonated through the air, causing discomfort to the eardrums. Clink, clink, clink. Zhang Ergu tapped on the glass counter a few times. Boss Xia, we have business. Who has arrived? Boss Xia, upon hearing Zhang Ergu's voice, instinctively straightened up, drool pooling on the table, oblivious to the dreams he had just been having. Haha, Boss Xia, were you dreaming of a beautiful woman? Look at all that drool. Zhang Ergu, being a frequent visitor to the street, had developed a friendly rapport with Boss Xia. Oh, ISNT this Ergu. Are you here to buy a phone? Boss Xia asked, momentarily taken aback. No, it's my Xiange who intends to make a purchase. Zhang Ergu shook his head, striding about the shop with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a distinguished leader. Upon hearing this, Boss Xia turned his gaze towards Xiao Xuan. Ah, you are from Xiao family village, aren't you, Boss Xiao? Boss Xia pinched his plump chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation before finally recalling. Indeed, Xiao Xuan nodded with a smile, his eyes beginning to scan the array of mobile phones beneath the counter. Boss Xia, elated by Xiao Xuan's confirmation, quickly rose to his feet, his round face beaming with delight. Hee, Boss Xiao, do you still have any watermelons left for sale? Ever since my wife tasted your watermelons, she has been pestering me to buy more every day, to the point where I dread going home. Alas, Boss Xia, I am truly sorry. We sold out of watermelons this morning. As you must know, Xiao Xuan raised an eyebrow and replied. Hearing this, Boss Xie's face flushed. I was just hoping you might have some stock left. Would you consider selling me a bit? I can offer you a 10% discount on the phones here. How about that? Boss Xie persisted, undeterred. Well, I do have some at home, but I cannot sell them. My wife is pregnant, and if I sell them, what will she eat? Xiao Xuan shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness, apologizing. Oh, I see, then that's fine. Boss Xie's expression turned somewhat disheartened. But you need not feel this way. I might come here to set up a stall in the near future, and then you will have another opportunity to purchase. Xiao Xuan chuckled as he patted the other man's shoulder. Really? Boss Xie's face lit up, resembling a cheerful child weighing over 200 pounds. Indeed, Xiao Xuan nodded with a smile. But you must notify me in advance. I wouldn't want to miss out and have them snatched away by others. Haha. The jolly jiggle of Boss Xie's flesh was a testament to his overwhelming happiness. All right, no problem. By the way, is this phone priced at 500? Xiao Xuan inquired, pointing at a Lenovo smartphone beneath the counter. Although there were several options nearby, he felt no need for extravagance. A phone merely serves as a communication tool. Excessive performance might lead the user to become overly absorbed in it. The emergence of the head-down generation in his past life was ample proof of this. Boss Xiao, you flatter me. As long as you desire it, I can let it go for 450, just as a gesture of friendship. Haha. Boss Xie replied with a hearty laugh, gently patting Xiao Xuan's shoulder twice with his chubby hand. What? Zhang Ergu exclaimed, his small eyes widening in astonishment. This frugal Boss Xie, who was usually stingy, was now offering Xiao Xuan a special deal, slashing 100 off the price in front of him. Xiao Xuan, however, was not overly surprised. He cast a casual glance at the man, silently acknowledging that he knew how to conduct business. In the world outside, connections are of utmost importance. This plump Boss Xie was evidently skilled at building relationships. Spending a little money to earn a favor from Xiao Xuan was a win-win situation. Though Xiao Xuan was aware of Boss Xie's ulterior motives, he did not refuse. Haha, then it's settled. Boss Xie, could you please give me 2 units? Upon hearing this, Boss Xie's smile noticeably stiffened. If you're unwilling, that's fine. How about I give you an extra 100 for the second one? Xiao Xuan said with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, what are you saying? 2 units it is. It's no trouble at all. Though he spoke lightly, the pain in his expression was unmistakable. Soon, Boss Xie retrieved 2 identical Lenovo phones from beneath the counter. Also, could you arrange a phone card for me? After some thought, Xiao Xuan pulled out his identification from his pocket. Although he had lost his previous phone, he had retained the phone card. The one he was purchasing now was, of course, intended for his wife. He often found himself busy, so acquiring a phone to alleviate her boredom seemed prudent. As for his mother, a Nokia would suffice. Giving her a smartphone would only complicate matters. Before long, the necessary paperwork was completed. Xiao Xuan inserted the phone card into the device, powered it on, and nodded slightly once he confirmed it was functional. Thanks. Boss, we're heading out now. With that, Xiao Xuan prepared to leave with Zhang Ergu. Noticing this, Boss Xie quickly called out, Hey, wait a moment. Both men looked at each other in confusion. Xiao boss, let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication in the future. Boss Xie said, somewhat bashfully rubbing his nose. Oh, that is fine, Xiao Xuan nodded. And soon they exchanged WeChat contacts. Observing the now empty WeChat interface, Xiao Xuan chuckled helplessly. This is actually my first time activating WeChat in this lifetime. After exiting the mobile phone shop, the two ventured to an electric bike store. As expected, the shopkeeper greeted Xiao Xuan with a beaming smile, throwing an arm around his shoulder and affectionately calling him Brother Xie. Ultimately, they struck a deal, purchasing a brand new green electric bike for 2,100 yuan. On the journey home, Zhang Ergu could hardly hide his envy as he watched Xiao Xuan ride his new electric bike. Why are you staring at my bike? Didn't you just buy a motorcycle not long ago? Xiao Xuan quipped, rolling his eyes. Well, isn't yours just newer? Zhang Ergu replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Before long, the two returned to the village. As they passed several homes, villagers discussed Xiao Xuan's electric bike in hushed tones. Xiao Xuan, is it a new electric bike? Li Dazhuang, lounging under a large cedar tree at the village entrance, asked with a grin as he spotted Xiao Xuan approaching. Yes, indeed. Just bought it from the market, Xiao Xuan replied with a smile. Oh, that must have cost over 2,000, right? Li Dazhuang stood up, admiring the bike with an envious expression. About that, Uncle, Qingwan is waiting for me at home, so I'll be on my way. All right, take care on the road. As Xiao Xian's figure receded into the distance, Li Dazhuang shook his head. He has changed so much in just a few days. Upon entering the village, Zhang Ergu did not accompany Xiao Xian to his home, but instead returned to his own, wishing to avoid witnessing the affectionate display between the two. Xiao Xian, riding an electric scooter, arrived at the doorstep of his childhood home. Beep beep. Xiao, engrossed in practicing her calligraphy at the dining table, abruptly heard the honking from outside and scampered out on her little legs. Upon seeing the brand new electric scooter at the entrance, she paused momentarily in surprise. Xiao, who has arrived? At that moment, Chen Xiaomei also emerged from the room. Due to previous similarities with other narratives, certain details were altered. The characters are now elder brother Xiao Xian, second brother Xiao Yan, and third sister Xiao. The author, being somewhat careless, requests that if anyone notices any unmodified sections, please comment under the reviews with specific chapter references. Thank you. Chapter 86. Xiao, help me beat him. Mom, Xiao. Xiao Xian greeted the two with a cheerful smile. It was only then that Xiao came to her senses, her face adorned with astonishment as she looked at her elder brother. Brother, whose electric scooter is this? It's so beautiful. The little girl's big eyes sparkled with wonder as she approached to examine the vehicle beneath her brother. After a while, Chen Xiaomei also grasped the situation. Hey, Xiao Xian, whose scooter is this? Quickly return it before it gets damaged. She hurried to Xiao Xian's side, her expression filled with urgency. Xiao Xian found himself both amused and exasperated by his mother and sister's reactions. Mom, Xiao, this is our scooter. What do you mean return it? He suppressed a chuckle as he spoke. What? The mother and daughter exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xian, are you saying the scooter is yours? Chen Xiaomei's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her son, stammering in astonishment. He indeed, isn't it beautiful? Xiao Xian's sharp features unconsciously displayed a hint of pride. To witness his mother's surprise once more, due to his transformation in this second life, was a truly joyous experience. Wow, brother, did you really buy this? Xiao, still a child, had not overthought the matter. Hearing Xiao Xian's words filled her with uncontainable joy. Of course. How could I deceive you? Come, hop on and feel it. I'll take you for a ride. Yay. You're the best, brother. The little girl squealed with delight, eagerly climbing onto the back seat of the scooter. Mom, I'm taking Xiao for a spin. Before Chen Xiaomei could respond, he twisted the throttle and sped off with the little girl. Hey, Xiao Xian, drive slowly and be careful. Got it. Xiao Xian's voice echoed back from a distance. Chen Xiaomei watched the retreating figures of her children, her eyes misty with emotion. Oh, how wonderful. Now Xiao Xian has made something of himself. The Xiao family has finally risen. She gazed skyward, envisioning a middle-aged man with a square face smiling down at her from afar. Hooray, we're home. Xiao Xian strolled with Xiao around the outskirts of the village for quite some time, returning only when the little girl's excited screams began to sound somewhat hoarse. Beep beep. As she hopped out of the car, she rushed to the side, gleefully pressing the horn. Sister-in-law, we're back. She shouted jubilantly while honking away. Before long, Hei and Shen Qingwan emerged from inside. Upon seeing Xiao and Xiao Xian, Shen Qingwan momentarily froze. However, her gaze was quickly drawn to the vibrant electric scooter parked nearby. Oh, Xiao Xian, whose new electric scooter is this? It looks splendid, she exclaimed, waddling over with her rounded belly, her eyes shimmering with envy. Sister-in-law, this isn't someone else's. It's what my brother bought. Xiao interjected eagerly before Xiao Xian could respond. The proud little expression on her face was as if she had purchased it herself. Xiao Xian, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle as he affectionately ruffled her hair. What? Is this really ours? Shen Qingwan gasped in surprise, covering her cherry lips with her hand. She widened her beautiful eyes, her voice trembling with disbelief. Of course. What do you think? Isn't it stylish? Once you've given birth, I'll take you for a ride. Xiao Xian replied with a grin. Yes. Just now my brother took me for a spin. It was so much fun. Xiao Xiao beamed, her bright eyes sparkling with pride. Listening to the banter between the siblings made Shen Qingwan's eyes involuntarily well up with tears. Noticing her emotional state, Xiao Xian felt a pang of urgency. Oh no, Xiao Xiao, hurry to the living room and fetch some tissues for your sister-in-law. She is going to start crying any moment now. Quick, quick, it's about to spill over, he exclaimed in a fluster. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Xiao burst into laughter. Ha ha, brother, you are so bad. Can't you see that sister-in-law is about to cry? You're doing it on purpose. Xiao Xian, Shen Qingwan retorted, her impending tears instantly retreating. She stormed over to Xiao Xian, raising her small fist as if to strike him. Yet, as her hand hovered in the air, her heart softened. Hee, what is the matter? Are you unable to strike your handsome husband? Xiao Xian teased with a mischievous grin, even flamboyantly tossing his bangs. You, Xiao Xiao, join me in teaching your brother a lesson. All right, before long. The two women began playfully pummeling Xiao Xian with punches and kicks. Hey dear, I'm sorry. Please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. Xiao Xian pleaded, feigning despair. Xiao Xiao, you little girl, how could you be so rough with your big brother? Oh dear, my waist. Please don't pinch my flesh. After a few minutes, Xiao Xian's hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and his pants were adorned with tiny footprints, leaving him in a rather comical state. Ha! Shen Qingwan and Xiao Xiao erupted into uncontrollable laughter at the sight. With a resentful glare directed at the two, Xiao Xian nonchalantly drove his electric scooter into the living room. Shen Qingwan and Xiao Xiao followed closely behind, immediately disregarding the brooding Xiao Xian to admire the strikingly stylish scooter. Wow, sister-in-law, look at this scooter. It's far more beautiful than my brother's. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it is much more attractive. Shen Qingwan nodded in agreement. Xiao Xian lamented, this is truly the bond of a devoted wife and a beloved sister. I find myself overshadowed, even by an electric scooter. Sighing, he stepped out of the living room to clean the mud stains left on his pants by the little girl. The two women exchanged a sly glance, both revealing a hint of mischievous smiles. Before long, Xiao Xian returned to the living room, only to find the two still engrossed in their admiration of the scooter, completely ignoring him. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he pondered, I believe I also bought a phone for someone. If they choose to disregard me, I shall gift it to Ergo. With a teasing tone, Xiao Xian inserted the key into the trunk and retrieved 2 phone bags. What's this? The two women turned in unison, their gazes fixed eagerly on the bags in Xiao Xian's hands. Brother, what is this? Xiao Xiao asked, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, I recall someone giving me a few kicks earlier. What was that person's name? Xiao something, yes, Xiao Xiao, right? That little brat. Just wait until I catch her next time. Xiao Xian said with a mock glare at Xiao Xiao. Brother, Xiao Xiao knows she was wrong. Please just show me. Xiao Xiao pleaded, moving closer and tugging at his clothing. Hey, let go. Whom did you learn this from? It's utterly embarrassing. No, just let me see. All right, I'll show you. Stop pestering me. Hee, I knew you were the best of me. The little girl beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. You little rascal. Xiao Xian shot her an exasperated glance before slowly opening the phone box to reveal 2 smartphones lying quietly within. Wow, smartphones. Both women gasped, their eyes widening in awe. Now, don't get your hopes up. Your sole task is to study diligently. You are absolutely forbidden from touching smartphones until you finish middle school. Understand? Xiao Xian warned, pulling the little girl back with a serious expression. Yes, I understand. Several boys in my class take such phones to school and often get scolded by the teachers. Xiao Xiao replied earnestly, nodding her head. In truth, such smartphones were relatively rare in rural areas, while children in cities had long been accustomed to them. Xiao Xiao mentioned that a few children likely acquired their smartphones from their parents at home. Seeing Xiao Xiao's understanding demeanor, Xiao Xian nodded with a look of satisfaction. Brother, may I come here often to watch my sister-in-law play? The little girl pondered for a moment before asking. Well, that is permissible. However, we must set a time limit to avoid excessive indulgence. Xiao Xian cautioned earnestly. Yes, understood. The little girl eagerly nodded in assurance. Subsequently, Xiao Xuan began to demonstrate the functions of the smartphone to the two of them. Fortunately, Shen Qingwan had attended primary school and recognized some Chinese characters, making it relatively easy for her to grasp. As for Xiao Xiao, her intelligence since childhood was undeniable. All right, that encompasses the main features. Have you both learned them? Yes, yes. They both nodded in unison. Now, you may play with it for a while. If you encounter any difficulties later, feel free to ask me. Xiao Xuan remarked as he handed the phone to Shen Qingwan's delicate hand. Upon receiving the phone, her lovely face radiated with delight. Ah, truly two little treasures. Xiao Xuan chuckled, shaking his head as he stepped out of the main room and settled into a chair in the yard to bask in the sun. After a while, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a man's voice came through on the other end. Hello, have you missed me after just a few hours? Huang Hui asked with a wide grin. Bah, you shameless fool. How disgusting. Xiao Xuan retorted through the screen, exasperated. Hee hee, go ahead, what do you need? I'll do my best to help you, brother. Hearing this, a warm sensation flowed through Xiao Xuan's heart. This guy truly had not changed at all. Chapter 88. Good, call me husband. You see, my wife has been pregnant for a while now. I was busy selling watermelons recently and couldn't take her for a checkup. So, I was thinking of taking her to the hospital in town tomorrow for an examination. I wanted to ask if you know anyone at the town hospital, as I'm concerned about long waiting times. Xiao Xuan expressed his thoughts candidly, and Huang Hui quickly grasped his intent. Hee hee, you have indeed come to the right person. I have a relative who works there. I'll inform her shortly, all right? By the way, do you have transportation on your side, or would you like me to pick you up? Huang Hui inquired with a broad smile, displaying great enthusiasm. No need, no need. We have already arranged for a car. We will set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xiao Xuan promptly declined. Although he had a good relationship with Huang Hui, he felt that if he were to trouble him over such trivial matters, it would not be brotherhood, but rather a burden. Oh, I see. Then, please call me when you arrive tomorrow morning. I'll have my wife prepare some dishes, and we can all enjoy a meal together. Huh? Huang Hui, really, there's no need to go through that trouble. Mind your own business. We'll return after the checkup. Why would he go to your house? Xiao Xuan quickly declined upon hearing this. Hey, that's rather inconsiderate of you. We've grown up together, so why act so distant? All right, it's decided then. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Hey, Huang Hui. Xiao Xuan intended to say more, but the call was already disconnected. This guy. Xiao Xuan gazed at the phone screen, shaking his head in resignation. An hour passed, and Xiao Xiao was also pulled back home by Chen Xiaomei. Xiao Xuan entered the living room, observing Shen Qingwan still engrossed in her phone, and approached her with a smile. Do you like it? He leaned closer, softly whispering in her ear. Ah, yes, I like it. Shen Qingwan was so absorbed in her activity that she hadn't noticed Xiao Xuan's approach. When she realized, her face flushed slightly. Well, that's good. But you should play for too long every day. Too much exposure to radiation isn't good for the baby. Mom, understand. Shen Qingwan nodded obediently. Seeing her in such a compliant demeanor, Xiao Xuan's eyes glimmered mischievously, and he chuckled, sigh. My dear wife, don't you think I prepared a surprise for you? Aren't you going to reward me? Xiao Xuan leaned on the table, looking at Shen Qingwan with bright, pleading eyes, hinting at something. Ah, I don't have anything to give you. Shen Qingwan replied, awkwardly. Who says you don't? Xiao Xuan grinned wickedly. Xiao Xuan, you're dreaming. I'm carrying a baby. Feeling the intensity of Xiao Xuan's gaze, a rather inappropriate image involuntarily flashed through Shen Qingwan's mind, making her face feel hot. She turned away, playfully scolding, sigh, what do you take me for? Of course, I'm not referring to that. Xiao Xuan, realizing her misunderstanding, shook his head in amusement. Ah, then what do you mean? Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed as she asked shyly. Shen Qingwan, how do I address you every day? Xiao Xuan straightened up, suddenly invigorated. Shen Qingwan paused, quickly catching on. Well, you just call me your wife, right? What's wrong with that? She cast him a shy glance. I call you wife every day. But what about you? You call me by my full name every day, and it's quite embarrassing for me. Xiao Xuan smirked, looking at her with a teasing expression. Huh? What do you want me to call you? Shen Qingwan seemed to sense Xiao Xuan's intention, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. Hee hee. Xiao Xuan grinned, gently lifting her chin with a finger. Be a good girl, call me husband. Chapter 89. Husband, what's wrong? Huh? Shen Qingwan was startled by Xiao Xuan's sudden action, her cheeks flushing crimson. What are you talking about? She hastily lowered her head, hardly daring to meet his gaze. Hee hee, I'm not speaking nonsense. Look, we have been married for several years now, haven't we? You have always addressed me by my full name. Doesn't that seem rather distant? Just look at those uncles and aunts in our village. Didn't they used to call each other that way when they first got married? With a playful smirk, Xiao Xuan explained methodically. Oh, what's the difference in how you call me? Why must it sound so cheesy? Shen Qingwan blushed like a ripe apple, making Xiao Xuan's heart race with excitement, wishing he could rush forward and take a bite. My dear, what's so cheesy about it? Isn't that how couples address each other? Besides, it fosters affection and facilitates deeper communication between us. Xiao Xuan explained patiently, his sincerity leaving Shen Qingwan with no room for criticism. Seeing her hesitation, Xiao Xuan felt a surge of joy. Hee, there's hope. But if you truly don't wish to, I won't force you. It's just that seeing other couples call each other so affectionately makes me sigh. He feigned a look of deep regret and stood up, preparing to leave. Hey, wait a moment. At that instant, Shen Qingwan suddenly called out to him. Xiao Xuan paused, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips, yet his expression remained unchanged, still feigning disappointment. What is it? He looked at his wife with a hint of confusion. Do you really want me to call you that? Shen Qingwan asked, her cheeks flushed crimson. Well, that depends on you. If you're unwilling, I cannot compel you. Xiao Xuan replied with a resigned shrug. Upon seeing this, Shen Qingwan's heart softened. Oh, how could I be so selfish when Xiao Xuan is considering my feelings? After all, we're already an old married couple. What's wrong with calling him husband? With this thought in mind, she bit her lip and looked up at Xiao Xuan. Then, I can only call you that when we're at home. No, it should be only when it's just the two of us. Is that all right? Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly reacted with a brilliant smile and asked eagerly, So, you mean that when we're at home, you'll call me that, right? Isn't that what you meant? Shen Qingwan furrowed her brows in confusion. Yes, indeed. Your understanding, my dear wife, is simply perfect. Xiao Xuan felt elated, laughing inwardly. What had initially been a fleeting whim to hear his wife call him husband had unexpectedly granted him a lifetime of joy. He, who would refuse such a delightful offer? Shen Qingwan looked at him with skepticism, sensing something odd about his demeanor. It seemed that Xiao Xuan noticed her scrutiny and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, my dear. Please don't look at me like that. I'm feeling a bit shy. At this moment, with no one else around, Xiao Xuan leaned closer to Shen Qingwan, the delicate fragrance emanating from her enveloping him in a sense of tranquility. Given the circumstances, Shen Qingwan found herself devoid of further excuses. She raised her gaze to meet Xiao Xuan's eyes, bit her lip, and slowly uttered a few words. Husband. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her heart raced as if a little deer were bounding within her chest. She covered her face, turning away in a flurry of embarrassment. How foolish of her to feel so shy over simply calling him husband. Xiao Xuan, however, paid little heed to her reaction. At that moment, the two words she had just spoken echoed incessantly in his mind. For others, husband might be an ordinary term, but for Xiao Xuan, it was anything but. After many years, to once again hear Shen Qingwan address him in such a manner stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Memories from a past life flooded his mind, and before he realized it, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Perhaps sensing something was amiss, Shen Qingwan discreetly turned her head to glance at him. Given Xiao Xuan's recent demeanor, she expected him to seize the moment after hearing her call him husband, and she had even prepared herself to flee if necessary. Yet what was this? Why was he so silent? Confused, she turned back, and upon catching sight of the tears glistening in the corners of Xiao Xuan's eyes, she froze momentarily. Xiao Xuan, why are you crying? I called you husband. She reached out her delicate hand, flustered, to wipe away his tears, feeling utterly at a loss. Xiao Xuan, feeling the gentle touch against his cheek, finally came to his senses. He gazed at his beloved wife and couldn't resist pulling her into a warm embrace. Shen Qingwan stiffened for a moment, but did not resist. Though she could not see Xiao Xuan's expression, she sensed he was indeed weeping. Hesitantly, she withdrew her hands and gently placed them on his back, awkwardly patting him twice. "Husband, what's wrong?" Despite her shyness, she managed to call out those two words once again. At that instant, Xiao Xuan exuded an odd vulnerability, akin to a lost child yearning for familial affection. "Don't move. Let me hold you," he murmured, burying his face in her hair, greedily inhaling her every scent. Everyone harbors fears, and his fear was of losing this woman before him once more. After several minutes, Xiao Xuan finally released his hold on her. "Are you all right?" Shen Qingwan offered him a tissue, gently wiping away the remnants of his tears. "Phew, I'm fine." Xiao Xuan took a deep breath and shook his head. "Oh, that's good." Shen Qingwan wisely refrained from probing further, which surprised Xiao Xuan slightly. "Wife, don't you want to know why I reacted that way just now?" He inquired tentatively. "Of course, I would like to, but as you previously mentioned, if I do not wish to call you husband, you would not compel me to do so. If you feel embarrassed to express something, I certainly would not press for further details," explained Shen Qingwan with a gentle smile. Chapter 90. My dear wife, do you believe in rebirth? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xuan felt a warmth enveloping his heart. His wife was indeed considerate. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "My dear wife, do you believe in rebirth?" "Rebirth?" Shen Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, shaking her head in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind Xiao Xuan's words. "Yes, perhaps this way of phrasing it will make it easier for you to understand. Recently, I had an exceptionally long dream, wherein I envisioned our future life together." "What exactly did you dream about?" Shen Qingwan inquired with interest, her large eyes blinking curiously, resembling an inquisitive child. Xiao Xuan glanced at her and began to speak slowly. "I dreamt that I lived a life filled with indulgence, treating you poorly. On the day you gave birth, I did not even go to the hospital, and ultimately, both you and our child were lost." Shen Qingwan sat quietly beside him, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, revealing no discernible change, as though she were listening to Xiao Xuan narrate a bedtime story. Xiao Xuan inhaled deeply and continued. "When your family received this news, they came directly to confront me." He recounted his past life experiences to his wife in a uniquely captivating manner. However, Shen Qingwan's calm demeanor astonished him greatly. He could not discern a hint of emotional fluctuation from her, which was quite peculiar. "My dear wife, are you not the least bit angry?" Xiao Xuan asked tentatively. "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Shen Qingwan replied, her face breaking into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, breathtakingly enchanting. "Ultimately, it is merely a dream. What matters is that my husband is now a good man, a truly wonderful man. He treats me, his sister, his mother, and even our neighbors with immense kindness. I cherish the man he has become." Shen Qingwan nestled in Xiao Xuan's embrace, speaking softly. Listening to his wife's words, Xiao Xuan felt a lump form in his throat. 2 tears brimmed in his eyes, but were quickly stifled. Tears are a sign of weakness. He, Xiao Xuan, would not allow himself to weep so easily again. A day swiftly passed. The following morning, Xiao Xuan and his wife rose early, completed their morning routines, and prepared the necessary items before sitting in the courtyard, ready to head for a prenatal checkup. At a little past 8 o'clock, a Wuling Hongguang came to a halt in front of their home. Shortly thereafter, Wang Changge entered the courtyard accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Uncle Changge," Xiao Xuan exclaimed upon seeing them, quickly rising to greet him. "Ha, you two lovebirds are up quite early. Come, let me introduce you. This is Sun Bing, a longtime friend of mine who drives around the streets," Wang Changge cheerfully introduced. "Oh, Uncle Sun, thank you for your assistance today." Xiao Xuan approached warmly, extending a cordial greeting to the man. "Haha, what is Boss Xiao talking about? Just a couple of days ago, I bought a watermelon from your place." Sun Bing usually solicits passengers near the bus station, where the foot traffic is more substantial, allowing news to spread quickly. He had heard someone mention a watermelon vendor on the street, and on his way back, he decided to buy one, not expecting it to be so delicious. "Oh, how could I forget such a thing? Haha." The few of them exchanged a few words and soon became familiar with one another. Xiao Xuan had already informed his mother about taking Shen Qingwan for a prenatal checkup, so there was no need for her to worry. After gathering their belongings and locking the door, Xiao Xuan assisted Shen Qingwan onto the road before they finally got into the car. By the way, uncle, I have a friend in town who wants me to join him for lunch, so haha, it's nothing. I can also pick up passengers on my way back. Sun Bing immediately understood Xiao Xian's implication, smiling and waving his hand. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Xian expressed his gratitude repeatedly. In the countryside, what brings Xiao Xian the most comfort is the simplicity of the people here. Although there are a few individuals who often try to be clever, it is harmless. Interacting with these folks makes Xiao Xian feel at ease. No worries at all. Soon, an hour and a half had passed, and the vehicle came to a halt in front of the town hospital. Before getting out, Xiao Xian spotted a familiar figure standing by the roadside, looking around as if waiting for someone. Huang Hui, over here. Xiao Xian leaned out and waved. I'm coming. Upon hearing the voice, Huang Hui immediately ran over. After paying the fare, Xiao Xian thanked Sun Bing and then alighted from the car with Shen Qingwan. Alas, I told you not to come, yet here you are? Xiao Xian said with a hint of helplessness. Why be so polite? I'm not busy lately, so I thought I'd come and guide you, saving you time, right? Huang Hui said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. All right then, I want to be polite. Guided by Huang Hui, the three of them soon entered the hospital. Hey, let me tell you, just go ahead and register under my aunt's name. She is an expert in this field. I've already given her a heads up, and she will provide you with additional information. Connections are of utmost importance, no matter where you are. Just like now, if Xiao Xian had contacted Huang Hui and had come with his wife like a headless chicken, wasting time will be the least of his concerns. The most troubling part is that some doctors are particularly irresponsible, hastily offering a few words before ushering you out, which not only wastes the cost of the prenatal checkup, but might also necessitate another visit. Moreover, there is no guarantee that a similar situation won't arise next time. Well, that is splendid. Xiao Xian nodded, and soon he took Shen Qingwan to register. Huang Hui did not accompany them, bidding farewell to the two before heading to the adjacent market to buy groceries. Since the prenatal checkup would take quite some time, waiting idly there would be a waste. It was better to stroll outside. Before long, Xiao Xian successfully registered. Sitting in the waiting area with Shen Qingwan, they quietly anticipated the call of her name. Perhaps it was due to this being her first prenatal examination that Shen Qingwan appeared somewhat anxious. Her delicate hands fidgeted restlessly, and beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead. Alas, my dear, please do not be so tense. Your anxiety is making me feel a bit unsettled as well, Xiao Xian said, gently patting her fragrant shoulder in an attempt to console her. I'm not nervous. Just Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Huh, you claim you're not nervous, yet your words are so disjointed, Xiao Xian chuckled, unable to suppress a laugh at her adorably foolish demeanor. Shen Qingwan began, but before she could continue, she suddenly felt a warm sensation on the back of her hand. She widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Xiao Xian in surprise. Gradually, under Xiao Xian's comforting presence, her heart, which had been racing due to anxiety, began to calm. After what felt like an eternity, her number was finally called. Go on in, relax. And if anything arises, just call for me, he encouraged. Typically, men are not permitted in such departments, so although he felt concerned, he could only await her return outside. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingwan stepped inside with small, tentative strides. Qingwan, is it? Sitting across from her was a slightly plump middle-aged woman with a warm smile that exuded comfort. Shen Qingwan nodded obediently. Haha, relax, don't be so tense. Suddenly, noticing Shen Qingwan's reserved demeanor, chuckled gently. I understand, Shen Qingwan replied, knowing well that her name would be displayed when she registered. So she was not surprised by Sun Li's introduction. All right, I may need to ask you some rather personal questions, so I hope you won't feel shy. Despite having only just met, Sun Li, being an experienced obstetrician, could easily discern Shen Qingwan's general disposition and thus offered a gentle warning before proceeding with the consultation. I understand. Shen Qingwan nodded earnestly, her expression serious as if she were about to step onto a battlefield. Sun Li, bemused by her seriousness, shook her head and began inquiring about some basic details. How far along are you? About 3 months, nearing 4. What? Upon hearing her response, Sun Li could not help but exclaim in surprise. Oh, what's wrong? Shen Qingwan asked, startled by Sun Li's reaction. Oh, it's nothing serious. This is your first prenatal visit. Isn't it? Yes. Shen Qingwan nodded vigorously. How curious. A belly this pronounced at under 4 months? Could it possibly be twins? Sun Li furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Shen Qingwan's abdomen, which appeared noticeably larger than that of an average expectant mother. Dr. Sun, is something wrong? Is there an issue with my baby? Due to the softness of the other woman's voice, Shen Qingwan could not discern her words clearly. Seeing the frown on Sun Li's face, a flicker of concern crossed her delicate features as she feared a troubling diagnosis. Oh, no. Sun Li quickly recovered and waved her hand apologetically. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingwan felt a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, Sun Li proceeded to pose several questions. Despite some inquiries touching upon personal matters, Shen Qingwan answered each one candidly, leaving no detail unaddressed. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. It seemed as though Dr. Sun had something significant to convey. Finally, after gathering the essential information, Sun Li capped her pen and addressed Shen Qingwan. Qingwan, here's the thing. Based on your account, it appears that your baby may not have received adequate nutrition in the preceding months. However, what truly puzzles me is that your abdomen seems to be larger than that of others. Then what should I do? Shen Qingwan asked, her voice tinged with alarm. Do not panic just yet. When you go for the examination shortly, pay close attention to the ultrasound. I suspect that you may be carrying more than one child. Sun Li contemplated before articulating her thoughts. Well, what? Are you suggesting that I might be having twins? Shen Qingwan exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and delight illuminating her face. Please, try not to get too excited. This is merely my conjecture. The specifics will be revealed through the examination. Here, take these forms and queue for the checkup. Otherwise, it will become quite crowded. Sun Li handed several forms to her, offering a gentle reminder. All right, thank you, Dr. Sunday. I shall proceed. Take care. As Shen Qingwan exited the room, the astonishment on her face had yet to fade. What happened? How did the examination go? Almost the instant Shen Qingwan stepped out of Dr. Sun's office, Xiao Xuan appeared before her, his expression urgent. Startled by this sudden encounter, Shen Qingwan instinctively stepped back a few paces. Fortunately, Xiao Xuan was quick on his feet and promptly steadied her. Xiao Xuan, you startle me. Shen Qingwan gasped, her heart racing. I apologize, my dear. I was just so anxious. Xiao Xuan replied, his face filled with remorse. It's all right. I didn't fall. Shen Qingwan reassured him with a smile, feeling reluctant to scold him. By the way, what did Dr. Sun say? Is your health all right? Hearing Xiao Xuan's words warmed Shen Qingwan's heart. It was evident that she held the utmost importance in his thoughts. She smiled gently and waved her hand. Rest assured, I'm fine. It's just a baby, what is it? Xiao Xuan's brow furrowed with concern. Dr. Sun mentioned that my abdomen is larger than that of an ordinary pregnant woman, and I might be expecting twins. Shen Qingwan lowered her head and gently caressed her round belly, feeling a blend of anxiety and anticipation within her. Oh, I see. However, Xiao Xuan's reaction left her somewhat astonished. His calm demeanor suggested he had anticipated this outcome all along. Xiao Xuan, why do you appear so unperturbed? Shen Qingwan inquired, raising her gaze to the man before her. Sighing, he replied, what is there to be happy about? The more children you bear, the greater the pain you endure during childbirth. If I could, I would gladly share some of that burden with you. Xiao Xuan sighed again, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He was acutely aware of how many children were nestled within Shen Qingwan, yet there was little he could do. The babies could not be extracted from him. A soft laugh escaped Shen Qingwan, unable to contain herself at his words. What nonsense! Since when do men give birth? She shot him an exasperated glance, but warmth enveloped her heart at his earlier sentiments. Enough of that. Let us hurry and join the queue. Otherwise, we shall run out of time. All right. Chapter 92. The quadruplets. The array of examinations required for the prenatal checkup was extensive. Ultrasounds, blood tests, vaginal swabs, ECGs, and more. Each task required queuing, necessitating a swift individual capable of navigating the chaos. Over an hour passed, and under Xiao Xuan's guidance, Shen Qingwan had completed most of her tests. The final and most significant task was the ultrasound. Number 36, Shen Qingwan. A female doctor's voice echoed from the room shortly thereafter. Despite Xiao Xuan's numerous attempts to provide comfort, Shen Qingwan still felt a twinge of nervousness, her delicate features betraying her apprehension. Please lie down, a female doctor instructed in a neutral tone. Shen Qingwan nodded and reclined on the examination table. Before long, the doctor began maneuvering the instrument across her abdomen. This is your second prenatal visit, correct? The doctor inquired, attempting to ease Shen Qingwan's tension through casual conversation. No, not at all. This is my first time. Shen Qingwan shook her head. What? You? The doctor began, but was abruptly interrupted by another female doctor, responsible for reviewing the computer, who suddenly gasped. Hey, Li Hong, are you out of your mind? You nearly startled me. The first doctor exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest, glaring at her colleague. However, Li Hong remained unfazed. Her eyes fixed on the computer screen, wide with astonishment. Four gestational sacs. Li Hong rubbed her eyes in disbelief, questioning whether fatigue had blurred her vision. What? Li Hong, are you insane? How? Oh my heavens, there truly are 4. The doctor cast a casual glance at the computer screen, and upon seeing the unmistakable 4 distinct black circles, she stood frozen in shock. Lying anxiously on her bed, Shen Qingwan listened intently to the conversation between the two individuals, utterly perplexed by the mention of the gestational sacs. Excuse me, doctor, is something wrong with my child? She could not restrain herself from asking. Oh, not at all, dear. Please don't worry. Dr. Li Hong quickly responded, attempting to reassure Shen Qingwan. Oh, that is a relief. Shen Qingwan sighed slightly, feeling a measure of comfort. However, the next statement from Li Hong startled her. My dear, after years of working here, today has truly opened my eyes. For entire babies, you are quite remarkable. What? Shen Qingwan momentarily froze, her mind racing with an incredibly surreal notion. You're expecting quadruplets, dear. At that moment, the female doctor beside her could not help but interject, her tone brimming with envy. It is essential to note that they examined thousands of pregnant women daily in their line of work. The occurrence of quadruplets was exceedingly rare, with even triplets and twins being a scarce phenomenon. Thus, their astonishment upon seeing the 4 gestational sacs displayed on the screen was entirely understandable. They were genuinely curious about the extraordinary man who could father such a multitude of children at once. F4 babies? Shen Qingwan's expression stiffened, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at them. Yes. Your situation is truly once in a century. What a blessing indeed. Shen Qingwan's mind went blank, unable to absorb the words of the female doctor beside her. She stared vacantly at the ceiling, her thoughts consumed by Xiao Xuan. If only she could rush out and share this wonderful news with him at once. Surely, he would be overjoyed upon hearing it. Strange. Have you noticed how well-developed these 4 gestational sacs are? As Shen Qingwan marveled at the situation, Dr. Li Hong suddenly spoke up. Indeed, you're right. It seems they are doing exceptionally well. Your family must be quite well off then. No, not at all. Shen Qingwan replied hastily as realization struck her. That's peculiar. Your gestational sacs are developing better than those of some twin pregnancies. Does your family frequently provide you with supplements or the like? Not that I know of, but I've been eating meat quite often lately. Could that be the reason? Shen Qingwan pondered aloud. Well, that has little to do with it. If eating meat could enhance fetal development, wouldn't every pregnant woman be clamoring to buy meat? Li Hong waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she explained. Oh, so might this have any adverse effects on the baby? Not at all. In fact, if this momentum continues, your delivery will be much smoother. And if a natural birth is possible, that will be even better. Really? Shen Qingwan's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Absolutely. However, considering that you are expecting quadruplets, I recommend that you come in for checkups more frequently, as many pregnancies can be quite unstable. If any issues arise with the children, it would be regrettable. Thank you for the reminder. Well, the examination is nearly complete, so you may step out for now, Li Hong said with a slight smile to Shen Qingwan. Soon, Shen Qingwan exited the ultrasound room amidst the envious gazes of the two women. Sigh, look at that husband of hers, managing to father four at once. As for mine, oh please, the child is practically old enough to run errands, yet he still dares to utter such words in my presence. I've been married for over 2 years with no sign of a response at all. I often urge him to undergo a male examination, but that stubborn man simply refuses, insisting it must be my issue. I couldn't help but laugh. Tonight, I will have a serious discussion with him. If all else fails, I might just consider giving him a taste of his own medicine. What is the update? On the way to Sun Li's office, Xiao Xuan asked eagerly. Shen Qingwan paused, turned to face him, and revealed a breathtaking smile. Xiao Xuan, the doctor said, I am expecting quadruplets. She emphasized the last 3 words, deliberately adding weight to her tone. Ha! Indeed it is quadruplets. You are absolutely amazing, my dear, Xiao Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, jumping joyfully down the corridor like a child. Passers-by glanced over, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they regarded the couple with bemusement. Oh, Xiao Xuan, please don't act this way. There are so many people watching. Feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes, Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and she quickly tugged at Xiao Xuan's shirt to remind him. Apologies for the late update. I had a lot on my plate today. The author seeks a 5-star rating, requesting your support for free short videos and updates. Chapter 93. Take good care of your wife after returning home. Oh, understood. Xiao Xuan finally grasped the situation and blushed as he glanced around. Let us hurry to find Dr. Sun and see what she has to say. Yes. The two swiftly navigated through the crowd and arrived at Sun Li's office. Oh, Qingwan, you finished the examination so quickly? Sun Li observed Shen Qingwan, whose face was aglow with mild surprise. Yes, my husband is rather swift on his feet, so we didn't spend much time in line. Oh, I see. It seems your husband truly cares for you. Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed at the comment, but she nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let us take a look at the examination report. Of course. Sun Li donned a pair of glasses and began to examine the report closely. The electrocardiogram and blood pressure seem quite normal. The ultrasound results. Upon seeing Shen Qingwan's ultrasound results, her expression shifted dramatically, first to curiosity, then confusion, and finally, her eyes widened in shock. 4 quadruplets? She gasped, her mouth agape, murmuring in disbelief. Qingwan, are you really expecting quadruplets? Sun Li was momentarily taken aback, her gaze returning to Shen Qingwan, utterly astonished. Indeed, Shen Qingwan smiled gently, nodding in affirmation. My goodness, no wonder you're so large at just 4 months. I initially thought it was twins, Sun Li murmured, her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Shen Qingwan. What kind of man could achieve such a feat? At that moment, seated in the family waiting area, Xiao Xuan suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted the attention of several women because of Shen Qingwan. Dr. Sun, are the babies all right? Although Li Hong and others had previously reassured her, Shen Qingwan still felt a twinge of anxiety and sought confirmation from Sun Li. Oh, there's absolutely no problem. Everything is perfectly normal, and the babies are developing splendidly. Oh, that's a relief. Upon hearing this, the weight on Shen Qingwan's heart finally lifted. After all, Sun Li was introduced by Huang Hui, making her words more persuasive to Shen Qingwan. However, you must take good care of your health when you return home. Have your husband prepare nutritious meals for you. Try to stay indoors as much as possible. With your condition, any bumps or bruises could be detrimental to the babies. Sun Li continued, offering a plethora of advice, almost as if the children in Shen Qingwan's womb were her own. Feeling deeply touched by Sun Li's concern, Shen Qingwan repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Dr. Sun, thank you so much for today. Oh, it's nothing. Just remember the points I mentioned and make sure to come for regular checkups. By the way, you use WeChat, right? You can add me, and if you have any questions later, feel free to consult me there. Of course, there's no charge, Sun Li said, casually opening her phone. Thank you. Shen Qingwan was overwhelmed with emotion. She and Sun Li were merely acquaintances. Even with Huang Hui's recommendation, Sun Li had no obligation to extend such kindness. Shen Qingwan knew she would never forget this gesture. Before long, they exchanged WeChat information, and Sun Li cheerfully escorted Shen Qingwan out of the office. Qingwan. Upon seeing Shen Qingwan finally emerge, Xiao Xuan let out a sigh of relief. After an hour inside, he had begun to worry that something was amiss. You must be Xiao Xuan. Sun Li instantly recognized his identity. The way he looked at Shen Qingwan was unmistakable. Oh, Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Aunt Sun, I truly appreciate your assistance today. He approached Sun Li, expressing his gratitude profusely. Oh, it's no trouble at all. That rascal Huang Hui nagged me for half the day yesterday. I had no choice but to help. Ha! Xiao Xuan felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Don't overthink it. I was merely joking. By the way, you must be aware that Qingwan is expecting quadruplets? Sun Li smiled gently, her face radiating warmth as she looked at Xiao Xuan and said, Well, upon returning, you must take good care of your wife. Do you understand? Quadruplets. You must be quite fortunate to have married such a wonderful spouse. Her gaze shifted to Shen Qingwan, and with a beaming expression, she earnestly reminded Xiao Xuan. Yes, I understand. Xiao Xuan replied with a serious demeanor. All right, you two may head back now. I still have some matters to attend to. After expressing his gratitude once more, Xiao Xuan finally took Shen Qingwan's hand and exited the hospital. Observing the exuberant smile on his face, Shen Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiao Xuan, could you tone it down a bit? Can't you see how people are looking at you, as if you're a fool? Shen Qingwan teased, tugging at the corner of his shirt while covering her mouth with a light laugh. Ha! While others may mock my eccentricity, I find joy in their inability to comprehend. Why should we care about others? As long as we are happy, that's what matters. Ha! Quadruplets. I'm going to have 4 all at once. My dear wife, do praise me. Shen Qingwan, blushing, shot him a resentful glare and replied through gritted teeth. After all this, is that what you have on your mind? Praise you? Absolutely not. With that, she turned away in indignation. Hey, my dear wife, don't be upset. I was just... At that moment, a familiar voice called out from a distance, and both of them paused in their tracks. Xiao Xuan turned to see Huang Hui approaching them with a broad smile, waving enthusiastically. Chapter 94. A visit to Huang Hui's home before long. The two arrived at Huang Hui's place. Quick, hop in. My wife has prepared a feast at home, eagerly awaiting the two of you at the table. As they traveled, Xiao Xuan and Shen Qingwan settled into the back seat while Huang Hui drove. By the way, how did your sister-in-law's examination turn out? Everything went smoothly, I hope? Huang Hui glanced in the rearview mirror with a cheerful inquiry. Yes, quite well. I heard you were chatting with Aunt Sun about this yesterday for quite a while. Xiao Xuan nodded in response. Alas, I had no choice. If I didn't repeat myself a few times, she would likely forget the moment she turned away. What could I do? Huang Hui sighed with a wry smile. Regardless. I truly appreciate your assistance today. In the future, when you're older, my 4 little ones will surely remember your kindness. Xiao Xuan grinned proudly. Hey, you little rascal. Did you just say 4 little ones? What do you mean by that? Huang Hui asked, suddenly alert. Well, it's just quadruplets. Xiao Xuan casually draped an arm over the back seat, nonchalantly propping up his leg, and began to shake it with exuberance, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Quadruplets? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Huang Hui craned his neck, stealing glances at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Hey, just focus on driving. What a joyous occasion, yet you seem intent on transforming it into a lament. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Xuan promptly interjected. I understand. Are you truly speaking the truth, my friend? Huang Hui, still unconvinced, straightened his posture and continued to inquire. Brother Hui, Xiao Xuan is not deceiving you. I am indeed expecting quadruplets. At this moment, Shen Qingwan could not restrain herself and interjected. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Hui's mouth fell open in astonishment, his expression akin to that of a ghost. Quadruplets? Xiao Xuan, you are truly remarkable. Huang Hui's face was a canvas of shock as he gave a thumbs up to Xiao Xuan in the back seat. It's nothing extraordinary, merely a stroke of luck. Upon receiving the compliment, Xiao Xuan felt elated, his pride evident despite his modest words. Soon, Huang Hui drove the car into the parking lot of his residential community. After disembarking, he led Xiao Xuan and his wife directly towards his home. "My dear, I have returned." Standing at the door, Huang Hui, with a beaming smile, rang the doorbell and called out, "Ah, I'm coming, I'm coming." Almost immediately, a woman's voice responded from within. Creak. With a sound, the door swung open, revealing a woman before the three of them. The woman's figure could not be described as particularly appealing. In fact, one might say she was slightly plump. However, her skin was exceptionally fair. A prominent mole adorned the corner of her mouth, giving her the appearance of someone who had just finished a meal without cleaning up properly. A gentle smile graced her face as she looked warmly at Xiao Xuan and his wife. "Ah, so this is the lovely Qingwan's sister. She truly is beautiful." Without waiting for Huang Hui to introduce her, Tao Hua stepped forward, enthusiastically taking Shen Qingwan's hand. Shen Qingwan appeared somewhat uncomfortable, clearly unaccustomed to such an unexpected encounter. Observing this, Huang Hui quickly addressed his wife. "Oh dear, what are you doing? Don't frighten her." "Oh, right, my apologies. I was simply so delighted to meet Qingwan that I forgot to introduce myself." Tao Hua seemed to be the kind of person who was quite carefree. Upon hearing her husband's reminder, she immediately realized her oversight. With a slight smile, she turned to introduce herself to Xiao Xuan and his wife. "Hello, my name is Tao Hua, and I am the wife of this rascal." As she spoke, Tao Hua casually glanced at Huang Hui. The simplicity of the gesture caused Huang Hui's eyelids to twitch in response. "Oh dear, my wife truly leaves me no dignity in front of my friends." Upon hearing Tao Hua's introduction, Shen Qingwan could not help but burst into laughter. This woman has quite the sense of humor. Come, don't just stand outside. Let's go inside. The meal is ready, and we've been waiting for you." Tao Hua, with a warm smile, appeared quite welcoming. As she spoke, she continued to chatter incessantly after the two entered the house. Huang Hui, observing his wife's enthusiastic demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. "Mother." As a few individuals engaged in light-hearted banter, a tender voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted towards a nearby desk, where a charming young boy curiously peered in their direction. "Xiao Xing, come over here and greet Uncle Xiao and Aunt Shen." Huang Hui was the first to respond, his face beaming with a smile as he gestured for the boy to approach. "Oh," Huang Xing obediently replied, then made his way over. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Upon reaching the group, the little Huang Xing politely greeted Shen Qingwan and the others. "Ah, hello." Shen Qingwan quickly reciprocated the greeting. It was the first time in her life that she had been addressed as aunt, an experience that felt peculiar, neither upsetting nor entirely comfortable. Xiao Xuan affectionately ruffled Huang Xing's hair and turned to Huang Hui, inquiring, "Wow, it's been over a decade since we last met, and I can hardly believe how much your child has grown. Why didn't you mention him before?" "Oh, it's nothing much to talk about." "All right, Xiao Xing. Hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat." Huang Hui chuckled, waving his hand dismissively before inviting everyone to take a seat. Before long, steaming dishes filled with delectable food were served at the dining table. "Haha, Xiao Xuan, Qingwan, I must confess, I am rather clumsy in the kitchen and not particularly skilled at cooking, so please don't mind me," Tao Hua said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she placed the last dish of vegetables on the table. Having dined at Xiao Xuan's home previously, Huang Hui was aware of Shen Qingwan's culinary prowess and had specifically urged his wife to prepare an exquisite meal today. However, it was evident that culinary skills do not improve overnight, and they would have to make do with what was available. "Oh, it's perfectly fine. The food looks quite delightful already. Sister Tao Hua, do sit down and enjoy the meal." Perhaps influenced by Tao Hua's demeanor, Shen Qingwan also relaxed considerably, waving her hand and smiling at her. "Ha, Sister Qingwan, you are quite the charmer. My husband complains daily about my cooking." After washing her hands, Tao Hua soon took a seat as well. "By the way, Huang Hui, where are your parents? I haven't seen them around." While enjoying the meal, Xiao Xuan suddenly recalled this matter and inquired curiously. "Oh, they went on a trip. They likely won to return for at least 3 to 5 days. Huang Hui set down his chopsticks and explained with a cheerful demeanor. Traveling? Shen Qingwan instinctively asked. Yes, after earning a bit of money over the years. My father no longer runs the shop, and staying at home all day can be tedious for them. So, they frequently go on trips to relax and rejuvenate. After all, a little movement can be beneficial for their health, don't you think? Chapter 95. This profession is quite profound. I fear you may not be able to grasp it. Oh, that's good to hear. Xiao Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Huang Hui's parents are indeed fortunate to have such a devoted and capable son. Ultimately, the pursuit of a carefree life, what we all seek in our time on this earth. Xiao Xuan firmly believes that in the days to come, he will undoubtedly enable his family to live freely and effortlessly. Soon, after a few dozen minutes, everyone at the table felt their bellies becoming somewhat bloated. After finishing his meal, Xiao Huangxing retreated to his room for a midday rest, while Shen Qingwan was drawn aside by Tao Hua for a casual chat. Although she did not relish gossiping like the other women in the village, she found herself intrigued by some of the topics Tao Hua discussed. As for Xiao Xuan and Huang Hui, they lingered at the dining table, engaging in a casual conversation. By the way, Xiao Xuan, how had you been contemplating that greenhouse project you mentioned last time? Huang Hui suddenly recalled and casually inquired. Well, I have pretty much made up my mind. You know that patch of wasteland behind our village hill? I intend to clear it and plant some vegetables and fruits. Xiao Xuan replied after sipping some tea. Oh, that sounds rather troublesome, doesn't it? Huang Hui asked, surprised. He was aware of the wasteland Xiao Xuan spoke of, recalling how they used to play hide and seek there when they were children. However, the area was overgrown with weeds, and he figured they would need to hire someone to clear it. Indeed, but it's not a significant issue, Xiao Xuan said calmly, nodding. That's good to hear. But constructing a greenhouse isn't cheap. If you really plan to clear that land and then build a greenhouse, it would likely cost several tens of thousands. If you lack that kind of money, I could lend you a hand, Huang Hui said seriously, his demeanor turning earnest. Haha, don't worry. I have it all under control. Xiao Xuan chuckled, patting Huang Hui's broad shoulder, feeling immensely touched. By the way, do you have any stores nearby that wholesale vegetable and fruit seeds? At this point, Xiao Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked. Yes, why? Do you want to check it out? Huang Hui nodded and replied. Really? That's wonderful. Are you free right now? Let's go take a look. Xiao Xuan exclaimed with excitement. Wait a moment, don't rush off. I need to grab the car keys. Huang Hui responded, striding swiftly towards the room. Hey, what has got you in such a hurry? At that moment, Tao Hua, deeply engrossed in conversation with Shen Qingwan, noticed her husband's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but ask. Oh, I'm just heading out with Xiao Xuan for a bit. You keep the younger siblings company at home, Huang Hui casually explained before diving into the room. Before long, Huang Hui emerged, ready to take Xiao Xuan outside. However, Xiao Xuan hesitated slightly, glancing at Shen Qingwan with an expression that seemed to convey his reluctance. Don't worry about me. Just go ahead. Shen Qingwan smiled brightly, seemingly sensing Xiao Xuan's concerns. Xiao Xuan, your sister-in-law will be here with me. So what is there to worry about? Huang Hui remarked, bemused by his brother's protective nature towards his wife. All right, you stay here and don't wander off. Before leaving, Xiao Xuan reiterated his instructions to Shen Qingwan, feeling reassured as he departed. Bang! As the door was firmly shut, Shen Qingwan gazed at the retreating figure, her exquisite visage adorned with a charming smile. Hee, Qingwan, Xiao is truly wonderful to you, exclaimed Tao Hua, who observed the scene with envious eyes glimmering like peach blossoms. The thought of her own partner's carefree demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within her. Tonight, I shall certainly administer a fitting punishment. How could he be so oblivious to cherishing his own wife? Hey, Tao Hua, all you do is tease me. Shen Qingwan, recovering from her reverie, felt a blush creep on her cheeks as she playfully glared at her friend. Haha, why are you so shy? Meanwhile, after Xiao Xuan and Huang Hui exited the premises, they hopped into their vehicle and set off towards a shop specializing in wholesale seeds. By the way, Xiao Xuan, have you decided what to plant? Don't let a momentary whim lead you to squander the hard-earned money. On the road, Huang Hui deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, offering a friendly warning. As a professional fruit buyer, he had witnessed numerous individuals fall into bankruptcy due to poor market positioning. Therefore, before Xiao Xuan embarked on his venture, he deemed it necessary to provide a precautionary counsel. Yes, I have long since made up my mind, Xiao Xuan replied with a serene expression, his gaze fixed on the swiftly passing scenery, a confident smile gracing his lips. Oh, what do you intend to cultivate? Huang Hui inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. He sensed a distinct change in Xiao Xuan. He seemed to exude newfound confidence. Primarily strawberries and cherry tomatoes, with a portion reserved for various other vegetables and fruits. Xiao Xuan answered nonchalantly. I see. That's certainly feasible. After all, the market for strawberries and cherry tomatoes is quite promising, but cultivating these fruits might present certain challenges. Are you certain about this choice? Huang Hui pondered briefly before posing his question tentatively. Indeed, Xiao Xuan nodded without hesitation. Under the nourishment of his mystical spring water, even a rotting piece of wood could thrive, let alone mere seeds. Well then, I happen to know several prominent strawberry growers. If you require assistance, I could introduce you to them. That would undoubtedly increase your chances of success. Huang Hui, seeing Xiao Xuan's resolute demeanor, could only acquiesce. However, upon hearing his words, Xiao Xuan's brow arched slightly. What? Do you lack confidence in me? To be honest, not at all. But you mustn't assume that just because you fortuitously grew a decent watermelon once, you're set for life. This industry is quite profound, and I worry you may not grasp its depths. Huang Hui earnestly cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware. Xiao Xuan sighed, feeling the weight of secrecy surrounding his mystical space. He wished not to leave his good friend in the dark. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a shop. Here we are, let's get out. The two disembarked and stepped into the establishment. On this bright afternoon, the slender Lu boss was enjoying his lunch, bare-chested, in front of an electric fan. Ah, Lu boss, having a meal? Huang Hui greeted him cheerfully as he stepped into the shop. Lu boss turned around, startled to see a visitor, and quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks, striding forward to welcome him. Ha, isn't this Huang boss? What brings you to my humble establishment today? Have you eaten? If not, please join me. Lu boss's face broke into a wide smile upon seeing Huang Hui, his warmth evident in his demeanor. I've already eaten. Huang Hui chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Lu boss was an old acquaintance of his, having grown familiar through frequent travels between the countryside and the city to sell fruits. Ah, who is this? Lu boss then noticed Xiao Xuan standing beside Huang Hui, his curiosity piqued. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is my brother, Xiao Xuan. Huang Hui said. Greetings, Xiao boss. Lu boss exclaimed, quickly extending his hand for a handshake. Xiao Xuan, exhibiting no airs, politely reciprocated the gesture. After a round of pleasantries, they gradually transitioned to the main topic. Lu boss, do you have any strawberry and cherry tomato seeds for sale? Xiao Xuan inquired directly. Yes. Why? Are you looking to cultivate these? Lu boss asked, eyeing Xiao Xuan with a hint of skepticism. Well, I'm on plant in the future, so I can take a look. Xiao Xuan nodded in affirmation. Ah, Xiao boss, I don't mean to discourage you. You seem quite young and likely haven't conducted much business before. Many people are eager to grow these fruits, yet few actually purchase the seeds. Do you know why? Because they don't know how to grow them. Xiao Xuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu boss raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Since you are aware of that, why do you still wish to buy these? If you truly want to plant them, I have some well-cultivated seedlings available. You could always hire a few professionals for guidance, and I assure you they would thrive. Lu boss kindly advised. Given Huang Hui's presence, Lu boss was willing to entertain Xiao Xuan. Otherwise, he might have dismissed him as an inexperienced novice, simply selling him the seeds without concern for the outcome. Thank you for your advice, Lu boss. I'm well aware of the situation. I merely came to observe today, Xiao Xuan replied. Lu boss glanced at Huang Hui in resignation, noting his silence, and could only shake his head in acceptance. All right then, follow me. Sure. Soon, under Lu boss's guidance, the two were led to a storeroom. Lu boss retrieved 2 large cardboard boxes and pulled out a small bag from each. Here, this is strawberry seed, and this is cherry tomato seed. Take a look. Xiao boss, he said, handing the bags to Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan accepted the bags and examined the labels carefully. He then glanced at Huang Hui, who quickly understood and smiled as he began to explain. Rest assured, those strawberry and cherry tomato cultivators are all utilizing this, having frequent interactions with fruit farmers. Huang Hui is undoubtedly more knowledgeable in this area than Xiao Xuan. All right then, how we calculate the price, Boss Lu? Xiao Xuan nodded and looked again at the other man. Strawberry seeds are priced at 5 yuan per pack, containing approximately 2,000 seeds. Likewise, cherry tomato seeds are also 5 yuan per pack, with around 1,500 seeds. Boss Lu stroked his stubbled chin as he explained. Oh, that's manageable. Xiao Xuan pondered internally. Purchasing a few seeds would not cost much at all. However, if he intended to buy strawberry and cherry tomato seedlings directly from here, the expenses would significantly exceed this amount. Then, Boss Lu, let's add each other on WeChat. If I really need them later, I can contact you directly. All right. Xiao Xuan thought, since he had not yet visited the back hill after his rebirth, the exact quantity of seeds required would depend on the actual circumstances. Sigh fine. Boss Lu sighed resignedly. Before long, the two had successfully added each other on WeChat. Upon exiting the store, Huang Hui could not help but voice his thoughts. Hey, Xiao Xuan, have you truly made up your mind to plant this? Yes, I have. Xiao Xuan affirmed without hesitation. Well then, as long as the land is prepared. The worst-case scenario would simply be a loss of a little seed money. In the future, we can also grow other fruits and vegetables. Huang Hui exhaled deeply as he drove. Xiao Xuan looked at his brother, feeling immensely grateful. In this reborn life, encountering such a genuinely caring friend is indeed a blessing. As they drove back along the same route, Huang Hui stopped the car by the roadside due to his urgent need, hastily searching for a place to relieve himself. After waiting for a few minutes and feeling a bit bored, Xiao Xuan got out of the car and began to wander around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, fixating on a maternity clothing store not far away. Observing the large characters at the entrance, the image of Shen Qingwan unconsciously surfaced in his mind. She had been pregnant for some time now, and he had been preoccupied with other matters, neglecting to buy her any clothing. Perhaps it would be a good idea to go in and take a look. Without much hesitation, Xiao Xuan stepped into the store. Noticing a customer had arrived, the alluring shopkeeper swiftly extinguished her cigarette and approached him with a welcoming demeanor. Her figure was voluptuous, exuding a mature and enchanting aura that was irresistibly captivating to men merely by her presence. Hello, how may I assist you? The shopkeeper's voice, likely affected by her smoking habit, was surprisingly hoarse, contrasting sharply with her striking appearance. Hello, my wife is nearly 4 months pregnant, and I would like to buy her a few outfits, Xiao Xuan replied, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure, nodding as he spoke. Oh, I didn't realize you were such a caring husband. Let me fetch you a couple of items to consider. After speaking, the proprietress turned around, swaying her hips as she walked deeper into the clothing store. Without a second thought, Xiao Xuan followed suit. Come this way, these styles are currently in vogue. Which one do you fancy? The proprietress led Xiao Xuan to a somewhat secluded corner, her eyes sparkling with delight as she spoke. Chapter 97, The Bottom Line MM. Xiao Xuan nodded, his gaze swiftly scanning the array of maternity clothing. The proprietress stood beside him, her alluring eyes fixed on him, assessing him with a fleeting glimmer of intensity. You must exercise often. Your physique is well maintained. The enchanting proprietress leaned closer to Xiao Xuan, a heavy scent of perfume invading his senses, causing him to unconsciously furrow his brow. No, I merely work frequently. Xiao Xuan took a couple of steps back, deliberately distancing himself from her. That is quite commendable. Someone who works hard must possess considerable strength, right? If only I could find a man like you. Running this modest clothing store requires me to handle everything myself. How can a woman like me manage such a workload? The proprietress spoke with a tone of lament, her steps inching closer to Xiao Xuan once more. Xiao Xuan's brow furrowed deeper. Why did it feel as though the proprietress was attempting to seduce him? Shaking his head, he quickly selected 2 sets of maternity clothes according to Shen Qingwan's measurements and presented them before her. Boss, I have matters to attend to. Please wrap these 2 sets for me. Upon hearing this, the proprietress's brows gently knitted together, seemingly displeased with Xiao Xuan's reaction. However, she quickly suppressed this negative sentiment. "Ha! All right." With a cheerful laugh, the proprietress accepted the clothes and strode towards the counter. But as she passed by Xiao Xuan, whether intentional or not, she brushed her hair against his face. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Xuan frowned. Before long, the proprietress returned with the packaged clothes, beaming as she handed them to him. "Boss, here are the garments you requested." "Xiao Xuan replied curtly, extending his hand to receive the bag. Yet, almost the moment his large hand made contact, an unusual sensation surged through him. He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but the proprietress's delicate fingers firmly grasped his. "What are you doing?" Xiao Xuan frowned, visibly displeased as he looked at her. The proprietress giggled, her bright red tongue darting out to wet her lips. She stepped closer, leaning in toward Xiao Xuan, her lips parting slowly as she spoke. "Boss, besides selling clothing, our shop offers some special services. I wonder if you might be interested in experiencing them?" As she spoke, her soft curves pressed against Xiao Xuan's chest, sending a wave of warmth through him. Just as Xiao Xuan prepared to decline, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Both of them paused momentarily. Xiao Xuan pulled out his phone to see it was a call from Huang Hui. Just as he was about to press the green button, it was too late. The phone call had already been terminated by the striking woman before him. "Dear brother, on such a sweltering afternoon, why make a phone call? Can't we engage in something more entertaining?" Her vivid red lips loomed larger in Xiao Xuan's gaze, and the intoxicating scent of her perfume enveloped him, seemingly intent on obliterating the last vestiges of his reason. Just as the proprietress rose on her toes, preparing to bestow a kiss, she suddenly felt her arms grasped by someone, and her body was propelled backward in rapid succession, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Xiao Xuan inwardly cursed himself for his lack of composure. He fished out 150 yuan from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. "This is for the clothing. No need for change." With that, he didn't even spare her a glance and strode toward the entrance. However, as he reached the door, his steps faltered momentarily. The proprietress, witnessing this, instantly transformed her previously indignant expression into one of pitiable vulnerability, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes as if awaiting his compassion. Yet the next moment, Xiao Xuan's words froze her expression. "By the way, next time, don't buy that 5 yuan a bottle perfume from the street vendor. It truly reeks." With that, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he walked away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. It took the proprietress several seconds to snap out of her stupor. Instinctively, she raised her arm and sniffed her own wrist, her countenance gradually darkening. "Ah, how dare you toy with me?" Meanwhile, after leaving the clothing store, Xiao Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he soon spotted Huang Hui nearby, anxiously hopping about. "Huang Hui, over here." Before long, Xiao Xuan reunited with Huang Hui. Upon seeing that Xiao Xuan was unharmed, Huang Hui let out a slight sigh of relief. "I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. I thought something had happened." He shot a disgruntled glance at his friend. "Hey, I just saw a maternity clothing store across the street and went over to help Qingwan pick out a few outfits. My apologies." Xiao Xuan sheepishly rubbed his nose, offering an apology. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. Wait, you mean you just went to buy maternity clothes?" Huang Hui's relief was evident, but as he recalled Xiao Xuan's earlier words, surprise washed over him. "Yes, what about it?" Xiao Xuan replied, bewildered as he looked at Huang Hui. Without hesitation, Huang Hui bounded forward like an eager pup and inhaled deeply near Xiao Xuan. That woman didn't try to seduce you?" Although he caught a faint whiff of the proprietress's perfume on Xiao Xuan, it was subtle, suggesting no intimate encounter had taken place. "What are you doing?" Xiao Xuan exclaimed, pushing Huang Hui's face away in disgust, brushing himself off. "Did you not see the proprietress while buying clothes? Didn't she try to entice you?" Huang Hui cut to the chase, directly addressing his friend. Ultimately, the reason Xiao Xuan finds himself here today is indeed due to him. If Xiao Xuan were to commit any indiscretion here, Huang Hui would undoubtedly be one of the principal culprits. Thus, he regards this matter with considerable gravity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. "Oh, you mean that woman? Is her reputation quite poor in your circles? Instead of directly addressing the inquiry, Xiao Xuan posed a tentative question. How poor? It is exceedingly terrible, to say the least. Have you met the proprietress? She is a veritable enchantress, and the male owners of the nearby shops are kept on a short leash by their wives, terrified of losing their souls to her allure. Just the other day, a man went to her shop to buy clothes, but he left empty-handed, trembling all the while. Upon returning home, his wife discovered his escapade and without a moment's hesitation, filed for divorce. Huang Hui's jowls quivered slightly as he recounted this incident. Oh, given that you are all aware, why not report her? This is akin to prostitution, is it not? Xiao Xuan raised an eyebrow, regarding him with keen interest. Sai, report it? You must have evidence for that. Imagine those men trying to explain themselves at the police station. They would stammer and falter, unable to articulate a single coherent word. What could the police possibly do? Furthermore, at the end of the day, it is their own lack of principles that gets them into such predicaments. The proprietress does not force them unduly. Huang Hui shrugged helplessly. Chapter 98. I will take you out to play tomorrow, Xiao Xuan listened to Huang Hui's words and nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the nation was undergoing rapid development, and the crackdown on prostitution was not particularly stringent. It was only in subsequent years, with the advent of the internet, that some youths ventured down this irrevocable path. Xiao Xuan recalled a particularly popular comment during the Winter Olympics. While others at 18 strive for national glory, I am here disregarding risks to indulge. Sighing at this thought, Xiao Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. The advancement of the internet is an inevitable trend, yet with every advantage comes a disadvantage. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, a reality beyond his control. Hey, you still haven't answered my question, Huang Hui suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Xiao Xuan, coming to his senses, flashed a smile at him. Just a frivolous woman, unworthy even to carry my family's Qingwan shoes. All right, best be heading back. My wife is surely missing me by now. With that, he strode confidently toward the car. Hey, you rascal. Several dozen minutes later, the two returned home. Shen Qingwan and Tao Hua were still seated on the sofa, joyfully engaged in conversation. Women have an innate talent for discussing domestic matters, and without a reminder, they might even forget about dinner. Xiao Xuan and Huang Hui exchanged knowing glances, mutually agreeing not to interrupt them. Sai, let's take a break. We've been wandering outside in the midday sun, and it's quite tiring. Time flew by, and soon it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Two robust men sat at the dining table, propping their chins on their hands, exchanging glances with intensity. At last, Xiao Xuan could no longer contain himself, and spoke first. My dear wife, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head home now? Huh? Both women were momentarily taken aback, with Tao Hua being the first to recover. She directed her gaze toward Xiao Xuan and, somewhat discontentedly, remarked, Hey Xiao, why the rush to go home? There are plenty of empty rooms at our place. We could let Qingwan stay here for another 10 days or so. Evidently, Tao Hua had become quite engrossed in her conversation with Shen Qingwan, speaking without much thought. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Xuan's mouth twitched involuntarily in disbelief. 10 days or so. Whose wife is she, yours or mine? In exasperation, he turned to Huang Hui for assistance. As longtime close friends, Huang Hui immediately understood the unspoken plea. Sai, my dear wife, our sister-in-law has things to attend to after returning home. What are you doing? Huang Hui raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Tao Hua recognized the impropriety of her words and quickly turned to Shen Qingwan with an apologetic expression. Qingwan, I'm so sorry. You see, living in the town is convenient, but it lacks friends with whom I can truly connect. It's not like in a village, where it's lively and bustling. I tend to speak without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Tao Hua gently patted Shen Qingwan's hand, exuding warmth. No worries at all, Sister Hua. I enjoy our conversations. In the future, let Brother Hui take you to the village. We can chat more then. Shen Qingwan responded with a gentle smile and a wave of her hand. Great, then it's settled. Yes, indeed. Observing the two women making plans like children, both Xiao Xuan and Huang Hui felt a tinge of helplessness. After repeatedly bidding farewell to Tao Hua, Huang Hui finally escorted Xiao Xuan and his wife out the door. Sigh, sister-in-law, my wife is just like that. She can't stop talking once she starts. Please don't take offense. In the car, Huang Hui, steering the wheel, cheerfully explained to Shen Qingwan. Not at all. Sister Tao is quite lovely. Shen Qingwan swiftly waved her hands, smiling. Hee hee. If she hears you praising her like this, she'll probably be grinning from ear to ear. The originally lengthy journey passed swiftly amidst their laughter and chatter. By around 5:30 in the afternoon, they had returned to the village. Xiao Xuan had initially intended to invite Huang Hui to stay for dinner, but he stubbornly refused. Xiao Xuan, resigned, handed him 2 watermelons as parting gifts while watching him depart. Sigh, this fellow is becoming increasingly perceptive. Upon returning home, Xiao Xuan found Shen Qingwan washing rice in preparation for dinner, while Xiao Xiao assisted her by picking vegetables. The 2 women worked together harmoniously, creating a scene of exceptional warmth. Cough, cough, feeling that his presence was being overlooked, Xiao Xuan deliberately cleared his throat to assert himself. The 2 women looked up and playfully regarded him. Big brother, are you feeling unwell? Should I pour you a cup of tea? Xiao Xiao observed her brother, her large eyes twinkling with curiosity. After a moment's thought, she mischievously suggested, or perhaps something else. No, it's quite all right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's expression stiffened, and he cast an annoyed glare at the little girl. By the way, Qingwan, I previously bought you 2 sets of maternity clothes. Why don't you try them on and see if they fit? Xiao Xuan gently said as he approached Shen Qingwan. Ah, are those the 2 bags you've been carrying? Shen Qingwan paused in surprise and asked. She had noticed the bags in Huang Hui's hands when they returned from outside, initially assuming they were gifts from him, so she hesitated to inquire further. Now that she thought about it, they indeed seemed to be bags specifically for clothing. Yes, go try them on quickly, Xiao Xuan said, playfully pinching his wife's delicate nose with a face full of affection. Shen Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and she shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Xiao, who was diligently working nearby. Xiao Xuan, realizing the situation, awkwardly rubbed his nose. All right, off you go. Okay. Before long, Shen Qingwan took the clothes and entered the room to change. Hee hee, big brother, you are truly kind to sister-in-law, Xiao Xiao said, shaking off the water droplets from her hands and smiling brightly at Xiao Xuan. Isn't that quite normal? Xiao Xiao, remember, when you look for a husband in the future, you should find someone who treats his wife like big brother does. Understood? Xiao Xuan replied with a grin, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Big brother, you have quite the thick skin. Xiao Xiao chuckled at her brother's words. Xiao Xuan shook his head with a smile, and then asked, by the way, Xiao Xiao, you start school in a week, right? Yes, that's right. Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly. Oh, tomorrow is market day. I'll take you out to have some fun. Really? The little girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Oh, yay. Seeing the little girl's joyful expression brought an involuntary smile to Xiao Xian's face. By the way, has your second brother called back? Xiao Xian suddenly inquired, as if remembering something important. Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Yes, I spoke to him just yesterday. He was so happy to hear that you're making money, she explained animatedly. Oh, is that so? Xiao Xian felt immense happiness at her words. Although he was the eldest, he had never truly fulfilled the responsibilities that came with that role. Instead, it was his second brother, Xiao Yan, who had dropped out of school early and worked hard to support the entire family. Guilt weighed heavily on Xiao Xian's heart regarding him. Did he mention when he would be back? Xiao Xian continued to inquire. He did. He said that the factory should be on holiday before the little new year. The little girl replied cheerfully. Oh, that's good then. Xiao Xian nodded. He wanted his brother to return sooner, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. His brother was naturally cautious, and at present, Xiao Xian had yet to accomplish anything substantial. Although he had earned some money from selling fruits, it was still insufficient to prove his worth. Even though he had heard some news from his mother, it was unlikely that my younger brother would take time off to return home. It would be better to let him continue working where he was. By the time he returned, I should have already established a business here. Just then, Shen Qingwan unexpectedly walked in. Wow, sister-in-law, your outfit looks stunning. Upon seeing Shen Qingwan, Xiao Xiao eagerly ran over, circling around her to admire her from every angle. Xiao Xuan also realized the moment and turned his gaze towards his wife. A glimmer of joy in his eyes. He had chosen 2 maternity outfits for Shen Qingwan, one in a lovely pink and the other in a soft blue. Compared to the mundane garments she had worn previously, not only were the colors vibrant, but the texture was also exquisite. What do you think? Your husband has quite the taste, doesn't he? Xiao Xuan said with a playful smirk as he approached Shen Qingwan, smiling warmly. Shen Qingwan shot him a playful glare, but she nodded in agreement. If given the opportunity, what woman wouldn't want to wear beautiful clothes every day? Although the maternity was slightly loose, it felt incredibly comfortable and had great elasticity, unlike the tiring clothes she had worn before. Haha, my wife is naturally beautiful. She looks great in anything. Seizing the moment of his wife's happiness, Xiao Xuan lavished her with compliments, causing both her and her sister-in-law to burst into laughter. After dinner, the couple turned off the lights and went to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Xuan hadn't even prepared breakfast when the little girl excitedly dashed in. Hee, big brother, when are we going to the market? Xiao Xuan was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Xiao Xiao, only to see her with large dark circles under her eyes. Did you not sleep at all last night, you little rascal? Xiao Xuan chuckled in disbelief, wishing he had not mentioned the outing so early. Indeed, at that moment, Chen Xiaomei also appeared in the courtyard. With an exasperated glare at Xiao Xiao, she helplessly remarked, "That girl has been nagging me since she heard you were taking her to the market. She didn't stop all night, and now, before dawn, she is urging me to make breakfast so she can go with you," Chen Xiaomei said with a resigned smile. Xiao Xuan looked at the little girl, bemused. "You were the one who said you wanted to go to the market yesterday. You can't back out now." Xiao Xiao playfully stuck her tongue out at Xiao Xuan. Then, seemingly worried he might change his mind, she walked over and hugged his arm, adorably saying, "Please. Haha, I want to back out." Xiao Xuan affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, smiling. "Mom, you can see that if I don't take her, she is going to be heartbroken. This child is simply spoiled." Chen Xiaomei shot a stern look at the little girl and reminded Xiao Xuan to ride safely before heading home. "All right then. You can play in the courtyard for a while, but don't disturb your sister-in-law, okay?" He understood. The little girl nodded eagerly, her face glowing with excitement. By around 8 in the morning, Xiao Xuan finished his breakfast. After bidding farewell to Shen Qingwan, I rode my electric bike with the little girl to the bustling streets. At last, we could venture out in woohoo. Hearing the excited cheers of the little girl behind me, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but sigh with a wry smile. It was entirely my fault for being such a scoundrel, which had kept Xiao Xiao from enjoying the streets for so long. Although she didn't voice her complaints, as a normal child, she must have felt a tinge of sadness deep down. This was something Xiao Xuan understood all too well. As we sped along on the electric bike, we soon arrived at the vibrant marketplace. The streets were teeming with villagers from various neighborhoods, gathered in groups, chatting and bargaining. The lively cacophony creating a festive atmosphere. "Xiao Xiao, you must stay close to me and not wander off. Do you understand?" Xiao Xuan glanced down at the beaming Xiao Xiao, his expression turning serious as he earnestly cautioned her. I understand," she replied eagerly, satisfied with her response. Xiao Xuan led her through the throngs of people. However, after wandering for quite some time, Xiao Xiao merely observed without expressing any desire to purchase anything. Xiao Xuan pinched her cheek playfully and said, "If you wish to buy something, just tell me. Big brother has money." Startled, Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. "Big brother, that ham sausage looks so delicious. And that little notebook is so pretty. Oh, and this pencil sharpener, and this, and that." Encouraged by Xiao Xuan's words, the little girl became much more animated. With her big brother by her side, she felt no need to hold back, and they meandered through the various shops. Before long, their hands were filled with several plastic bags. Xiao Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction, for the little girl had not squandered their time. Most of her purchases consisted of school supplies, with even some snacks discreetly added by him. "All right, is there anything else you wish to buy?" Xiao Xuan asked, lifting the bags in his hands with a smile. I don't think so," she replied, tilting her head in contemplation. "Good, then let us head out." Soon, Xiao Xuan guided his sister out of the bustling street. However, Xiao Xiao found herself puzzled, as the direction her brother was taking did not seem to lead home. "Hey, big brother, you're going the wrong way. Our electric bike is over there." She pointed to the right, tried to remind him. "I know." Xiao Xuan responded with a mysterious smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. "What? Where are we going then?" The little girl tilted her head, a look of confusion on her face as she gazed at her brother. "Hee, it's a secret. You'll find out when we get there," Xiao Xuan chuckled, teasing her with suspense. Before long, under Xiao Xiao's curious gaze, they arrived at the entrance of a bicycle specialty store, which was actually the same place where Xiao Xuan had purchased the electric bike. "Hey, big brother, why did you bring me here?" Xiao Xiao scratched her head, but suddenly, a thrilling idea sparked in her mind. "Isn't that boss Xiao?" Upon entering the store, Mr. Li greeted them with a cheerful smile and approached. "Mr. Li," Xiao Xuan responded with a nod. "Hey, didn't you just come by the day before yesterday to purchase an electric bike? Is something wrong with it?" Mr. Li furrowed his brow, concerned that there was an issue with the bike. "Haha, no, not at all. The electric bike works splendidly." Mr. Li, relieved by the response, nodded appreciatively. "By the way, Mr. Li, this is my sister. School starts in a few days, so we thought we'd come here to buy a bicycle." Mr. Li then turned his attention to the petite Xiao Xiao beside him. "Hello, uncle." Xiao Xiao beamed as she greeted Mr. Li, who responded with enthusiasm. "Oh, wonderful. Looking to buy a bicycle, are we? This way, please." Mr. Li led them through the store, passing the section dedicated to electric bikes, revealing a vibrant array of bicycles. "Wow." The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she wished to collect them all. Xiao Xuan chuckled, observing her delight. "See which one you like best." Soon, Xiao Xiao was weaving between the various bicycles, touching one and then another, her small brow furrowing as she struggled to make a decision. Unable to contain his amusement, Xiao Xuan laughed. "How about this pink one? What do you think?" Believing that most girls have an affinity for pink, he assumed his sister would be no exception. Xiao Xiao examined the pink folding bicycle closely and finally nodded. "All right, let us go with this one." "Mr. Li, how much is it?" Xiao Xuan turned to Mr. Li with a smile. "Haha, the original price is 180. However, for you, Mr. Xiao, I can offer it for 150. Mr. Li said with a hearty laugh, straightforwardly. "Hey, that sounds good," Xiao Xuan replied, nodding without further negotiation. After receiving the warranty slip and completing the payment, he bid farewell to Mr. Li and led Xiao Xiao out. "Hey, Xiao Xiao, watch out for the road. A car is coming." Xiao Xuan, amused by his sister's delighted demeanor, shook his head with a smile and promptly reminded her. I'm watching." Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly, her face lighting up with joy as she turned to him. "Oh, you little rascal." Before long, they arrived at the spot where the electric bike had been parked. "All right, quickly place the bike here." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao reluctantly leaned her new bicycle against the footrest of the electric bike. Fortunately, the bicycle was compact enough not to hinder Xiao Xuan as he mounted his electric bike. After settling in, he instructed Xiao Xiao to hold on tightly and rev the throttle, speeding away. Through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see Xiao Xiao gazing intently at the bicycle ahead, her eyes wide with fascination. Each time they encountered a slightly steep incline, the little girl would anxiously call out, fearful that her precious bicycle might be jostled off balance. "Hey, big brother, slow down. Don't damage the bike." "Hey, big brother, there's water ahead. Don't go that way." Amidst the little girl's continuous stream of reminders, the two finally made their way back to the village. Initially, Xiao Xuan intended to ride the bicycle directly to their doorstep, but he was halted by Xiao Xiao, who insisted that the village roads were too steep and warned against damaging the bicycle. With a resigned smile, Xiao Xuan could do nothing but acquiesce to her concerns. Thus, Xiao Xiao carefully pushed her beloved bicycle, making her way slowly towards the village. At that moment, many families in the village had finished their farm chores and were gathered beneath the large cedar tree at the village entrance, discussing their daily lives. Upon seeing the siblings from the Xiao family, several villagers cast curious glances in their direction. Isn't that Xiao Xuan and Xiao Xiao? Wang Erniu squinted his eyes, murmuring as he looked towards the village entrance. "Oh, it does seem to be them. What is that peculiar thing on Xiao Xiao's shoulder?" Wang Changgue also noticed the unusual sight, his face displaying a look of confusion as he observed the little girl's strange posture. It appears to be a bicycle. Doesn't he it? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and after a considerable time, Xiao Xuan and Xiao finally traversed the muddy path at the village entrance. Hey, Xiao, is it a new bike you just bought? Wang Erniu could not help but chuckle as he observed the little girl's cautious demeanor. Yes. Uncle Erniu, my big brother bought it for me. Xiao set the bicycle down and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, responding with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Erniu instinctively turned his gaze toward Xiao Xuan. With a slight smile, Xiao Xuan remarked, "This girl is about to enter the 4th grade. Having a bicycle makes commuting to school much more convenient, doesn't it?" Indeed, you have a point. Wang Erniu nodded in agreement, his eyes betraying an unmistakable glimmer of envy.